Does Yuan Haoran think Dong Huang Taiyi brought Suyi here to kill him? Damn. Dong Huang Taiyi's expression changed, and at that moment, he truly didn't know how to respond. The future Great Demon King, right? You're very brave. He even had conflicts with Suyi but doesn't want to kill him. You seem unaware that the real Great Demon King is standing in front of you. A Great Demon King who can even slay saints. This guy thought Suyi was captured to help him achieve enlightenment. Suyi asked, "Why don't you want to kill me anymore?" After a moment of silence, Yuan Haoran said, "I used to think you were the Great Demon King, but now I realize I am the true Great Demon King. The system inside me is a devil. There's no deep enmity between us." Yuan Haoran took a deep breath and continued, "Moreover, I hope you can continue living." He didn't provide a reason. Suyi straightforwardly used mind reading on him. "I have become a puppet, but Suyi can still take care of Miss Yi. But I can't say this out loud. If Miss Yi's existence is known, she might be used to threaten me." Reading Yuan Haoran's inner thoughts, Suyi was shocked. What is a lapdog? This is a lapdog. An extreme lapdog. At such a time, still thinking about his wife. Totally unreasonable. You can think about it. Dong Huang Taiyi also didn't ask further questions and released the chains that bound Yuan Haoran, then turned and left the underground chamber. With Suyi present, those chains had lost their original meaning. If Yuan Haoran were really that unwilling to accept it and acted against Suyi, it would be okay to die. The Great Demon King, Dong Huang Taiyi, wasn't really concerned. If he die, so be it. A Great Demon King who can destroy heaven and earth. Stronger than Su Duanhen. The rabbit also cleverly followed Dong Huang Taiyi as they left. It had realized that Dong Huang Taiyi wouldn't harm it, and it didn't dare to act up again. "Do you want to escape from prison?" Suyi found Yuan Haoran somewhat interesting in this regard. Deep within his soul, the system was imprinted, and Suyi could immediately discern what it meant. If Yuan Haoran's mind wasn't firm enough, just by choosing to prove the way through killing, with Dong Huang Taiyi and the cooperation of the entire demon race, within half a month, the immortal realm would gain a new saint-level powerhouse. Yet Yuan Haoran resisted such temptation to ascend to sainthood. Even immortal emperors find it hard to resist such temptations. Escape from prison? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know who captured you just now? Do you know how powerful he is? Yuan Haoran sneered. "I thought you had some abilities, but now it seems you're nothing special." "Oh." Suyi looked at Yuan Haoran with interest. Yuan Haoran slowly stood up, emitting his aura, and said coldly, "Do you feel it? This is the power of a strong individual." He pointed at the magic sword in front of him, then continued, "I know you have some cultivation, but you should know, as soon as I draw this sword, I will become a Daluo golden immortal and fall into the demonic path." Suyi maintained a serious expression, saying, "That sounds impressive." Yuan Haoran heard Suyi say so, but there was no sense of smugness at all. Instead, he said with a serious face, "Do you think I'm showing off to you?" Suyi chuckled. "There should be a bit of showing off, right?" Yuan Haoran sneered. "If you think I'm showing off, then consider it showing off. After all, your level should find it difficult to understand my current feelings." Suyi raised his eyebrows slightly, indeed finding it difficult to understand Yuan Haoran's feelings. After all, Yuan Haoran's level was a bit low, or rather, even so-called saints had a bit of a low level. There were many things that Suyi couldn't personally experience. "So why are you still talking about escaping? It's simply ridiculous," Yuan Haoran said. "If you want to stay alive, just stay put here honestly and don't provoke me." Suyi simply opened the cage opposite him and walked in. The immortal in the cage looked at Suyi in surprise. The cage was opened directly. He was the renowned immortal Lord Yi Kaiwan in the immortal realm. With the cultivation of the triple heaven of quasi-saint, he had now become a prisoner, used as a sacrifice for someone's sword. As for the cage locking him, it was not simple either. Combined with the means of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, even a quasi-saint would find it difficult to escape. But Suyi casually opened the cage. Yes, as if he casually opened an unlocked door. "Do you want to leave?" Suyi looked at Yi Kaiwan and said, "I can let you leave here." From the moment Suyi opened the door, Yi Kaiwan knew that this man was truly powerful. Either he was a subordinate of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. "Dear God, can I leave? The Eastern Emperor Taiyi is outside." Yi Kaiwan said, "If he wants to kill me, he can do so at any moment." The Eastern Emperor Taiyi was incredibly powerful. Even immortal emperors were nothing before him. As an immortal lord, if he escaped without the permission of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, he might die even more miserably. This was how things worked in the immortal realm. When encountering powerful beings like the Demon Emperor, who were almost invincible, one could only submit to their will. Even if the opportunity to escape was right in front of him, Ikaiwan didn't dare to run. Suyi stood in the cage and said calmly, "If you want to leave, just go out directly. Say that I allowed you to leave, and no one will stop you." Ikaiwan was amazed by this unexpected turn of events and suddenly realized that something was amiss. "Are you in cahoots with the Eastern Emperor Tai?" Yuan Haoran scrutinized Suyi seriously. This guy was still so arrogant. He remembered when he had attacked Suyi before, and after the pre-celestial Bagua formation was activated, Suyi just flipped through a book and easily broke his formation. It was as if he wanted Suyi to show off to the max. Now, at a different level from before, he felt that Suyi was no longer his match. Killing Suyi would be a piece of cake. "Just draw the sword. I'm not with him. Now, think about whether you want to kill me," Suyi said. "Killing me can also enlighten you." Suyi stared at Yuan Haoran, glanced at the demonic sword in front of him, and said, "You have 10 seconds. If you don't draw your sword, I'll take the sword and leave. If you still intend to pursue enlightenment through killing, you won't have the chance." Yuan Haoran also stared at Suyi, then at the demonic sword before him. His heart suddenly raced. Drawing the sword would grant him the power of a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. He could kill Suyi. If he drew the sword, complied with the Eastern Emperor Tai, he could have a strong backer. The system's voice echoed in Yuan Haoran's ears. Suyi also heard the system's voice, even hearing laughter in his ear. "Su Duanhan, do you dare to kill him? As long as you kill him, I will be reborn. Do you plan to kill me again? So much nonsense." After saying this, the voice disappeared. The terrifying aura made Yuan Haoran pale, his heartbeat suddenly stopping, his eyes fixed on Suyi. Demon Lord. Who was the real Demon Lord? If Suyi was the Demon Lord, was it permissible to kill him? Yuan Haoran's hand slowly reached towards the demonic sword. His hand was trembling, his breathing rapid. His hand got closer to the hilt, his eyes slowly filling with blood vessels, a murderous aura enveloping him. "No. It's me." "What system? Get lost." Yuan Haoran's body tensed up, his long hair flowing, then after a furious roar, his expression normalized, his gaze unusually calm. The individual Suyi had just provoked before him seemed to be intimidated by Suyi's words. And at that moment, Yuan Haoran suddenly became resolute, regaining his clarity of mind. "You go. I won't kill you." Yuan Haoran took a deep breath, sat down, and looked at Suyi calmly. Suyi didn't expect this little lackey to have such a firm will. He simply walked out of the cage, grabbed the demonic sword, seemingly lightly pinched it, and the sword shattered into pieces, scattering on the ground. Yuan Haoran was dumbfounded. With just a light pinch, the sword was crushed to pieces. Wasn't this a demonic sword? How did it feel so fragile? Wasn't it too brittle? And the Eastern Emperor Tai said that as long as he drew this sword, he could become a Grand Luo Golden Immortal? Wasn't that a bit too fake? "Now, do you want to leave or what?" Suyi asked. "You really can take me out?" Yuan Haoran was starting to believe in Suyi's strength. He thought the Eastern Emperor Tai wouldn't deceive him. The demonic sword was definitely not simple, yet Suyi had easily crushed it. Just now, there was that immortal lord who called Suyi a great god and left when Suyi said he could. Thinking back to the scene when the Eastern Emperor Tai and Suyi came in earlier. "Damn it. Aren't you stronger than the Eastern Emperor Tai?" Yuan Haoran's state of mind was almost blown up. He couldn't accept it. A person from Earth, after arriving in the immortal realm, was actually stronger than the Eastern Emperor Tai. When he was on Earth, Suyi showed off in front of him. Now in the immortal realm, he was considered a chosen one. Suyi was still showing off in front of him. "No. No. No. What did he say just now?" Yuan Haoran remembered what he had said to Suyi before and suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. "Just a little bit stronger," Suyi said. "So, if you really want to leave, I'll take you out. It's not that complicated." "How much is that little bit?" Yuan Haoran found this word familiar. When he was on Earth, Suyi also said he was a little stronger. Now compared to the Eastern Emperor Tai, he was just a little bit stronger. A bit stronger. Suyi also didn't know how to tell Yuan Haoran. Someone once said, "Beneath the saints are all ants." This should be referring to battle prowess, right? But when it comes to battle prowess, in Suyi's view, even if it's the heavenly Tao, it's just a rather unique ant. Saints, just slightly stronger ants. It is precisely because of this that Suyi also feels a sense of equality towards all living beings in his heart. Why ask so much? Just say whether you want to leave or not. Suyi was also too lazy to explain anything, as it wouldn't have much significance. Just like the obsession that Suyi had cut out, that guy just wanted Suyi to personally kill Yuan Haoran, so he could be reborn. But even if he were to be reborn, what could he do then? To kill him or not? It's all within the thoughts of Suyi. Suyi just found that guy a bit interesting. His appearance and actions added some variety to his long life. That guy must surely know Suyi's mentality, hence why he was so fearless. Provoking Suyi intentionally, it carried a taste of "I have predicted your prediction." While Suyi was thinking, "I have predicted your prediction of my prediction." Trying to anger Suyi was clearly impossible. Just now, Suyi had a sudden interest, giving Yuan Haoran a chance to choose. If Yuan Haoran chose to draw his sword, he would give him a chance to make a move, in the end, leaving only that person called Wang Ten. What you said, if we can leave, who would want to stay in such a place? Yuan Haoran's eyes lit up, standing up directly. If you can take me out, then let's just leave. Suyi couldn't help but laugh. Don't we have some grudges? Yuan Haoran also replied casually, saying, at most, we are love rivals. Grudges? How deep can they be? It's not like we have to fight to the death. Suyi chuckled. Now, Yishiaxuan is already my wife. Despicable. You took advantage of my absence to launch a sneak attack. Yuan Haoran glared at Suyi, somewhat indignantly. Don't you dare to compete with me fairly. Is this person perhaps seriously ill? Are you leaving or not? Suyi couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Walking out of the cell, Yuan Haoran no longer had any restrictions on him, and he put everything down. Following Suyi out, outside the underground secret room, Ikaiwan had already left, leaving only Don Wang Taiyi and the rabbit standing at the door. Old brother Su, what are you going to do? Seeing Yuan Haoran coming out with Suyi, Don Wang Taiyi naturally didn't dare to make a move. Suyi said, you don't need to worry about this person. Wherever he wants to go, let him go. Don Wang Taiyi nodded and smiled. Whatever you say goes. Congratulations, you're free. Yuan Haoran couldn't help but be stunned. Free, just because of Suyi's words. And he heard Don Wang Taiyi call Suyi old brother. He had previously said that Suyi's realm should be difficult to comprehend from his current perspective. Looking back now, he felt like a fool. Don Wang Taiyi was very powerful. Perhaps he had to give a bit of face. If he had to call Suyi old brother, then how strong was Suyi? Where do I go now? Yuan Haoran suddenly became lost. In the vast fairy world, he had no relatives and nothing to do. Clearly caught by Don Wang Taiyi and brought to the fairy world, he didn't even know what he could do once he arrived. Do you want to wander with me? Suyi glanced at Yuan Haoran. He just suggested, and as for how Yuan Haoran decided, it was his own business. Yuan Haoran quickly nodded, saying, I'll go with you. Although he said he had grudges with Suyi, as a cultivator, there were many things he wasn't so steadfast about. Even the opportunity to become a quasi-saint was laid out before him. He could give it up. Now knowing that Suyi and Yishiaxuan were together, it was a fact he had to accept, and he knew he couldn't resent Suyi. After cursing a bit, when he walked out of the secret room, he had already let go. All right then, Suyi said to Don Wang Taiyi, I'll take him away. You don't have to worry about us. Aren't you going to convene a monster gathering? We can go mooch a meal. That's okay, right? Suyi actually belonged to the type who had nowhere to go, just wandering around, exploring everywhere. Convening a monster gathering, Don Wang Taiyi must have some important orders to give. Welcome. Don Wang Taiyi's face was full of smiles, but he felt a bit nervous inside. According to his understanding of Suyi, when it came to eating, Suyi was really something, and their monster clan was under special care by Suyi. If during their meal, Suyi sat with them and asked for some wings from the neighboring monster and a head from the Sai, Suyi wanted to come, there was no way Don Wang Taiyi could refuse. Old brother Su, will you sit next to me then? Don Wang Taiyi thought that the best way was to have Suyi sit with him. This way, Suyi probably wouldn't make a mess, and it would make the entire monster clan recognize his face, ensuring they wouldn't offend Suyi. Offending Suyi, then nobody would be able to do anything successfully. No. I'll just dress up a bit then sneak in for a meal and watch you host your meeting. I'm just here to have fun. Suyi said so. Don Wang Taiyi was even more flustered. Dressing up? What if some idiot offends Suyi then? Old brother, don't fool around with me. Don Wang Taiyi laughed dryly. I want to discuss the future development of the monster clan, namely Also, did you hear? Jin Chanzi and the Marshal Peng of the North Pole. Bian Zhuang. Those two guys are making some big moves. There's news saying that a disciple of Blackwater has also turned into a monster. Dong Huang Taiyi was testing Su Yi with these words. He already knew that the Emperor of Blackwater Abyss was Su Yi's named disciple. So were these actions done by Su Yi? Su Yi and Dong Huang Taiyi stared at each other. You're not wrong. These are all my arrangements. Su Yi had no intention of denying. Dong Huang Taiyi asked excitedly. I heard that Emperor Jun also went to the origin world. Guided by you. You could say so. Su Yi didn't know what to say about that guy, Emperor Jun. It was all just his own imagination. They were talking and suddenly, he ran to the origin world. Now that the old man is looking for this kid, and also subjugates the golden cicada from the Buddhist sect. Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. Could it be that you want? Su Yi didn't know what to say. This time, he really didn't have any big plans, right? He just wanted to hone Yishiaxuan a bit. Then, as a bored person, directing a journey to the west, wasn't that quite fitting? Why was Dong Huang Taiyi thinking so much? You can think whatever you want. Su Yi didn't explain. Sighing, Dong Huang Taiyi nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Su Yi looked at him expressionless. What do you understand? The Eastern Emperor Toichi just thought of a hammer. After all, as the Demon Emperor, his perspective instinctively expanded a bit. In his view, Su Yi's cultivation was higher than his, so shouldn't Su Yi's perspective be even broader? All living beings are pawns. Isn't this the basic operation of the Demon Emperor Sage? As for Su Yi's series of actions, the Eastern Emperor Toichi felt that Su Yi intended to unite their demon clan and the Taoist Immortal Emperor to act against the Buddha sect. This Yuan Haoran, Su Yi was planning to keep an eye on him. Taking over Yuan Haoran, isn't it a way for them to unite the demon clan? And Su Yi also plans to participate in his demon gathering. Doesn't that mean they are allies? Well, it should be. In the view of the Eastern Emperor Toichi, a powerhouse like Su Yi would not do meaningless things. Upon introspection, if he did so many things, there must be a big move. Thinking about this, the Eastern Emperor Toichi's lips slightly curved up. Did their demon clan just become allies with Su Duanhen? He had seen Su Duanhen destroy Quan Ti Dao Ren with one palm, and help Zhuangming the Blackwater Emperor forcefully seize spiritual treasures. He knew in the immortal realm, whoever had a good relationship with Su Duanhen could walk sideways. Even immortals couldn't do anything. Su bro, this is the invitation to the demon gathering. Please accept it, so as not to offend you by not opening your eyes later. The Eastern Emperor Toichi took out a black invitation card and handed it to Su Yi. Since Su Yi was unwilling to join him, this invitation card was necessary. The Eastern Emperor Toichi acted meticulously. As long as Su Yi took this invitation to the demon gathering, the stupid demons would not provoke him. That's enough. Su Yi took the invitation and handed it to Yuan Haoran. If you encounter trouble in the future, show this. Even saints will give you some face. The Eastern Emperor Toichi didn't expect Su Yi to use the invitation like this, but hearing Su Yi say this, he felt quite proud of himself. Yuan Haoran, I have no ill intentions towards you. When you encounter trouble in the immortal realm in the future, just tell people that you are my friend. The Eastern Emperor Toichi said, handing a black token to Yuan Haoran. This is the Demon Emperor's token. There are only 5 in the world. It carries my aura. With this, all major demons in the immortal realm will recognize you. Even saints, as long as you show this token, will give you some face. As the Demon Emperor, he had the qualifications to challenge saints, and among the strong in the immortal realm, to 12 palaces, mortal emperors could not actively provoke the Demon Emperor. Even saints would give face to the Eastern Emperor Toichi. In fact, this token was just for show. The Eastern Emperor Toichi knew how to handle relationships. Would Yuan Haoran encounter trouble following Su Duanhen? Joking. Yuan Haoran also didn't hesitate. He took the Demon Emperor's token, which had special significance. Even the quality of the token was better than many treasures. In the end, Su Yi practically did not accept the Eastern Emperor Toichi's invitation. The Eastern Emperor Toichi felt that Su Yi refused the invitation. If he kept hesitating, wouldn't he be teaching Su Yi how to do things? Even as the Demon Emperor, he didn't have that kind of courage. Let's go. After Su Yi finished speaking, he didn't bother with the Eastern Emperor Toichi and directly headed towards the demon kingdom of 10,000 demons. As they left the town and crossed the Tulip Flower Sea, a vast expanse of red earth lay before them. After the Eastern Emperor Toichi left, he quickly instructed his subordinates using his divine awareness. When they encounter two individuals with a rabbit, they must be especially respectful. Of course, this was just a warning for some major demons, who would then pass it on to the minor demons. If any fool dared to offend Suyi and his group, they would be seeking their own doom. The Eastern Emperor Taichi also had reason to believe that Suyi would not hold the entire demon clan accountable for the actions of individual demons. Suyi, where are we going? Yuan Haoran had no idea where was a good place to go in the immortal realm. It was like traveling to a new place without knowing the way, full of novelty, lacking a guide. To participate in the demon gathering, Suyi looked at a forest ahead, then back at Yuan Haoran, saying, along the way, I won't act. Whether you can participate in the demon gathering alive depends on your own abilities. He had already discovered the secrets of the system on Yuan Haoran. Killing would cause Yuan Haoran's cultivation to skyrocket. It was somewhat similar to gaining experience points by killing monsters in online games. The person Suyi killed didn't think wrong. Suyi was waiting for him to develop further. If he could really develop someone with strength similar to his own, it would be great. Hearing Suyi's words, Yuan Haoran raised an eyebrow and said, I don't need you to take action. His current strength was also at the level of 7th grade to 1 golden immortal. Although Suyi was strong, he wasn't someone to be manipulated. The two men and a rabbit entered the forest, where the demonic aura lingered heavily, gray and dim, as though it could rain at any moment. They hadn't taken a few steps when hundreds of huge vines suddenly entwined towards them. This forest was full of tree demons, with not particularly high cultivation levels, and the Eastern Emperor Taichi couldn't be bothered with these small fries. They didn't even know what kind of existence they were attacking. Li Huo. Yuan Haoran didn't even use any spells. He just uttered a low shout, and a huge innate bagua formation appeared under his feet. The attacking vines were all burned to ashes. Not killing. Weren't tree demons living beings? Yuan Haoran instantly wiped out more than a dozen tree demons. Suyi also noticed that Yuan Haoran's aura had slightly strengthened. It was evident that some of the power entered his body after he killed the tree demons. This was no longer about proving one's Tao through killing. That guy Suyi killed was indeed powerful. Such slaughter not only made one stronger, but was like a cheat code for a protagonist in a web novel. Yuan Haoran obviously noticed this too, but extinguishing these tree demons didn't bring any sense of guilt to him. The satisfying feeling of becoming stronger made him somewhat addicted. Killing a tree demon could make him stronger. What if he continued killing? This was completely different from when the Eastern Emperor Taichi forced him to kill Yi Kaihan before. Suyi looked expressionlessly at Yuan Haoran, who had started the slaughter. Was the Eastern Emperor Taichi really foolish to lock someone up and then make him take on a slaughter mission? This would only cause Yuan Haoran to resist. If left alone entirely, in dangerous situations, he would naturally act. Of course, the main reason why the Eastern Emperor Taichi did this was to keep Yuan Haoran under his control. Only someone like Suyi would do something like raise a future demon king. Suyi had witnessed the growth of Yixiaxuan and was now witnessing Yuan Haoran's path to becoming stronger. Even if Yuan Haoran did nothing while locked up, he would still gradually become stronger. Previously, anyone who signed a contract with that guy, be it human, divine, demonic, or monstrous, would slowly become stronger upon their death or their initiation of a slaughter. Gathering the power of slaughter in 3,000 worlds and becoming a demon king was indeed a fascinating idea. I admit that you may be stronger than me, but I don't need to rely on you. Yuan Haoran looked somewhat smug after burning and killing over 100 tree spirits, casting a glance at Suyi. Suyi calmly said, "You can be more confident, huh? Am I not confident enough?" Yuan Haoran felt quite confident. Suyi continued, "I am not possibly stronger than you. I am indeed stronger than you, regardless of whether you acknowledge it or not. This is a fact." Yuan Haoran's expression darkened, his smugness disappearing completely, replaced by a sense of defeat. Some people, even if they don't take action, can inflict tremendous harm through their words. The rabbit remained silent, following behind Yuan Haoran to collect the demon pills. Dozens of demon pills were popped into the mouth like heating beans. Yuan Haoran felt completely like a tool. After all, these tree spirits could not drop any equipment, and the demon pills held no meaning for him, so he had no reason to compete with a rabbit for these things. Moreover, the rabbit picking up the leftovers behind him gave him a sense of accomplishment. This is all there is to the immortal realm. Of course, if Suyi hadn't said those two sentences just now, he would have been in a better mood. The two, along with the rabbit, reached the edge of the demon forest. Suyi suddenly asked, "Didn't you refuse to prove the Tao through killing before?" Yuan Haoran gave Suyi a white look and said, "I just killed demons." "Oh. Is there a difference between demons and humans?" Suyi said, "Killing demons doesn't bring any guilt." Yuan Haoran's face turned cold, saying, "They attacked me first. Can't I defend myself? Is there any wrongdoing in killing them?" Suyi nodded. "It's not wrong. But didn't you receive the Demon Emperor's token from Don Huang Tai?" Yuan Haoran was stunned, looking at Suyi for a moment not knowing what to say. Suyi chuckled. "Ahead lies the realm of 10,000 demons, with countless demons. As a human, if you intrude into the realm of demons, do they have to invite you for dinner?" Suyi glanced at Yuan Haoran. "Of course, if you wish to kill your way through, there's no problem either. Killing them will make you stronger," Suyi said lightly. "Just like those invaders in Chinese history, where the strong or respected plunder and slaughter. This is also considered a survival law in the immortal realm. You've adapted quickly. Congratulations." Yuan Haoran shivered all over. Just like those invaders in Chinese history. Like them, as Suyi said, he, a human, had invaded the realm of demons. Would they invite him for a meal? Most importantly, he had the Demon Emperor's token from Don Huang Tai. Don Huang Tai had intended to make connections. Even if they captured him and brought him to the immortal realm, they wouldn't have done anything bad to him. Clearly, he only needed to show the Demon Emperor's token and he could move freely in the realm of 10,000 demons. But he hadn't even considered this issue. Perhaps one day, if he encountered a powerful demon that he couldn't defeat in the realm of 10,000 demons, he would show the Demon Emperor's token. Yuan Haoran broke out in a cold sweat, enjoying the feeling of killing, gaining strength. Only demons are slain, as if he was upholding the Tao. But was this really the case? Don Huang Tai had sent an invitation. This was like a friend inviting you to their home, but you end up killing their family. Can such actions be considered just? Yuan Haoran's heart was wavering, standing in place, not moving for a long time. "Let's go," Suyi said. "I'm just wandering around. If you don't want to join me, you can go on your own." Yuan Haoran's gaze sharpened as he stared at Suyi, saying, "Why didn't you tell me before I took action? Was it intentional?" Suyi had just taken a few steps forward when he heard Yuan Haoran's words. He stopped, turned around, grinned. "Do I have an obligation to tell you these things?" Suyi suddenly felt like arguing with this kid. To take action, Yuan Haoran was undoubtedly doomed, but verbally striking him was still somewhat enjoyable. "You're clearly anxious, trying to find a scapegoat for your inner sense of guilt, making it sound like I tricked you." Yuan Haoran's face went deathly pale. Suyi's words seemed to have pierced his innermost being like a sharp sword. The hypocrisy deep inside, the desire to find someone to blame in order to alleviate his guilt. Observing Yuan Haoran's reaction, Suyi felt quite pleased, turned and walked away, feeling content. Yuan Haoran took a deep breath, still wearing a dark expression, following behind Suyi. They arrived at a mountain ridge, where they were targeted by Black Bear Spirit and a group of small demons. "Those two, and that rabbit. Stop right there for this king." The Black Bear Spirit waved its huge bear claw, while a group of small demons surrounded Suyi and the others, the king laughing strangely. This king was just thinking there's no dinner. "And you've arrived, truly fate." Another small demon chimed in. "King, it's been so long since we had rabbit. This rabbit demon looks so tender and fresh, a perfect meal." Yet, another gray bear spirit glared menacingly at Suyi, grinning. "Rabbits are already white. It's the guy who's truly tender and fresh. Eating him will surely be enjoyable." Just as the Black Bear Spirit was about to make a move, Yuan Haoran immediately produced the Demon Emperor's token and said to the Black Bear Spirit, "I am a friend of the Demon Emperor. I don't want to fight you." The Black Bear Spirit looked at the Demon Emperor's token in Yuan Haoran's hand, sensing its aura. "Greetings, sir." The Black Bear Spirit put on a smile, saying, "Where is the sir heading? Would you like to have something to eat before you go?" Then, he kicked the Gray Bear Spirit next to him, scolding, "Stupid bear too. Do you want to eat a friend of the Demon Emperor as well? Apologize to the sirs." The Gray Bear Spirit was about to apologize to Suyi when Yuan Haoran waved his hand, saying, "If you want to eat them, it has nothing to do with me. Do as you wish." With a meaningful look at Suyi, didn't Suyi accuse him of indiscriminate killing? Now it's his turn. Let's see how he handles it. The Black Bear Spirit and the Gray Bear Spirit upon hearing Yuan Heron's words, gave strange smiles. The surrounding monsters also eyed Su Yi and the rabbit with ill intent. The rabbit remained unfazed. After all, he was a troublemaker wherever he went, and now this group of monsters wanted to eat Su Yi. Courageous, Su Yi didn't even look at Yuan Heron, pointing at the black bear spirit. You two, leave one paw each, then you can leave. The black bear spirit and the gray bear spirit burst into loud laughter. The gray bear spirit pointed at Su Yi. Aren't you scared, silly? Or are you just naturally foolish? Su Yi raised his eyelids, then lowered them. All the little demons around turned into dust in the air. And then he looked at the two bear spirits with a smile, saying, I, Su Duanhen, let you each leave with one paw. Understood. The black bear spirit and the gray bear spirit were so scared that they almost lost control of their bladder and bowels. This terrifying aura, coupled with the name Su Duanhen. Damn. What were they saying just now? Did they think Su Duanhen looked delicious? The demon clan was a species that emerged after the gods and humans. They were mostly transformed from animals, but there were also those transformed from plants, other substances, or fierce beasts. When Su Yi created the ancient human clan, he also imparted some methods of manipulating Che. These methods were derived and modified by Su Yi himself from the gods and demons, creating a set of techniques suitable for the human clan. The gods had human heads and beast bodies, while the demons had beast heads and human bodies. Due to the different body structures, the way Che circulated naturally differed. After Su Yi's improvements, the techniques became more suitable for the human clan to cultivate. The techniques cultivated by the Sanking Immortals were also passed down by Su Yi. Eventually, under the guidance of the Heavenly Lord of Tongshan, some demons were taught these techniques as well. The demons wanted to cultivate the techniques of the human clan, so they naturally had to transform into human form. This was the fundamental reason for their transformation into human form. Only by taking human form could they cultivate the more advanced techniques. Otherwise, they could only cultivate the occult arts inherited from their own race. The demons of the realm of myriad demons generally looked down on the human clan. Even after tens of thousands of years, they would not admit that the techniques they cultivated were from the human clan. Therefore, aside from cultivation, they generally maintained their original forms. The demons, like the ancient fierce beasts, seemed to associate the name Su Duanhen with their nightmares. It loomed deep in their hearts, lingering and indelible. There were many legends about Su Duanhen, but as some ancient great demons perished, most of the powerful demons believed that even if the legend of Su Duanhen was true, that demon would have already perished, or perhaps gone to another plane. When the bear demons heard the name Su Duanhen, it seemed to awaken their innate animalistic instinct. Fear, combined with the disappearance of the demons around them and the terrifying aura emanating from Su Yi, the two bear demons dared not question Su Yi's identity. 3 minutes later, each of the two bear demons chopped off a bear paw and timidly crawled in front of Su Yi. Lord Su, please enjoy. The true forms of the two bear demons were like small mountains. Even a bear paw was the size of a person. In order to demonstrate their humility and submission, they unexpectedly prostrated themselves on the ground, wiggled their buttocks, and looked pitifully at Su Yi. Su Yi looked at the two huge bear paws presented before him and said, "Put them down and go." Upon hearing Su Yi's words, the two bear demons felt a tremendous relief and quickly got up, wiggling their buttocks as they ran off. Surviving an encounter with Su Duanhen and losing only a bear paw, they considered themselves extremely fortunate. Yuan Haoran watched the two fleeing bear demons, then glanced at the two huge bear paws placed in front of Su Yi. After a moment of stupor, he sneered, "You were just accusing me earlier. Aren't you also indiscriminately killing?" Su Yi looked at him with some confusion and asked, "Did I accuse you of indiscriminate killing? What is this about?" Yuan Haoran pondered for a while and realized that Su Yi had not blamed him for anything. Like those aggressors in the history of Huazia, might makes right, plunder and slaughter. This is also a survival rule in the immortal realm, and you've adapted pretty quickly. Congratulations. This was Su Yi's original words. Yuan Haoran sneered, "You are friends with the Eastern Emperor Tai, aren't you? He even calls you elder brother, and yet you act just like those aggressors. What's the difference?" In a way, he was returning Su Yi's words verbatim. Su Yi looked at him in a bewildered manner and said, "Regardless of whether I kill humans or demons, I feel no guilt. I kill as I wish. What can you do about it?" As Su Yi spoke, he pulled out a large barbecue grill from his sleeve. The rabbit, listening on the side, stared at Yuan Haoran and said, Lord Su acts as he pleases. No need to explain his actions to others. You little brat, you don't understand anything, so don't talk nonsense. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Haoran retorted, Rabbit, you were following me just now and must have eaten quite a few demon pills. As the saying goes, using someone's hand but eating out of their mouth. This rabbit ate his things, but still sided with Su Yi. Truly a beast. The rabbit responded with a cold smile, I picked up those demon pills with my own abilities. What does it have to do with you? Unable to confront the unyielding rabbit, Yuan Haoran could only continue to direct his ire towards Su Yi, who was setting up the grill. Su Yi, do you truly feel no guilt for killing the subordinates of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi in such a manner? These few words from Su Yi seemed to have stirred up some inner conflict in Yuan Haoran. He felt at a loss, as if he couldn't find any fault in Su Yi, making him feel agitated inside. Cleaning the fur off the bare paw with boiling weak water, Su Yi absent-mindedly said, Even if I kill the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, I would feel no guilt. Yuan Haoran realized that he really couldn't figure out how to converse with Su Yi. This person's mindset was too strange. Is he heartless? The Eastern Emperor Taiyi treated Su Yi with such reverence, calling him elder brother, yet Su Yi could say such things. Su Yi quickly cleared the fur off one of the bare paws, took out a dagger to slice it, and squatted down, saying, Unlike you, who flip-flops around, you could have just said earlier that we were together, and those monsters wouldn't have come after me. But you deliberately said those words, instigating them against me. If they perish, the main responsibility lies with you. Yuan Haoran found it difficult with Su Yi's reasoning, but it seemed to make some sense. When Yuan Haoran knowingly provoked those monsters to act against Su Yi, he thought Su Yi wouldn't take action. How could he have thought that Su Yi's retaliatory measures would be so severe? Just as Su Yi said, he also bore responsibility. Su Yi didn't even spare a glance at Yuan Haoran. He knew that this guy was probably brewing some inner demons. Good and evil, right and wrong, weren't so strictly defined in Su Yi's eyes. Even if someone called Su Yi a demon, he wouldn't bother refuting it. Just like that palm that wiped out a world and the one that landed on the island nation. In theory, the crimes of the island nation were nothing out of the ordinary for Su Yi, but he was just not pleased. If he was displeased, he'd strike, and that was nothing out of the ordinary. Just like those small demons who died earlier, it was just a kill. Each plane, each world, followed different rules. On Earth, Su Yi enjoyed the peace of Huazia, and in the immortal realm, he followed the rule of might makes right. He was the strong one, so he set the rules. Those who offended him could be killed. Even the Eastern Emperor Taiyi could be killed if he provoked Su Yi too much. Yuan Haoran's cultivation time was still short, so he could not understand the peculiar temperament of an old guy who had lived for 100,000 years. P.S. There will be more tonight, and then next week, I will update with 4 chapters daily to apologize to all you experts. I have been slacking off lately, so I hope you can forgive me. Yuan Haoran had no idea that if these bear monsters didn't look so delicious, they probably would not have survived just now. Moreover, no matter whether these bear monsters were likely to attack, Su Yi, who was very proud, felt a special affinity with them the moment he saw them for the first time. Su Yi hadn't eaten bear paws in many years. After coming to the immortal realm, he unexpectedly encountered bear monsters that had been alive for thousands of years. Isn't this fate? Rabbit, do you eat them raw? Su Yi had already put the bear paw on the barbecue grill, and a golden flame appeared out of thin air on the bear paw. Since this was the paw of a powerful monster, ordinary fire wouldn't suffice, so Su Yi had to use magical methods to start the fire. Hearing Su Yi's question, the rabbit quickly said, Can I eat them cooked? That works too. Su Yi thought for a moment, then stared at the rabbit and asked, Don't you feel a little out of place as a rabbit eating bear paws? Out of place, the rabbit replied awkwardly. I'm not an ordinary rabbit. Is it so strange for a rabbit to eat bear paws? Yuan Haoran watched Su Yi and the rabbit barbecue the bear paws while another paw laid nearby. These bear monsters have already attained enlightenment. Is it really okay for you to do this? Yuan Haoran was in almost the same mindset as Yi Shaxuan. In his view, monsters could be killed. But monsters were like humans, intelligent beings that could be killed but not eaten. Don't eat, just stand aside and don't talk. It ruins the appetite, Su Yi said, turning slightly to give Yuan Haoran a cold look. Yuan Haoran's heart felt as if it had been heavily struck. Even if he had something to say, he couldn't utter a single word. It was as if he had been hit by lightning. standing stupidly in place. The disparity in strength was simply too great. With just a single glance, Suyi could render Yuan Haoran immobile. Yuan Haoran once again felt the same feeling he had when sparring with Suyi on Earth for the first time. That powerless feeling. It was as if Suyi were a massive mountain pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. He had once thought that his power had risen greatly in the immortal realm, and that the Suyi he had once easily surpassed was now no match for him. But obviously, Suyi was still the same Suyi. He seemed to always be just a bit stronger than anyone else. Yuan Haoran dared not imagine what would happen if Suyi wanted to kill him. Would it be as simple as lifting an eyelid, turning him into dust like those minor monsters? Suyi sprinkled seasoning powder on the bear paw by himself. The rabbit peeked at Yuan Haoran with a sneer, then sat obediently by the side watching Suyi barbecue. Suyi's skill in cooking was needless to say. The divine fire he controlled, the perfect temperature control, and the aroma of the seasoning spreading over the bear paw were tantalizing. The rabbit sat there, swallowing hard but not daring to make a move. Suyi brought out 2 sets of cutlery, handing one to the rabbit and winking. Let's dig in. Dining alone could be somewhat boring, but having a mischievous rabbit as company while eating bear paw didn't seem too bad. Yuan Haoran watched Suyi and the rabbit eat the bear paw, standing there motionless, finding it difficult to move. The aroma of the bear paw made his mouth water, but he couldn't even take a step forward. Even if he could move closer, he wouldn't have the audacity to ask for some. The taste of the bear paw wasn't particularly strong, more of a strong odor than a special flavor, more like a large piece of sinew. If not processed properly, it would probably be hard to swallow in the end. Suyi had eaten bear paws before, but they were usually cooked in a soup with other meat like old chicken or pork, stewed and seasoned to a soft texture, somewhat similar to braised pig trotters. In terms of taste, it wasn't even as good as rabbit meat. This time, Suyi was trying a different cooking method, barbecue using divine fire. Since the 2 bear monsters had been cultivating for a long time, the center of the bear paw had been cooked to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside by the divine fire. With Suyi's exclusive seasonings, a bite brought a chewy, oily yet not greasy texture. But that's all it was. For Suyi, it wasn't particularly delicious. After eating a few mouthfuls, Suyi put away the tableware and sat aside playing with his phone. Although the immortal realm was about 300 billion kilometers from Earth, Suyi could still receive signals from Earth. The rabbit cautiously asked Suyi, "Senior Su, aren't you going to eat anymore?" "I'm done. Take your time," Suyi replied as he picked up his phone to read the news. The Emperor Dong Huang, the teaching master Tonshan, the primordial supreme, and the 12 ancestors were all currently spreading teachings on Earth. Previously, humans on Earth had already begun to accept the reality of cultivating immortality, and with these powerful deities teaching on Earth, tremendous changes were taking place. The simultaneous development of technological civilization and immortal cultivation surprisingly maintained some degree of peace. Yuan Haoran finally regained his ability to move. When he saw Suyi playing with his phone, he was stunned. Slowly approaching, he asked, "Suyi, do you have a signal on your phone?" "Yes." Suyi looked up at him, not showing any anger. "May I make a phone call?" Yuan Haoran's voice was strained, and at that moment, his heartbeat accelerated. Even Suyi's earlier words hadn't stirred his emotions as much. Becoming stronger, becoming a sage, those seemed quite distant. Yuan Haoran knew that to obtain something, you usually needed to give more. The sudden appearance of the system was full of strangeness, demanding him to kill Suyi right from the start, as if it was asking him to serve a head on a platter. Therefore, he didn't trust the system as much. To each his own phone. You can make your own call. I'll even provide the signal for you. Suyi still didn't lend his phone to Yuan Haoran. With a thought, Yuan Haoran's phone was fully charged and had full signal strength. Yuan Haoran took out his phone and glanced at it, his pupils dilating. Trembling, he said to Suyi, "Suyi, thank you." At that moment, he felt like this guy in front of him might not be as despicable as he previously thought. It seemed like he was quite easy to talk to. Yuan Haoran had always held a deep prejudice against Suyi. From the first time he saw Suyi, he thought Suyi was a playboy. Later on, he was tricked by Suyi into calling him uncle. It was completely absurd. Thinking back to conversations with Suyi, he was half dead with anger. The key point was that the pride he took in his strength was shattered in front of Suyi, leaving him feeling as weak as a chicken. The innate Bagua formation passed down in the Yuan family was easily broken by Suyi. Yuan Haoran's crush, Yishiak Suan, was also stolen by Suyi. Because of these things, Yuan Haoran found it difficult to like Suyi. Moreover, recent events had made him somewhat skeptical of life, even giving rise to inner demons. But it was in that moment that Yuan Haoran was genuinely moved by Suyi. It had been some time since he was brought to the immortal realm, and he had been in a state of confinement. Suyi's arrival enabled him to leave the underground prison, and most importantly, Suyi gave him the opportunity to contact his family. At that moment, he really felt that Suyi was quite a good person. Suyi didn't care about Yuan Haoran's attitude or opinion towards him. It was simply a matter of helping him connect his phone signal, which was quite easy for Suyi and not intended to elicit gratitude. "Grandmother, rest assured, I am doing well now, practicing with friends outside," said Yuan Haoran, perhaps truly a bootlicker, but also a filial person. With a signal on his phone, he video called his grandmother and then turned the camera to Suyi. "Friend?" Well, at least in the immortal realm, Suyi could be considered an acquaintance. Yuan Haoran had realized that Suyi's strength far surpassed his own. Despite provoking him multiple times, the fact that Suyi didn't kill him was already quite generous. Suyi was not a soft-hearted person, he could see that. "Hello." Suyi had been playing on his phone, but when Yuan Haoran directed the camera at him, he still showed a worn and friendly smile. Yuan Haoran's grandmother, seeing Suyi's appearance in traditional garb resembling a banished immortal, believed that Yuan Haoran was practicing somewhere. "You must be a celestial master." Yuan Haoran's grandmother felt that this person's cultivation was bound to be high, evident from his aura. "I am only in the late stages of ascension. No need to address me as a celestial master, rest assured. Yuan Haoran is progressing rapidly in his cultivation," Suyi replied. "In that case, I thank the Celestial Master for taking care of my grandson." Yuan Haoran's grandmother bowed to Suyi in front of the camera. In earthly terms, being in the late stages of ascension was already very powerful. "You don't need to be so polite. Chat with Yuan Haoran. I'll go practice first," Suyi said in a friendly tone, playing the role of Yuan Haoran's friend and reassuring his grandmother. Yuan Haoran's grateful gaze towards Suyi was then met with indifference as Suyi focused back on his game. After assuring his grandmother of his safety over the video call, Yuan Haoran thanked Suyi. Suyi continued playing his game, not paying any attention to Yuan Haoran. In the game, at least characters could die, but even if he encountered weak teammates, Suyi wouldn't go all out to wipe them out. Losing or dying was not a big deal to him. Observing Suyi fully immersed in the game, Yuan Haoran couldn't help but smile. Was this what someone called cultivation? Would he become this strong if he followed suit? He was at a loss on how to describe Suyi. From a certain perspective, this person seemed ruthless, yet also easygoing. Yuan Haoran gazed at Suyi, who was playing the game, and faintly sensed an intangible Dao rhyme around him. Even though he had high cultivation, he felt the existence of the Dao rhyme more distinctly now, and he also had the support of the heavenly Dao. The system within him was something Suyi had created. Although he couldn't compare to Suyi in strength, there was a sense of natural Dao charm emanating from Suyi's words and actions. He enlightened. At that moment, he actually enlightened. Just by watching Suyi play a game and having a simple conversation, his state of mind underwent a qualitative change. Between Suyi's decisive actions, there was no hint of killing intention. Despite swiftly defeating numerous demons, Suyi didn't exude any murderous aura. His actions were not driven by emotions. As Suyi had said previously, even if he killed the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, he wouldn't feel any guilt. It wasn't about being ruthless, it was as if nothing could affect his emotions. Even though Eastern Emperor Taiyi called out for mercy repeatedly, once he was killed, Suyi had no emotional attachment. One moment, he had scared Yuan Haoran into immobility with a look, and the next moment, he helped Yuan Haoran connect his phone signal, engaging in a friendly conversation with Yuan Haoran's grandmother. This was the realm of following one's heart. Yuan Haoran had previously struggled with whether killing was necessary for enlightenment and had been influenced by the system, even to the extent of developing inner demons. But in that moment, his state of mind was impacted by Suyi. Everything seemed less important. Was killing for enlightenment really crucial? Was the intention of the system significant? Suyi's unique Dao charm affected Yuan Haoran, who found himself immersed in an unconscious state. Without realizing it, he sat down cross-legged and began absorbing the aura that emanated from Suyi's cleave. Suyi, busy playing his game and just having destroyed the enemy's crystal base within 20 minutes, sensed a change in the aura around Yuan Haoran. He couldn't help but be surprised. Was this kid really a rare genius? Could Yuan Haoran actually assimilate the power Suyi had severed? If this continued in the long run, could Yuan Haoran truly control that energy? System load failure. Warning, please stop illegal actions immediately. Host. System reloading. Warning. System load failure. These were the echoes in Yuan Haoran's mind. Suyi also heard the system's voice and couldn't help but laugh. What had Yuan Haoran done? How did he make the system collapse? No. The system in Yuan Haoran's consciousness was only a small part of that entity, with the majority of its power still tied to the heavenly Tao. But this development seemed to disrupt some plans. Suyi narrowed his eyes. If Yuan Haoran assimilated the system and then killed Wan Teng, wouldn't all the previous plans be ruined? And the plan for reincarnation through Yuan Haoran's body fall through? Doing such a misdeed, Suyi would be more than happy. Absorbing the power of 3,000 strong individuals to create a new body, only to end up with an irreplaceable fellow. Suyi somewhat pitied that person. Had he really committed such foolishness under his influence? Well, Suyi was quite willing to see how things played out. When Yuan Haoran opened his eyes again, he heard the voice of the system constantly ringing in his ears. Warning, system reinstallation failed. System starting to detach from the host. System detachment from the host failed. System initiating self-destruct mode. Warning, system self-destruct failed. Suyi also listened to the system prompts from the side. He also understood that the system in Yuan Haoran's consciousness did not have complete intelligence. It really was just a system. After hearing all these chaotic voices from the system, Yuan Haoran's expression became strange. Just because he watched Suyi play games, he couldn't figure out how to fix the system. Failed loading goes without saying. Various detachment failures, self-destruct failures. The seemingly powerful system, in just a short time, was actually messed up. The most fundamental reason was that he had some revelation while watching Suyi play games. If he was watching Suyi do other things, or if Suyi was guiding him, Yuan Haoran felt there wouldn't be much of a problem. But just watching him play games, and recalling the simple conversation he had with Suyi before, led to this realization. Yuan Haoran found it unbelievable. You could actually mess around like this while cultivating. When Yuan Haoran woke up, Suyi asked, "Are we leaving now? Let's go." Yuan Haoran realized that following Suyi seemed like a good idea, and he didn't have the same strong animosity towards Suyi as before. The rabbit also had a full belly, with a faint golden light shining above its head. After eating the bear paw, it could also feel the awakening of the power deep in its bloodline. Before, despite eating many treasures, it couldn't awaken more of its bloodline power. Now, after eating a bear paw roasted by Suyi, it suddenly awakened. Ancient fierce beasts could awaken their bloodline power multiple times in their lives, and with each awakening, their strength would multiply geometrically. The rabbit had its demon pill destroyed by Dong Wang Tai. Its strength greatly reduced, and all these years, it hadn't fully recovered. Although the bear paw was considered a tonic, for an ancient fierce beast like the rabbit, it was really nothing. After eating the bear paw Suyi grilled, the rabbit mistakenly thought that all the credit came from the bear paw and ended up eating another bear paw raw. The result goes without saying. Without being cooked by Suyi, that bear paw was really just a larger bear paw. At that moment, the rabbit completely understood that Suyi was truly extraordinary. The originally ordinary bear paw, under Suyi's cookery, had effects that surpassed countless treasures. If it could always follow Suyi and occasionally pick up something to eat, wouldn't it skyrocket? What treasures? Compared to the dishes made by Master Su, they were all garbage. On their way, Yuan Haoran simply hung the Demon Emperor's order around his waist, making their passage unhindered. No matter what realm of demons they encountered, upon seeing the Demon Emperor's order, they would treat them kindly. They even invited them to meals. For this, the rabbit couldn't help but mock. "Kid, how scared are you? Why don't you hang the Demon Emperor's order around your neck?" Could he handle it? With Yuan Haoran being so high profile, what foolish demon would come looking for trouble with them? In this way, how could Suyi deal with them? Why should the rabbit be worried? Dead rabbit, stop provoking me here. Yuan Haoran now looked at Suyi with a certain reverence even when he walked. It seemed like he was always on the brink of enlightenment. Killing demons? It was better to watch Suyi play a game for a while. Using killing to achieve the Tao was truly too weak. Yuan Haoran might never know that when he competed with Yi Shaxuan back then, It was Suyi who was possessing Yishiaxuan. It was precisely because Suyi had possessed Yishiaxuan that Yishiaxuan's temperament underwent an earth-shaking change during that sword duel. Strictly speaking, it was at the moment when Suyi possessed Yishiaxuan and unsheathed the sword that he became enamored with Yishiaxuan. Both the man and the rabbit had now discovered the benefits of following Suyi. Suyi didn't have any aversion to this, mainly because these kinds of situations happened too frequently before. Previously, disciples of the Jiajiao sect, as well as Emperor Zhang and other strong figures from the immortal realm, had all gained insights through Suyi's daily life, and it was all considered normal. Otherwise, why would 9 infants, Emperor Zhang, and others willingly follow Suyi before? Soon, they arrived at the famous city in the demonic world, the Lost City. It was here where the great demon gathering was held. After entering the city, Suyi saw various powerful demons and the bustling city, then said to Yuan Haoran, "Could you put away that emblem of yours?" The demon emperor's order was to conspicuous in this lost city, to the point that wherever they went, they would become the focus of all demons' attention. Suyi had always been low-key and disliked being the center of attention. Another point was that he coincidentally agreed with the rabbit. Suyi came to the demonic world not only out of boredom, but also to seek demons with potential connections. Yuan Haoran's high-profile demeanor had prevented any demons from approaching them all the way. Although Suyi had no taboos in his actions, he also didn't like to catch every demon he saw along the way. It made him seem particularly lacking in manners. If it were before, Yuan Haoran would definitely not listen to Suyi, but after the events of these days, he subconsciously obeyed Suyi's words. "I don't have any demonic aura on me." Yuan Haoran put away the demon emperor's order but then said, "In this way, they will still focus on me." Suyi narrowed his eyes and said, "It's okay. This way is better." The demonic races mainly judged others based on their aura. People like Yuan Haoran, who still had various mysterious powers enveloping them as cultivators, walking into the lost city would surely attract the attention of the powerful demons. Now, that would be more interesting. Suyi looked at Yuan Haoran and forcibly induced his aura to emanate outward. The power of the heavens, combined with the power of that system guy he slashed out, all these auras scattered like a piglet emitting a fragrance, broke into the Volf pack. In just that moment, Yuan Haoran felt countless divine sense in him. This aura of his was comparable to the meat of Tang Monk. At the same time, Suyi also emitted the aura of a powerful demon, and then a fairy rope appeared and bound Yuan Haoran's hands. "What are you doing?" Yuan Haoran stared at Suyi in disbelief. At this moment, Suyi actually chose to act against him. He truly was a ruthless and unfeeling demon king. Speaking in a lowered voice, Suyi said, "Fishing in troubled waters, understand?" Although his voice was lowered, saying such a thing outright in the lost city was no different from not lowering it at all. Everyone around heard it. What a master of fishing in troubled waters! A powerful demon dressed in white, with blood-red eyes, walked up to Suyi and coldly said with a smirk, "Did you intentionally make him emit his aura?" The Lost City, as the great city of the land of myths, is ruled by the renowned demon master Kunpeng of the demon race. Kunpeng is a powerful being born at the beginning of the heavenly Tao, considered an early creation of the heavenly Tao. He once studied under Suyi, and in a situation where neither side used magical treasures, he could hold his own against the chief of the Tanshan sect, Wuxiu. However, he had long ceased to care about matters concerning the demon race and focused solely on cultivating. The white-clothed demon in the Lost City is the young Lord Guyan, referred to as the Young Lord. He actually oversees the entire Lost City. Guyan is the offspring of Kunpeng and an ancient true dragon, and the only bloodline of Kunpeng. His strength is only inferior to Donghuang Taiyi and Emperor Zhu. When Suyi and his group entered the city using the demon emperor's order, Guyan took notice. "Yes, I intentionally let him release his aura," Suyi said calmly when facing Guyan, inspecting him up and down. The peculiar appearance was a clear indicator of impure bloodline, but his strength seemed decent. During the ancient times, a characteristic of beings designed by the heavenly Tao was their size. Among them, the dragon race was a unique existence as they appeared not to have reproductive isolation. Suyi felt that they could possibly conceive offspring with any race. Unfortunately, due to Suyi's exceptionally strong bloodline, even after hundreds of attempts, the dragon maiden could not bear his offspring. Guyan coldly looked at Suyi and asked, "Are you a subordinate of Donghuang Taiyi? Why haven't I seen you before?" If Suyi claimed to be a subordinate of Donghuang Taiyi, Guyan could teach Suyi a lesson but couldn't kill him. The demon emperor's face still needed to be respected, and though Guyan was arrogant in his lost city, a reprimand would not be taken seriously by Don Huang Tai. Suyi smiled. How could I be his subordinate? Guyan's status and strength posed no threat to the demon emperor, making him the true royal family in the city. Suyi squinted at him and asked, Are you afraid of them? This statement caused a stir among the demons around. While they might fear the demon emperor, they were never afraid of Guyan, who always opposed the demon emperor. Guyan had his own power and even aspired to become a generation of demon emperor. Some matters were tacitly understood. Saying such things openly, as Suyi did, was tantamount to seeking death. Guyan smirked coldly and shifted the conversation. So, you are not a subordinate of the demon emperor? Suyi nodded. And what of it? Guyan smiled cruelly. So, you will die a gruesome death. With his aura becoming more terrifying, the surrounding demons dispersed, not daring to compete with Guyan for prey. Yuan Heron's face changed drastically. Guyan's aura instilled instinctive fear in him. The oppression of powerful species over weaker ones was evident. The rabbit, staying behind Suyi, had no intention of fighting Guyan. In front of Suyi, why would it risk a gruesome demise? If deemed edible, the leftovers would already be a gain for the rabbit. The rabbit's gaze toward Guyan changed slightly as it considered its options. Ultimately, you were afraid of them. Suyi maintained his smile, unaffected by the circumstances. Genuflect and speak to the city lord. Guyan's eyes emitted a bloody light, and a blue or solidify, shrouding Suyi within it. Even a Grand Luo Golden Immortal would inevitably kneel under Guyan's aura. How many Grand Luo Golden Immortals existed in the entire immortal realm with such strength? Guyan knelt before Suyi, causing cracks in the ground that spread from his center and bewildering the surrounding demons. Could it be that the young lord enjoys speaking to people while kneeling? Such a domineering posture was beyond the reach of ordinary demons. Speak. Don't be so polite. Get up. Suyi, looking down on Guyan, observed his peculiar form with a bird's head, dragon body, and wings. This conglomeration of various delicacies should be considered a delicacy itself. Guyan's face turned even paler. For a moment, he seemed to witness countless ancient fierce beasts falling, blood staining the sky. His legs inexplicably weakened, causing him to kneel, until Suyi spoke, allowing him to gradually stand up. Who are you exactly? Guyan was not a fool. The person before him was undoubtedly extraordinary. Suyi glanced at the surrounding demons and suggested moving to a different location to talk. Negotiate? Guyan frowned, wondering why this stranger came to see him. What did he want to discuss? Even though Suyi had humiliated him in front of his subordinates, Guyan acknowledged his strength. In that instantaneous moment, he understood that this stranger, appearing out of nowhere, was stronger than him. As the Grand Demon Convention was imminent, the stranger visited him during this critical time. There must be an agenda. After some deliberation, Guyan, despite the stranger's strength, believed that he couldn't be killed within the lost city. After all, his father was Kunpeng, the demon master. Come with me. If it's what you want to discuss, the young lord is not interested. You won't leave the lost city alive. With Guyan's words, the protective array of the city activated, enveloping the lost city in a semi-transparent, dark blue barrier. The demons within the city were shocked. Did the young lord activate the lost array? It seems these few foreign demons have some skills. They may have skills, but what good does it do? Perhaps only the demon emperor can break this array. The lost array was created by Kunpeng. Inside, one could not escape, and outsiders could not enter. Guyan now held the control over the formation. If he became bloodthirsty and activated the secondary layer of the formation, it would unleash an attack equivalent to Kunpeng's full power. Suyi raised his head slightly, observing the dark blue barrier. The array could absorb the power of other large demons within the city, supplemented by store energy. With one strike, it could likely severely wound the demon emperor. Guyan, seeing Suyi's reaction, appeared self-assured since he had his trump card and wasn't afraid. Since he came to the lost city, this person was aware of the terror of the lost array. T.S. 3 more chapters to come, to be released before 12 o'clock. Suyi used the binding immortal silk to pull Yuan Haoren forward, still exuding a demonic energy. The surrounding demons were drooling over Yuan Haoren, but no one dared to compete with Guoyan for the prey. Judging from Suyi's actions and their previous conversation, it seemed that Suyi might be presenting Yuan Haoren as a gift to Guoyan and would then discuss something. The only puzzling thing was why Guoyan had knelt down earlier. The demons couldn't quite understand Guoyan's behavior, but some demons figured it out. Perhaps Guoyan was teaching this outsider demon to kneel to display dominance, or maybe a full-hearted kneel could psychologically oppress the other demons. Today, in the Lost City, many demons followed Guoyan's example of kneeling before battle to intimidate their opponents. At one point, during a confrontation between two demons, they stared angrily at each other, and in the end, both demons knelt down, and it was a contest to see whose kneeling would cause more terrifying cracks in the ground. Just because of Guoyan's kneeling, the Lost City seemed to experience various earthquakes today. If not for the array supporting the city's buildings, the Lost City might have turned into ruins today. Suyi and the others followed Guoyan to the main residence of the Lost City. In front of the main residence, two seductive female demons bowed when they saw Guoyan. Suyi and the others entered the residence and saw only female demons. Guoyan had actually gathered all the female demons of the city into his residence. Who exactly are you? What do you want to discuss? After entering the main hall, Guoyan sat on a throne made of pure gold and looked down imperiously at Suyi and the others. Two female demons approached him, one holding grapes and feeding them to Guoyan. Wow! Wasn't King Zhou similar to this back then? Suyi untied Yuan Haoran from the binding immortal silk and looked at Guoyan, saying, I am Su Duanhan, you should have heard of my name. Guoyan was taken aback, and one of the female demons beside him even turned into stone. Ha ha ha, Su Duanhan? After recovering from the shock, Guoyan pointed at Suyi and laughed heartily. You are Su Duanhan? Are you trying to scare me by using the name Su Duanhan? Guoyan said, if you are Su Duanhan, then should I ask you, what would you like to eat? As a descendant of the demon master Kun Pan, he had also heard of the legend of Su Duanhan, and he knew that those stories were true. The Su Duanhan of the past was truly invincible. However, that person had long disappeared, most likely perishing in that catastrophe without reincarnating. Suyi pondered for a moment and said, you saying that makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Embarrassed? Guoyan's smile froze, and he glanced at Yuan Haoran, saying, I don't care who you are. Coming to my Lost City. Just behave yourself. Is this person a gift you're presenting to me? Suyi sighed lightly. Why do you have such a misconception? I asked you to find a place with fewer people because I really just wanted to discuss something with you. Do you want me to teach you where to cut your losses? I feel like those wings of yours are affecting your appearance. How about letting me trim them for you? Are you really taking yourself for Su Duanhan? Guoyan's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. With a thought, a sudden green light descended from the sky without warning, accurately hitting Suyi. This was the second level of the Lost Array. Guoyan could tell that the guy in front of him was no ordinary person. Since he had no intention of settling things peacefully, he might as well eliminate him. Start the music. Boring. After the array hit Suyi, Guoyan shouted. It was quite boring. Another fearless one. After he shouted, more than a dozen stunning female demons filed out of the main hall. It's indeed boring. Keep playing while we converse. Suyi also didn't hold back, sitting cross-legged on the side. As for the previous attack, it was no big deal. He was a very amiable person. Children didn't know any better, so he could forgive them. Additionally, Suyi noticed traces of Kun Peng's blood in Guoyan. Speaking of which, Kun Peng could be considered his disciple. He should first ask Guoyan if he had any other siblings. Guoyan was dumbstruck, perplexed by the situation. What just happened? Wasn't that guy hit? Why did he seem unharmed? The female demons had entered the main hall and didn't understand the current situation. They thought Suyi and his group were Guoyan's guests, so they began to dance and play music. For a moment, the main hall was peaceful. However, Guoyan felt a shiver down his spine. At that moment, he felt fear. When the second level of the array activated just now, it meant that the guy in front of him, who called himself Su Duanhan, had taken on his father's full-force attack. Was he really Su Duanhan? Damn it! What had he done? Why did he attack Su Duanhan? According to what his father had said, Su Duanhan was the most revered figure in his lifetime, his master. But this matter must not be leaked. Master, is it really you? Guoyan gulped hard, thinking he might still have time to address him as his master. After Suyi sat down, he asked, Are you Kun Peng's son? Guoyan quickly got off his seat and knelt in front of Suyi. The female demons in the main hall were shocked and stopped their movements, All the demons looked at this side, in disbelief. Suyi glanced at the female demons and said, "Carry on with what you were doing." The female demons were at a loss for what to do next. Guoyan turned around and exclaimed, "Didn't you hear what my master said? Keep going." The female demons resumed their dance and music with even more grace. Suyi politely said, "Don't be so nervous. I'm not as terrifying as the rumors. Sit down. Let's just have a chat." Guoyan also sat on the ground beside Suyi. The rabbit and Yuan Haoran sat on the side, somewhat puzzled by the current situation. Yuan Haoran once again experienced how terrifying Suyi was. The proud Guoyan, who was now obediently kneeling. In fact, he had kneeled twice. Guoyan was feeling extremely conflicted inside. Not nervous? How could he not be nervous? Thinking about his attitude just now and the rumors about Su Duanhen, he started thinking about which part of his body would be more delicious. Damn it, the son of the legendary demon master Kunpan, the young master of the lost city. Thinking about which part of his body would taste better one day, he really began to doubt his life as a demon. And he truly regretted it. Why did he have to intervene just now? If he hadn't, would this situation not have happened? Do you have any other siblings? Although Suyi was a glutton, he wasn't completely oblivious to social norms. Since he had some connection with Guoyan, if Guoyan had siblings, it wouldn't be right to just eliminate him outright. Do you have any siblings? After hearing Suyi's question, Guoyan's heart sank a bit. It felt like chatting about family matters, especially with Suyi's current expression. How do I put it? Like a kind elder. It seems the rumors were somewhat exaggerated. Master, Guoyan has no other siblings. Guoyan has now basically confirmed that the person in front of him is Su Duanhen. This shout of master was a bit urgent. How extraordinary is Su Duanhen, his father's master? Whenever his father mentioned his master, his eyes were filled with reverence. He even asked once, who was more powerful, his master or those human saints? His father's response was full of disdain. Saints, they are not worthy of being compared to your master. At that moment, he knew that Su Duanhen must be an existence beyond all. If he had his master backing him, what are those demon emperors and saints? Suyi felt a bit embarrassed hearing Guoyan call him master. Only son. Let's drop it then. Suyi was actually thinking about plucking two wings. Do you know why master has come this time? Guoyan didn't quite understand Suyi's intention, but his eyes were already shining. According to his father, with just a little guidance from master, his strength had skyrocketed. In his father's words, Guoyan knew that Su Duanhen was truly a transcendent existence akin to the heavens. As long as he could receive his guidance, his future would be limitless. Why did master come here? Suyi fell silent. He couldn't just tell Guoyan that he was really just asking about growing a pair of wings. Since you are a descendant of Kunpan, why not let me give you some guidance? Suyi narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the need to improve his image in the eyes of the demon tribe. Along the way, Suyi realized that he had left a negative impression among the demon race. Thank you, master. Excited, Guoyan knelt before Suyi again and kowed out repeatedly. Let them withdraw. Suyi nodded and said, I will guide you alone. After the female demons left, Suyi slowly said, Is your mother from the dragon tribe? Guoyan nodded repeatedly. Master has a keen eye. Guoyan's mother is the chief of the ancient flame dragon clan. Suyi said seriously, Your bloodline is excellent, inheriting the strong genes of your father and mother, but there may be conflicts between the two genes. Look at your wings. They are already affecting your cultivation. Wings? Guoyan was puzzled. These wings are inherited from my father's bloodline. How could they affect my cultivation? Suyi raised an eyebrow. The Kunpeng clan can soar into the sky without the need for any flying techniques. As a great demon, do you really want to fly like a clumsy bird? Is that good? Guoyan was a bit confused. His wings were a symbol of the Kunpeng clan, not only for flying but also for attacking and using various divine powers. How could these wings affect his cultivation, as Suyi claimed? Kunpeng can soar 9,000 miles with its wings. Guoyan's wings are powerful. If this hadn't come from Suyi, Guoyan would have likely slapped him directly. With your mother's bloodline, do you see dragons needing wings for flight? Solemn, Suyi said, I have a technique that can spend billions of miles in an instant, crossing space and surpassing time, but you must give up your wings to learn it. Will you? Spanning billions of miles, crossing space, reversing time? Guoyan knows many racial powers, but achieving such a feat is beyond him. Space and time, as Suyi mentioned, must involve time manipulation. Even a saint would find reversing time difficult. Gu Yan's heart raced, his breathing quickened. Master, I will put away my wings. Gu Yan felt it was no big deal. With his skills, he could easily hide his wings and learn this technique. Su Yi said, putting them away won't work. To cultivate this technique, you must have a wingless heart. If you keep your wings, you won't master the technique, so you must cut off these wings. Onlookers like rabbits stared wide-eyed. Could this really happen? Gu Yan hesitated. I have to cut off the wings. Su Yi nodded seriously. You must. Gu Yan was filled with thoughts. These wings were like the hands of a human. Cut them off just like that. Su Yi chuckled. Is lacking the courage to cut off a pair of wings. Gu Yan heard it. Master was testing his determination and willpower. Just a pair of wings. Cut them off. Master, Gu Yan understands. After saying this, Gu Yan took a few steps back, grew the 2 wings from his back. Being a fierce demon, he grabbed the wings with his hands and tore them off in front of Su Yi. He managed to keep the blood side away from Su Yi. On seeing this, Su Yi nodded approvingly. Well done. Well done. You have great determination. You truly deserve to be the great demon I am connected to. Enduring the pain, Gu Yan's face turned pale, but he smiled. Master's praise is humbling. A great demon connected to Su Duanhan. This was the best thing Gu Yan had ever heard. Su Yi then said, give me those wings. I will keep them for you for now, so you won't feel heartache looking at them. I will obey Master's command. Gu Yan never imagined that his respected master had this intention for his wings from the start. Su Yi waved his sleeve and stored the wings away. How could the paws of a bear taste as good as these wings? Su Yi thought for a moment. Barbecue one. Chop the other into pieces and stir-fry them. The taste would surely be excellent. After this delicacy, it would be nice to have it with Yishiak Suan. She had made great progress recently and deserved a reward. Yuan Haoran sat beside, completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this monster supposed to be the young city lord of this demon city? With such intelligence, while Uncle Zhao had fooled someone into disability, Su Yi managed to coax this clumsy bird into giving up its wings. Having experienced Su Yi's barbecue bear paws, Yuan Haoran absolutely did not believe that Su Yi would keep the wings. Just like parents who hold on to the New Year's money given to children, do they return it? Inexistent, right? Su Yi is thinking about Gu Yan's pair of wings, but the martial arts he just promised him are not just empty words. This is my book Spacetime Theory. And these martial arts techniques are complementary. You can name them whatever you like. I'm not too fond of giving names. Su Yi directly threw the 2 paper books onto the table. Strictly speaking, if Gu Yan understands these 2 books, he can easily cross space and reverse time. Even Su Yi, after researching for so many years, can only reverse the time by a few decades at most. That is to say, he can reset the entire universe's time back to 4,000 years ago. Everything will be reshaped. Reversing time is an extremely abnormal skill. If Gu Yan can reverse even a moment of time, that would already be remarkable. In the battles of the immortal realm, many are decided in an instant. If time can be reversed or paused, how much can one's fighting power increase? This is simply unimaginable. Gu Yan stopped his bleeding, knelt in front of Su Yi, and picked up the 2 books on the table. The characters printed on the pages were in simplified Chinese, but at their level, the meaning Su Yi conveyed in these words was hidden within. Even if Gu Yan had never learned simplified Chinese, he could still comprehend the meaning and perhaps even understand it more profoundly. Is this ancient sacred text, Master? Gu Yan's eyes shone with excitement. Just by looking at the first page, he knew that Master didn't deceive him. You've seen your books. Is that all that matters? Su Yi said. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. He had no intention of chatting with Gu Yan. He had obtained the wings he wanted, so naturally, it was time to leave. Moreover, this was done sneakily, and the party involved showed a hint of gratitude. Not bad. Very good. But it was time to go. He didn't plan on meeting Kunpeng. After all, it would be somewhat awkward to face his son after swindling him of his wings. The martial arts Su Yi provided were genuine, but who knew how long Gu Yan would need to cultivate them? By sacrificing both wings, Gu Yan's combat strength had greatly decreased. In Su Yi's eyes, it was not worth the loss. However, Gu Yan saw it differently. Just a pair of wings. In this lost city, did he even need to make a move? Apart from Su Duanyan, who would dare lay hands on him in the Lost City? In other words, for the time being, Guyan didn't truly need such powerful combat strength. Trading to unused wings for Su Duanyan's to martial arts techniques and even gaining his approval, this was a win-win for Guyan no matter how you looked at it. Does Master need to see my father? Guyan closed the books, looking respectfully at Su Yi. He knew that now was not the time for reading. It was best to maintain a good relationship with Master. With Master's support, the entire immortal realm would have no worries. Si Kunpeng, Su Yi said. No need. I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. What can I do for you, Master? Do you have any disciples who can help? Guyan eagerly offered his assistance to Su Yi. What can you do? Su Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Having erased countless beings from the primordial era and allowed all beings to be reborn in the immortal realm, countless years had passed. Evolution had taken place among the beings. Numerous beings unfamiliar to him appear in the immortal realm. As such, regarding the matters in the Lost City, you don't need to inform your father, Su Yi said. I can teach the great demons of the Lost City some techniques. If you have any trusted followers whom you wish to enhance, you can bring them to me one by one, and I will instruct them on some techniques. Guyan clenched his fists. Was Master trying to help him enhance his overall strength, guiding all his trusted followers? What was this concept? If all his trusted followers received guidance from Su Duanyan, how strong would they become one day? What position would he hold in the land of the 10,000 demons? Thank you, Master. Guyan stood up, took 2 steps back, then knelt down with 3 consecutive clangs, causing the entire city lord's mansion to tremble violently. I will wait here for you while you gather your trusted followers, Su Yi said as Guyan left after keeping the 2 books. After Guyan left, Yuan Haoran looked at Su Yi with a strange gaze and remarked, Are you planning to perform amputations on all the monsters like you did with the first one? Su Yi coughed lightly, turned around, and a shiny dagger appeared in his hand. He sprayed alcohol on the dagger, disinfecting it with the burning spirit fire. What do you understand, you impulsive young man? The rabbit retorted immediately. Su Darren is benefiting the entire demon race, and you talk about amputations? Su Yi remained silent. Before long, Guyan brought a great demon into the city lord's mansion. The person you are going to meet later is truly an extraordinary person. Whatever he asks you to do, you do without any offense or questioning. Understood? Guyan warned his subordinate as they walked. You're not talking about the person you brought today, young master? His subordinate asked. It's him. Aren't you supposed to have killed him? I saw the activation of the 2nd floor of the Lost Array with my own eyes. Guyan laughed. Lost Array? Let me tell you, even after the activation of the 2nd floor of the Lost Array, not a hair on his body was harmed. Okay. Do you understand now? Guyan reiterated repeatedly. Finally, the great demon understood what a strong person truly was. An unparalleled strong person. Even the demon emperor couldn't be this strong. Led by Guyan, the great demon came before Su Yi. Su Yi picked up the dagger from the table and calmly said, Your tale seems a bit redundant. Yuan Haoran observed from the side, his mouth twitching. Were these guys in the demon realm crazy? Why kneel upon meeting someone? And why make such a big deal out of it, like an earthquake, every time someone knelt? Most importantly, were these great demons all fools? One by one, they lined up to let Su Yi amputate them. Su Yi, like a ruthless butcher, would make a cut as soon as his hand moved, and a great demon would lose a part of their body. Surprisingly, all the great demons expressed gratitude after being excised. Damn it, were they all mentally challenged? The great demons had lost their minds, while Yuan Haoran knew that in just a short time, Su Yi had already amassed a table full of delicacies. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Guyan felt that the opportunity was rare, so he selected a total of 350 subordinates. Originally, he thought that with Master handling so many things every day, it would be already considered great if he could provide guidance to a few trusted aides. However, he didn't expect that Su Yi would patiently provide guidance one by one, even personally performing surgeries and painlessly removing unnecessary body parts for others. Afterwards, he asked Guyan to prepare ink and paper for him to write down techniques and advices for these demon warriors. Upon receiving Su Yi's calligraphy, these demon warriors were overjoyed and believed deeply in Su Yi's previous words. It was like a spirit enhancement when Su Yi told a spirit, Your 2 legs hinder your cultivation. And with a swift stroke of the blade, the spirit gained 2 chicken legs. The spirit thus learned to walk without legs, floating in the air like a ghost. Kuyen did not tell these demons that Suyi was actually Su Duanhen, merely stating that he was an elder, as the name Su Duanhen was a terrifying nightmare for the demons. When Suyi and his group left the city lord's mansion again, the demons were extremely enthusiastic towards them. They didn't even need to pay at restaurants, and wherever they went, demons greeted Suyi. Polite greetings like greetings from an elder could be heard occasionally in the streets. The demons seemed to have become much more amiable. Seeing this prosperous and friendly scene, Suyi felt deeply gratified. Yuan Haoran, following behind Suyi, whisper, "Are you not bothered by your hypocrisy? Doesn't your conscience ache? I am teaching these demon warriors for their own good. How can you call it hypocrisy?" Suyi said this on the street, with a face full of grievances, as he gazed at Yuan Haoran. If this isn't hypocrisy, then what is it? After saying this, Yuan Haoran felt numerous unfriendly glares around him. Every demon who had received guidance from Suyi regarded him as a father figure. In the demon community, speaking ill of Suyi was unforgivable. Countless demons stared at Yuan Haoran, and one indignantly said, "How dare this ignorant humanoid speak ill of Su Elder? Su Elder, who asks for nothing in return, is being slandered by this foolish humanoid. I cannot stand it. I cannot bear it. I really want to give this foolish humanoid a good beating." Yuan Haoran couldn't believe that his words would spark such public outrage. Clearly, it was Suyi who had misled and manipulated these demons. Nevertheless, they stood by Suyi, expressing gratitude and respect. Now someone was questioning Suyi's actions in front of them. Who could tolerate such a thing? "How dare you slander Su Elder? I won't stand for it. Neither will I. I wonder if Su Elder would be angry if we confront this foolish humanoid. After all, Su Elder seems far too kind." Yuan Haoran was now at his wit's end. "Are you all fools? He is just lusting after your bodies." Yuan Haoran had reached his limit and blurted it out loud. Sometimes, when everyone else is ignorant and only one person is clear-headed, a sense of inexplicable anger arises. Even though these were demons, watching them willingly offer their bodies and praise Suyi's kindness while calling him foolish was unbearable. The demons were outraged by Yuan Haoran's words. "Foolish human, how dare you defame Su Elder? Today, even if I have to die, I will kill you." A demon who had received Suyi's guidance and offered one of its claws bristled with anger, unable to bear it any longer. "Su Elder lusting after our bodies? What nonsense are you talking?" In the demon community, calling someone farting was a severe insult, similar to how humans would insult each other. There was heavy racial prejudice involved. Yuan Haoran sneered, "He just wants to devour all of you." Yuan Haoran couldn't believe that Suyi, although not as detestable as before, could still feign innocence like this. Exposing his vile intentions publicly would surely make these demons realize they had been deceived and reveal Suyi's true face. After saying this, Yuan Haoran felt relieved as if he had done a great deed, though it may not have been so. It was like a wise person exposing a scam in front of a group of fools, and that feeling brought a profound pleasure, a sense of being sober among the intoxicated. "Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. These damn humans enjoy Su Elder's protection while tarnishing his name." Another demon said, "If Su Elder truly wants to eat me, I am willing to lie here and let him slaughter me. Why deceive us?" Exactly. With Su Elder's strength, if he really wanted to eat us, why would he need deceit? Some demons knew that Suyi had blocked a second layer attack of the Lost Formation. The demon kingdom also revered strength. In their eyes, a strong figure like Suyi wouldn't need deception if he truly wanted to consume them. Directness would be enough. "Su Elder, we ask for permission to teach this humanoid a lesson. May we?" Yuan Haoran's final words further incited the demons. Suyi barely said anything throughout the incident and hadn't explained anything either. Upon hearing these united demons, he sighed lightly and said, "I am a demon who dislikes violence, but I understand your current emotions. This human has a significant connection to the celestial realm. Remember not to kill him outright, otherwise, I will have a hard time explaining. I will seal your powers. We shall settle this purely through combat." With that, Suyi walked away with Rabbit following closely behind. Yuan Haoran was left alone, disheveled in the wind. What was most crucial was that Suyi, shamelessly, had also sealed Yuan Haoran's powers. The demons in the Lost City felt their power sealed as well. Their demonic energy was rendered inert. At that moment, they truly realized the extent of Suyi's power. instantly sealing the powers of all the demons. What kind of strength was that? This further proved that if Su Elder wanted to consume them, he would not resort to such methods. He was truly a demon committed to peace and well-being for all. After hearing Su Yi's words and careful consideration, many demons were moved to tears. Would a powerful figure like Su Elder fear the celestial realm? Certainly not. So why did he seal everyone's powers, preventing them from killing this foolish, despicable, troublemaking human? Of course, it was to protect them from the celestial realm's repercussions. Such generosity and kindness in sharing knowledge without hidden motives. How could one allow a despicable, shameless human to defame such a demon elder? It was unbearable. Yuan Haoran can't remember how many times he broke down in front of Su Yi. Just before, Su Yi handed him a phone with full signal and full power, and he felt grateful, even thinking that Su Yi might be a cold-faced but warm-hearted person. At that moment, he realized that he was wrong. He was really wrong. Completely wrong. This asshole Su Yi couldn't be associated with the term warm-hearted at all. He was a cunning and scheming man. A damn liar. A devil playing with people's hearts. And what did he say? That he was a demon who didn't like violence. Are you a damn demon? You don't like violence? Blink your eyes, and hundreds of monsters in the immortal world evaporate instantly. Using force to compel to bear spirits to cut off their bare paws, even teasing Guyan to tear off his wings. These actions are just like a demon. If he didn't like violence, the entire immortal world would probably be peaceful. At this moment, thinking any more was useless. The monsters on the street were staring angrily at Yuan Haoran. In their eyes, he was just a despicable outsider. Yuan Haoran's cultivation was sealed, unable to even use the most basic innate Bagua formation. Trying to escape in front of a group of tough and burly monsters, he seemed like a weak little chick. Hey, what do you want? Don't mess around. I am the future Demon King. Yuan Haoran felt a strong sense of oppression, just like when he was bullied by older students in school, filled with helplessness. What do we want to do? Just teach you a lesson. Don't worry. We won't kill you. Future Demon King, right? Related to the heavenly court, right? Su Yi stood far away, looking mournful, hands behind his back, gazing towards the city. The rabbit followed behind Su Yi, its eyes rolling. It had already recognized who the real boss was, and it would not leave even in death. Su Yi had harvested so many good ingredients, one person definitely couldn't finish them all. They could pick up the leftovers later, have a sip of soup, and their cultivation would still increase. Why bother scamming and searching for treasures in the immortal world? The taste of those treasures was like chewing wax, with average effects. Now even the rabbit was starting to feel disgusted. On the other side, a group of big monsters were hitting Yuan Haoran hard with fists the size of sand pots and slaps as big as fans. Besides Yuan Haoran's cries of pain, occasionally monsters could be heard saying, "Go easy on him." Yes, go easy on him. Yuan Haoran was somewhat touched at this moment. At least these monsters weren't that bad deep down. If you kill him, we won't get to hit him anymore. Each monster gets to hit him, at most, 3 times. Yuan Haoran became speechless once again. Damn it. Only a crazy person would think these monsters weren't that bad deep down. Facing these big monsters, Yuan Haoran had no way to defend himself. He could only curl up, protecting his vital areas, to avoid being hit in fragile spots. Su Yi turned his head and saw the monsters hitting Yuan Haoran so enthusiastically, yet also somewhat cautiously. A sense of pity arose in his heart. "Everyone, stop for now. Let me say something." Su Yi finally spoke up. Yuan Haoran was already swollen all over from being beaten. If he hadn't encountered Bian Zhuan earlier, Su Yi might have had him replace the role of Jubaji. When the monsters heard Su Yi speak, they naturally wanted to give him some face. They stopped hitting and listened to Su Yi. Yuan Haoran also thought that the man's surname Su finally had a conscience and couldn't bear to watch anymore. "You guys actually don't need to do this." After Su Yi spoke, Yuan Haoran breathed a sigh of relief. The ordeal was finally over. Thank goodness. Go ahead and hit him as much as you want. My cultivation has been sealed anyway. I will perform some healing spells. While you hit, I'll heal him. Let everyone have fun today. After Su Yi finished speaking, the monsters cheered and praised Senior Su for being considerate of the juniors. Hitting people in a restrained manner, worrying about killing someone. How could anyone have fun like that? Senior Su was thoughtful. Damn it, Yuan Haoran, whose eyes were swollen shut, was astonished. He never imagined that Su Yi's pause was for this reason. He felt utterly dehumanized. How dare you still insult Senior Su? hit him. With this instruction, the monsters became even more unrestrained and merciless in their attacks. A slap directly broke Yuan Heron's arm, and in the next moment, a green light fell on Yuan Heron's forehead, healing his injuries. The monsters were overjoyed. With Senior Su around, they didn't have to worry about killing this kid today. Cheers and screams of pain echoed back and forth for a while. Suyi stood aside practicing healing spells, looking very content. Killing people? Not necessary at all. Yuan Heron had offended Suyi several times, but Suyi hadn't killed him. This was just a little lesson, quite reasonable. The beating lasted for over half an hour, and Yuan Heron experienced all the hardships of life, understanding how cruel Su was. After the beating, Suyi raised his hand, healing Yuan Heron's injuries, and all the monsters, as well as Yuan Heron, returned to normal. Suyi. Yuan Heron clenched his fists, staring angrily at Suyi. Before he could even utter a curse, he noticed the group of monsters eagerly watching him, so he swallowed his words back. What's wrong with me? Suyi raised an eyebrow at Yuan Heron. Yuan Heron took a deep breath and said, You are kind-hearted. Who are you calling kind-hearted? A big monster heard Yuan Heron's words and immediately became furious. In their perception, calling a monster kind-hearted was an insult. Damn it, Yuan Heron chose to shut up. These crazy monsters would never let him off. Everything he said was wrong, so he decided not to speak at all. Otherwise, he might inexplicably get beat up again later. All right, let's go. So you didn't plan to mess with Yuan Heron any longer. In this lost city, he had harvested quite a few good ingredients, and it was time to go. If Kunpeng found out later, that little guy would cling to him like a shadow. The guy ate a lot, and Suyi didn't want to bring him along. When Suyi decided to leave, Guyan quickly appeared in front of him and said, in a low voice, Master, where are we going? Guyan is willing to follow Master. That day, Guyan had also learned the cultivation method Suyi gave him and gained a lot. He thought, if he kept hiding in this lost city, how difficult would it be to progress? Moreover, his father had always forbidden him from going out, and he didn't dare to disobey his father's orders. But deep down, he had always wanted to go out and explore. A life of wildness and freedom. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. So he really didn't want to bring Guyan along on the journey. Not for anything else, but because the original form of Guyan looked very strange, yet it was fond of all kinds of delicious food. He feared that he wouldn't be able to resist and would just tear Guyan apart directly. It's better if you don't come with me. So he said this for Guyan's safety as well. Out of sight, out of mind. Imagine having someone who looks like a walking feast by your side every day. Isn't that a test for Suyi? He was used to doing things as he pleased. What if one day he felt like it, regardless of whether Guyan was the son of Kuntang or not? So, what's with your face? Are you training? Suyi also noticed that Guyan's cheeks were a bit swollen, but he thought that in this lost city, no one would dare to harm Guyan. I have already told my father that it was him who hit me. He even said that you, Master, are a liar. In the end, Guyan still told his father about Suyi's arrival in the lost city. He said that the master had come to the lost city. At this point, Guyan couldn't help but feel a bit choked up. Terror sparkled in his crimson eyes. The demon Kunpeng had been cultivating in seclusion and was nearly disrupted by his own son. When he heard Guyan say that the master had arrived, he angrily slapped Guyan against the wall and shouted, Where did you get the master from? Guyan struggled to climb out of the wall and shouted loudly, Su Duanhan, isn't he my master? Smack. Guyan, who had just climbed out, was slapped and sent flying again. His left and right cheeks became symmetrical. How dare you address my master by name? When Kunpeng heard his own son calling Su Duanhan, how could he tolerate it? This kind of son should be disciplined. Why wait for the new year? As for Su Duanhan, there were too many imposters, and Kunpeng didn't take it to heart. What's wrong with your wings? Kunpeng gnashed his teeth as he looked at his foolish son. How could he believe such nonsense as Su Duanhan coming to the lost city and hindering his cultivation? My master said my wings were hindering my progress and forced me to shred them off, then tasked down a cultivation technique to me. Idiot! Your wings are my bloodline heritage. How could they hinder you? Are you stupid? Kunpeng raised his hand, intending to slap Guyan again, but seeing his pitiful look, he stopped. Bring me to see who dares to deceive in the lost city. Kunpeng didn't believe that Su Duanhan had come. His excuse about the wings obstructing cultivation was pure nonsense. How could such a thing happen? It was a shame that his foolish son fell for it, a disgrace. Guyan now firmly believed in Suyi's identity. He didn't offer much explanation, but instead said, "Father, I will go find him first. You just be ready to take action later." "All right, you go first." Kunpeng needed to stabilize his disrupted state of mind. Despite his high cultivation, his life was coming to an end unless he could find new opportunities, like obtaining the Hongmeng purple energy or finding his master. After Guyan found Suyi, he waited for his father to take action. "Don't you enjoy hitting me? Well, do you have the ability to hit your master now, old man? How dare you slap me? Wait until you strike, and see if the master won't beat you half to death." Seeing Guyan's pitiful appearance, Suyi asked, "Does your father often hit you?" Guyan nodded, then kneeled in front of Suyi, tearfully saying, "Master, whenever I tell him that you have arrived, he slaps me on the left and right, and often scolds and hits me. Please, master, help Guyan leave this place of sorrow." Domestic violence is indeed not good, Suyi said, but saw through Guyan's intention, asking, "Do you particularly want me to reprimand your father?" This. Guyan was exposed but knew that if he deceived his master, he wouldn't have a good ending. So, with determination, he said, "Master, my father is rude and unreasonable. He always resorts to violence whenever things don't go his way and takes advantage of his higher cultivation level and seniority. Please uphold justice for me." Such filial piety and fatherly love, Suyi commented, finding it incredible that this guy wanted him to discipline his father. How audacious! But thinking carefully, he sometimes found it amusing when he saw his grandfather hit his father, secretly admiring it. At that moment, the space in front of Suyi suddenly tore open, and a hand struck towards his chest. Kunpeng emerged from the void and slapped Suyi's chest solidly. "How dare you be so bold?" Kunpeng's voice was cold at first, but it stopped abruptly, followed by the sound of swallowing saliva. "Master, is it really you?" In full view of everyone, Kunpeng's legs weakened, and he slid down, tightly hugging Suyi's thighs, weeping. "Master, where have you been all these years? Kunpeng misses you so much." Suyi endured Kunpeng's slap, his clothes fluttering slightly, but without moving an inch. "Yes, I'm sure you've missed me a lot." Suyi's tone was somewhat cold. This guy just came and slapped without even recognizing the person first. Luckily, Suyi was strong. If he were weaker, he might have been slapped to death. Disrespectful to the master and his ancestors. Kunpeng felt his scalp go numb at Suyi's tone. "Release your hands first." Suyi looked down at the elderly Kunpeng and said softly. Kunpeng dared not speak and slowly released his hands, his face displaying an embarrassed smile. Guyan, on the side, smirked, seeing the situation and his father's attitude, and addressed towards Suyi, confirming that this person was indeed his master. And this master was unbelievably strong. His father was Kunpeng, a renowned figure in the entire immortal world, capable of obliterating a star with a single blow. But when he landed a blow on Guyan, it only caused a slight breeze. This showcased his true strength. "Hold your head," Suyi ordered while looking at Kunpeng before delivering a beating. This time, Suyi controlled the force, or else even Kunpeng wouldn't survive a full-force strike. When it's known far and wide, it causes public outrage. The scene of the mighty Kunpeng, crouching in front of Suyi while holding his head, was unbearable to watch. Suyi saw that Kunpeng had followed his instructions and raised his fist to deliver a beating. Of course, he had to restrain the strength, otherwise, if even Kunpeng was struck to death, it would result in a massive cleanup. Kunpeng is still Suyi's disciple after all, and a well-known one at that. Suyi has always had a good relationship with Sanking, especially with the Lord of Tanshan. Suyi has always followed the principle of favoring the youngest, giving all the good things to the Lord of Tanshan. Kunpeng is technically the senior disciple of Sanking, but he hasn't received much benefit from Suyi. When Suyi's fist landed on Kunpeng, he immediately sensed that Kunpeng's lifespan seemed to be coming to an end, and even his primordial spirit was damaged. Suyi now fully understands how the heavenly Tao works. Previously, the heavenly Tao claimed that if he were destroyed, the entire universe would also be destroyed, which was clearly a deception towards Suyi. If we were to compare the entire universe to an apartment building, then the heavenly Tao could be seen as the landlord who built the apartment. Once the universe stabilizes, the Heavenly Tao is more like the property manager of the apartment. Even though the Heavenly Tao and this universe are intricately linked, Suyi can still sever that connection directly. Now Suyi can completely disregard considerations of cause and effect. If the Heavenly Tao continues to act against him, he can just eliminate it directly without hesitation. With each punch, Kunpeng first cried out in pain, but then realized that his depleted lifespan was suddenly replenished just like an almost dried-up pond being flooded with fresh water. Kunpeng was somewhat surprised. He knew his master had the ability to defy the natural order. But to grant him a second lease on life like this was truly defying fate, which would surely bring down heavenly retribution. And for Suyi to almost give him a second life, what price must he have to pay? Suyi's punches, though causing some pain, were still within manageable limits. However, Kunpeng, realizing how much his master had sacrificed for him, couldn't help but be moved to tears. Another punch miraculously healed the mental trauma caused by the disturbance earlier from Guyan. How much more would it take for this kind of recovery? Master ... please stop hitting me ... Overwhelmed with emotion, Kunpeng also felt immensely guilty. It had been so many years since he last saw his master. Upon their recent reunion, his master had done so much for him, and most importantly, his master was not getting any younger and was likely facing the end of his own lifespan. In such a situation, his master extending his lifespan for him made Kunpeng even more uneasy. If he had known, he wouldn't have come out, and it would have been better for him to die instead of making his master sacrifice so much. Despite Kunpeng's plea to stop, Suyi did not halt his attacks, striking Kunpeng with precision. The blows inflicted only superficial wounds on Kunpeng's flesh, but managed to heal all his internal injuries. To Guyan's eyes, it seemed as if the grandmother had finally given the old man a thorough beating. Look, tears were flowing. Decades of grievances were being settled. With one final kick, Suyi sent Kunpeng flying, motionless on the ground, muttering something bizarre under his breath. After this beating, it felt as though he had returned to the pinnacle of his strength. The surrounding monsters were deeply shocked. This was their city lord, the monster teacher Kunpeng. Even the monster emperor had to respect his seniority. To be beaten like this, how powerful must this Su predecessor truly be? It was unimaginable. Master's great kindness, Kunpeng can never repay. As Kunpeng got up, he knelt before Suyi, bowing heavily 3 times. The entire lost city trembled at this moment. The other monsters were left bewildered. What had happened to Kunpeng? After being beaten, he was now kowtowing. Indeed, in recent days, it seemed to be becoming a habit for the residents of the lost city to kneel at any given moment. Seeing Kunpeng's actions, it appeared to be the standard now. Even the force of the act seemed perfect. Suyi waved his hand and said, "Get up." Kunpeng slowly rose, standing beside Suyi, whispering, "Master, when Guyan told me you had arrived, I didn't believe it and ended up offending you. Please forgive me." The monsters seemed to understand that this Su predecessor was Kunpeng's master. Though what was their relationship exactly? "It's fine. I was already planning to leave. Since you came out to see me, it's good for us to have this moment." Hearing this, Kunpeng was taken aback. "Master, are you ... leaving this world? Just now, you even..." Suyi's smile grew broader upon hearing this remark. Indeed, they weren't a family, but the behavior of Kunpeng's family was so filial. He raised his hand and playfully knocked Kunpeng on the head, saying, "I meant I was leaving the lost city. What were you thinking?" Oh. I see." Monster teacher Kunpeng, rubbing his head, reply, "I wonder if I can continue to follow master from now on." Suyi glanced at Guyan and said, "You are a family man. You have your own responsibilities. Live your life well." Kunpeng suddenly recalled something. "Master, can I bring Guyan with us? He may be a little foolish and lacking in talent, but he should be able to handle tasks like serving tea and water." Guyan's mood turned complex upon hearing his old man's words. What did he mean by being foolish and talentless? Was he really that bad? What he didn't expect was that his father would personally ask the master to take him along. "Let him come with me. I fear he might not last on his own." Kunpeng didn't quite understand Suyi's meaning. Suyi chose not to explain and simply said, "Forget it. Let him come with me." Guyan was overjoyed to hear Suyi's decision. Ever since reading the 2 books given by Suyi, he knew that staying by his master's side would lead to a prosperous future. Little did he know that, in Suyi's eyes, he was more of a culinary collection. Of course, while being called master by Guyan, Suyi would not actually eat him. More importantly, considering Gao Yan's position as the local leader of the 10,000 Monsters Kingdom, bringing him along as a tour guide wasn't a bad idea. Before leaving, Kunpeng repeatedly instructed Guyan to listen to the master in all matters. Understood, old man. Guyan looked at his old man who was once the overlord of the primordial realm, now slightly stooped. "Huh, old man, why do I feel like you look much younger after being beaten by the master?" Guyan wanted to say something emotional before parting, but he noticed his father's vitality seemed to have been rejuvenated. Kunpeng chuckled, "All thanks to your master." Guyan, realizing he might get hit for his comments, hurriedly said to Suyi, "Master, let's go. If we don't leave now, I might not be able to leave my father." Suyi also realized that Guyan was the type of person who seemed to be asking for a beating with the way he talked. He was probably on par with a rabbit. Great. Suyi liked this mischievous and arrogant little fellow. "Let's go. No need to see us off." Suyi learned from the rabbit that the Grand Demon meeting was being held in Fusong Demon City. Fusong Demon City was 5 million miles away from the Lost City, which wasn't too far. There were 2 demon cities between Fusong Demon City and the Lost City in a straight line. "Master, for Clan City is ahead. The Cheonchi inside is very arrogant. Should we take a detour?" Guyan was also eloquent, actually asking Suyi if they should take a detour. Suyi looked at the huge city ahead and asked with a smile, "Do you have a grudge against Cheonchi?" Guyan no longer concealed and chuckled, "I've wanted to destroy them long ago." "Then why haven't you?" Guyan hesitated. "My father said, we are all demons, and I shouldn't go too far." Pausing, he added, "Of course, the main reason is that I can't defeat the Cheonchi king. For Clan City and the Lost City weren't too far apart, and the 2 major demon cities would occasionally have friction, fight every now and then, and it was normal to have a few battles. As a senior member of the demon race, Kunpeng naturally couldn't interfere in the affairs between juniors. In the Grand Demon Kingdom, the strong were respected, and Kunpeng couldn't directly help his son wipe out all his enemies, or else would Guyan become worthless. How could one grow without going through cruel battles? So no matter how Guyan fought with others, as long as he wasn't killed, Kunpeng wouldn't interfere. According to Kunpeng, this little fellow was just asking for a beating. If Guyan couldn't defeat the Cheonchi king, then he could only endure a beating. Usually, the Cheonchi king enjoyed bullying Kunpeng's son. Kunpeng's son, being bullied. How satisfying. Guyan was straightforward, openly saying these things. He felt there was no need to hide anything from his master. "Let's go in and take a look." Suyi had no idea about any grievances between Guyan and the Cheonchi king, but he wasn't planning to take a detour. For Clan City was Cheonqi's territory. Cheonchi was a descendant of the Western Emperor Shao, exiled to for Clan City for disloyalty and treachery, labeled as one of the ancient for great evil beasts along with Chaos, Tohu, and Tadi. Of course, the credibility of these so-called for great evil beasts wasn't high, compared to the most vicious beings like six-winged Tiankin, bloodthirsty black ants, many-eyed golden centipede, nine-tailed earth scorpion, and 9-headed insects in the primordial era. They weren't on the same level. Just as Suyi and the others arrived at the gates of For Clan City, a huge Cheonchi appeared on top of the gate. "Hey, isn't this Lord Guyan? Why do you have time to come to our For Clan City? Are you planning to sneak into our For Clan City alone? Damn it, Guyan, if you have the guts, challenge me one-on-one." Guyan was obviously someone who couldn't stand provocation. Despite not being weak, in the entire Grand Demon Kingdom, probably only some old demons could surpass him. With Kunpeng not intervening, his son was under the control of the Cheonchi king and had to endure the provocation from other demons in For Clan City. It was already good that he hadn't directly attacked yet. The strange Cheonchi in the sky chuckled and said, "I'm not going to play with you. If you want to fight, ask my father to do so." Suyi found it amusing. The little Cheonchi was indeed interesting. Knowing he couldn't win, he refused to fight Guyan directly. Heh. Guyan sneered. Among the younger generation of demons, how many could be his match? This little Gaimeng was indeed the Cheonchi king's son, lacking the courage to confront him. Gaimeng's gaze swept over Suyi and them, saying, "Lord Guyan, why didn't you bring your subordinates this time? Did you bring 2 humans and a rabbit demon to offer peace gifts?" Guyan cursed. "Gaimeng, you brat, do you want to die? Ha ha ha. I do want to die, but Lord Guyan already brought me gifts. My father is busy, so I doubt he has time to play with you." If you give the gifts to me, I might forgive your rudeness. Meng viewed Su Yi and the others directly as gifts from Guyan. After hearing this, Guyan suddenly found it hard to be angry. Meng, I advise you to choose your words carefully, so you don't offend those you shouldn't offend. Guyan now knew that his master was the legendary Su Duanhen, making him regard Su Duanhen as a human. Those I shouldn't offend? Meng laughed even louder. You mean humans? Will saints come to kill me in the Grand Demon Kingdom? Meng's gaze shifted between Su Yi and Yuan Haoren. Are you suggesting that one of them is a saint? Guyan thought his master seemed to have a good temper. Meng's disrespectful remarks might not end in death, but a beating was unavoidable. Have you ever heard of Su Duanhen? Guyan put his hands behind his back, looking up at Meng. Meng was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Su Duanhen? Are you talking to me about Su Duanhen? Meng chuckled. Are you here to scare kids? When demons accompany children, they occasionally lie to them. For example, not studying well would make Su Duanhen come take them away to eat. So, the name Su Duanhen was similar to the Wolf Grandma and the Big Bad Wolf in Earth's fairy tales. In this situation, Guyan actually asked him if he knew about Su Duanhen. It was like talking to an adult on Earth about the Wolf Grandma. Guyan remained silent, just calmly observing Meng in the sky, enjoying his pretentiousness. Guyan, stop using Su Duanhen to scare me. Meng laughed. Su Duanhen, right? Then let him eat me. I'm right here. Come on, let him eat me. Guyan's smile turned gradually sinister as he heard Meng's words. This was taking the spirit of courting death to the extreme. Su Yi raised his head slightly, squinting as he looked at Meng. Meng suddenly felt a chill all over his body, as if he was enveloped by a terrifying will akin to the heavenly doubt, and then he collapsed blankly. Doom. Meng fell abruptly but traversed through the space, landing directly at Su Yi's feet. His body, originally like a mountain, shrank to just over a meter when he landed in front of Su Yi, a completely diminished version. Su Yi asked with a smile, So, did you want me to eat you? Meng's brain was in turmoil. What was going on here? Did this person in front of him truly Su Duanhen? What are you planning to do? Meng looked at Su Yi with horror, feeling how formidable the person before him was. Su Yi tilted his head slightly, smiling gently as he said, What do you think? The demon Meng seems a bit foolish at the moment. The feeling this person in front of his eyes brings him is truly terrifying. The kind of suppression, as if in his bloodline, makes him not even dare to have rebellious thoughts. As the saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. At this moment, even if Meng were to burst his bellows, he still wouldn't dare to bite Su Yi. He dares not speak, only crouching in front of Su Yi, looking up slightly with a pitiful gaze. Su Duanhen. This person is Su Duanhen. Do you want me to eat you? Su Yi assessed Meng's body, furrowing his brows gradually as if he had thought of something. No. Great God. I was joking. Meng, seeing Su Yi's frown, felt even more unsettled, sensing a great calamity looming. It's over. If he wants to survive at this moment, his father must come out, but his father is currently busy creating siblings for him, and may not even know his darling son is in danger. Your joke is not funny at all. Su Yi sighed softly. Pure breed Guiki meat is tough, sour, and carries a strange smell of feces and urine. Even dogs won't eat it. Meng swore. He had always been proud of his pure Guiki bloodline. Now, hearing such words from someone seemingly very insulting, yet for some reason, Meng was somewhat pleased. Having a strange smell of feces and urine. Don't dogs eat feces? How can he not eat? But it doesn't seem like the time to pursue this issue now. Meng murmured softly. So, great God. Won't eat me? Take me inside to have a look. Su Yi wasn't going to claim he was particularly kind, but he was very particular about food. Creatures like Guiki are difficult to stomach. Despite having cooked hundreds of them for Emperor Jing to taste, he found even Emperor Jing reluctantly eating them. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Meng felt a sense of relief, taking a deep breath. Clap. Su Yi raised his hand and slapped Meng, sending him flying. Meng's body collided with the city wall of Swaya City. The city wall, covered in formations, collapsed, a 1,000-mile wall crumbling as if struck by a cannonball. Su Yi's slap had an effect like hitting a cow from afar, so Meng wasn't really injured, just causing the wall to collapse. Meng was completely unaware of why Su Yi suddenly resorted to violence again. How did he survive that slap? Great God. Meng felt uneasy, while also hoping his father, busy creating his siblings, must have heard what happened. If he could just restrain himself and wait for his father, things might turn in his favor. Suibei furrowed his brows slightly, saying, "Your breath smells weird. I don't like it, so you better stay quiet. Do not speak." Although publicly saying someone's breath stinks is impolite, Suibei has always been straightforward. Besides, Meng emitting that smell was rude in itself. Meng's eyes almost bulged out. Are you polite? As a pure-blooded Gwiki, he particularly enjoyed eating carrion, considering that to be the most delicious scent. The smell he exuded was the scent of carrion, which might be hard for humans to accept, but to him, it was the best odor. As Suibei entered the city, he found it difficult to accept. Everywhere were demons and corpses of other creatures, an eerie and disgusting atmosphere. The buildings were unbearable to look at, made of white bones, dilapidated as if besieged. Looking around, he felt the urge to tear down and rebuild the city. After all, Guyan was somewhat his disciple. Being bullied by these things would need some retribution. In terms of defending his own, Suibei always acted decisively. Who dares to attack my Swaya city? A roar suddenly echoed. The entire city trembled. A massive Gwiki soared through the air, like a huge evil tiger, blotting out the sky with its wings. Just one roar filled the city with a malevolent aura. The demons in the city cheered and howled. Lowly humans, dare to trespass in Swaya city. It's been a while since we had human flesh. This human must be a strong one. But in front of the king, they're just like ants. The demons in the city chatter endlessly. In their eyes, with the appearance of the Gwiki king, this human was doomed. Standing tall and looking down, the Gwiki king surveyed Suibei. Unknown. Yes, he did not know Suibei. After all, he hadn't lived long enough, and Suibei wasn't interested in creatures like the Gwiki, so he had only heard of Suduanan, but didn't know what Suduanan looked like. The grand entrance of the Gwiki king was somewhat intimidating. In the land of myriad monsters, he could occupy a city and take pleasure in tormenting Guyan, surpassing even the typical quasi-saints, being considered a unique monster king. Human, how do you want to die? The Gwiki king's eyes locked onto Suibei. Bellowing angrily, the surrounding space began to collapse. The next moment, he appeared directly above Suibei, a claw descending to flatten Suibei. Suibei liked to challenge these self-proclaimed powerful monsters. In front of the Gwiki king, his figure appeared somewhat slender, even tiny. But as the Gwiki king's claw reached over his head, Suibei suddenly reached out his hand. The palm fiercely grabbed the Gwiki king's sharp claw. Ha. The Gwiki king laughed. How foolish is this man? His claw could tear through space, yet this man dared to meet him head-on. Did he think he was a saint? Crack! Suibei accurately grabbed one of the Gwiki king's claws, lightly breaking it. The Gwiki king was stunned for a moment. But in that moment, Suibei landed a punch on his jaw. The Gwiki king flew into the air, his body beginning to melt like ice and snow under the scorching sun. No magic could prevent his body from disappearing. The entire city fell silent. All the monsters looked at Suibei in terror. What kind of existence was this human? To annihilate the Gwiki king with one punch. He could slay even quasi-saints. Were you all having fun just now? Suibei raised an eyebrow. All the monsters in the city, except for that Meng guy, dispersed like the Gwiki king. The Swaya city spanning thousands of square feet was instantly flattened. Kui Meng watched helplessly as the entire city of demons in front of him dissipated. The proud king, whom he admired, was defeated in just one move by Suibei. Yes, Suduanhan. This person is Suduanhan. Why does he think his father, the king, can defeat Suduanhan? In an instant, Gui Meng lost not only his father, but all familiar demons. There was a moment when Gui Meng almost couldn't believe that everything in front of him was real. Is this an illusion? Far and wide, rain fell sparsely, and plants sprouted visibly on the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gui Meng lay there, letting the rain fall on him, unable to understand how he had committed such a great sin to attract this calamity. Guyan and Yuan Haoran were also dumbfounded. Even though Guyan was also a demon king, he had spent most of these years lost in the lost city and only occasionally fought with other demon tribes, with casualties on both sides. The wars would end, and he would reflect on the fierceness of the battles and comfort his own soldiers. At the same time, he was very clear that the king of the Kaoni city could not kill him. On the contrary, the Kaoni city seemed more like a trial given to him by his father, Kunpeng. Now, Suibei was directly slaughtering the city, which was definitely not something he wanted to see. Yuan Haoran couldn't understand Suyu's actions at all, slaughtering at will. Is Suibei really a great demon king? Cold-blooded. Clearly, before, Suibei would even video call to reassure Yuan Haoran's grandmother and provide him with internet connection. There was a faint sense that Suibei still had some humanity. Let's go. Suyu's expression was indifferent as he continued towards the direction of the Fusan Demon City. Gui Meng slowly got up and muttered, "Why didn't you kill me too, Grant your wish." After Suibei finished speaking, Gui Meng also directly turned into dust and dissipated into the air. No more pointless words. Gulu. Gu Yan's heart suddenly raced. He stared at the place where Gui Meng disappeared, silly and at a loss for words. Yuan Haoran finally couldn't help it and said, "You won't spare his life. Even if the king of Kaoni City offended you, what about the other demons?" Suibei didn't even look back, and calmly said, "If you weren't with me entering the city, you would have been torn to pieces by them by now." Innocent demons? In Suyu's eyes, there were no innocence or non-innocence in this world. Ultimately, it was survival of the fittest. Suibei would try to adapt to his surroundings as much as possible. For example, when he was on Earth, he would never commit such acts of slaughter. But in this immortal realm, what he did depended entirely on his mood. Wasn't lawlessness promoted? Wasn't freedom and might for respect advocated? Suibei, standing at the peak of the world, didn't he have the freedom to do as he pleased? Slaughter a city? When it comes to reasons, it's simple. He didn't like this city to begin with. He just wanted to pass through peacefully, but the king of Kaomi unexpectedly attacked him. So, he might as well wipe out the entire city. Hearing Suyu's words, Yuan Haoran also realized these issues. He sympathized with these demons, but if he wasn't with Suibei, would the king of Kaoni City have killed him? Probably. Of course, if he wanted to stay alive, he could also present the demon emperor's order. Yuan Haoran could only continue to walk with Suibei. In fact, he could feel firsthand that his strength had increased a bit. Because the guy Suibei killed played all kinds of fancy tricks. Every time someone signed a contract with him, after their death, Yuan Haoran would absorb a portion of their power, thus becoming stronger. In the Foryi city, almost half of the demons had signed contracts with that guy. Suyu's city slaughter this time was practically a boon for Yuan Haoran and the guy called Wan Tang. Easy experience points. Master, should we just fly directly to the Fusang Demon City? Guyan was somewhat apprehensive. After all, he was a demon king. If they kept walking with Suibei, who knows what might happen? What if Suibei slaughtered a city every time they passed by? What a great sin that would be. Suibei didn't mind much, nodded, and the next moment, they were already in the desolate land 10,000 miles outside the Fusang Demon City. Fusang Demon City was also an ancient site of the demon court. Standing in front of the grand city gates, the demons crowded on the city walls. The entire city was shrouded in dark clouds above, demon energy soaring to the sky. The horrifying demon energy had already solidified into substance. Master Su, are you planning to slaughter the Fusang Demon City? The rabbit looked at the magnificent Fusang Demon City ahead, and couldn't help but have a bold idea. Suibei glanced at the rabbit and said, "Do you think I'm a mad demon killer?" The rabbit chuckled awkwardly. "Of course not. Master Su is kind-hearted. How could you be a mad demon killer?" Guyan first looked at the rabbit in surprise, then followed. "Master, are you here to attend the Grand Demon Assembly?" "Of course. Just coming to take a look. Let's keep low-key." Suibei turned his head, appraised Guyan, and asked, "You have an invitation, right?" Guyan nodded. "Of course. As the young master of the Lost City, when the Demon Emperor convenes the Grand Demon Assembly, he will naturally send me an invitation. Then we'll act as your followers." Suibei thought it would be better not to enter the city under his own identity. He was just here to stroll around, and if Don Wang Tai knew he had entered the city, there would certainly be a lot of greeting. It wasn't enjoyable either, quite boring. "You're going to be my followers." Guyan didn't quite understand Suyu's meaning but still said, "Whatever you say, master." With a thought, Suibei transformed into a huge black bear, like the one he encountered halfway before. The rabbit's body also enlarged, with a terrifying and hideous appearance. Yuan Haoran also turned into a large gray bear. "From now on, I'm called Bear 1. You're Bear 2. Suibei said to the rabbit, "You're Rabbit Bro. 8. Gosh, what a weird taste." Yuan Haoran, now turned into a bear, and hearing the name Suibei gave, couldn't help but complain. "Bear 1 and Bear 2. Rabbit Bro. 8. What was this?" Any objections? Suibei glanced at Yuan Haoran. Yuan Haoran moved his giant bear paw and said, I think this appearance is pretty good, but I'm not sure if it will be seen through. Suibei said, no one can see through it. Suibei was confident about this. No demon emperor or saint could see through Suyu's techniques. Let's go. Accompany our young master to the Grand Demon Assembly. Suibei smiled with narrow eyes and waved his bear paw. The disguise was indeed quite interesting. Guyan could only walk towards the Fusan Demon City with a stiff upper lip. Just as they reached the gate, they felt an incredibly powerful demon scan them. It was Dong Huang Tai. Dong Huang Tai knew that Suibei was coming to the Grand Demon Assembly, so he naturally became very alert in case that unruly demon offended Suibei, causing him to be trapped inside. However, when the demon skin passed over them, he only glanced at Guyan and his entourage and then ignored them. That's the young master of the Lost City, Guyan, right? Why did you bring these two silly creatures to attend the 10,000 Monsters convention? Can you tell the cultivation level of those two bear monsters? Now that you mention it, these two bear monsters seem quite extraordinary. At the gate of Fusanya City, two great monsters whispered to each other, observing Guyan and his group of monsters. Suyi and Yuan Haoran had transformed into huge figures, impossible not to attract attention. Guyan, you're here early. Just as Suyi and the others arrived at the city gate, a tall 8-foot-tall monster greeted them. Guyan had no idea why Suyi had come to Fusanya City, but since this monster had a good relationship with him, Guyan was afraid that his friend might accidentally offend his master, which could spell trouble. Brother Night Sky, let me introduce you. These three are my friends. They all have great abilities. Guyan took a risk by saying this. Suyi had said that they were his entourage, but Guyan was worried that Suyi and the others would be looked down upon by other monsters in the city and might cause trouble, so he told the other monsters that they were friends. His friends, from Fusanya City, also gave Guyan some face. Suyi didn't seem angry upon hearing Guyan's words. He was not someone who got easily angered. Not even if he were to slaughter a city, it wouldn't be out of anger. Brother Night Sky, hello, my name is Shang Da, and this is my little brother, Shangno. Suyi introduced himself and then pointed at the rabbit with his bare paw, saying, he is Rabbit Bro. Night Sky was surprised and observed the three monsters. They were unfathomable. Could it be that they were powerful beings sent by the monster master Kunpeng to protect Guyan? Your names are quite special. Night Sky chuckled. With such special names and abilities, if he had heard of them before, he would definitely not forget. These three monsters must be a hidden force from the Lost City. Ha. Not at all. Suyi scratched his head, with a simple and honest expression, saying, Brother Night Sky, you flatter me. With this appearance, even Guyan almost mistook himself for a silly bear monster. Suyi always became what he was doing. Now that he was pretending to be a bear monster, he was a bear monster. Yuan Haoran glanced at Suyi, muttering to himself, Shangda, Shangna. Why not bring out Tough Tiger as well? Seeing that Suyi was not angry because of his words and was even cooperating, Guyan couldn't help but feel relieved. His master's temper was truly unpredictable, never knowing if he was in a good mood or not. He never knew what he would do next. Guyan, Shangda, Shangno, Rabbit Bro, let's talk more after we enter the city. Night Sky was also a famous monster, the lord of the city. Between the conversation, Guyan had already presented his invitation. When it came to checking invitations, Fusanya City had never been very stringent because almost all who came were powerful monsters, and it was also the capital of the monster kingdom. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Even sages wouldn't dare to sneak into Fusanya City. After they entered the city, Night Sky mysteriously whispered, do you all know the purpose of the Monster Emperor summoning the 10,000 Monsters convention this time? Guyan raised an eyebrow and asked, does Brother Night Sky know? Night Sky grinned. Let's go to the Three Treasures Luminous Tower to have a drink and discuss it. Guyan glanced at Suyi secretly, and Suyi said, drinks? That sounds great. Let's go have a drink. Night Sky smiled. It seems that Brother Shangda also loves drinks. Let's go to Three Treasures Luminous Tower. I'll find you a female bear for enjoyment. Shangna brother, join us too. Night Sky was very hospitable, but Yuan Haoran's mindset had changed somewhat. What kind of monsters were these? And finding a female bear for them? Was he really that twisted? The Three Treasures Luminous Tower, as the largest restaurant in Fusanya City, had everything you could ask for. Along the way, Yi saw monsters of various races. If they dared to enter Fusanya City, their strength was not to be underestimated. When Yi was in the Lost City, he had collected quite a few ingredients, but now that he was in Fusanya City, he no longer acted as if he were in a market. Brothers, all expenses at the Three Treasures Luminous Tower today are on me. Enjoy yourselves. Night Sky generously arranged for Yi and Yuan Haoran to each have a female bear. Yi didn't mind, carefree, leaning against the female bear's bosom, covered in fur, which was quite comfortable. With just a thought, Yi made the female bear not move, as if she were a chair. Yuan Haoran glanced at Yi, feeling disgusted. Shauna ... why not Super Bear too? Guyen saw that Yi didn't react to his words, but was instead cooperating, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. His master's temper was truly eccentric. He never seemed to know whether he was in a good mood or a bad one. He also never knew what he would do next. Guyen, Shauna, Rabbit Bro, let's talk more after we enter the city. Night Sky was also a famous monster, the lord of the city. Between their conversation, Guyen had already presented his invitation. When it came to checking invitations, Fusanya City had never been very stringent because almost all who came were powerful monsters, and it was also the capital of the monster kingdom. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Even sages wouldn't dare to sneak into Fusanya City. After they entered the city, Night Sky whispered mysteriously, "Do you all know the purpose of the Monster Emperor summoning the 10,000 Monsters Convention this time?" Guyen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Does Brother Night Sky know?" Night Sky grinned. "Let's go to the Three Treasures Luminous Tower to have a drink and discuss it." Guyen glanced at Yi secretly, and Yi said, "Drinks? That sounds great. Let's go have a drink." Night Sky smiled. It seems that Brother Shauna also loves drinks. "Let's go to the Three Treasures Luminous Tower. I'll find you a female bear for enjoyment." Shauna brother, Jonas too. When Yichia heard the rabbit ask such a question, he followed the rabbit's gaze. Obviously, Rabbit Brother has some thoughts, but he still asked Brother Bear. In this case, among the three monsters, Brother Bear is in a leadership position. This is Yichian's test. Judging from the performance of Bear 2 should not be the leader. However, Yichia remained silent, as if he hadn't heard anything. He is the lord of a city, unlike Guyen, who has a strong background. When Yichia came to Fusanya City, he definitely didn't want to provoke strong enemies and welcomed more friends. Yi glanced at the rabbit, grinned, and said, "Mind your own business. What are you talking to me for?" The rabbit's eyes shone, finally having a chance to be free. As a rabbit with a bell, he must have some small desires. However, being with change all year round, the rabbit has some manners and cannot do certain things like the other monsters here. Of course, what he fears most is that if he is rude, Yi will directly remove his bell. After the rabbit left, Yichia approached Yi and said to Guyen, "Have you two understood the purpose of the Million Monsters Conference?" Guyen looked confusedly at Yichia. "What did you say just now? You seem to have said nothing, huh?" Yichia also looked at Guyen with a puzzled expression, then looked at Yi. Yi, of course, understood what he meant. In the Three Treasures Luli Tower, there are too many monsters here. Moreover, these monsters have loud voices, so even if they speak softly, they can still hear clearly what these monsters are talking about. Or rather, what needs to be done at this Million Monsters Conference is already an open secret and doesn't require much concealment. Guyen, sitting here, had a cluttered mind and didn't pay attention to what the other monsters were saying. Yi, on the other hand, understood. But now he's a bear monster. A bear monster should look like a bear monster. Why bother with so much attention? Yichia coughed lightly and said, "This Million Monsters Conference seems to be targeting the Buddhist sect. You should have heard that the Golden Cicada and the Buddhist sect have settled their karmic cause, and the Buddhist principal recently passed away, leaving Mountling unattended. Besides, Blackwater Xuanning Emperor unexpectedly obtained the 7 treasures of the quasi-teaching Taoist and the Blessed Magic Staff." Yichia said excitedly, "What does this mean? The quasi-teaching Taoist may have already passed away too." Yi looked at Yichia expressionlessly. After all, he knew all these things and caused them himself. But how does this relate to the Million Monsters Conference? Well, perhaps Emperor Jun and the East Emperor Tai had some new ideas because of these events. Guyen, who hadn't been out of the Lost City for a long time, hadn't heard about these events. Now, hearing Yichion's words, his eyes also lit up. The Buddhism and Taoism have been dominant for tens of thousands of years. The monster clan harbors deep resentment towards the Buddhist sect, always looking to exterminate monsters and perform physical salvation. When they encounter the monster clan, it is basically a fight. The antagonism between the two major forces has been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. Now that Buddhism is declining, how could the monster clan remain indifferent? Regardless of right or wrong, with different camps, when facing a mortal enemy, they will definitely strike back. Not to destroy Buddhism, but at least to make them suffer a bit. In this matter, the entire monster clan is very united. The Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor obtained the quasi-teaching Taoist's innate spiritual treasures. Guyan thought of deeper implications. It is rumored that the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor does not belong to any of the same sects, but ultimately, he still belongs to the Tao sect. Does this mean that the contention between Buddhism and Taoism has begun, and that this Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor's strength has reached the level of a saint and directly eliminated the quasi-teaching Taoist? If the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor has both these innate spiritual treasures, then his strength must be comparable to any saint. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the quasi-teaching Taoists to innate spiritual treasures? It is said that even an innocent man, when holding a precious item, will be accused of having stolen it. If the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor's strength is not enough, the two innate spiritual treasures will only bring him disaster. Listening to Guyan's analysis, Ichias smiled and said, "It's hard to speculate on the level of saints, but there is another piece of information. There are 5 undistributed, innate Hongmeng purple auras in the world." Guyan instantly became alert upon hearing this. Forget the decline of Buddhism. Is this more important? 5 innate Hongmeng purple auras. It is said that obtaining an innate Hongmeng purple aura can gain the recognition and protection of the heavens. Throughout the entire universe, there are only 100 innate Hongmeng purple auras. If 5 undistributed, innate Hongmeng purple auras appeared in the immortal realm, what an opportunity! Suyi had already heard some monsters discussing the matter of the innate Hongmeng purple auras. When he killed the quasi-teaching Taoist and extracted the innate Hongmeng purple aura, and then combined it with his own power, he severed the connection between the 5 strands of innate Hongmeng purple auras and the heavenly way. Perhaps only a few saints, emperors and demon emperors in the immortal realm know about this. But now, the entire Fusoya city is talking about it feverishly. Apparently, those big shots from the immortal realm intentionally spread the news. Even saints would have thoughts about those 5 strands of innate Hongmeng purple auras, right? Suyi's methods made it impossible for them to probe those innate Hongmeng purple auras. It's almost purely a matter of luck to obtain them. This has nothing to do with the fate bestowed by the heavens. Suyi can ensure that even the heavens cannot perceive their existence. To allow those entities with extraordinary fates to come challenge them? Forget about it. Perhaps they have tried to use divine consciousness or demonic senses to explore the entire immortal realm, but ultimately found nothing, so they released the news. In their view, as long as the treasures are obtained by their own forces, it can hardly be considered a loss. And once the innate Hongmeng purple auras are discovered, there will likely be a scramble, making it more difficult to hide from the big shots of the immortal realm. By spreading the news and deliberately provoking them to fight for it, who will ultimately get it? Isn't it just survival of the fittest? Ichias smirked. Brother Guyan, if other monsters coincidentally obtained the innate Hongmeng purple auras, they probably wouldn't dare to claim them as their own. But you are different. He said this confidently, causing many powerful monsters in the 3 treasures Luli Tower to look towards Guyan, the sole son of Kunpeng, the young lord of the lost city. Other monsters who obtain the innate Hongmeng purple auras might invite disaster upon themselves, but not Guyan. As long as the monster master Kunpeng is alive, who in the entire immortal realm would dare to move against him? Is Guyan likely to become the new monster emperor once again? Upon hearing Night Sky's words, Guyan couldn't help but feel excited. His father was the demon master Kunpeng, and it was because of this that he was the one who wanted to become stronger the most and seek recognition from others. He wanted to walk out of the lost city and have others refer to him as Demon Emperor Guyan, rather than as Kunpeng's son or some young city lord. Before this, he had only thought about how lucky he was to latch onto Su Duanhen's thigh and be able to come out, becoming a demon emperor. He had thought about it, but Guyan himself felt it was not very realistic. For tens of thousands of years, there were only 2 demon emperors in the entire demon clan, and this was not without reason. Even if his father Kunpeng, who was already old, could not be a match for the Demon Emperor now. At most, his father was respected in the demon clan as a demon master with countless disciples. It was said that even Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Taiyi had received his guidance before becoming demon emperors. Kunpeng was revered in the demon clan, but what about Guyan? It seemed that no matter how hard he tried, as long as he couldn't surpass his father, he would just be a sheltered child. Brother Night Sky, what do you mean? Guyan wasn't completely clueless. The demon clan has always revered the strong, and Night Sky had become a lord of a city, with his power reaching the level of quasi-saint cultivation. Coming so dryly to make friends with him, did it have no purpose? He didn't believe it. Night Sky didn't hide it either and said, I am willing to become sworn brothers with Guyan, pledge in the name of heaven. From now on, you are my elder brother, sharing blessings and facing difficulties together. If you break the oath, you will perish body and soul. Guyan was slightly stunned. Was he being asked to become sworn brothers? Brother Night Sky, you seem to be much older than me. After all, Guyan had lived for so many years and he could understand why Night Sky wanted to become sworn brothers with him. Saying it was to become sworn brothers was actually like pledging allegiance to the lost city and his father, Kunpeng. Could the 5 prehistoric primordial purple Che help to create 5 saints? Of course, this was just Guyan's wishful thinking. Even if he obtained a primordial purple Che, it wouldn't be easy to become a saint. Night Sky's intention was probably to find a powerful force that could make the Demon Emperor wary, even though he wasn't the Demon Emperor himself. In the entire Demon Kingdom, aside from Guyan of the Lost City, there didn't seem to be a second choice. Directly approaching Kunpeng, Night Sky had recently visited the Lost City, and Kunpeng probably had guessed his intentions. Night Sky couldn't even enter the city gates, so his only connection with Guyan was a chance encounter. Older? No. Brother Guyan, your bloodline is noble, and your potential is limitless. What's lacking now is just a bit of opportunity. In fact, when Night Sky mentioned the noble bloodline, Guyan didn't feel any pride. On the contrary, he even felt some distaste for those words. It sounded as if Night Sky wouldn't have paid attention to him if it weren't for his bloodline. But he still smiled and said, since that's the case, I will respect your wishes, and I will accept you as my brother. Night Sky smiled and chatted with Guyan as if they were real brothers. As for the blood oath, it couldn't be completed in such a place. Night Sky glanced at Suyi, seeming somewhat curious, and asked, Brother Shang, do you know what realm you are in now? Suyi had remained silent, while these two conversed enthusiastically. He knew Night Sky's cultivation level and innocently replied, just at the 7th layer of Quasi-Saint. Night Sky was only at the 3rd layer of Quasi-Saint, being considered weak at that level. But he was well aware that after reaching the Quasi-Saint level, taking the next step was much more difficult. So he had spent countless treasures of heaven and earth from the pre-heavenly realm to reach the 3rd layer of Quasi-Saint, along with encountering numerous opportunities during his 40,000 years. He even dares not imagine how he would advance further without the prehistoric primordial purple Che. Yet this unknown bear demon before him happened to be at the 7th layer of Quasi-Saint, and Brother Shang. Night Sky couldn't believe that there was a strong man at the 7th layer of Quasi-Saint in the Lost City. It wasn't for nothing that this was Kunpeng's territory. It seemed his decision to make friends with Guyan was completely correct. So he glanced at Yuan Haoran, who was entwined with a she-bear, and smirked. He is at the 6th layer of Quasi-Saint. Yuan Haoran was currently immobilized, internally cursing. Quasi-Saint my foot. Suyi, dare you not let this she-bear get any closer to me? Hiss. Night Sky couldn't help but be shocked and asked, what about Brother Rabbit? Just at the 5th layer of Quasi-Saint. Suyi said nonchalantly. As these words were spoken, all the great demons in the 3 treasures lustrous tower were watching them. Quasi-Saints, all of them are Quasi-Saints. Just how powerful is the influence of the Lost City? Brothers, shall we go upstairs to chat? There are too many prying eyes here. Night Sky regretted a bit. He initially wanted to show off here to make them understand that he could easily obtain some information by bringing Guyan and the others here. Why complicate things with so many flamboyant gestures? After all, after bringing them upstairs, he could easily explain to them. By revealing the strength of the Lost City now, other great demons might come to make friends with Guyan. By then, Night Sky would seem less important in Guyan's eyes. Let's go up. Suyi stood up and calmly left with the she-bear by his side. Howren finally found that he could move and quickly pushed the heavily Barasai, rushing out of the three treasures' lustrous tower and vomiting wildly. That Suyi guy really held a grudge. Just a glance, and he had put Howren in such a bad situation. Brother, what's wrong with him? Night Sky quickly changed his tone. He hadn't mentioned the matter of becoming sworn brothers with Suyi and the others before, but now he was calling them brothers. He opened his mouth with ease. Suyi laughed and said, "Don't mind him, he has a stomachache. Let's go upstairs." The demons in the three treasures' lustrous tower knew that Suyi and the others were quasi-saints, so a charming female demon approached, fluttering her eyelashes coquettishly and said, "Isn't this Lord Night Sky? You came to my three treasures' lustrous tower, and you didn't even let us know. Did you really forget about me?" "Forget about her?" Night Sky replied with a laugh, "Miss Xiang Liu, where would I dare to forget you? Why don't we go up together and have a few drinks with my brothers?" Xiang Liu was ruthless, the steward of the three treasures' lustrous tower, backed by the Xiang Liu family and Eastern Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun. The three treasures' lustrous tower was located in this Fusong demon city, with the support of the top 10 demon families. With the upcoming demon assembly and the 5 prehistoric primordial purple kiss, how would they be dealt with if obtained? It was clearly the time for alliances. If they sided with the Demon Emperor, would they have to present the prehistoric primordial purple cha to the Demon Emperor after obtaining it? The 3-story Sanbao Liuli Tower has a height gap of over 50 meters between each level, possibly to accommodate larger-sized monsters. As soon as Suyi and his group arrived on the top floor, they heard the voice of Dong Huan Tai. "Yishan, Guyan, you're here quite early." Dong Huan Tai, with a sturdy and imposing figure, exuded a strong sense of oppression simply by sitting there. He had concealed his aura and was already seated there. Of course, he didn't miss a word of the conversation between Guyan and Yishan, so he could see through Yishan's cautious thoughts. But did he think that the old fox Dong Huan Tai couldn't discern them? When Yishan saw Dong Huan Tai on the top floor, his breath involuntarily hitched. He felt that his words to Guyan downstairs were a bit too conspicuous. Initially, he thought that even if those words were heard by Dong Huan Tai, it wouldn't matter. He wanted Dong Huan Tai and Emperor Jun to know that his current backing was the Lost City. This way, when he obtained the innate Hanmeng purple energy, the Monster Emperor would not act against him. But facing Dong Huan Tai in person now, Yishan couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Frankly, even if Yishan and Guyan became sworn brothers, if Dong Huan Tai killed him, Kunpeng would not retaliate against Dong Huan Tai. "Monster Emperor, you are here too." Yishan looked at Dong Huan Tai, bowed, and said, "Night City Lord Yishan pays respects to Monster Emperor." Dong Huan Tai nodded and said, "No need for formalities." Guyan, however, did not bow like Yishan. He just greeted Dong Huan Tai, saying, "Dong Huan, long time no see." His attitude was like casually greeting an equal. Dong Huan Tai pondered and said, "Indeed, it has been a while, but I still remember when I held you as a child. Your thingamajig was only the size of a grain of rice." Guyan felt embarrassed. Why bring up such a thing in public? Mentioning that he held him as a child was one thing, but why the thingamajig? And to top it off, the size of a grain of rice. With just that sentence, Guyan was rendered speechless. While Guyan was silent, Dong Huan Tai's gaze fell directly on Suyi. "Shandad, are you Kunpeng's ancestor's disciple?" Suyi wanted Dong Huan Tai to see that he was at the quasi-saint 7 heavens level. Then that's what he was. As for what Dong Huan Tai could discern, that was exactly what Suyi wanted him to know. Yes, Suyi did not bow to Dong Huan Tai, just stared at him intently. Dong Huan Tai didn't find the bear's behavior unreasonable. He knew that bear spirits were generally simple-minded. Besides, this bear demon seemed to be just an ordinary bear who had cultivation to quasi-saint level. An ordinary black bear cultivating to quasi-saint level. How much effort and price would that take? A bear demon, who was single-mindedly focused on cultivation, might not be good at other things. Quasi-saint 7 heavens, very good. Dong Huan Tai, as the Monster Emperor, was pleased with the more powerful members of the monster race. Just as he nodded, the rabbit and Yuan Howren also arrived. The rabbit, with a nostalgic look on his face, shouted loudly when he saw Dong Huan Tai. "Hello, Monster Emperor." Dong Huan Tai furrowed his brows, puzzled. Another ordinary rabbit? Quasi-saint 5 heavens. And then seeing Yuan Howren, Dong Huantai's expression didn't grow any deeper. What was the situation in the Lost City? Two ordinary bears, one ordinary rabbit, nothing exceptional in their bloodlines. If an ordinary bear had become quasi-saint, it meant this bear was very determined and had encountered enough opportunities. Otherwise, how could it become a quasi-saint? Remember, the monster race highly valued bloodlines. Generally, the stronger the bloodline, the greater the potential. How could three quasi-saints emerge from such ordinary bloodlines? Are you all disciples of Kunpeng's ancestor? Dong Huantai couldn't help but think of more things. How many powerful members were there in the monster race that he didn't know about? Kunpeng's ancestor was strong, but Dong Huantai also knew about the strong individuals in the Lost City. And with these three quasi-saints in front of him, if they were indeed the trump cards of the Lost City, why would they accompany Guyan to Fusan Monster City? Three quasi-saints were not particularly impressive in Dong Huantai's eyes. With Kunpeng's ancestor presiding over the Lost City, they didn't need three quasi-saints to intimidate anyone. The only possibility was, Xian Liu, you may step aside. I have matters to discuss with Guyan and Yishan. As the Monster Emperor, when he wanted to talk, he naturally required other monsters to step aside, rather than relocating himself. This gesture still maintained his dignity. Yes, Monster Emperor. Xiang Liu coldly bowed and smiled, then left the floor. During this period, both the second and third floors of the Sambao Liuli Tower were occupied by Dong Huantai. He had mentioned that he was expecting an important guest, so now all that was needed was to quiet down the monsters downstairs. After Xiang Liu left, she said, "Everyone, please keep quiet." Although she was just a manager, her words instantly quieted the first floor to the point where you could hear a pin drop. With a thought, Dong Huantai cut off all sound from the second floor. He then turned to Guyan and asked, "Guyan, have you seen Su Duanhen?" Guyan, clever as he was, feigned ignorance. What does Monster Emperor mean? Isn't Su Duanhen a legendary figure? Legend? Dong Huantai responded, "For Region's city was razed to the ground. Don't you know?" Guyan was shocked. For Region's city is gone. How did that happen? Dong Huantai scrutinized Guyan and said, Su Duanhen passed through the Lost City on his way from the town of Lilac to Fusan Monster City. He then passed through for Region's city, which is now gone. Don't you know? Guyan replied with a smile. Guyan truly doesn't understand what the Monster Emperor is talking about. First of all, Su Duanhen is a legendary figure. How could I have seen him? Secondly, someone as powerful as Su Duanhen, do you think he needs to walk to enter Fusan Monster City? At least, I don't need to walk. He knew that since his master had transformed into a bear demon, he definitely didn't want Dong Huantai to know of his presence. Would he betray his master? Dong Huantai may be the Monster Emperor, but compared to his master, it wasn't a big deal. He couldn't betray his master no matter what. Dong Huantai also wasn't a pushover. He raised his eyebrows and said, Su Duanhen is an old friend of your father's. Haven't you seen a human escorted to the Lost City by him, along with another human and a Chanta rabbit? With that, he used his divine sense on Guyan. Despite Guyan's considerable cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to deceive such a probing. I have never seen it before. Guyan also lied without blinking, with a sincere expression, and asked with great astonishment, my father and Su Duanhen were good friends. How come I didn't know? Dong Huantai took a deep breath and said, it seems like you really didn't know. He had just used the heavenly demon mind-reading technique on Guyan and believed that Guyan couldn't lie to him in this situation. This confidence stemmed from his own strength and techniques. However, he didn't know that Su Yi was standing nearby, and all his techniques were in vain. Guyan nodded and smiled. I dare not deceive the Lord of Demons. Dong Huantai's gaze swept over Su Yi and Yuan Haoren, and he was convinced in his heart that Kunpeng could not help an ordinary monster achieve quasi-saint cultivation. The logic was simple. If Kunpeng could teach these three quasi-saints, then Guyan should at least be a quasi-saint of the ninth heaven. Guyan's bloodline was noble, and his talent outstanding. With the same resources and techniques, there was no reason for Guyan to be inferior to these two bear monsters. As the demon lord, Dong Huantai always thought about many things. After some analysis, he concluded that aside from Su Duanhen, no one else would do such a boring thing. Dong Huantai was aware of the connection between the ancestor of Kunpeng and Su Duanhen. This meant that Su Duanhen was on the side of the Lost City. By letting these three quasi-saints protect Guyan, Didn't it mean that Su Duanhen favored Guyan? Thinking of this, Dong Huang Taiyi directly asked Guyan, "Guyan, do you want to become the Demon Lord?" Dong Huang Taiyi had heard the conversation between Night Sky and Guyan downstairs. If it were another powerful monster trying to seize the primordial purple jet, he would definitely not agree. But Guyan was different. His father was the ancestor of Kunpeng, with an illustrious background. With Su Duanhen currently protecting him, it seemed only natural for him to become the Demon Lord. Guyan was surprised by how straightforward Dong Huang Taiyi's question was. He smiled and said, "Demon Lord, are you trying to stop me?" In the immortal world, strength was respected, especially among the monster race where competition was extremely fierce. Would Dong Huang Taiyi easily agree to Guyan's ambitions to become the Demon Lord? Guyan was clear on this. With his master by his side, he had the capital to confront Dong Huang Taiyi. If Dong Huang Taiyi were to really make a move against him, what would his master do? Would he directly fight Dong Huang Taiyi? He also wondered who was stronger, his master or Dong Huang Taiyi. Don't misunderstand. Dong Huang Taiyi slowly stood up and said, "If you truly wish to become the Demon Lord, I can assist you. After all, I have watched you grow up, so it would be great if you could become stronger." This was playing the emotional card. Dong Huang Taiyi knew how protective Su Duanhen was. Didn't the Blackwater Zhuangming Emperor take advantage of Su Duanhen to undermine Quan Ti Daoist? He didn't want to offend anyone with a good relationship with Su Duanhen. "Demon Lord, you jest. The primordial purple ched is not yet obtained, and my cultivation is low. It would be difficult for me to become the Demon Lord." Guyan didn't expect Dong Huang Taiyi to offer help. Or perhaps he didn't believe it. "I will gather the entire monster clan to contend for the primordial purple ched. Whichever monster clan obtains one of the 5 strands, it will be yours." While Dong Huang Taiyi also sought the primordial purple ched, he understood that Su Duanhen's strength, demonstrated by defeating Quan Ti Daoist with a single move, was worth aligning with. The primordial purple ched was not as important as the friendship with Su Duanhen. "Is that true?" Guyan looked at Dong Huang Taiyi with surprise. Since he was young, he had always dreamed of replacing the Demon Lord. Now that the Demon Lord was surprisingly good to him, he felt a bit guilty. Can the Demon Lord's words be false? Dong Huang Taiyi smiled kindly. "However, your current cultivation is still lacking. After the endless monster gathering, go to the peak of the Fusan tree for cultivation." This city was called the Fusan Monster City because it housed the #1 spiritual tree in the world, the Fusan Divine Tree. For thousands of years, no monster besides the Demon Lord had been able to cultivate at the peak of the Fusan Divine Tree. It was a possession of the Demon Lord, and only those with significant contributions to the monster clan could cultivate near the Fusan Divine Tree. Guyan thanks the Demon Lord. However, Guyan doesn't need. He also knew that as long as he stayed by his master's side, it was a great opportunity, far more so than the Fusan Divine Tree. "It's up to you. When you want to cultivate, come to me for the Demon Lord's decree." Dong Huang Taiyi extended his olive branch to Guyan, showing his goodwill. Whether Guyan accepted or not was up to him. Did Dong Huang Taiyi expect him to go to the peak of the Fusan Divine Tree for cultivation? Dong Huang Taiyi felt that since Su Duanhen had sent 3 quasi-saints to escort Guyan, Su Duanhen was probably not going to come. "Let's go. We can convene the endless monster gathering," Dong Huang Taiyi said, as he walked downstairs. The monsters on the first floor all bowed when they saw Dong Huang Taiyi. "Head to the endless monster altar," Dong Huang Taiyi said calmly. "Let's discuss the ownership of the primordial purple ched." Dong Huang Taiyi led the monsters to the endless monster altar in the Fusan Monster City. The so-called endless monster altar was somewhat like an arena in the Western world on Earth. After the Demon Lord's order spread, the monsters who had already arrived at the Fusan Monster City gathered at the endless monster altar. So he followed Dong Huang Taiyi and the others until they reached the highest place, akin to an altar. "May the Demon Lord live forever." The Demon Lord reigned supreme in the immortal world. The voices of the monsters were deafening. So he looked at the various monsters below and couldn't help but feel the diversity of races. There were far more races now compared to tens of thousands of years ago, at least a few thousand additional races. Dong Huang Taiyi pressed a hand down, and the aura of an emperor inadvertently radiated out, quieting the entire endless monster altar. "You should all know why I have summoned you here," Dong Huang Taiyi said. "I won't beat around the bush. There are only 5 strands of the primordial purple ched, and various forces in the immortal world are vying for it. our monster clan will naturally not be left behind. In this matter, we must unite, or else humans or witches will obtain it. Dong Huang Taiyi frowned and said, but once we obtain it, how should we distribute it? By gathering the entire monster clan to contend for the primordial purple chat, who should ultimately receive it. Many monsters who were eager to curry favor shouted loudly. Naturally, it should be dedicated to the demon lord. Whoever dares to take it for themselves, I will be the first to deal with them. At the same time, the monsters below also joined in the shouting. Almost without exception, they were all trying to flatter Dong Huang Taiyi. Dong Huang Taiyi flicked his fingers twice. Both this emperor and Emperor Jun have no intention of claiming it. Therefore, let representatives from the major monster cities compete, and the victor will receive the monster clan's primordial purple chat. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi also appears quite inflated. Before the innate cosmic purple chat is acquired, he has already started allocating ownership. This is a posture of assured victory. In fact, it's quite simple. The human race also needs to divide various major forces. Apart from the Heavenly Court, the other 11 Palace Immortal Emperors each govern their own territories, as well as the forces of the 3 sage beings, along with the Buddhist sect. If these forces were to unite, they would naturally be unrivaled in strength, but divided, they are just mediocre. The demon race, in essence, looks up to their demon emperor as the leader. If they were to gather the entire strength of the demon race, could they not capture a strand of the innate cosmic purple chat? In that case, they might as well disappear directly from the immortal realm. Most importantly, Guoyan is a demon that Su Duhan favors. No matter how one thinks about it, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi feels that at least one strand of the 5 strands of innate cosmic purple chat will be allocated to his demon race. If he were to only obtain one strand, he could give it to Guoyan, which would be inconsequential. This matter doesn't even need to be discussed with Emperor Jun. He can decide it himself. So he also sees through the thoughts of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. They haven't even laid eyes on the innate cosmic purple chat, and they are already fighting over the distribution of benefits. This kind of thing, probably only the Eastern Emperor Taiyi is capable of doing. In this case, let's send a great demon from the Lost City. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi said so, making it clear that he was biased towards the Lost City. The Lost City is also well known in the demon world. The prestige of the Kunpeng ancestor in the demon world is not lower than that of the demon emperor. I'll go. So he came here to have fun. With the cultivation of the quasi-saint 7th stage, he accepted the challenge from the entire demon race. This is what he wanted to do. Shanda, right? The Eastern Emperor Taiyi was not unaware that the black bear in front of him was Su Yi. After asking a question, he said, very good. The quasi-saint 7th stage is considered quite powerful even in the entire immortal realm. Su Yi grinned, looking very simple and honest. Then he directly jumped forward, only to be met with a bunch of ridicule. What am I seeing? A bear demon? Ha ha ha. Just an ordinary bear demon. When did the Lost City recruit such an ordinary monster? The demon race values bloodlines greatly. In their view, the stronger the bloodline, the greater the future potential. A bear demon, as ordinary as Su Yi, is unlikely to achieve much. Upon hearing the taunting of those demons, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi couldn't help but smile faintly. This Shanda guy actually managed to control his aura at the Golden Immortal Realm, playing the fool. Little black bear, let this demon king have a match with you. A snake demon clad in black robes, covered in black mist, suddenly appeared in front of Su Yi. This snake demon is a variant of the primordial she-black wine. Extremely poisonous, having trained for nearly 10,000 years and currently possessing the cultivation of a grade 9 golden immortal, one step away from reaching the quasi-saint realm. It is precisely for this reason that he greatly needs the innate cosmic purple chat to make a breakthrough. Even though the Eastern Emperor Taiyi lets the Lost City be the challenge party, essentially indicating his desire to give the innate cosmic purple chat obtained by the demon race to the Lost City, she-black wine refuses to accept it. Isn't the Lost City supported by Kunpeng Ancestor? It is said that Kunpeng Ancestor's wastrel son has also reached the quasi-saint realm. So what? She-black wine still has confidence in his ability to kill opponents of a higher level. So he never intended to play dumb, suppressing his own aura. It's almost instinctual behavior for him. After all, he always stood out too much in this world. The most important thing is that he believes one should not judge a person or demon based on the strength of their aura. It's time to teach these young monsters a lesson. Today, I heard that, apart from Guoyan, The Lost City also has 3 quasi-saints present. Are you implying you're hiding your true strength? The cold gaze of She Black Wine fell on Suyi. He was certain that the bear demon before him was just an ordinary one, with no powerful bloodline. How could such a bloodline possibly produce a quasi-saint? It's ridiculous to assume that those rumors were true. You seem to be well informed. Suyi chuckled and said, I am a quasi-saint, 7th stage. After speaking, he emitted the aura of a quasi-saint 7th stage. Since he had already made the declaration, he might as well directly emit the aura to scare them off. Sensing the aura Suyi radiated, She Black Wine chuckled, Hehe, although I don't know how you are controlling your aura. I believe this is a method of the Kunpeng ancestor. Suyi never expected this guy's imagination to be so rich. With your bloodline, it is impossible to achieve quasi-saint status. She Black Wine simply didn't believe it. How many centuries has an ordinary bear demon been in existence? Just a few thousand years. And let's not even mention the bloodline issue. Given this time frame, it is absolutely impossible to cultivate to the quasi-saint level. Quasi-saints, achieving the level of a golden immortal is already considered extraordinary. Relying on various opportunities for breakthroughs, the ancient varieties, first and foremost, have a strong bloodline, and they have lived long enough. Time is what makes demons strong enough. How many years can an ordinary bear live? And a quasi-saint at that. It is precisely for this reason that the Eastern Emperor Taiyi believes, aside from Su Duhan, no one can make an ordinary bear become a quasi-saint, not even the Kunpeng ancestor. Get lost. I can't be bothered to kill you. Just consider it giving the Kunpeng ancestor some face. Let your young master come up. She Black Wine didn't want to offend the Kunpeng ancestor. He had already exposed the Kunpeng ancestor's illusion method. That was decent enough. So he looked expressionless at She Black Wine and said, well, why don't you make a move then? You are such a clever little snake. Leave half of your body behind, and I'll spare your life. Fine. Don't blame this demon king for not giving face to the Lost City, She Black Wine said, then directly displayed his Dharma avatar heaven and earth, transforming into a giant python with a black gaping mouth, attempting to swallow Suyi in one go. A snake can swallow an elephant. What about a bear? Suyi stood motionless in place, letting She Black Wine swallow him whole. The battle ended in an instant. The surrounding demons erupted into violent cheers. They all believed that the black bear was nothing but intimidating in appearance, and that it was all just an illusion created by the Kunpeng ancestor, used to scare people. A quasi-saint. How could it be so easy? Guo Yan, come down directly. If you want the innate cosmic purple Che, you should at least be able to beat the major demons present. Do you really want to hide under the protection of the Kunpeng ancestor and the demon emperor forever? She Black Wine transformed into a giant snake, towering over 100 meters high, spitting venomous words, staring coldly at Guo Yan. Guo Yan frowned. He didn't think that the trash in front of him could swallow his master. Wasn't this just a joke? Gu Yan stood motionless on top, while the monsters below were whispering. He was the son of the ancestral master Kunpeng, rumored to have reached the level of nearly a saint in cultivation. Could it be that he was just like that bear? Merely a decorative pillow. Zhang Huang Taiyi scrutinized the black wine viper, feeling that the situation was not so simple. The bear monster had not died yet. However, within the belly of the black wine viper was a space filled with deadly toxins, which posed a great danger even for weaker quasi-saints who were swallowed inside. If this bear monster was truly at the quasi-saint level of the 7th heavenly realm, then it would be a different story. Just as the monsters were cheering and shouting with excitement, the black wine viper suddenly let out a pitiful cry from its mouth, its massive snake body twisting in agony. Upon seeing this, Dong Huang Taiyi raised a slight smile, indicating that the black bear was indeed at the quasi-saint level of the 7th heavenly realm. The black wine viper's cries became increasingly painful, leaving the surrounding monsters puzzled. Could it be that the bear monster was not dead? After only half a minute, a black bear appeared on the stage. In its left paw, it held a human-sized black monster core, while in its right paw, it grasped a green snake gallbladder. Brother, you are too polite. If you insist on choosing by yourself, I wouldn't know which one to pick either. So, I brought them all out together, said the black bear. For Suyi, it was simple to come out. After being swallowed, he disregarded the space within the black wine viper's belly and quickly found the snake gallbladder. Brewing alcohol with this thing will indeed be thrilling. To Suyi, such a poisonous substance was somewhat exciting and pleasurable. As for the snake core, Since it was here, how could he not take it? The black wine viper's breath weakened, and both the snake gallbladder and snake core were forcefully extracted. The fact that it did not die only showed its strong vitality. It then limply lay on the stage, occasionally letting out hissing sounds. Dong Huangtai then waved his hand decisively, taking the black wine viper away. With the black wine viper's greatly diminished strength, if the Monster King did not take him in and let him leave, he would undoubtedly face retaliation from his enemies. So he also made the snake gallbladder and snake core disappear with a pinch of his claws. Collecting some things was just a small hobby of his. Next one. So he stood with his claws on his waist, displaying the domineering and aggressive nature of the bear clan. How can it be? Kui Black Wine actually lost. Could it be that this black bear is truly at the level of quasi-saint cultivation? I think so. This strength is enough to prove everything. Here, the rule of the strong being respected was showcased vividly. The winner was king. No more monsters questioned the strength of the black bear monster. Someone yelled, "The black bear monster is unparalleled in the world." This shout, like the writings of Luzon, seemed to stir up the fiery spirit in the hearts of the monsters. The black bear monster is invincible. The black bear monster is domineering. Clearly, by simply coming up with a big name for himself, so he had turned into the black bear monster. Those monsters didn't know anything about Big Bear or Second Bear, so naming him the black bear monster seemed perfect. Guyon stood on the altar, with an indifferent expression. What a joke! His master had the ability to conceal his true powers so that even the Monster King couldn't see through it. Didn't that prove that his master's strength far surpassed even the Monster King? A snake monster wanted to swallow his master. Wasn't that absurd? Wasn't the current outcome the most logical one? Dong Huangtai glanced at Guyon and said, "Shanda is quite powerful." Guyon chuckled, as the Monster King said, "My monster clan has many strong members, which is a good thing." Dong Huangtai nodded slightly and said, "That's true. But if you want to rely on Shan Da's strength to win the Hongmeng Purple Chat, it's not very realistic." Guyon had always been resistant to the Monster King. Dong Huangtai always had an elder-like demeanor, reminding him of the ancestral master Kunpeng who had always lectured him. Guyon was like a rebellious child, and with a mischievous smile, he said, "Since the Monster King said that, why don't we make a bet?" "A bet? What are we betting on?" Dong Huangtai's interest was piqued. Guyon was quite bold. He wanted to bet with him. Similar to Suyi, who was constantly bored due to his overwhelming strength, Dong Huangtai was curious about how big Guyon's ambitions truly were. Guyon blinked and said, "How about we bet your chaos spell?" When he reached this point, he noticed that Dong Huangtai's expression was not quite right. He quickly added with a smile, "What about the strand of red lotus karma fire inside it?" For a moment, he sensed the killing intent emanating from Dong Huangtai. The unintentional display of that killing intent made Guyon feel chilled to the bone, as if he had fallen into a deep purgatory. Also known as the Eastern Emperor Clock, the chaos spell was a treasure that proved Dong Huangtai's enlightenment. It was highly ranked. Besides the soul-severing sword, Dong Huangtai couldn't think of any other treasure that could compare. Why else could he contend with the saints of Buddhism and Taoism? Recently, the Blackwater Zhuangyang Emperor had forcefully tricked and killed the Zhonti Taoist, and so snatched his proof of enlightenment treasure. While Dong Huangtai was somewhat pleased by this turn of events, he could not escape a sense of sorrow. Now, Guyon was eyeing his chaos spell. He might be tempted to eliminate this kid. It's just a strand of red lotus karma fire. Monster King, there's no need to be so angry. Guyon's breath quickened, and his smile stiffened. His relationship with his master seemed to be strained as well. If Dong Huangtai truly decided to kill him in anger, would his master seek revenge for him? But even if his master did seek revenge, what use would it be? Just a strand of red lotus karma fire, no problem. Dong Huangtai slowly closed his eyes and said, "But if you lose, you will be my slave for 10,000 years. The red lotus karma fire was indeed inside the Eastern Emperor Clock, almost a well-known fact in the immortal world. A strand of red lotus karma fire was nothing to Dong Huangtai, but the key was that Guyon had just targeted the chaos spell. Without killing him, letting him be a slave in the Fuso Monster City for a year, even if the ancestral master Kunpeng came, it would be justifiable. Educating a junior as an elder was no big deal. Alright. Guyon was also in a tough spot, but he was confident that since his master had already defended him, he was sure to win this time. As for what he would do with that strand of red lotus karma fire, He had no idea. If he didn't say that, Dong Huang Tai might have already struck him down. Dong Huang Tai chuckled, and a quasi-saint of the 9th heavenly realm, Ghost Car, appeared on the stage like a ghostly shadow. Ghost Car was Dong Huang Tai's #1 fighter now. If Su had not severed one of his heads back then, he would probably be even stronger now. Due to the lack of Hongmeng Purple Chang, he had never been able to enter the realm of saints. Wasn't this black bear monster just at the quasi-saint level of the 7th heavenly realm? The Monster King wanted to give the Hongmeng Purple Cha to the Lost City, but Ghost Car also wanted it. Black Bear Demon, so imposing. Gish Shen, a powerful warrior at the 9th heaven of the quasi-saint realm with a strong bloodline, naturally had no fear of the Bear Demon at the 7th heaven of the quasi-saint realm. In every aspect, he was absolutely superior to this Bear Demon before him. Su Yi, upon seeing Gish Shen, couldn't help but feel amused. Last time in the Tulip Town, he had hesitated to act against Gish Shen due to the sudden appearance of Dawn Emperor Tai. Now this guy was back again, making things a bit awkward. He had also heard about the bet between Guyan and Dawn Emperor Tai. It felt like Guyan was using him in this matter, but to be honest, Su Yi didn't really care whether he was being used or using others. It was just how things were in his view. Guyan was fine, but he wouldn't approve if Guyan tried to harm Dawn Emperor Tai's chaos spell. In all fairness, Su Yi never liked bullying others with force, but if it was just to get a strand of Dawn Emperor Tai's Red Lotus fire and embarrass him a bit, that would be quite satisfying. He enjoyed seeing Dawn Emperor Tai embarrassed. It was a source of delight for him. Facing Gish Shen, Su Yi smiled calmly and said, "Are you the mother of that little snake earlier?" Gish Shen is a bird. A 9-headed bird. The key point is, he is male. Damn it. Was he really the mother of that little snake just now? Su Yi had always been excellent at provoking others. To find a seemingly reasonable excuse to act, the hatred had to be firmly established. This was the experience Su Yi had gained from reading web novels on Earth. You're doomed. Even if you are a disciple of the Kunteng ancestor, you won't leave here alive today. Gish Shen, unlike Dawn Emperor Tai, was not as wise, but with a simple remark, he felt his dignity as a powerful being offended, making him relentlessly angry and wanting to tear the opponent into pieces. Facing an opponent like Gish Shen, no, an enemy like that, Su Yi always maintained a serious and responsible attitude. He needed to identify the enemy's weakness, take advantage when the master was not paying attention, and eliminate the threat discreetly to avoid criticism. Dawn Emperor Tai sat calmly on the altar, as if he already saw the outcome. He even thought about protecting Zhang Deyi at a critical moment, but he didn't mind having Zhang Deyi face some hardship. Zhang Deyi must have used some kind of secret technique to become stronger under Su Duhan's calculation, suddenly possessing great power without experiencing the pain of defeat, so how could he progress further? Indeed, all of this must have been planned by Su Duhan, leading Zhang Deyi and Shana to the Yomyo Demon City with Guyan, experiencing some battles, and then truly becoming stronger. Dawn Emperor Tai's eyes narrowed slightly, excited to have seen through all of Su Duhan's calculations. Impressive me. Dawn Emperor Tai smirked, and on the fighting platform, Su Yi had already made his move, with a huge bear paw landing on Gish Shen's chest. This blow didn't create any terrifying power fluctuations, it was just a beastly brawl, so much so that neither Dawn Emperor Tai nor Gish Shen reacted in time. Is that it? What kind of attack is this? Next moment, Gish Shen felt a surge of mighty power engulfing every inch of his body. Then everything went black before his eyes. When he reopened them, he found himself in a void space, with a cute-looking fox eagerly staring at him. Gish Shen, Su Shen actually took a liking to you. This little fox was 9 infants, the strongest combat force under Dawn Emperor Tai. Who are you? Gish Shen was a bit flustered. Su Shen, could it be that strange Su Duhan? 9 infants sneered. Gish Shen, have you forgotten me so quickly? With that, 9 tails appeared behind it, and the overwhelming monstrous power made Gish Shen breathless, even though he was already at the quasi-saint level. 9 infants? How are you here? Gish Shen was getting anxious and excited, asking, "Where is this? Such a strong aura of immortality. You call this an aura of immortality? Blind fool." 9 infants disdainfully laughed and said, "But it's normal. This is your first time coming to Su Shen's domain world, so you have no idea how wonderful it is to cultivate here." Gish Shen swallowed hard, feeling strange streams of unique Tao power flowing into his body. It wasn't the power of the heavenly Tao, but It seemed even greater than that, transcending the heavenly Tao. Immortality aura? What junk is that? When you say Su Shen, do you mean Su Duhan? Gish Shen was a bit horrified and uneasy. How did he end up in this place? He had just been fighting that bear demon in the Yomio Demon City, so how did he suddenly end up here? Nine Ninfan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. You dare to directly call out Su Shen's name. Could it be you haven't become Su Shen's pet? Pet? Gish Shen exclaimed in shock. You... Nine Infants, what are you talking about? We are noble demon gods. How could we be pets for Su Duhan? Nine Infants gave him a look as if he was an idiot. Sneering, I said, with you looking so ugly, how could Su Shen possibly let you be his pet? Damn it. Gish Shen felt like his 9 heads weren't enough. Were they talking about the same thing? Nine Infants, are you implying that you are now Su Duhan's pet? And I am currently in the place where Su Duhan keeps his pets. Gish Shen was really confused. Before the fight even started, he suddenly found himself in this inexplicable place, with 9 Infants saying these bewildering things to him. 9 Infants retracted its tails, maintaining the cute pet state, with a glint of red in its eyes as it said, Before. Only I was here. It seems you are just temporarily staying here for a while. In due time, you should become ingredients. Gish Shen's heart was in a panic. Were these really the words spoken by a demon? Why did it feel so terrifying? Under the altar of the Yomio Demon City, Su Yi remained in the form of the bear demon, while Gish Shen disappeared into thin air in full view of everyone. Dawn Emperor Tai stood up suddenly, scanning the entire Yomio Demon City with his demonic senses, but he still couldn't detect Gish Shen's presence. The whole room fell silent. What was going on? None of the great demons present were unfamiliar with Gish Shen. They all believed that Gish Shen's fate should be decided by the Demon Emperor, but now Gish Shen hadn't even fought. No. He took one blow and then disappeared into thin air. Could it be that he used some kind of magic to evade that blow? Gish Shen, the demon god, is indeed extraordinary. He has mastered the laws of space to perfection. Absolutely. We can't even sense the aura of Lord Gish Shen. This bear demon is surely doomed. He will soon face Lord Gish Shen's deadly blow. The monsters were also somewhat excited. Was this the battle between strongmen at the quasi-saint level? The ghostly carriage suddenly disappeared, giving Dong Wang Tai a bad premonition. If this is the carriage's technique, is the carriage too powerful, strong enough that even he can't understand it? Is that possible? Obviously not. As for Sean Da's pawn that smashed the ghostly carriage to bits, also not very likely. But the situation in front of him seemed strangely familiar, just like Sujuanhen hitting Master T Dao with one pawn. Of course, in Don Huang Tai's view, a figure like Sujuanhen could never turn into a bear demon just to play with him. After all, figures of that stature have a deeper meaning in everything they do. In his view, Sujuanhen is like a mysterious chess player, and this bear demon is just one of his many pawns. It's possible that Sujuanhen intervened, not wanting Sean Da to lose, and then used some unpredictable means to hide the ghostly carriage. Don Huang Tai stared coldly below. 10 breaths later, Su Yi. Don Huang Tai slightly narrowed his eyes. Indeed, even Sean Da couldn't see through the true form of the ghostly carriage. The monsters began to discuss. Where is the master of the ghostly carriage? It's been so long, why hasn't he made a move yet? Could it be that the master of the ghostly carriage is following the instructions of the monster emperor, deliberately holding back in this manner? Lower your voice. Do you want to die? Obviously, the monsters mostly believed that the ghostly carriage was holding back. Don Huang Tai waited a while longer, and finally announced loudly, Sean Da, you win. Next challenger. With this statement, the monsters did not dare to object. After a whispering conversation, the entire demon altar fell silent. There's an inside story. Now who dares to go up? Don Huang Tai didn't mind. He believed that with Sujuanhen's stature, even if he suppressed the ghostly carriage, he would still let him out. And besides, he had promised before that if the monster clan were to obtain the first strand of the primordial chaos purple chat, at least one strand would be given to Guyan. Now Sujuanhen's actions just happened to coincide with his own intentions. Very good. Everything is under his control. Monster Emperor. Dao would like to ask, if I go up on stage, will I disappear into thin air like the ghostly carriage? In the legends of the Great Zia, Dao has the bloodline of the heavenly emperor Zhuangsu, but in reality, He is a true primordial monster god. He stood up and questioned Don Huang Taiyi loudly. Don Huang Taiyi paused and said, "The disappearance of the ghostly carriage just now has nothing to do with this king. As for whether you will disappear, this king cannot say." This statement made no direct response to Dao Wu's question. The implication is that, "I didn't do anything, so it's not my concern whether you will disappear. Maybe you will disappear too." Dao Wu furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Since the monster emperor has said so, Dao Wu will believe it." After speaking, Dao Wu appeared directly in front of Su Yi. With a grim smile, "Bear demon, this monster god will kill you." When Su Yi saw Dao Wu, he couldn't help but smile. This kind of strange beast, resembling a tiger, but with flesh that was definitely not as rough as a tiger's, the sturdy muscles, after being pounded, would become tender and delicious. Despite his ugly appearance, his flesh surprisingly exuded a faint unique fragrance, a delicacy rare to find in the entire immortal realm. "The way you are, I feel very scared." Can he not be scared? When a delicacy threatens to kill him, it's absurd. Don Huang Taiyi observed the commotion below. He would not intervene. If it was indeed Sujuanhen's handiwork just now, then this bear demon would definitely be fine. This Dao Wu. In Sujuanhen's eyes, he might be a good delicacy. Dao Wu didn't waste any words, using his magical methods to transform into a giant beast the size of a small mountain, its claws tearing towards Su Yi. Su Yi didn't repeat the same trick. His bare body suddenly expanded, even larger than Dao Wu. He grabbed Dao Wu's claws and slammed him to the ground, shaking the entire demon altar. Wow, is this bear so fierce? Is this a contest of brute strength? I feel Dao Wu should be even stronger. The monsters discussed the situation on the stage, but they only witnessed Zhang Da beating Dao Wu. Punch after punch, Dao Wu had no ability to fight back. "Master Dao Wu, use your magical techniques." This bear should have a natural divine strength, overpowering Dao Wu. But this doesn't seem like a battle between quasi-saint level powerhouses. In their view, it seemed more like a beastly confrontation. At their level, size should not be the sole determinant of strength. Dao Wu was a relatively powerful monster god, so even in terms of brute strength, the bear demon shouldn't surpass him. Moreover, Dao Wu's magical techniques should be stronger. Dang, dang, dang. Dao Wu had no idea what was happening. He heard the monsters urging him to use techniques. But how could he use any technique? This bear demon was simply too peculiar. Once caught by him, his demonic energy was completely ineffective. And this bear demon's strength actually surpassed his, which was beyond comprehension. Don Huang Taiyi was astonished. Dao Wu was a quasi-saint of the 8th heaven. After reaching quasi-sainthood, there was a huge difference in strength between each heaven, as if there were a galaxy in between. Normally, it was impossible for a cross-level counterattack to happen. But he saw what? Dao Wu was actually held up and beaten by this black bear, completely defenseless. He also noticed that every move of the black bear seemed to contain a kind of Dao rhyme. A familiar feeling. Don Huang Taiyi's pupils suddenly shrank. He thought of a possibility. Shan Da wasn't a disciple of Kunpeng ancestor, but of Sujuanhen. If that's the case, everything makes sense. If that's really the case, then Dao Wu, that's enough. Su Yi threw thousands of punches in a second, completely breaking down the muscles on Dao Wu's body. After the intense beating, the flesh became much softer. With a final punch, Dao Wu disappeared just like the ghostly carriage before. Don Huang Taiyi furrowed his brow, vaguely remembering Sujuanhen mentioning that Dao Wu's flesh was quite good, and that it needed to be beaten many times before consumption. It's over. Dao Wu is gone. Don Huang Taiyi took a deep breath and declared, "In this round, Shan Da wins. If no other monster kings come forward to challenge, the first strand of the primordial chaos purple cha acquired by our monster clan will belong to the lost city." He didn't want the contest to continue. If his guess was correct, their strong warriors would all be a feast for Sujuanhen. Shan Da had made his master proud. After Don Huang Taiyi said this, the demons gathered at the Wenya altar probably understood. The Gui Xie Qi and Tao were considered powerful beings among them, but they had lost, disappearing without a trace, their fates unknown. With them defeated, who among the remaining demon kings dared to step forward? Whether it was because of the demon emperor's decree, or because of Shang Die's overwhelming strength, they did not dare to engage. No risk, no reward. They coveted the primordial chaos purple chat, but since the demon emperor had spoken, the most they could do was report back upon discovering it. It was just a matter of showing up without doing much. What was so difficult about that? Moreover, if they were fortunate enough to obtain the primordial chaos purple cha and presented it, both the Demon Emperor and the Lost City would likely reward them handsomely. The matter of the primordial chaos purple cha was already predetermined before the competition even began. After Su Yi retreated, Dong Huan Taiyi looked deeply at him, and then addressed the demons. Aside from the primordial chaos purple cha, there is one more thing. Occupy the Buddhist gate. With these words, the demons were in an uproar. The Demon Emperor directly stating such words in front of all the demon kings indicated a sure intent to destroy the Buddhist gate. The demons harbored deep hatred towards the Buddhists, just as Buddhists would choose to physically transcend when encountering demons. The demons, if they could overpower them, would surely fight to the death. The Demon Emperor is mighty. May the Demon Emperor reign for eternity. We pledge to flatten Mount Ling. Compared to the unseen primordial chaos purple cha, the demons seemed even more excited upon hearing this news. The primordial chaos purple cha seemed as unattainable to them as winning several billion in a lottery to an ordinary person. In addition, since the primordial chaos purple cha was already decided, what was there for these demons to be excited about? The demons cheered with enthusiasm. When Dong Huan Taiyi and the others calmed down, he continued, "You will go to these specific places. First, visit the Great Tang Immortal Nation and get acquainted with Jinshan Shizi." Dong Huan Taiyi had a clear plan in mind. If he wanted to destroy the Buddhist gate, he needed to hitch a ride with Su Duanhen. In recent days, he had also conducted some research. Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt that something was amiss. He had sent Jinshan Shizi to a cultivation nation in the east to act as a younger brother, intending to direct a wave of journey to the west. Although there were differences from the original work, the goal was to train Yishak Suan. Dong Huan Taiyi had completely altered the script. What was left of the journey to the west now? A demon asked loudly. "Demon Emperor, it is said that Jinshan Shizi is the legendary six-winged cicada, now detached from the Buddhist gate. Shall we capture it?" Dong Huan Taiyi gave the demon a cold look and said, "In the end, the six-winged cicada still belongs to our demon clan." Dak then, he strayed and was extradited to the Buddhist gate. "I want you to go and establish good relations with him. Occupy that domain. Even if the six-winged cicada's cultivation is crippled, can you kill him?" Dong Huan Taiyi's various deductions suggested that Su Duanhen was the shadow behind Jinshan Shizi. Could they afford to offend him? Since Su Duanhen wanted to strike at the Buddhist gate, he would go along with it, starting from the Great Tang Immortal Nation and advancing gradually. Finally, Mount Ling would be overthrown. What the Demon Emperor says is true. Then, a portion of you will go to the Yonggondon in Fulingshan to find Bian Zhuang. Bian Zhuang, I know him. He's a marshal of the Celestial Court. Demon Emperor, are you planning a simultaneous war on the Celestial Court? Dong Huan Taiyi's mood was complex now. He wanted to slap the demon who spoke but ended up with a stern expression. He no longer belongs to the Celestial Court. When you go there, establish good relations with him as well, and then occupy the area surrounding Fulingshan for miles. Do not indiscriminately slaughter the human race. Let them submit. Dong Huan Taiyi had not become so arrogant as to order the entire demon clan to go on a killing spree. Wouldn't that mean open conflict with the entire Celestial Court? The relationship in the immortal realm was complex, especially when he couldn't fathom Su Duanhen's intentions. The wisest course of action was to first establish relations with Su Duanhen's people, test the reactions of the other immortals, and then act accordingly. Hearing Dong Huan Taiyi's words, Su Yi found them intriguing. What did it mean not to kill indiscriminately, just to persuade them to submit? Did it mean that killing was permissible if persuasion failed? Moreover, Dong Huan Taiyi mentioned that they were to occupy those two places. What did occupation entail? When one race occupied the territory of another, aside from slaughter, what other choices were there? Certainly, a group of demons running to human cities, persuading the inhabitants to leave, and then settling in themselves sounded unrealistic. Due to their different races, the demons might consider mass killings in human nations a natural course of action. So he had no intention of interfering in these matters. He was used to following the rules of wherever he went. If the demons wanted to occupy the Great Tang Immortal Nation, let them do so. Would the Celestial Court just stand by and watch? Regardless of their actions, Su Yi planned to travel from east to west with Yishak Suan. Even if it wasn't about training, it would still be a good journey. Next, Dong Huan Taiyi mentioned to more points the current locations of Zibeilong and Sasheng. When they were in Icewind City before, Zhang Wang had done some things to save their ancestor Zhang Jing. Learning some inside information. Since the demon race was once widespread in the immortal realm and well-connected, nothing was surprising to them. Once Dong Huan Taiyi had settled everything, he turned to Guyan and said, "Guyan, come with me." Guyan asked, "Where to?" Dong Huan Taiyi remained silent, and in the next moment, he used spatial magic to transport Suyi and the group to a desolate area on the edge of the ancient abyss. This is the periphery of the ancient abyss. Yesterday there were many celestial gods here. Most likely they discovered something, Dong Huan Taiyi said. The first strand of the primordial chaos purple chat. This fulfills the agreement between us. You handle it yourselves. I cannot intervene. There were agreements between the demon emperor and the saints. They generally did not target beings below the emperor level because they were too powerful. For example, in the competition for the primordial chaos purple chat, the demon emperor and the saints had long agreed that their disciples could compete for it, with the promise that they would not participate themselves. They would not even bestow the primordial spiritual treasure to their disciples. These were implicit understandings. Otherwise, if the demon emperor and the saints clashed, many beings would suffer needlessly. The translation of the text is as follows. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi is also an untrustworthy person. He said that he would gather the power of the demon race to help Goen snatch a strand of pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple chat. In the end, he only brought him to this place that seemed to have the pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple chat. Whether he can succeed in seizing it, it depends on him. As for the red lotus fire that Goen won, Eastern Emperor Taiyi did keep his promise to him. The rest is up to you, he said. As for the pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple chat, Eastern Emperor Taiyi is not interested now because the big shots have already agreed that the Saint and the Demon Emperor should not compete for it anymore. This includes the Blackwater Zhuangming Grey Emperor, who has already obtained to pre-heavenly spiritual treasures. The benefits gained by the Blackwater Zhuangming Great Emperor are already considerable, so there is no need to compete for anything anymore. Obtaining something like the pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple chat is actually more like gaining the approval of the heavenly Tao, but it also comes with various restrictions from the heavenly Tao. Eastern Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun are very clear that they, as the two demon emperors, have already proved themselves with their own strength to become primordial beings. Although they may be slightly inferior to the three clears individually, the pre-heavenly spiritual treasures in their hands are enough to make up for that. Even if the pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple chat is placed in front of them, the two demon emperors will absolutely not try to refine it. Only a lunatic would try to refine it. Although the Blackwater Zhuangming Great Emperor is not very clear about what exactly the pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple chat is, he knows that he is already a registered disciple of Sudden Soul, so there is no need to compete for those things now. After explaining some things, Eastern Emperor Taiyi directly traversed the space and left the place. Goen looked at Suyi, blinked, unsure if he should speak. He did not dare to address his master in case Eastern Emperor Taiyi happened to hear. However, Suyi directly said, "Say whatever you want that Eastern Emperor Taiyi cannot hear." He did not want others to scrutinize his every move. If even the heavenly Tao could not be trusted, then the demon emperor was even less likely to do so. Goen sighed heavily. Who knows what inner turmoil he went through just now, making a bet with the demon emperor and wanting his Eastern Emperor clock. When faced with the interrogation of the demon emperor, he lied without blinking an eye. Although he disliked the demon emperor, he still faced immense pressure. "Master, what do we do next?" Goen did not release his divine sense recklessly now and deferred to Suyi for all decisions. Those 5 strands of pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple chat, after his modifications, even the heavenly Tao could not determine their positions. But obviously, they had been picked up by someone fated to find them. "If you want it, go and get it yourself. Don't ask me about everything." Suyi actually wanted to know as well. If someone were to refine those modified pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple chat, would there be any connection to his past? Goen nodded, looking into the distance, murmuring, "They have already started." He saw that the place he was gazing at was being torn apart, with various spales and treasures flying everywhere. It was obvious that they had already started fighting for the pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple chat. "Do you want to go over there?" "It's up to you. I'm just a spectator and definitely won't get involved." Suyi said this. "Of course, we have to go." Goen was very excited. Wasn't getting a strand of pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple chat to prove his position as the young master of the lost city all about this, since they had come this far? How could they possibly back down? Let's sneak over there first and see what the situation is like. After saying this, Goen activated his hidden technique and disappeared into the darkness. Sui glanced at Goen. He thought Goen would be assertive and charge over, shouting that the young master of the lost city was here and that the pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple che belonged to him. But he actually chose to sneak over, not to foolish. Sui also concealed the presence of the rabbit and Yuan Haoran. Goen's hidden technique was completely different from Sui's, but they both slowly made their way towards the direction of the battle. Suddenly, Goen realized that his master was gone. Yes, there were only him left among those accompanying him. Master, are you there? Goen whispered. Sui and Yuan Haoran were actually standing next to Goen, but it was as if they were in two different worlds, so Goen could not detect their presence at all. Not hearing any response, Goen didn't bother and stealthily approached the edge of the battle. Not looking, Goen was startled when he finally glanced over. In the center of the battle, a monster covered in blood-red fur from head to toe was single-handedly withstanding the attacks of dozens of heavenly gods from the heavenly court. On the side of the heavenly gods from the heavenly court, led by Erlang Shen Yanjian, they were using all their abilities to attack the monster. However, the monster curled up into a ball, and its red fur seemed like a tough barrier, blocking all the attacks. At the same time, purple and golden mist swirled around its head. Is this the pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple che? Goen swallowed hard. What on earth was this monster? The heavenly gods from the heavenly court, including Yanjian, couldn't be considered weak, but their attacks were all blocked by the monster. How strong of a being was this monster? Sui quietly observed. The monster was actually a corpse. Sui ran. The 5 strands of pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple che were randomly thrown out by Sui. Whoever obtained them would have them. Unexpectedly, the first strand to be found was a hit. Sui had once created humans based on his own appearance, but he later destroyed them all with a single palm. The heavenly Tao then created humans based on his appearance, the later 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns, with Sui Ren being the first of the 3 emperors and essentially one of the heavenly Tao's masterpieces. After his death, Sui Ren's body had been moved here by the heavenly Tao for some unknown reason. What was the purpose of this? Sui Ren's body had absorbed a lot of pre-heavenly demonic energy in this primordial abyss, and it seemed to have fallen into madness, becoming a different kind of powerful existence. Now, having obtained the pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple che that had been modified by him, how strong would it become after being refined? Sui watched quietly as Yan Jian's side began to get anxious. One of the heavenly gods shouted loudly, "Lord, this creature is refining the pre-heavenly Hongmeng purple che. We must kill him as soon as possible. The existence in the primordial abyss, it is truly unfathomable." Erlang Shen growled, and a golden light burst from his heavenly eye, landing on Sui Ren's body, causing the red fur covering him to ignite. It's effective, this monster. Erlang Shen was pleased, but just as he was about to continue, all the red fur on Sui Ren's body suddenly exploded, revealing a dried-up, pitch-black body. This appearance was more like a desiccated corpse. The eyes of Sui Ren, once hollow, now burned with purple flames, and a terrifying and eerie aura swept out, with golden light swirling around his mouth and nose, looking extremely bizarre. This is a corpse. He's come back to life. Erlang Shen was somewhat stunned at the scene before him. Who exactly was this? Just a corpse, yet he could block the attacks of so many heavenly gods from the heavenly court? A saint's corpse? An ancient demon? The attacks from the heavenly court's true gods did not stop. Countless magical treasures smashed into Sui Ren's body, but without exception, their effects were minimal. This scene was like a group of players in an online game teaming up to fight a big boss, but no matter what skills they used, the big boss didn't lose any health points. It was quite an embarrassing situation. Retreat. Retreat. This kind of monster can only be dealt with by inviting a sage. Yan Jian finally realized clearly how terrifying the monster in front of him was. He had been practicing the techniques gifted by Su Yan, had a breakthrough, but facing this monster, he was completely powerless. The true gods of the heavenly court also felt the monster's aura in front of them was surging and growing even stronger. Furthermore, this monster had only been in a defensive stance before, trying to assimilate the primordial purple energy. But now, if he couldn't be killed, when he completed assimilation, perhaps no one present would be able to leave alive. Seeing the situation was bad, Yan Jian and the others swiftly retreated. The ancient abyss was inherently mysterious, and the things that emerged from it were beyond reason. Such a monstrous creature perhaps only a sage could handle. This area had already been cleared by the true gods of the heavenly court, but Yan Jian asked the other gods to leave and stayed behind. Li Huanzhen, quickly go and invite the Lord Yucheng Origin Saint. Li Huanzhen was Yan Jian's subordinate, and his task now was to watch over the monster and prevent others from seizing it. He had already tried to report the situation to the Origin Saint Yucheng but had received no response, so he had to go in person. Besides the senior disciples of the true teaching, there were also disciples of the intercept teaching present. The third-generation disciple of the intercept teaching, Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, chuckled, or Lang Zhenjin, is quite interesting. To actually bother the Lord Yucheng Origin Saint with this matter, haven't you noticed that the sages are not concerned about it at all? If we younger generations can obtain the primordial purple energy, it would be a huge opportunity. If not, it's better not to force it. Or Lang Zhenjin, why don't you go invite your Master Yuting true person? Clad in a bright red robe, Holy Mother of Fire Spirit laughed lightly. Yan Jian frowned and decisively cast a spell to inform his Master Yuting true person of the situation here. Yuting true person appeared in front of Erlan Shen in the blink of an eye. When he saw Xue Ren, his face turned pale with fear. Erlang, this is not something you can handle. Retreat. Yuting true person had some cultivation base, although he was stuck at the 9th heavenly realm of Quasi-Sane and unable to advance further. But he realized that they were no match for the monster in front of them. As soon as the words fell, he transformed into a green light and fled. Damn it! A Quasi-Saint of the 9th heavenly realm was deterred by the aura of this monster. What kind of existence was it? These kids actually provoke such a terrifying existence. Do they want to die? Moreover, what exactly is this thing? Fled. Fled. Forget about the primordial purple energy. Survival is more important. The disciples of the intercept teaching, including Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, felt the terror brought by Xue Ren and, upon seeing the appearance of Yuting true person, they wasted no time in leaving. What else were they waiting for? Just as Holy Mother of Fire Spirit said, the sages wouldn't care about this matter. If they couldn't handle it, did they really have to force a confrontation? Well, immortal destiny was important. If they overreached just for that, their lifelong cultivation would likely be ruined in an instant. They wanted no part in such matters. Even though Yuting true person and others discovered the hidden flames lurking in the shadows, they paid no attention to it. Hidden flame's strength was not weak, but compared to the monster in front of them, the gap was simply too great, and if Hidden Flames wanted to die, no one would stop him. In no time, the heavenly court's true gods vanished without a trace. Hidden Flames was dumbfounded. What was going on? They all disappeared, and they were no longer interested in the primordial purple energy. Neither Rabbit nor Yuan Haoran dared to say a word. Xue Ren didn't suppress his aura, and that terrifying aura, seemingly ancient and eternal, sent chills down their spines. The surroundings were a blood-red wasteland, and the terrifying mummified corpse ahead seemed to be undergoing a transformation. The black skin of the body cracked with thin lines, and golden light seeped out from the cracks. The eye sockets of the corpse even emitted a purple golden light. Hidden Flame stood 10 miles away, and his concealing technique seemed as fragile as an eggshell struck by a giant hammer, dissipating directly. He was exposed to Xue Ren in this manner. Oh my god. Hidden Flames was truly panicked this time because he found that the peculiar fellow was staring directly at him. The divine light in those pupils enveloped him, rendering him incapable of using his demon powers. Even more terrifying was that his master was nowhere to be found. He thought his strength was powerful enough. As long as he didn't encounter a sage, he could roam the entire immortal realm at will. But who would have thought that just as he emerged, he would run into such a freak? What happened to Under the Saints, all our ants? Wasn't he a quasi-saint at least? Couldn't they show him some respect? Xue Ren's black, withered skin gradually fell off, eventually becoming crystal clear. His unsightly face underwent a complete transformation. When Hidden Flames came to his senses, he saw a middle-aged man with black hair and eyes standing in front of him. Who are you? Xue Ren opened his mouth slowly, curiously staring at Hidden Flames. Hidden Flames felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and cautiously said, "You. I am Gu Yan, the son of the ancestor Kunpeng." Gu Yan pays respects to the senior. Ancestor Kunpeng? Xue Ren tilted his head slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "Sounds familiar." Then, he licked his lips and said, "Are you a bird?" Hidden Flames couldn't help but be stunned. Strictly speaking, he was indeed a bird. But that didn't seem to be the key issue here. Sui Ren furrowed his brow and said, "Birds can be eaten, right? Damn it, is this guy speaking human language? He's not an ordinary bird. Kunpeng, does he know Kunpeng? Can't put a pot on the stove. Oh, come on. Ancestor Kunpeng, do you not know? Why are you thinking about eating me?" Before Hidden Flames could speak, Sui Ren grabbed his neck. In the next moment, a golden flame surged and burned up Hidden Flames, instantly transforming him into the form of a bird. The size was large, but it burned rather well. Sui Ren's own body also grew substantially, gripping Hidden Flame's neck tightly without letting go. Hidden Flames feeling a chill in his heart immediately. Never in a million years did he expect. As a descendant of ancestor Kunpeng, who had been out for only a few days, he was about to be roasted and eaten by someone. Sui Ren's flames were truly outrageous. In just a moment, they burned all the hair on Hidden Flame's body completely. "Master, help, kill the bird. The so-called beneath the sage are all ants, just some rumors. At least beneath Suyi, all the sages are just ants. Guyan can be considered the pride of heaven. Whether it is lineage or personal strength, he is quite powerful in the immortal realm, but his luck is not very good as he encountered some abnormalities on leaving the Lost City. Although Sui Ren Shai did not live for a long time, he is also another masterpiece of the Celestial Tao. It is said that he is one of the 3 emperors of the human race, with even Shen Non Shai mixed in there. Shen Non Shai is really an interesting fellow, Sui thought so. When Sui saw Guyan's feathers burned off by Sui Ren Shai, his first thought was that such a way of cooking was truly a waste of resources. But upon hearing the desperate plea, Su finally stirred up a bit of conscience and sense of responsibility within himself. Regardless, Guyan was handed over to him by Kunpeng. If he really wanted to eat, he should at least wait for him to return safely to the Lost City before considering it. Stop. Without waiting for Sui Ren Shai to make another move, Sui appeared directly in front of him, his body also becoming huge and revealing his true form. Grabbing Sui Ren Shai's wrist, Sui Ren Shai saw Sui and finally slowly released Guyan, then looked at Sui somewhat confusedly. Having just escaped from the clutches of Sui Ren Shai, Guyan fled tens of thousands of miles away, watching Sui with lingering fear. Darn, what is this thing? Too scary. Sui Ren Shai stared at Sui for a long time, a smile appearing on his face, his body quickly shrinking. After Sui also shrunk, he scrutinized Sui Ren Shai up and down. A long time ago, he had been thinking about how to revive someone. Now it seemed it wasn't too difficult. You remember me, which shows you're not completely stupid. Sui nodded. He could now clearly feel a connection between himself and Sui Ren Shai. Because Sui Ren Shai had incorporated that strand of innate homing purple energy refined by Sui only needed a moment to snatch it back, meaning he had absolute power over Sui Ren Shai's life and death. Although Sui could easily kill Sui Ren Shai, the feeling was completely different. From this perspective, it could be inferred that the Celestial Tao also had such rights over the sages who had refined the innate Honmeng purple energy. Sui narrowed his eyes. To be stricter, Yishiaxuan's strand of innate Honmeng purple energy had undergone a qualitative change, making it impossible for both the Celestial Tao and Sui to directly revoke it. Unless, kill her. That made a difference. Yishiaxuan's strand of innate Honmeng purple energy was more like a mutant, not under the control of the Celestial Tao or Sui. Sui Ren Shai blinked, asking, "That bird from just now, was it you?" Although his memory hadn't fully returned, in his subconscious, there was a concept that involved preparing food, summoning Shen Non, who was responsible for making the fire. In Sui Ren Shai's consciousness, he seemed to have a good relationship with Shen Non. Sui had watched Sui Ren Shai die with his own eyes and had personally buried him. Now that Sui Ren Shai appeared alive in front of him, he couldn't help but feel some emotion. Forget the bird, I have plenty of ingredients here. Sui had collected quite a few premium ingredients this time. Eating alone lacked a certain flavor. Sui summoned the Shen Non cauldron and prepared to cook. As Sui Ren Shai saw the cauldron, he felt a sense of familiarity, revealing a satisfied smile on his face. It had a somewhat foolish taste. Sui vaguely remembered that when they first met, they both set their sights on the same prey. He had given it to Sui Ren Shai, who immediately planned to eat it raw. Sui found this unacceptable and taught him how to use fire to cook the animal. Sui Ren Shai, after eating the cooked food, was ecstatic and even brought the idea back to the tribe. Sui also taught him how to use divine fire, which led to the transformation of Sui Renshai. During that time, Sui lived in Sui Renshi's tribe, providing them with various delicacies and teaching the people in the tribe how to grow grains. He was respected as Shen Nong. Reuniting after a long absence, Sui naturally shared his delicacies with him. As for the rabbit and Yuan Haoran, Sui had no intention of sharing with them. He let them hide nearby and watch, as no one would see them anyway. Sui took out some ingredients salvaged from the lost city, including the pair of wings contributed by Gu Yan. Seeing Sui preparing to cook, Sui Renshai sat quietly on the ground. That bird you caught earlier, these wings are the most delicious part, one for each person, no more, Sui said, then began plucking the feathers from the wings. Sui Renshai nodded, a satisfied smile on his face. Gu Yan, sensing a familiar scent from afar, saw the wings in his master's hands and froze. Master said these wings were not beneficial to my cultivation. Something seems off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Could it be that Master deceived him into giving up his wings for food? It couldn't be. Surely not. Thinking back to how Master had suddenly appeared to save his life earlier, Gu Yan realized that a mature and kind-hearted expert like Master would never do such a thing. He must have misunderstood Master's deep intentions. How dare he doubt Master? It was truly unforgivable. Sui couldn't help blushing as he plucked the feathers from the wings. How could he do such a thing in front of Gu Yan? But stopping halfway would make him seem guilty. So, he continued plucking the feathers opally. Inside the Shen Nong cauldron were certain parts of other monsters that had been contributed generously, while outside, Gu Yan's wings were being roasted, spreading a delightful aroma. Though tempted, Sui Renshai swallowed his saliva and refrained from indulging. Watching Sui's actions from afar, Gu Yan furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, could it be that Master had foreseen encountering such a monster and was unable to match him? So he had planned in the lost city to have the monsters offer up some parts of their bodies to entangle him to let me escape safely. Or perhaps these things mixed together are actually highly toxic, and after that monster eats them, his strength will greatly diminish. Master even wishes to help me obtain that strand of innate Hongmeng purple energy. Contemplating these possibilities, Gu Yan's eyes reddened, his nose becoming slightly sour. Infuriating. Master had done so much for him, yet he still doubted Master. He was not worthy to be a monster. Just now, he even deserted Master and ran away on his own, which was truly shameful. Sui felt that Gu Yan must have scared the little bird so much that it was almost trembling in fear. But what he didn't expect was that Gu Yan actually turned around again and faced him with a determined look, not saying anything and just staring fiercely at Sui Renshi, looking like he wanted to speak but couldn't. Fuxi and Sui Renshi were the emperors of humanity back then, gathering the faith and fortune of the human race, their strength not inferior to that of the demon emperors. Even the saints didn't dare to act recklessly in front of them. After his death, he was transferred to the immortal realm by the will of heaven, buried in the ancient abyss for countless years, using his body as proof of the way, assimilating with Sui's modified primordial purple chat, his strength incomparable. This little quasi-saint Gu Yan was just a simple meal in front of Sui Renshi. Sui was very curious as to where this little bird got the courage to stare at Sui Renshi with that kind of expression. Do you not know that Sui Renshi also has a title of Sui Huang? While roasting the wings, Sui looked at Gu Yan with some doubt. Sui Renshi also followed Sui's gaze towards Gu Yan, then looked at Sui and then at Gu Yan, apparently realizing that something was amiss. You take off your clothes. Gu Yan opened his mouth, wanting to say something tough like he did when he came back earlier, but faced with Sui Renshi, the courage he mustered directly dissipated, so he had to reluctantly take off his robe and then his clothes and sigh. That's enough. Just one piece. Sui Renshi had just been resurrected and hadn't remembered everything yet, but he was definitely not the kind to go too far, so he just took one robe and draped it over himself. So he finally asked, would you like to have something to eat? Although he was currently roasting Gu Yan's wings, but since he was earnestly looking at it, it was only proper to extend an invitation. Gu Yan looked at the golden roasted wings in front of him, his mouth twitched, and said, thank you for the kind offer, Master. Even if the taste was good, he wouldn't eat his own wings. The invisible rabbit and Yuan Haoran, feeling Sui Renshi's aura, stayed far away and didn't dare to come over. The rabbit knew very well that if it appeared in front of Sui Renshi, it might end up becoming an additional dish for them. Suyi was never a good person. Initially, he wanted it to serve as a guide, but now, with many people around him, the significance of it being a guide seemed to have diminished. Guyan declined Suyi's invitation, and Sui Renchi's gaze at him softened slightly, because there were only two wings. If Guyan ate one, either he wouldn't get to eat, or Suyi wouldn't. Either way, wouldn't be good. Therefore, if one of the wings were given to Guyan, he would have to lay a hand on Guyan again. Guyan felt the suffocating pressure suddenly dissipate. He breathed a sigh of relief, and dared not speak anymore, as he now felt that Master and this monster seemed to be well acquainted. Sui Huan, this one is fine now, you may have it first. Suyi handed a roasted wing to Sui Renchi, who smiled, took a bite, and looked just like an ordinary middle-aged man. Just as they were starting to eat, the space around them fluctuated, the three clear ones arrived, and even the previously closed-off Supreme Pure Tao Virtue Celestial Lord appeared. Upon seeing Suyi, the Supreme Pure Tao Virtue Celestial Lord, with a dignified expression, respectfully saluted him, saying, "Hello, Mr. Su." Next, the Primordial Celestial Lord and the Master of the Universal Teaching also bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. Su." Guyan didn't know who the three clear ones were, but they looked formidable, probably friends of Master, so it was best for him not to speak. Suyi cleared his throat and said, "It's all right. Don't be so polite. Since you're here, sit down and have something to eat." It seemed that the Supreme Pure Tao Virtue Celestial Lord already knew Suyi's identity, but he chose not to reveal it, since they had cooked quite a lot this time, so letting them all have some was not a big deal. Since Mr. Su has said so, the younger generation will respectfully comply. The Supreme Pure Tao Virtue Celestial Lord, with silvery hair, but a face like that of a young man in his 20s, of extraordinary bearing, sat down beside Suyi. The Master of the Universal Teaching, usually arrogant and domineering, but in front of Suyi, behaved himself and sat down as well. Except for Sui Renchi, who had started eating, the remaining roasted wing was suspended in midair, and no one dared to touch it. The three clear ones meditated silently, sitting there still and dull. This was why Suyi didn't want others to know his identity. Many people, once they knew his identity, became uneasy and dull, not enjoying even a meal. "This is the Sui Huan. You must have heard of him, so I won't introduce him." Suyi introduced Sui Renchi to the three clear ones. "These three are my friends, Taoist Virtue Celestial Lore, Primordial Celestial Lore, and Spirit Treasure Celestial Lore." Ahem. Ahem. Guyan couldn't hold it in after hearing Suyi's introduction. Having lived in the immortal realm all along, he hadn't heard of Sui Huan, but he had heard of the three clear ones from Taoism. No. Sorry, Please pretend you didn't see me. Seniors. Guyan was terrified. Was it appropriate for a demon to sit in front of the three clear ones from Taoism? Although Taoism wasn't as quick to conduct any physical salvations or ring bell subjugations like Buddhism, if he inadvertently offended these three, the gazes of the three clear ones and Sui Renchi fell on Guyan, making him even more nervous. What kind of situation was this? Suyi smiled and said, "Don't scare the little one. They call him Guyan, the son of Kun Ten, and he's been hanging around with me recently." The Master of the Universal Teaching, dressed in a purple fairy robe, commented, "The little one has great potential." The Taoist Virtue Celestial Lord and the Primordial Celestial Lord also nodded slightly at Guyan, affirming what the Master of the Universal Teaching had said. They thought Guyan's future was promising not because he was Kunpeng's descendant, but because he could follow Suyi around, which boded well for him. As Sui Renchi ate the wings, his brow furrowed gradually as he observed the three clear ones, saying, "I remember who you are now, three clear ones, divinities, saints." The three clear ones returned Sui Renchi's smile. Sui Renchi was after all the emperor of humanity and seemed to be Suyi's distinguished guest, and they could sense that this human emperor was not weaker than them now. If they could form a good relationship, it would be excellent. After a moment of contemplation, Sui Renchi asked, "How are the human race now?" Suyi replied, "You are in the immortal realm now, and the human race you mentioned is on another planet. I'll take you there later." Sui Renchi nodded and asked, "Are the immortals still taking lives from the human race, bringing disasters upon them?" It was evident that his tone was somewhat unkind, and if he didn't receive a satisfactory answer, he might do something out of the ordinary, such as slaughtering gods. In the Age of Flint, the immortals who had previously died under Suyi's control had already been reborn in the immortal realm. They also had beings of the level of gold immortals or above crossing space to return to the original world, or perhaps gods from other small worlds descended. The true gods were absent, and those fellows began to enslave the human race, often invoking divine punishment, which made Flint and Fushi very annoyed. The impression that the gods left on Flint was really bad. The Moral Supreme looked seriously at Flint and said, "Emperor Flint, in recent years, we immortals have seldom intervened in the original world, so there is no question of taking life or depriving the human race of it." Flint and the Moral Supreme looked at each other, and Flint said, "You saints shouldn't be considered human beings, right?" The Moral Supreme smiled and asked, "Why do you say that, Emperor Flint?" Flint remained silent, vaguely remembering a saying, "Beneath the saints are all ants." This saying not only highlighted how strong the saints' powers were, but also emphasized a very important point, that the saints were no longer considered human. In their eyes, all living beings in the world were just ants, as if they belonged to another species altogether. Suyi was currently playing the role of a chef, listening to their conversation. After bringing out the divine farmer's cauldron, he thought for a moment and decided to just make a hot pot. There were various ingredients available, and he had also prepared the hot pot-based seasoning before. "Don't just sit there. Who's coming to help chop vegetables?" Suyi tossed out a wooden table, on which there were cutting boards, knives, and several baskets of ingredients. "I'll do it." The Master of Heaven immediately volunteered to help, but was stopped by the Primordial Supreme, who said, "Junior brother, this kind of thing should be done by the senior brother, UH. The Master of Heaven smiled awkwardly and said, "Senior brother, where do you get that? Let your junior brother do this kind of small task. That won't do." The Primordial Supreme took action without another word, moved to the front of the wooden table, picked up a knife, and started chopping vegetables. The Master of Heaven regretted his words. Why didn't he just start first? They now knew Suyi's true identity, and it was long ago that the Ji Zhao had received many benefits from Suyi. The Primordial Supreme did not care about these things and was now showcasing his skills in front of his master. The Master of Heaven had often taken advantage of being the youngest disciple favored by the master and was unwilling to let others seize the opportunity. Guo Yan was already feeling numb beside them. Holy men were fighting to chop vegetables in front of their master. This scene was truly incredible. Suyi didn't mind. Anyone could chop the vegetables. The Primordial Supreme stood in front of the wooden table, holding the knife, and instantly felt a special Dao pattern on it. This pattern was extraordinary, and during the process of chopping vegetables, the Primordial Supreme seemed to comprehend a different kind of law power compared to his usual realizations. This knife, the Primordial Supreme's eyes lit up with a hint of delight. He simply wanted to show off in front of Suyi, not expecting such an experience. No wonder the Master of Heaven was so proactive. The Primordial Supreme looked very pleased as he chopped the vegetables, as if he had won a battle on his wife's body. As he was preparing the food, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi arrived swiftly. "Isn't this a coincidence? You are here too." The Eastern Emperor Taiyi greeted the three purities and then smiled at Suyi. "Brother Su, I thought you would go to Fusang City. I specially reserved a feast for you but didn't see you coming." As for Guo Yan, he was completely ignored by him, as were Zhongda, Shauna, and the others. They were inconsequential. The Eastern Emperor Taiyi felt that the relationship between him and Su Duhan was still okay. As for the three purities, everyone had their own factions, so it was considered polite to greet each other when meeting. However, he did not expect that when he said this, the Master of Heaven sneered directly, "Eastern Emperor, what's the point of your Fusan City? Blame Su Mister for not coming, and you're blaming him, huh?" The Eastern Emperor Taiyi glanced at the Master of Heaven. He did not recall offending him. Did he want to scheme against him like Blackwater Pool did to kill Zun Ti Dast? "Master of Heaven, I am looking for Brother Su. What's your relationship with me?" "Stop being so annoying," the Eastern Emperor Taiyi wanted to say. "If you don't comply, we can fight. Let's fight. Would this emperor still be afraid of you?" The Eastern Emperor Taiyi smiled smugly. "Our senior brothers always like to gang up with more people. Do you want to join us?" The Master of Heaven laughed heartily. "If we three brothers team up, you might end up crying." The Eastern Emperor Taiyi chuckled. "Then you guys can join forces against me." Guo Yan was speechless. What was happening? The three saints gathering was one thing, but now certain Flint Emperor arrived and they were about to fight. If they really fought, wouldn't he be dead without knowing the reason? Was it too late to escape now? Should he call the master to join? Suyi's hot pot was already almost done. Hearing that they were going to fight, he suddenly became excited and shouted to the Primordial Supreme, "Original, are we fighting? 1 against 3, are you in or not?" The Primordial Supreme was leisurely chopping the vegetables. When he heard Suyi's shout, he was also taken aback and looked deeply at the Eastern Emperor Tai, as if to say, "1 against 3, are you nuts? Want to die? Let's fight." The Primordial Supreme put down the knife and prepared to start. The Moral Supreme, who had been sitting peacefully, felt that this was an order from the master. Stoically, he stood up, looking at the Eastern Emperor Tai expressionlessly. Perhaps the master wanted to take this opportunity to deal with the Eastern Emperor Tai. The Master of Heaven laughed. "Eastern Emperor, this time you suggested we team up. If we don't, won't it seem like we look down on you?" The Eastern Emperor Tai's face darkened a bit. Damn it, he didn't know how he had offended the 3 purities. The idea was that in principle, shouldn't the 3 purities save him some face? If this news of 3 against 1 got out, it would be an insult to the dignity of saints. Wait. Damn it. Why is Su Duanhen inciting trouble on the side? The Eastern Emperor Tai felt a little detached. How could he have foreseen that by calling Su Yi his brother, he had offended the 3 purities? According to seniority, Su Yi was the master of the 3 purities, so the Eastern Emperor Tai calling Su Yi his brother was actually taking advantage of them. Right? The Moral Supreme couldn't be bothered to argue with the Eastern Emperor Tai, but the Master of Heaven had a bad temper. How could he let the Eastern Emperor Tai take advantage of him? Now that the 3 of them were fighting against 1 person, wasn't that hanging a person up to be beaten? The Eastern Emperor Toichi truly cannot accept the current situation, but just now, when he was talking tough, putting on a front, and acting aggressive, how could he back down at this moment? The Eastern Emperor Toichi tried to remain calm, and indifferently said, "Have you all thought it through? By the will of heaven, between the saints and us demon emperors, whoever strikes first will be stripped of their Dao fruit." Due to the terrifying power of the saints and demon emperors, and with Su Yi's world-ending presence, heaven decreed that they could not directly engage in combat to prevent history from repeating itself. Otherwise, their Dao fruit would be taken away. This was also the reason why Master Tranquility Dao acted so arrogantly in front of the Supreme Master of the Heaven Teaching and the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. "Even if our Dao fruit is taken away, I will still beat you today." Moral virtue Heavenly Venerate emphasized morality. Even if it was a decree from heaven, it would not change his decision. "Then come at me. Hit me." The Eastern Emperor Toichi was getting angry. Were these guys all crazy? He just passed by, and even greeted them. These 3 guys were usually quite polite, so why were they all acting out today? Could it be because of the upcoming 10,000 Demons convention? No, that's not right. He organized the convention in response to Su Duaning's call. It was directed at the Buddhist sect. Why were these 3 Dao saints being confrontational with him? Upon hearing that the saint who struck first would lose their Dao fruit, Su Yi raised his head and asked, "If I let them fight, will you strip their Dao fruit?" This was a direct question to heaven, with a hint of threat in his words. This question caught the Eastern Emperor Toichi off guard. Was Su Duaning talking to heaven? In the next moment, an unfamiliar yet familiar voice echoed in the minds of the 3 purities and the Eastern Emperor Toichi. "You fight your fight, and the heavenly way knows nothing." The Eastern Emperor Toichi looked at Su Yi with a dazed expression and shouted, "Su brother, you can't do this. I've always treated you as a brother." Upon hearing this, Su Yi's smile deepened as he replied, "Next time, use a different form of address. I don't quite like this one. Su brother, this is what. If he doesn't get beaten up, who will?" The 3 purities were even more furious at the way the Eastern Emperor Toichi addressed Su, prompting the 3 saints to attack directly. However, as they raised their hands, they found that their powers and treasures were all unusable. The Eastern Emperor Toichi also felt his demon power being suppressed. "Let's move a bit further before we fight." Su Yi smiled. "After the fight, we'll have a meal." Of course, he wouldn't allow these 3 to fight freely. He sealed off their cultivation and made them fight slowly. It's like having hot pot. In some places, you can even watch Peking opera while enjoying hot pot. He had been separated from Sui Ren for a long time, and eating hot pot while watching the saints and demon emperors fight was quite reasonable. Su Yi's suppression of their cultivation meant he didn't actually intend to kill the Eastern Emperor Toichi, so the fight with the demon emperor was just to let off steam. The 3 saints rushed forward, and the Eastern Emperor Toichi didn't just sit back and wait, he immediately fought back with his fists. The Eastern Emperor Toichi also realized that Sudunying wasn't really planning to have the three purities kill him. So, the Demon Emperor fought single-handedly against the three purities. Regardless of the outcome, as long as he didn't die, it would be a matter of great pride. Moreover, it seemed that the three purities couldn't use their powers. In a simple hand-to-hand combat, although it was 3 against 1, the Eastern Emperor Toichi felt he truly had a chance this time. In ancient times, the human race began to forge treasures and practice martial arts to defend against the demons. As the Demon Emperor, even without using demon powers, the strength of the Eastern Emperor Toichi's physical body far exceeded that of the three saints. Guoyan secretly moved closer to Suyi and whispered, "Master, shall we run first?" He knew his master was very powerful, possibly as formidable as the saints. But with the three saints and a demon emperor fighting, it was indeed very dangerous for them to remain there. Due to his master's kindness, Guoyan didn't want to escape alone and believed they should flee together. "Don't panic, just watch and learn. This should be a good learning opportunity for you." So he conjured a bench and table from his sleeve. "Would you like some watermelon?" Guoyan, holding the watermelon, glanced at the 4 of them in the distance as they had started fighting. The Supreme Master of the Heaven Teaching landed a punch on the Eastern Emperor Toichi's handsome face, causing Guoyan to shiver in fear. Could such a punch from the Supreme Master of the Heaven Teaching not destroy this whole area? But he only saw the Eastern Emperor Toichi stagger, then kicked the Supreme Master of the Heaven Teaching in the stomach, sending him flying several meters away, and jokingly asked, "Haven't you had your meal, Tiantian?" Then, he was struck in the back by the primordial heavenly venerable. Guoyan's mouth twitched. 3 saints teaming up against 1 and resorting to sneak attacks. Was this some kind of joke? Although he didn't usually like the Eastern Emperor Toichi, he stood on his side at this critical moment. It was hard to imagine whether the Eastern Emperor Toichi, after enduring another blow from the primordial heavenly venerable, would be seriously injured, which made Guoyan tense up and surprisingly concerned. "Ha ha, original. Is that all the strength you've got?" The Eastern Emperor Toichi was nimble and strong. After taking a hit, he turned around and punched the primordial heavenly venerable, sending him flying. But soon, the 3 purities surged forward. They couldn't use their magic techniques or treasures, and even their physical strength was suppressed to that of an ordinary person by Suyi. The current battle was solely based on martial skills. What kind of skills did the saints usually use? None. In the past, if they wanted to kill someone, a spell or even a glance was enough. This level of hand-to-hand combat was unprecedented. But evidently, the Eastern Emperor Toichi underestimated the strength of the 3 purities' bodies and their adaptability. After several rounds, the 3 purities were pressing against the Eastern Emperor Toichi, with fists and kicks continuously landing on him. But he gritted his teeth, determined to cause more damage to the enemy even if at the cost of his own injuries. He absolutely wouldn't take a beating for nothing. Gradually, Guoyan finished eating the watermelon in his hands, and the hot pot was also cooked. This was supposed to be a fight between saints. "You're telling me this is a hand-to-hand combat between saints?" Guoyan looked confused, probably witnessing the most crude battle he had ever seen in his life. Could it be because the saints and the Demon Emperor had reached a state of returning to their original forms? At this point, he was having trouble understanding the ongoing battle. Most people probably never thought that the battle between the Sage and the Demon King would be as brutal as thugs fighting each other. Therefore, Guoyan kept his eyes glued to the fight between the big shots, covered in mud, hoping to learn a thing or two as the master suggested. How should he learn after all? Are the combat skills and techniques he learned over the years all fake? Should he discard all his spells and treasures to become the Demon King and engage in combat in the most primitive way? The more Guoyan watched, the deeper his frown became. It was entirely possible. Why else would the master have him learn? Suyi, taking advantage of Guoyan's learning time, picked up a roasted wing to eat. It must be said that being the son of Kunpan, the taste of the wing was indeed excellent. Simply grilled, it had a chewiness unmatched by ordinary birds. Because Guoyan was still young, his meat was tender. The wing even carried a light seafood flavor, naturally delicious and wonderful. So he felt that he had always been a courteous person, and eating Guoyan's wing in front of him was not something he could do. Therefore, he let him study the battle between the Sage and the Demon King with a half watermelon. Indeed, the young Guoyan was captivated by the spectacle. His diligent spirit of learning was commendable. Suyi, munching on the wing, nodded approvingly at Guyan. Lu Xun said it well. Where there is genius, it is in putting the effort others put into eating grilled wings and to learning. Obviously, Guyan was that genius. How long do you think they will continue to fight? Suyi whispered to Sui Renshai as he sat beside him. Sui Renshai, who hadn't eaten for many years and had finished the wings Suyi gave him earlier, did not answer when Suyi asked, but smiled knowingly as Suyi picked up a big spoon from the table and started eating from Shen Non's cauldron. Suyi smirked at this knowing smile and wise look. He was sure that Sui Renshai had fully recovered his memory and clear mind. Did it matter to Sui Renshai how long Dong Huang Taiyi and the others fought? Once they finished, would they come over to have a meal? Sui Renshai was not familiar with them, even bearing a hint of hostility. In such a situation, it was only right to quickly grab Fu, while they were still busy fighting. Who would share with them? Although Dong Huang Taiyi was left bruised by Sen Qing also received his share of blows. As a whole, as long as they weren't killed, things weren't looking good. They had never fought like this before, so it was somewhat exciting. Mr. Su, what should I call you now? Do you know what to call me? Dao De Tiazun also displayed the 4 words conquer with virtue splendidly. They had had their fight, and Dong Huang Taiyi needed to understand why he was being hit. Dong Huang Taiyi still didn't understand how he had offended San Qing. Normally, there was no conflict between them. Occasionally, they would greet each other in a friendly manner. Why were things turning sour now? As if it's any of your concern what I call you. Dong Huang Taiyi was tough-skinned. In such a fighting style, he couldn't be killed, so he continued to exchange injuries. The injuries inflicted would heal quickly, as they were simply suppressed by Suyi's power, and their fundamental strength was unaffected. Therefore, this battle was destined to last a long time. Suyi pulled out cola and alcohol from earth and said to Sui Renshai, "These are things made by today's human race." Sui Renshai, having eaten enough, drank a bottle of cola, then a large glass of alcohol, excitedly said, "Where are the people now?" Suyi took out his phone, played a video for Sui Renshai, and after watching it, Sui Renshai solemnly said, "The Witch clan has always treated the human race well. They seek the power of faith. What about you?" Suyi asked Sui Renshai. "There never is goodness without reason. The Witch clan was not a benevolent group. If not for the power of faith from the human race, Dizhang and the others might not have been so kind to them. Perhaps, just as Sui Renshai said, the sages were no longer considered part of the human race. When their strength reached a certain level, the human race was viewed by them as no different from ants or livestock. Or perhaps, having become stronger by harnessing the power of human fate, they had already developed the habit of helping the human race, which to humans was a good thing. Sui Renshai, once known as the human emperor, had almost all the power of faith from the entire human race focused on him and Fuxi before he fell. Thereafter, various forces from the immortal realm sought to harness the power of faith from the human race through divine beings incarnated in the mortal world or through various mysterious legacies. How much of the power of faith does the human race still have in Sui Renshai? Even though the people of Huaxia now regard Fuxi and Sui Renshai as their ancestors, it can't be said they truly have faith in them. Upon hearing Suyi's words, Sui Renshai grinned and said, "As long as they are good to the human race, I am willing." In the video Suyi showed him earlier, witchcraft was thriving on Earth. There were also demon ways, Buddha paths, and the Tao sect led by Sen Qing vying for supremacy. During Suyi's absence from Earth, many deities from other small worlds descended upon Earth, resulting in their direct and dismal demise, some even losing their lives. Just like the group of angels who attempted to attack Earth before, they were all worthless before Master Tongxin. Now that there are many great gods on Earth, from the immortal realm to Earth, for real big gods, it's not that difficult anymore. Unlike before, when the sages and immortal emperors worried about the instability they might cause on Earth when they traveled back to their origin. Times have changed. Suyi asked, "Do you want to go back to Earth?" "Earth?" Sui Renshai looked at Suyi in confusion. Suyi smiled and said, "This is what the present human race calls the world where they are." Light flickered in Sui Renshai's eyes as he nodded vigorously. Suyi then asked, "What are your plans after going back?" Sui Renshai said, "I will just watch as an ordinary person." He assured, "Don't worry, I won't compete for the power of faith." Suyi thought for a moment and suggested, "I think when you go back, you can write a novel." Sui Renshai heard too many new terms. Suyi chuckled, A novel is a story, and I've even come up with a name for you. It's called The Reborn Sui Emperor Just Wants to Be an Ordinary Person. Perhaps the title was too long for Sui Renshai to grasp fully. An emperor like Sui Renshai, who was supposed to be full of wisdom, looked confused. As the hot pot was almost finished, Sui cleaned up the scene, taking Shen Nong's cauldron, and then shouted to Dong Huan Taiyi and the others, "You guys haven't finished yet? We're leaving." Master Tonshin was currently using his scissors to clamp Dong Huan Taiyi's arm. Yuan Shai Chiazum was even considering whether or not to use a dirty trick like the monkey stealing peaches. Dao Tiazum was pondering how Dong Huan Taiyi should address him as his master. Should he call Su Dad, Su Father, or something else? When Sui called out, all four pairs of eyes turned towards him. The aroma of the hot pot was gone. The surroundings were cleaned up, leaving only a cool breeze, which felt somewhat desolate. Sanking and Swarenchi both realized that they seemed to have missed something. Also, why had they come here? Was it really just for a brutal fight? They seemed to have unconsciously deviated from the main point, especially Yuan Shai Qianzun. He was already regretting it in his heart. Damn it, he had the kitchen knife in his hand just now. If he didn't come to fight but continued cutting vegetables, maybe he would have opened his mouth, and the master would have given him the kitchen knife. And as a vegetable cutter, he should have had a share of the hot pot just now, but now, he didn't even get a sip of soup. Sanking and Dong Huang Taiyi both almost simultaneously stopped. Stop fighting. Dong Huang Taiyi also felt it was about enough. Although he had been beaten up, he didn't really suffer any losses overall. Sanking felt they had beaten Dong Huang Taiyi, while Dong Huang Taiyi felt he had single-handedly beaten Sanking. Although it had a bit of an AQ spirit to it, they could definitely shout out that this encounter was not a loss. Sui heard them say they wouldn't fight anymore, so he released his suppression on them. Suren, did you obtain that thread of primordial Hongmeng Violet Chet? Bodhisattva Qianzun brought the conversation back to the main topic. After watching the video that Sui had just shown him, Swarenchi also realized that the sage still had some protection for the human race. The previous hostility had dissipated. Yes, I obtained it. Swarenchi nodded, not denying it. He didn't need to deny such a thing. Hearing this, Sanking and Dong Huang Taiyi began to assess Swarenchi. They could feel the continuous vitality emanating from Swarenchi's body. Most importantly, Swarenchi's aura was very different from theirs. If they had all refined the same primordial Hongmeng Violet Chat, then standing together, they would sense each other's familiar aura as if they were of the same kind. But obviously, Swarenchi did not have that kind of aura. Suren, did you use the primordial Hongmeng Violet Chat to achieve the level of a primordial saint? Bodhisattva Qianzun was shocked and couldn't believe it. Even if one became a saint by refining the primordial Hongmeng Violet Chat, it was still under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao could easily strip away their accomplishments. However, a primordial saint was completely different. They were truly lawless and unrestricted. Although Swarenchi was known as the human emperor, he was created by the Heavenly Tao. It was impossible for him to achieve such a level before. Only with the rise of human fortune did he possess battle strength, but he was no match for a saint. After his death, he was moved by the Heavenly Tao to the primordial abyss to prove his Tao through his corpse. While he could be referred to as the Corpse Emperor, now he had no traces of that energy. His vitality was overflowing. It was understandable for his strength to increase after refining a thread of the primordial Hongmeng Violet Chat, but it was impossible for him to achieve the level of a primordial saint. In fact, saints had their distinctions. Heavenly Tao saints achieved their level by utilizing the power of the three paths of heaven, earth, and man, as well as receiving acknowledgement from the Heavenly Tao. They were also known as the guardians of the Heavenly Tao. Between heaven and earth, apart from the Heavenly Tao, there was another kind of power, transcending the laws of this universe. Achieving enlightenment and attaining the Tao without refining the primordial Hongmeng Violet Chair resulted in becoming a Grand Tao Saint. Grand Tao Saints were much stronger than Heavenly Tao Saints. The so-called primordial saints, on the other hand, were those who achieved Tao breakthroughs on their own. In this universe, primordial saints were not necessarily the strongest because Heavenly Tao Saints had the support of the Heavenly Tao's power, while primordial saints relied solely on their own power, and most likely, they would be defeated. However, when leaving this universe, theoretically, primordial saints would surpass Heavenly Tao Saints in various aspects. Dong Huang Taiyi and Emperor Jun could be considered primordial saints, but within this domain, they would still be subject to the Heavenly Tao's oppression. They didn't fall under his jurisdiction, but could they overpower him? If not, would they listen to him? Therefore, it was quite strange that Swarenchi, after refining the primordial manhwaedit, exuded a different aura from that of a saint. Swarenchi was also full of doubts. He didn't really know much about all this. Were there differences between heavenly Tao saints and primordial saints? He really didn't know anything. He just instinctively refined that thread of primordial manhwaedit, and that was it. Sui said, "He's not a primordial saint." Sanking and Don Wang Taiyi looked at Sui. They believed what Sui said. If Sui said he wasn't, then he wasn't. Could he be a grand Tao saint? After the Mahayana sect leader finished speaking, he looked at Sui, awaiting an explanation from the master. Since they had all witnessed Sui dispersing the 5 threads of primordial manhwaedit belonging to Amitabha Daoist earlier, and Swarenchi had refined one of them, maybe Sui had interfered in some way. Sui said, "No. Let's stop guessing. It won't lead to any results." He now had a unique connection with Swarenchi, and as long as Swarenchi's body could withstand it, Sui could even lend him some power. It was similar to the Mahayana sect leader and their reliance on the power of the heavenly Tao. From this perspective, as long as Sui was willing, Swarenchi would be much stronger than both saints and demon emperors. Although Sanking and Don Wang Taiyi still had many doubts in their minds, since Sui had spoken, they couldn't really ask any more questions. "Let's disperse. I have things to do, so I'll leave first." Sui waved his hand, and the rabbit and Yuan Haoran also appeared in front of Sanking and the demon emperor. By now, they had dropped their disguises. No one realized that there were 2 bystanders nearby. Sui said to Yuan Haoran and the rabbit, "I'm going to find my wife. What are your plans?" Yuan Haoran quickly understood Sui's intention and said, "Could I follow the 3 saints?" Sui glanced at Sanking. The Mahayana sect leader and the others knew Yuan Haoran's background, but the Bodhisattva Chanzun still said, "Then come with us." Yuan Haoran asked, "Will you restrict my freedom?" No. Even though the Mahayana sect leader had many doubts and even wanted to stay longer with the master, he understood that Sui's fate with them had come to an end, so it couldn't be forced. As for Yuan Haoran, if Sui had said so, how could they dare to restrict his freedom? The rabbit had offended Don Wang Taiyi before, but when Sui asked him, he said, "Demon Emperor, I'll go with you." However, Guoyan remained silent. He heard clearly, "The 2 of you." The master didn't mention him. What Sanking and the demon emperor? Follow the master's scent? No. Sure enough, Sui concluded, "Guoyan, let's go." "Suren, see you next time." Sui turned around and waved his hand, informing him of the way to Earth. Sanking looked at Sui's back and respectfully bowed. The demon emperor and the rabbit were also deeply shaken inside. The person who could make Sanking willingly perform such a grand gesture could only be the soul breaker Sui. The heavenly court has 13 levels. Sui appeared directly in front of Yishiaxuan with Guyan. At this moment, Yishiaxuan was standing in front of the city of the 13 levels, guarding the city gate. For as long as Sui walked, she guarded the city gate. This was the job arranged for her by change. If one wanted to work in the 33 levels of heaven, they had to first guard the city gate here for a month, and then discuss other matters. Sui and the others suddenly appeared at the city gate, and a group of female celestial beings who were guarding the gate looked at them warily. Some had even prepared things like immortal binding locks, ready to take down these 2 troublemakers. "Sister Yue, don't." Yishiaxuan saw that the female celestial being next to her was about to attack Sui, and quickly stopped her. The one called Sister Yue looked at Sui and Guyan, then asked Yishiaxuan, "Zhuan, are they your friends?" Yishiaxuan had experienced a lot by now and was no longer the young girl who blushed easily. With a slight smile, she looked at Sui and said, "He is my Tao companion." This kind of address was considered fitting in this place. Oh. Sister Yue suddenly realized and said, "They look fine. Do they have the token to enter the 13 levels of heaven? If not, you should inform the Star Lord." "Immortal, we have the Demon Emperor's token. Can we enter?" Sui had seen the Demon Emperor's token of the Eastern Emperor Tai, and for him, creating one out of nothing, changing one, was not difficult. Sui was willing to abide by certain rules in certain places, but since his wife was working in the 13 levels of heaven, he also did not want to be too low-key. The constant questioning upon entering the city was not pleasant at all. Sister Yue looked at the Demon Emperor's token in Suyi's hand, furrowed her brow, and said, "In theory, with the Demon Emperor's token, you can enter. But friend, Please keep a low profile. This is the heavenly court, not the demon court. This fairy's words were also considered advice, but Guyan felt very unhappy upon hearing this. Was the demon emperor's token not as good as a regular token? It was worth noting that those who could attain the demon emperor's token were extraordinary existences. This woman was simply unreasonable. Did the demon emperor have no face to show? Are you looking down on the demon emperor? Guyan didn't like Eastern Emperor Taiyi and Emperor June, but this dislike was purely personal. Just like some students like to give nicknames to their teachers, sometimes even cursing them behind their backs, but they would never allow others to insult their teachers. Human nature is complex, and demonic nature is even more complicated. Sister Yue said, I did not mean to look down on the demon emperor, but this is the heavenly court. The rule of the heavenly court is that to enter another level, one needs a token. So if one goes around with the demon emperor's token, wouldn't it be like inviting trouble for the demon emperor? Change was Emperor Chun's daughter, and as her underling, she also hoped for peaceful coexistence between the heavenly court and the demon tribe. Forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. The fairy glanced at Guyan. Of course they could enter, but this was actually breaking the rules. So he patted Guyan's shoulder and said, okay, let's go in first. Then, he and Yishaxuan exchanged a glance. As they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. You go to work. I'll take this young man to eat something. Look for me after work. The smile on Yishaxuan's face gradually disappeared, then squeezed out a dry smile. All right, where are you guys eating? I don't know. Find me after work. Suyi had already led Guyan into the city gate. At this moment, there was a bit of a commotion at the city gate. Sister Yue looked at Suyi and them entering the city, frowned, and asked Yishaxuan quietly, Xuanzhuan, is this person really your Dao companion? Yes. Maybe. Yishaxuan was once again at a loss in the wind. This dog of a man, they hadn't seen each other in so many days, and this was how he acted. He actually entered the city with a man to eat. Sister Yue asked again, are they also Dao companions? Huh? Yishaxuan's mouth opened slightly. Sister Yue, the one just now was male, right? It's possible that he's dressed as a man or has changed his appearance. Sister Yue tilted her head, leaned closer to Yishaxuan's ear, and said, Dao companions, even if they have the same gender, they can still cultivate together, just like I can accept you. No. I refuse. Yishaxuan was startled and stepped back 2 steps. Sister Yue chuckled, if you like men, I can also turn into a man. He has, I can have it too, and it's bigger than his. Yishaxuan was at a loss for words for a moment. She had finally realized that the immortal realm was too chaotic, especially in terms of relationships between men and women, and even between women. This place of 13 levels of heaven was even more so. From the moment she stood at the city gate, there were already no less than 20 female immortals trying to make her their Dao companion. This was a bad situation. Yishaxuan had no idea, because she had completely refined the innate Hongmeng purple gas and had received nourishment from Suyi. Her aura had already become different from others. Although these female immortals in the 13 levels of heaven did not know these things, their female intuition told them that becoming Dao companions with this little leaf would be a very good choice. Xuanzhuan, don't be afraid. Sister Yue was just teasing you. If you disagree, sister will not force you. Sister Yue had a friendly smile on her face and said, what's good about men? They are dirty and smelly. Sister smells much better. After saying that, she winked at Yishaxuan. Yishaxuan shivered, smiled awkwardly, stood aside, didn't say anything, and ignored Sister Yue. So he led Guyan through the streets of the 13 levels of heaven, surrounded by graceful and charming celestial beauties. Guyan, as the only descendant of Kunpen, knew that it was impossible for him to find mates within his own clan. Also, because demonic beings could transform into human forms during their cultivation, he found the women around him to be attractive. Master, where are we going? Guyan had heard Suyi mention going into the city to eat something, but along the way, he didn't see Suyi stop, and although they were not walking fast, it was clear that they were heading somewhere. Have you heard of Change? The most beautiful woman in the immortal realm. Guyan's eyes lit up. Suyi asked, do you like her? She's already married. So what? Guyan didn't care, and said, Change is Emperor Chun's daughter. She married Houyi back then, which was a loss. Since she is a beauty of the demon race, she should naturally marry someone like me. Suyi narrowed his eyes and said, Why don't you have your father propose to her for you? He didn't enter the city just to eat something. He knew everything that had happened to Yi Xiaoxuan recently. Change actually had a group of women trying to seduce Yi Xiaoxuan. She was indeed a talented individual, the most beautiful woman in the immortal realm. So Yi once treated her as his own niece, but she seemed to have harbored some grievances against her sisters. However, Su Yi did not feel any sense of guilt, and Change's recent actions were indeed in need of some admonishment. Su Yi and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Moon Palace. Although the chains on Wu Gang had already been unfastened, he was still chopping trees there like a gatekeeper. Old Wu, still chopping trees. Don't you plan to do something else? Su Yi and Wu Gan were considered old acquaintances, having previously called each other names. Wu Gan gave Su Yi a blank look and said, "I'm used to it." "Well, take your time chopping then." Su Yi just politely greeted him and then walked towards the Moon Palace. "What are you doing?" Wu Gang called out to Su Yi as he saw him walking inside. "I'm going in." Su Yi raised an eyebrow. This guy wasn't blind, right? Did chopping trees make people lose their minds? Why are you going in? Wu Gang watched Su Yi cautiously. Su Yi couldn't help but stop, smiling. "You really care a lot. Just focus on chopping your trees. Aren't you thinking about change?" In Wu Gang's eyes, this guy Su Yi was fickle-minded, flirting with women everywhere, but then not being responsible. Just as Su Yi thought Wu Gang was a lapdog, Wu Gang thought Su Yi was a scumbag. Su Yi chuckled. "Are you the one who's thinking about change? Clearly, the chains are already off, yet you are still here chopping trees without even wearing clothes. Do you think flexing your muscles would actually impress anyone?" This left Wu Gang somewhat speechless. After stammering for a while, he finally stared with wide eyes and said, "Don't play the victim here." After living for so many years, Su Yi had experienced countless women, even though he was a straightforward man. But seeing Wu Gang's reaction, it was clear that the shoe fit. "What a victim you are." Su Yi laughed. "Men love women. It's human nature. You clearly have feelings for her, yet you don't even have the courage to admit it. With your attitude, you'll be single forever." For years, Wu Gang had been chopping trees at the entrance of the Moon Palace. He had unrequited love for Change's sister in the past, but Change's sister had long passed away. Now, he frequently saw the stunning and enchanting Change. If Wu Gang didn't have feelings, now that would be strange. Su Yi's words were straightforward. After a heated exchange, Wu Gang was left speechless for a moment, until Su Yi ignored him and continued walking towards the Moon Palace. Wu Gang finally gathered the courage to shout, "If you want to Wu change, you'll have to step over my dead body." Su Yi turned to look at him and chuckled. "Walking indirectly or stepping over your dead body, isn't it essentially the same to me? You should be well aware of this." Wu Gang was truly cornered. Indeed, Su Yi wanted to enter the palace. What could he do? Stop him? Ridiculous. Step over his dead body. Simply stepping over would do. "Then I'll go in with you." Wu Gang, not a stubborn person, changed his mind and decided to follow and see what would happen. It seemed like he was not entirely sure about Su Duane's intentions towards Change after all. "Suit yourself." Su Yi continued walking towards the Moon Palace. As he walked, he said, "I'm here to propose marriage for my grandson." "Marriage?" Wu Gang quickly caught up to Su Yi and asked, "Marriage to whom?" Su Yi knew Change was nearby. He glanced at Guyan and said, "This is my grandson, Guyan, the son of Kunpeng. I'm here to propose marriage for him." "Kunpeng? To Demon Master Kunpeng?" Wu Gang looked at Su Yi, then at Guyan, astonished. "Kunpeng is your disciple? Huh, can't he be?" Su Yi patted Guyan's shoulder and said, Su Duan, having him as a disciple, can be considered part of a prestigious family. Moreover, his father Kunpeng has a decent relationship with Emperor Jun. Although he and Change aren't childhood sweethearts, they can be considered a good match. Isn't this better than someone chopping trees like you? Wu Gang was never good with words. Listening to Su Yi, he seemed at a loss, as if Su Yi made sense. "Uncle Su, Change is a widow and not suitable for the young master of the lost city." Change's voice drifted softly. The space twisted, and Change, dressed in plain attire with a silver hairpin on her head, appeared before Su Yi and the others. "Oh, my niece doesn't like my grandson." Su Yi claimed he came to propose marriage, but he had no good intentions at all. Change had even sent those women to pursue Yi Xiaoxuan. How dare she? "I don't like him." Without even glancing at Guyan, Change stated, "My heart belongs only to my deceased husband. I will not remarry." Guyan loudly retorted, "Change, Both of us are strong figures of our generation in the demon race. Am I not worthy of you? Not worthy. Change was straightforward and gave Guyan a direct look. Being the Tian Star Lord of the Heavenly Court, and with Emperor Jun as her father, she did not regard Guyan highly. Guyan stared at Change and said, "How about we fight?" Saying he wasn't worthy. Outrageous. He must show Change his capabilities. Dang. Suyi's fist struck Guyan's head, scolding, "Are you learning from those Witch Clan guys? Wasn't that the tactic used by the Witch Clan? To knock a woman unconscious and drag her away? Such a crude and uncouth practice." Guyan, rubbing his head and gasping, muttered, "Why would I learn from those Witch Clan guys?" Ignoring Guyan, Suyi squinted at Change and said, "Change, do you think I'm easy to bully?" Change tilted her head and smiled. "Uncle, why would you think so?" Suyi sneered and said, "What if I tell you to marry? Would you have to marry me then?" Shaking her head, Change maintained her smile and said, "No way." Suyi raised an eyebrow, and suddenly, Emperor Jun, dressed in a suit, appeared before him. "Su, what are you doing?" "I have work. I'm running late." Emperor Jun checked his watch and said, "Time is running out. Do you need anything?" "Work, all right." Emperor Jun, in his outfit, looked like a white-collar worker. It seemed he found some joy on earth. Suyi said, "I called you to discuss Change's marriage." "Marriage?" Emperor Jun was taken aback. He asked, "Are you interested in Change again?" "That's fine. Get married." "Father," Change protested loudly. "What are you saying? I'm not remarrying." Emperor Jun turned to Change, gazing at her with fondness. "It's okay, Change. You don't need to worry about titles and status. Nowadays, it's all about free love. If you like your uncle, I don't object." "Who likes him?" Change almost couldn't resist attacking Emperor Jun directly. This was her father. Was he insane? Suyi hurriedly said, "It's not me. It's Guyan. I'm here to help him propose." Emperor Jun finally reacted. Disregarding work, he scrutinized Guyan and said, "This, Guyan, I know." But, with a moment of hesitation, he turned to Change. "Change, do you like him?" With a cold face, Change replied, "I don't. This complicates matters." Emperor Jun chuckled awkwardly. Suyi grinned as he stared at Emperor Jun. "What if I insist she marries him?" Suyi is usually a reasonable person, and he doesn't like to bully others. To Jun and Suyi are old acquaintances, and based on his understanding of Suyi, a person with such status and strength as Suyi would not engage in such actions. However, now, Suyi has truly come, and he is clearly threatening to Jun, forcing him to marry his daughter. This is very unusual. Jun was stunned, then slowly turned his head to look at Change, his mouth twitching slightly as he said, "Then, should we agree?" Upon hearing her father say this, Change's face instantly turned cold. She was about to use her magic to leave, but she found that she couldn't cast any spells, and she couldn't even move her feet. She couldn't leave. However, she quickly calmed down, looked at Suyi and said, "Uncle, are you planning to force me to marry Guyan?" "Yes." Suyi nodded, looking very serious. In theory, someone with Suyi's status wouldn't do such a thing. Change coldly said, "Uncle, you can't force me. I can choose death." Suyi still smiled and said, "You can choose death, then I will kill your father and all the immortals in the 13th heaven, and then resurrect you." Jun, looking bewildered at Suyi, said. Suyi and Jun locked eyes, and Suyi said, "What are you looking at? Keep staring and I'll kill you." Ha! Jun didn't sense any killing intent from Suyi, and hearing Suyi say that, he even touched his face with his finger, blinked at Suyi, then turned to Change and said, "Change, why not? For your father's sake, just agree to the marriage. Guyan is not bad." Change chuckled and said, "Father, you are the demon emperor. Are you afraid of him? He's threatening you right in front of you, and you're not angry at all." Jun coughed lightly and said, "Mainly because your father can't defeat him either." Change, feeling much aggrieved, lamented, "Just because you can't win, you are selling your daughter for glory?" "Well, I can't win." Jun felt helpless, and finally had to reluctantly say to Suyi, "Then why not just kill me first?" Change, is this her powerful father? Why does he seem so clueless in front of Suyi? "You are the demon emperor. Why don't you have any backbone?" Suyi also raised his hand and said, "All right then." As he spoke, he was about to make a move. As his palm rose, the space around his hand began to distort, The clouds in the celestial realm started swirling frantically, and all the creatures in the immortal realm felt a strong sense of suffocation. Change could sense how terrifying Suyi's palm was. If he struck, would her father really die? Would the demon emperor be killed by Suyi's palm strike? It sounds absurd just thinking about it, but she actually felt that there was a real possibility. Wait. I'll marry. Master, I won't marry. Change and Guyan almost shouted simultaneously. Only then did Suyi retract his hand. The terrifying aura dissipated, and the whole world returned to normal. Dejun was sweating. He had thought from the beginning that Suyi was playing around and wouldn't really kill him, but at that moment just now, he felt death was so close. If that palm came down, he really might have died. No. 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 It's true. Could this just be a proposal? Must he be smacked down first? Dejun panicked and feared that Suyi was serious. He wasn't a guardian of the heavenly Tao. If he died, who would resurrect him? However, at that moment, the strong sense of suffocation dissipated. But the demon emperor was scared to death. What do you mean? Suyi looked at Guyan and said, when you came, didn't you say you wanted to marry Change? Guyan awkwardly smiled, but I didn't want to marry her in this way. Can't we have a courtship before the engagement? Change looked at Suyi with some fear. She knew how powerful Suyi was, but in her impression, Suyi was a very gentle person. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare let those female immortals seduce Ishiak-suan, thinking of retaliating against Suyi in this way. And she felt that even if Suyi found out, he wouldn't do anything. He was so easygoing. And he felt sorry for her sisters. Would he do something to her? An illusion of fearless assurance. Let's forget it, Suyi said to Dejun. Then go to work. Dejun breathed a sigh of relief, looked at his watch, and said, oops, I'm going to be docked again. Change. Is that still her father? Docked? Hey? What has happened to him in the origin world? Moreover, as the demon emperor, if he wants to go somewhere, isn't it just a thought away? How can there be such a thing as being late? Change. Talk nicely with uncle. Father is going to work first. After Dejun finished, he disappeared on the spot. Change was speechless. Is this the same father who pampered her to the skies? Now someone was pressuring her like this, even making such threats. The renowned demon emperor acted as if nothing had happened, turned around and went back to the origin world to work. Has working affected his mind? Change couldn't understand. After Dejun left, Suyi restrained his aura and looked at Change with a smile, saying, I don't care what you think, but it's best that you don't have any thoughts about Ishiak-suan, or else I will really kill you. At that moment, Change felt that there was only Suyi's threat in the whole world, and she was very clear that this was definitely not just a threat. If she did anything to Ishiak-suan, Suyi would really kill her. Even if her father was Dejun, it wouldn't help. I'm leaving, Suyi said and then turned and left. Guyan followed him and asked in a low voice, Master, are we just leaving like this? Didn't you not want to marry her? Well, it's not that I don't want to marry her. I just want to teach her a lesson before marrying her. Suyi almost burst into laughter at his words. Why was this guy so insistent on beating Change? If this guy lived on Earth, wouldn't he have been beaten up by female martial artists? Of course, this didn't rule out the differences in customs in the immortal realm. Suyi and Guyan found a tavern and sat down, waiting until Ishiak-suan got off work. Ishiak-suan quickly found Suyi, but upon seeing Suyi, he looked sulky, puffed up his cheeks, sat silently beside them without speaking, clearly saying, I'm angry and need to be comforted. What are you going to eat? Suyi asked Ishiak-suan expressionlessly. Not hungry. Ishiak-suan tossed her head to the side, acting proud and spoiled. After such a long time, can't Suyi see that she's angry? Beside Suyi, a woman dressed in a red hanfu, exuding an ethereal aura, stood nearby. She was the owner of this immortal restaurant, John Wenk. Guests, may I ask what you would like to eat? Zhang Wenk said while staring at Ishiak-suan. Guyan, what do you want to eat? Order for yourself. Suyi took out a fist-sized fiery red spirit stone, showing off his wealth. In a place like the immortal realm, he didn't really need to be discreet, especially when it came to eating. Why bother being frugal? When Zhang Wenk saw the spirit stone Suyi took out, her eyes widened. This was a top-quality spirit stone with fire attributes, extremely rare. How could someone use this to pay for a meal? Zhang Wenk's smile grew even wider as she warmly said, Guests, we have dragon meat, phoenix marrow, and killing hoof. Our peacock eggs are also famous far and wide. Guyan, Upon hearing Zhang Wenk turned ashen, interrupted her, and asked, "As far as I know, your 13 Heavens Star Lord, Change, is Emperor Chun's descendant. Are you really using Monster Clan ingredients to cook in your restaurant?" Zhang Wenk chuckled as if hearing a joke, covering her mouth with a giggle and said, "This immortal is jesting. While Moon Shadow Star Lord is of the demon emperor lineage, this is the heavenly court. We don't eat demons, would we eat immortals instead?" Lowering her voice, Zhang Wenk continued, "Maybe the immortal wishes to eat human flesh." So Yi didn't show much emotional response to Zhang Wenk's words. Human eating demon, gods eating monsters, and also eating humans. This was the dog-eat-dog world of the immortal realm. However, most immortals were originally humans who cultivated. They rarely indulged in human flesh. On the other hand, the divine race had no such reservations. Eating human flesh for the pure-blooded divine race was a common occurrence, just like how humans ate dog meat. Gu Yan's face turned extremely unpleasant as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you have divine meat available?" If Su Yi hadn't been sitting beside him, Gu Yan would have erupted in anger by now. Of course. Zhang Wenk's smile was continuous as she put away the spirit stone Su Yi gave her, approached Gu Yan, and whispered in his ear, "With such a large spirit stone provided by your friend, we can fulfill any of your desires. Our shop has the most famous divine blood in the immortal realm. After consuming it, one can ascend from immortal to divine." Su Yi heard but pretended not to. He wouldn't eat human flesh, especially since the ancient human race was created by him. As for the divine race, probably because they resembled humans, he couldn't bring himself to eat them either. However, he used to hunt monsters for consumption, a common practice in the immortal realm. Upon hearing Zhang Wenk's words, Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea and said, "Su Yi, how about we find another restaurant? I feel like having something lighter. Yi Xiaoxuan, who had been practicing immortality for a short time, and never saw herself as an immortal, couldn't help feeling nauseated upon hearing those words. "Let's go." Su Yi also found the idea of eating human flesh repulsive. Although he couldn't accept it, he also didn't see anything wrong with it. It's survival of the fittest, the law of nature. He didn't need to worry too much about it. Yi Xiaoxuan stood up to leave, but Zhang Wenk hurriedly said to Su Yi, "Guest, you've already paid the gratuity. Are you really not going to eat?" Su Yi nodded and said, "No, I won't eat. Please refund it to me." "What are you talking about?" Zhang Wenk smiled charmingly and said, "If you've ordered a meal and are not satisfied, the restaurant will compensate accordingly. But since you haven't ordered anything, just gave a gratuity, you can't get a refund now." "Gratuity? That's right, a gratuity." Zhang Wenk insisted that the spirit stone Su Yi gave was a gratuity, not payment for a meal. After all, since Su Yi didn't even order anything and just handed over such a big spirit stone, how could that be considered payment? It could only be a gratuity. Very reasonable, right? "Do you know what you're saying?" Su Yi couldn't remember the last time he encountered such a situation where a woman was trying to deceive him. With a smirk, Zhang Wenk said, "Eminent one, this humble one is well aware of her words. Do you know who the deity behind this restaurant is?" Su Yi furrowed his brows. "Change or Emperor June?" "Deity." Zhang Wenk blinked and said with a smile, "My Dao companion is the Lord of Flame Virtue." "Lord of Flame Virtue?" Su Yi furrowed his brows. What kind of play was this? Kitchen god? Su Yi really had no idea. A Lord of Flame Virtue? Where did he get the courage to deceive people? Was she trying to cheat people on Change's territory? Quite audacious. Hold on a moment. Su Yi scanned the entire immortal realm with his divine sense and quickly located the Lord of Flame Virtue. With a thought, the Lord of Flame Virtue appeared before them. The Lord of Flame Virtue was obviously still in seclusion. Suddenly appearing here, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Looking around, he asked, "Esteemed one, how did you come here?" After speaking, his expression changed slightly, as appearing out of thin air was indeed very strange. "Your Dao companion tried to deceive me." Su Yi looked at the Lord of Flame Virtue expressionlessly. The Lord of Flame Virtue only emerged after the Heavenly Court's reconstruction. He had never seen Su Duanhen before. Taking a quick glance at Su Yi, his brows furrowed. "Do you have any evidence?" Su Yi said. "Is that spirit stone I just gave her considered evidence?" Zhang Wenk was also puzzled by the sudden appearance of the Lord of Flame Virtue but arrogantly took out the spirit stone and said to him, "Your lordship, this is the gratuity he gave. He doesn't want to have his meal and now wants the stone back." After that, Her gaze lingered on Yi Shaxuan and whispered, "Your lordship, this lady Yi here is surrounded by the purple air of the great Tao. If you can practice together with her, the benefits will be immense." The Lord of Flame Virtue looked at the fiery spirit stone in Zhang Weng's hand and then at Yi Shaxuan. He couldn't conceal his greedy eyes. "Friend, how can this gratuity be refunded?" The Lord of Flame Virtue, counting himself among the heavenly gods and with pure divine blood, considered himself superior to those immortals. How could such a precious spirit stone be returned once obtained? And Yi Shaxuan, enveloped in the purple air of the great Tao, if one could cultivate with such an immortal, how fast would one's cultivation level rise? So Yi couldn't be bothered with more talk. Seeing the Lord of Flame Virtue staring at Yi Shaxuan, he knew the man's fate was sealed. So Yi stepped forward, took Yi Shaxuan's hand, and said, "Let's go." Before the Lord of Flame Virtue could say a word, his body turned into black ash and dissipated in the air. As for Zhang Weng, she felt her body slowly dissolving, the impending sense of death creeping closer, an inevitable and uncontrollable dread overcoming her. Whom had she offended? Do you dare kill a deity? You are making enemies with the heavenly court, just slaughtering gods. Wasn't this something Sui had done often enough? With a wave of his sleeves, the spirit stone had entered his pocket dimension, leading Yi Shaxuan towards the exit. He couldn't care less about the rest. The great lord of the fire element is also a legitimate god of the heavenly court, with an official position. His death naturally caused panic. It is worth knowing that there are various heavenly gods on duty in the skies above the heavenly court. Any movement here immediately alerts the vigilance of the heavenly gods above the immortal family in. Over 100 female immortals clad in bright armor rushed forward, surrounding Sui and his group. "Senior Su, stop." When Sui came to the Moon Palace before, the red-clad female immortal who led him to meet change hurriedly stopped the soldiers below when she saw Sui. What a joke! This is Su Duanhan, who calls himself brothers with Emperor Jun. Just these immortals, would they dare to lay hands on Su Duanhan? A group of female immortals surrounded Sui and his group, uncertain of what to do next. Just now, some immortals in the inn shouted, "This immortal just killed the great lord of the fire element and Zhang Weng." In fact, they were just afraid of chaos. If he could kill the great lord of the fire element in the blink of an eye, how powerful must he be? Could the heavenly god guards of the heavenly court defeat him? How is this immortal planning to cause chaos in the heavenly palace? Killing the great lord of the fire element in front of everyone. Doesn't that show disrespect to the heavenly court? Senior Su. What do you mean? The leading female immortal walked up to Sui, cautiously asking. She wasn't a fool. Can she handle the powerful person who killed the great lord of the fire element? As long as her brain is intact, she will know she can't handle this. No meaning. He tried to extort me, so I killed him. It's that simple. Sui smiled. You should just pretend nothing happened, or report this to the J Emperor. I don't want to lay hands on you. Sui is usually reasonable and didn't harbor any ill intent towards these female immortals. If he did, there would just be more lost souls. Well, can Senior Su wait for a moment? Let me invite my lord over. The leading female immortal also felt that Sui's words made sense, but letting Sui kill the great lord of the fire element and leaving like that would be neglectful. No need. With a thought, Change appeared in front of Sui. Change looked at the situation in front of her, her face even more grim. Just a while ago, he threatened her and asked for marriage. Now what does he plan to do? Is he planning to cause chaos in the 13 heavens directly? I don't know what uncle means. Change's mind was in chaos, not knowing that the great lord of the fire element had been killed. Sui said, I just killed the great lord of the fire element. How do you want to handle this? Change's heart raced. The great lord of the fire element was killed. Just now. Is this a continuation of the threat against her? The surrounding immortals saw Change approaching, so they naturally awaited the outcome in silence. They also wanted to know how Change would handle it with a god openly killed before everyone. Change took a deep breath and said, Uncle, if you killed the great lord of the fire element in my presence, this matter will naturally be reported to the J Emperor. I dare not hold Uncle responsible. The surrounding immortals were shocked. Change's uncle? Other than the East Emperor Tai, who else could it be? Could it be that the person in front of them was a transformation of the East Emperor Tai? However, even if it was the Demon Emperor, killing the great lord of the fire element in the heavenly core was too audacious. In fact, Sui could simply think it, and the J Emperor would appear in front of him. But after a moment of thought, he decided against it. This way, the Jade Emperor would lose face. After all, Suyi was his personal disciple. You report it. We'll hang around nearby. Tell the Jade Emperor not to come. Suyi still didn't want to make a big fuss about it. If the Jade Emperor came in person, it might be a bit embarrassing. Should the gods see the Jade Emperor pay respects to Suyi to feel comfortable? However, when he said this, the surrounding immortals found it too arrogant. Even if it was the East Emperor Tai, shouldn't he be this arrogant? Killing the great lord of the fire element in the 13 heavens, having Change report it, and asking the Jade Emperor not to come. Change will report it truthfully to the Jade Emperor. Change bowed to Suyi and then turned to the other immortals. Disperse this matter. This lord will report personally to the Jade Emperor. The gods were astonished. Killing the great lord of the fire element in such a grand manner and being so arrogant, being addressed as uncle by Change. Could there be anyone else but the East Emperor Tai? But is the East Emperor Tai being that arrogant really good? Does the demon race want to go to war with the heavenly court? It was heard that the East Emperor Tai had convened a great meeting of demons before. Did he plan to take action? Especially with the recent activities in the Buddhist realm, even the Buddha has now attained nirvana, indicating that a major event must be happening in the immortal realm. After speculating that Suyi might actually be a transformation of East Emperor Tai, the onlookers naturally dispersed. Especially, it was heard that Suyi and his group presented the Demon Emperor's decree. On entering the city gates, everything made sense. No one would want to provoke the Demon Emperor. As for the great lord of the fire element and that John Wank, who had often bullied others, it was no big loss that they die. Change asked Suyi to wait a moment, then directly went to the Lingsha Hall in front of the Jade Emperor. Suyi then led Yishiaxuan to stroll the streets. Have you been doing well recently? Suyi looked ahead, holding Yishiaxuan's hand lightly, and asked casually. Guyan followed them like an attendant. Since Yishiaxuan wasn't angry to begin with, she got a little nervous after Suyi killed the great lord of the fire element just now. I've been alright, but you just killed the great lord of the fire element. Is it really okay? Shall we run away now? Yishiaxuan began to use the telepathy skill flexibly. Such words should not be said aloud. Suyi also used telepathy and said, the entire immortal realm is managed by the heavenly court. Where can we escape to? Are we just going to sit around waiting to die here? I think Change is quite good. She didn't arrest us. By now going to report to the Jade Emperor. Shouldn't that give us time to escape? Yishiaxuan fully utilized her quick-thinking brain to come up with some possibilities. She also knew that Suyi was very powerful, but his actions just now seemed very serious. Killing a god in public. And if such a thing were reported to the Jade Emperor, would they be chased by 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals like in Journey to the West? Escape? Suyi telepathed. So we would have to live in hiding and anonymity for the rest of our lives. Oh, we can do that. We have to live first, right? Or should we go back home? Back to Earth? Yes, Yishiaxuan telepathed. Because for some reason, those immortals can't go to Earth. So we can live a good life there. Suyi fell silent for a moment and said, but what if they can send heavenly soldiers and generals to Earth? Would that not endanger more people? This, Yishiaxuan asked. So what's your plan? Suyi replied, I don't have a plan. Right now, I just want to take you out for a stroll. Well then, Yishiaxuan held Suyi's hand tighter. If we're going to die, I'll accompany you. Yishiaxuan has already fully utilized her imagination. But she never imagined that Suyi had become powerful enough to make the entire heavenly court tremble. In her opinion, if this matter were reported to the Jade Emperor, Suyi would inevitably face a bloody battle. It might even lead to his death. In Journey to the West, even the powerful Monkey King ended up being beheaded and suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain. Yishiaxuan was still somewhat afraid in her heart, but when her small hand was held by Suyi, she felt like there was nothing to fear in this world. She could even die alongside him. Before dying, Suyi wanted to go shopping, so she would accompany him. Guoyan followed behind, with even more thoughts in his mind. By directly erasing the Fire God Star lore and provocatively challenging the Jade Emperor, Master Guo was essentially preparing for a war against the Heavenly Court. He represented the entire Demon Clan. The Demon Clan is aiming to occupy the territory of the Buddha sect and open war against the Heavenly Court. The Demon Clan is about to rise. Thinking of this, Guoyan couldn't help but feel excited. How magnificent the former Demon Court was. He had caught a good time. Little did he know, Suyi never thought that much. He just wanted to eat at first, and then he didn't want to eat anymore. Eventually, he was extorted, felt unhappy, and killed the fire god Star-Lord. When one becomes powerful to a certain extent, calculations are unnecessary. Moon Goddess only left for about 10 minutes, when suddenly 4 great gods appeared in the sky of the 13 heavens. The heavenly court has 9 solar Star-Lords, and the Moon Goddess is only one of them. The 4 great gods who suddenly appeared were the military Star-Lord, water virtue Star-Lord, wood virtue Star-Lord, and earth virtue Star-Lord. They belonged to the same department as the fire god Star-Lord and came rushing upon hearing of his death. Which immortal friend killed the fire god Star-Lord? The water virtue Star-Lord's shout could be heard throughout the 13 heavens. The water virtue Star-Lord and fire god Star-Lord were as close as brothers. Upon hearing of the fire god Star-Lord's death, he immediately summoned the other 3 great gods to avenge him. Yishiaxuan, upon hearing this voice, tightened her grip on Suyi's hand, showing a profound sense of determination to face death without saying a word. Whatever needs to happen will happen. Suyi raised his head slightly and locked eyes with the 4 Star-Lords, and in an instant, they noticed him. I did it, Suyi said, in a flat tone, as if a normal person walking by had just crushed an ant. Then Tay with your life. The water virtue Star-Lord took out a box, his treasure, the weakening water tray, and as he spoke, a column of water shot towards Suyi. This water was the weakening water of the 9 heavens, each drop weighing over 1,000 pounds, with the ability to corrode the soul. Indeed formidable. Suyi, seeing him making a move, realized that he was not sent by the Jade Emperor. Remaining still in his place, he saw no significance in such a mediocre treasure. Doom. The weakening water tray in the water virtue Star-Lord's hand suddenly exploded, unleashing millions of tons of weakening water, enveloping the 4 Star-Lords within. At the next moment, all the weakening water froze into ice, then exploded again, scattering snowflakes in the air. As for the 4 Star-Lords, their souls had perished, and their bodies turned into powder. The water virtue Star-Lord's shout was already loud, attracting countless immortals to witness this event. They thought these 4 Star-Lords were seeking revenge for the fire god Star-Lord, but in an instant, they perished beyond return. Damn. Which god made a move? 4 Star-Lords suddenly perished. Isn't that too horrifying? I heard it was Don Huang Tai. Don Huang Tai? What does he want to do? Stir up the heavenly court? Prepare for war. Yishiaxuan was also stunned. Is this all? They were killed again. Weren't those 4 in the sky formidable? And then what happened? She didn't even see Suyi make a move. Did he just annihilate them with a single glance? This was a bit too terrifying. It's okay. Let's wait a bit more, Suyi said as he continued walking with Yishiaxuan. Upon seeing a pastry seller by the roadside, he paused and said to Yishiaxuan, why not try this? Pastries made by Fun Kihuo, also considered special products in the heavenly realm. Fun Kihuo is a flower that grows on a tree where a divine phoenix resides. It carries a faint fragrance, something that doesn't exist on Earth, so calling it a specialty is not an exaggeration. In one moment, after eliminating 4 heavenly gods, in the next, he was buying pastries on the street. Perhaps only Suyi could pull this off. The divine pastry seller shuddered upon seeing Suyi, thinking he was a god of death. If his pastries weren't tasty, would Suyi just eliminate him on the spot? Give me 3. Suyi placed the fairy spirit stone he had earlier in front of the pastry seller, only buying 3 pieces of pastry. To Suyi, this fairy spirit stone was no different from an ordinary stone. Immortal. Sir, you don't need so many. The pastry seller wanted to address him as the Demon Emperor, but realizing that the Demon Emperor appeared in such a handsome form, she was certain he didn't wish for a direct confrontation with the heavenly court and feared for her life if she spoke recklessly. The rest is a token for you. Suyi took the 3 pastries, handing one to Guoyan. Guoyan swallowed it in one go, smacked his lips, and murmured, the taste is quite ordinary. This comment frightened the pastry seller. Suyi glanced at him, saying unkindly, did it not choke you? Guoyan fell silent immediately. Yishiaxuan ate the pastry silently and followed Suyi as they walked forward. She then communicated through voice transmission. Suyi, just how powerful are you? Suyi pondered for a moment before saying, if the heavenly court were to send 10,000 celestial soldiers and generals, accompanied by all the immortals, never mind, that would be too much. Suyi doubted that the Jade Emperor would dispatch forces to apprehend him and thought to just scare Yishiaxuan for now. They probably won't assemble such a massive force. Yi Shaxuan was indeed frightened by the thought. She believed the fur from earlier were just weak. So Yi nodded. I have a good relationship with many heavenly gods. As he spoke with Yi Shaxuan, Change had already arrived at the Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Emperor also received her audience, alongside one of the four heavenly kings, the Chiguo Jiansheng, and the Junlian Da Zhan. Change, what brings you here? The Jade Emperor hadn't thought much about Su Yi's actions. Taking a glance at Change, whom he rarely saw, he noticed that her expression was serious. Keeping her head lowered, Change said, reporting to the Jade Emperor, Su Duanhen has killed the fire god Star Lord. Upon hearing the name Su Duanhen, the Jade Emperor's eyebrows raised, exclaiming angrily, what did the fire god Star Lord do? Change took a while to come back to her senses and said, Su Duanhen said that Huo de Shenjun falsely accused him. HMPH. Ignorant fool. The Jade Emperor even lost his imperial demeanor, his anger rising. The heavenly king of maintaining the country saw the Jade Emperor getting angry, slowly approached and bowed, saying, reporting to the Jade Emperor, Su Duanhen is indeed ignorant and disrespectful. I am willing to lead the heavenly soldiers to suppress him. Upon hearing the heavenly king of maintaining the country's words, the Jade Emperor suddenly felt, is this guy out of his mind? Does he really deserve to be one of the four heavenly kings? I will personally apologize to Su Duanhen. Why bother the Jade Emperor with such matters? The heavenly king of maintaining the country misunderstood the situation, thinking that the Jade Emperor personally wanted to punish Su Duanhen. But then he recovered and looked dazed, saying, apologize, apologize. The Jade Emperor sneered. What else? Do you want to suppress Su Duanhen? Only Su Duanhen? Although he is a figure from ancient legends, his lifespan should have ended by now. The Jade Emperor should not fear him. If you personally apologize to him, how will our heavenly court maintain its dignity? The heavenly king of maintaining the country felt he understood the situation deeply and thought the Jade Emperor was just trying to show his kindness. Let the Jade Emperor personally apologize. Who in the heavens and earth could have such a large face? Summon all the heavenly deities to the court. After some thought, the Jade Emperor felt that his previous apology to his master was not enough, so he decided to call all the main gods of the heavenly court to accompany him in apologizing to his master, demonstrating his sincerity. As for the foolish heavenly king of maintaining the country, he would be demoted when the opportunity arose. Upon hearing the Jade Emperor's decision, the heavenly king of maintaining the country thought that the Jade Emperor intended to have all the heavenly gods attack Su Duanhen together. As you command. The heavenly king of maintaining the country hurriedly left to call all the heavenly deities. After the heavenly king of maintaining the country left, the Jade Emperor asked, Change, what else did Su Duanhen say? Change truthfully replied. He asked the Jade Emperor not to meet him. One would expect the Jade Emperor to be furious at such words. At least Change thought so, considering Su Duanhen's arrogant tone. Could he already command the Jade Emperor? He is the master of the immortal realm. Is that so? The Jade Emperor sighed upon hearing this, probably realizing his master's intentions. Then I will not go. The Jade Emperor felt touched but also somewhat disappointed. It would have been good to see his master again during this opportunity. If possible, he would rather be a humble disciple before his master than be the Jade Emperor. Meanwhile, Change couldn't comprehend the Jade Emperor's feelings. What did this mean? Why did his words sound somewhat melancholic? Why would there be such a feeling of sadness in this situation? Shouldn't the Jade Emperor be angry when faced with such provocations? But she also heard the Jade Emperor ordering the heavenly king of maintaining the country to summon all the heavenly deities. Even though Su Duanhen might be powerful, he probably had only one way to go: death. At that moment, Change reminisced about her uncle who had always been considerate to her. She remembered how Su Duanhen treated her well. Unlike her sisters, who were infatuated with him, she realized that Su Duanhen never showed any affection towards her sisters and promptly rejected her father's proposal without any hesitation. If anyone had wronged her sisters, it was probably because they misunderstood Su Duanhen's intentions. I don't care how you feel, Su Duanhen said to her. Jade Emperor, could you spare Su Duanhen's life and just strip him of his cultivation? Change knelt before the Jade Emperor, determined to protect her uncle, who she believed had done nothing wrong. What are you saying? The Jade Emperor didn't quite understand Change's request. strip him of his cultivation. Was she that naive? As Su Duanhen's direct disciple, she had witnessed his power firsthand, especially when he effortlessly defeated Zunti Daoran with a single palm strike. The Jade Emperor knew how formidable his master was. Would the heavenly court be able to withstand him? Just as Change was about to explain, a celestial official rushed in and reporting to the Jade Emperor, Don Huang Taiyi has killed Huo de Xingjun, Jidu Xingjun, Shui de Xingjun, Mu de Xingjun, and Tiu de Xingjun. The Jade Emperor was taken aback and asked, Don Huang Taiyi. Change was also surprised. Wasn't it Su Duanhen who killed Huo de Xingjun? Change, didn't you say Su Duanhen killed Huo de Xingjun? The Jade Emperor wanted to confirm again. If it was Don Huang Taiyi who did it, they would have to go to war directly with the demon race. His actions were too arrogant not to address. Change pondered for a moment and replied, Huo de Xingjun was killed by Su Duanhen. As for the other star monarchs, I don't know. Staring at the celestial official, the Jade Emperor asked, was it Su Duanhen or Don Huang Taiyi in the end? The celestial official was also at a loss, but glanced at Change before telling the Jade Emperor, O great Jade Emperor, some heavenly deities heard Taiyin Xingjun calling him uncle. Therefore, it should be Don Huang Taiyi. Understanding the situation instantly, the Jade Emperor waved his hand at the official, saying, I understand. You may leave. There were only two whom Change called uncle, Don Huang Taiyi and Su Duanhen. There was nothing wrong with that. Despite Don Huang Taiyi's strength, he likely wouldn't dare to kill heavenly deities in the heavenly court, let alone 5. Unless the demon race wanted to start a war with the heavenly court. Shortly after the celestial official left, the heavenly deities began arriving at the Lingxiao Palace. On their way, they heard about Don Huang Taiyi killing the 5-star monarchs. Has Don Huang Taiyi gone mad? Well, it was those star monarchs who were blind. After Don Huang killed Huo de Xingjun, there must be a reason. How dare they seek revenge? Don't say that. It seems like the Jade Emperor is truly enraged this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned all the celestial beings. I heard Don Huang Taiyi recently held a great demon assembly. Now, he is openly killing heavenly deities in the heavenly court. It seems like a war is imminent. A group of heavenly immortals are discussing animatedly on their way, believing that this situation was going to escalate. And the rumors they heard were mostly about Don Huang Taiyi killing several star monarchs. None of them dared to venture up to the 13th heaven to confirm it. It was Don Huang Taiyi. After all, except for a sage, ordinary immortals would be seeking their death by going there. Let's wait and see how the Jade Emperor decides. Eventually, all the divine beings of the heavenly court gathered in the Lingxiao Palace. The Jade Emperor, considering Su Duanhen's matter and later the provocative actions of water deity and others against Su Duanhen, felt that this incident had tarnished the dignity of the heavenly court. Therefore, he ordered all the celestial gods to collectively go to the 13th heaven and apologize to Su Duanhen and his wife. The Jade Emperor spoke with a righteous tone, that matter-of-fact attitude causing the other immortals to start whispering again. Just the name Su Duanhen alone had already made many powerful gods feel uneasy. Today, the Jade Emperor called upon all the gods of the heavenly court, except for the emperors of the 11 palaces and the 3 purities. Almost all other celestial beings were present. Su Duanhen is really still alive. A shocked god who had been reprimanded before exclaimed, Su Duanhen? So the legendary Su Duanhen is still alive. What kind of existence is Su Duanhen that the Jade Emperor is actually asking the gods to apologize to him? The Jade Emperor also heard the discussions of these gods, but in his opinion, these discussions were not important at all. No matter what these immortals thought, if he asked them to apologize to his mentor, would they dare to say no? The most important thing was for the gods to understand that in the immortal realm, no one could provoke his mentor. One by one, these arrogant and short-sighted night elves actually wanted to suppress his mentor, like that idiot Huo de Crossing June extorting Su Duanhen. These young gods, they didn't know that in ancient times, only Su Duanhen extorted others. In that era, the control of power by the celestial laws was not as strict as it is now. Many beings were incredibly powerful. Even Han Jun Daoist could only be considered insignificant among many powerful beings. And Su Duanhen was the undisputed overlord of that era. Thinking about these young gods trying to suppress him now was simply amusing. To Jade Emperor's order, even if some of the gods couldn't understand it, they had no choice but to obey. The gods gathered in the Lingxiao Palace. then lined up neatly and headed towards the 13th heaven. Second Lord Yan, do you know what kind of abilities Su Duanhen possesses? Yan Jian was actually in this group of gods, and Nanji Xuanwang asked him. Yan Jian glanced at him and said, how can I speculate about Senior Su? Why did Nanji Xuanwang ask Yan Jian? Because Yan Jian was a principal who didn't listen to announcements in the heavenly court. Sometimes even the Jade Emperor would not give him face. Way behind stood with Chan Zhao, deeply rooted in his heart. Now the Jade Emperor asked him to apologize with the gods, but Yan Jian did not say no, which was strange. To Senior Su? Nanji Xuanwang frowned slightly. It seemed that either Yan Jian had contact with Su Duanhen, or he knew the strength of Su Duanhen. Otherwise, why would he call him senior? The Jade Emperor asked you to apologize, so apologize properly and make it sound convincing. Yan Jian also heard some discussions around him. Some gods even felt that the Jade Emperor was exaggerating. But Yan Jian was clear. He had already witnessed the power of Su Duanhen. Emperor Jun had also been respectful in front of him. What could these gods of the heavenly court amount to? Fire to Star Jun was seeking his own death. It was best not to drag the entire heavenly court down with him. In the 13th heaven, Su Yi strolled with Yi Shaxuan as if nothing had happened. In the distance, a dark mass of people gradually appeared, and a large group of colorful, auspicious clouds floated towards the sky of the 13th heaven. Creatures living in the heavenly realm looked up, gazing at the mass of people. What? What did I see? Where are the gods going? I heard that Don Huan Taiyi killed Fire to Star Jun. Does it mean the Jade Emperor is gathering all the gods to fight with Don Huan Taiyi? Yi Xiaxuan noticed the situation in the sky and couldn't help but nervously hold Su Yi's hand, saying, oh no, if what you said is true, 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Su Yi raised his head and couldn't help but smile. We're 100,000 soldiers. Everyone knows that 100,000 is just a figure of speech. Yi Xiaxuan joked optimistically. Finally, she pouted and said, are we really going to die here? After speaking, she raised her hand and hugged Su Yi, resting her head on his chest. I don't see you scared, Su Yi said, patting Yi Xiaxuan's head, pulling her off, and saying, now you're not afraid of death. Yi Xiaxuan's face darkened. Was this something a person would do? At such times, she wanted to hug him, but he pushed her head away. Let's hide in the alchemy furnace. They shouldn't be able to break it. Yi Xiaxuan blinked. She had already figured out that her alchemy furnace seemed indestructible. Matched with Su Yi's strength, it was possible to survive. Su Yi's hand was still on Yi Xiaxuan's head as he laughed. I remember telling you that the Jade Emperor is my disciple. What? Yi Xiaxuan opened her mouth, realizing she couldn't nod. Aren't you joking? Su Yi raised an eyebrow and said, did I seem like I was joking when I told you that? But you can't be serious. Yi Xiaxuan found it really hard to believe what Su Yi said. The Jade Emperor's master. Did that make her the Jade Emperor's master's wife? Oh. Who would believe that as a normal person? Su Yi added, I remember telling you that I'm invincible. What does invincible mean? Yi Xiaxuan felt like she couldn't close her mouth. Invincible. Doesn't that mean unbeatable? Like being invincible from high school to kindergarten or even in college. It's just a literal meaning, Su Yi said. Looking up at the heavenly court's queue, Kuyan stood obediently behind Su Yi. At this moment, he suddenly understood. So the Jade Emperor was also the disciple of his master. Then the Jade Emperor was like his senior uncle? What did this group of immortals in the sky mean? Did the Jade Emperor want to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors? However, they were only a group of heavenly gods. Just to think he could cause a commotion with his master in the heavenly court was rather exciting. Master, shall I go first? Kuyan's eyes sparkled with determination, ready to act at any moment. With his quasi-saint cultivation, ordinary gods were no match. Su Yi raised his hand, ready to give Kuyan a beating. This child seemed a bit foolish. Senior Su, we are here on behalf of the Jade Emperor to apologize to you and Senior Madam. Yan Jian and General Huanian stood in front, shouting loudly. After Yan Jian and General Huanian finished shouting, there was a resounding chorus of apologies. Senior Su, Senior Madam, we represent the entire heavenly court in offering you both our most sincere apologies. Please forgive us. All the gods who were apologizing were well-known figures in the heavenly court, and they were apologizing on behalf of the entire heavenly court. This scale of apology was truly shocking to the other gods of the heavenly court. The heavenly court was very particular about face. Such a grand and solemn apology had never happened in tens of thousands of years. Yixiaxuan and Guyan were dumbfounded. They had thought these gods had come to declare war. They had created such a huge spectacle just to apologize. So Yi looked at the gods and calmly said, "You can all disperse now, this matter ends here." He wanted to stay low-key, but it was really difficult in the immortal realm. Su Duanhen has appeared from the mountain. The incident of the heavenly court apologizing to Su Duanhen directly shocked the entire immortal realm. Yan Jian and the others had not left yet when they saw 11 other emperors of the immortal palaces appearing in the sky. Central Heaven Purple Star Grand Emperor congratulates Mr. Su on his appearance. South Pole Eternal Life Grand Emperor congratulates Mr. Su on his appearance. Upper Palace Heavenly Emperor congratulates Mr. Su on his appearance. Except for the J Emperor, the emperors of the 11 palaces appeared one after another, with 10 emperors congratulating Mr. Su on his appearance. Until finally, a middle-aged man in black robes, holding a 7 treasures mystical tree, appeared in the air and bowed 90 degrees in Su Yi's direction. Blackwater pays respects to Master and Master's wife. As he shouted like this, the immortals of the heavenly court were even more shocked. What was the Blackwater Zhuangming Grand Emperor holding in his hand? Why did it look so much like the legendary 7 treasures mystical tree? And the fact that the Blackwater Zhuangming Grand Emperor was actually a disciple of Su Duanhen. The other 10 emperors heard Blackwater's shout, each with a complicated expression. South Pole Eternal Life Grand Emperor. Damn, he's showing off again. Heavenly Emperor Gongchen. Blackwater really knows how to steal the limelight. Central Heaven Purple Star Grand Emperor. Blackwater, this bastard, always stealing the limelight. Su Yi heard these voices and suddenly had a strange feeling. It was like in a Hong Kong movie, a big shot coming out of prison to make a triumphant return. It felt incredibly bizarre. This was probably one of the reasons why he hadn't come to the immortal realm for so many years. Everyone, please disperse. Su Yi didn't find such a grand show very dignified. On the contrary, it made him feel uninterested, just like the ancient monarchs of China who claimed to be lonely because there was no one by their side to talk to as equals. All they heard were compliments, and all they saw was reverence. After hearing Su Yi's words, Yang Jian also sensibly said to the heavenly beings behind him, "Senior Su said for everyone to step back." "We obey Senior Su's decree," replied the general of the Northern Dipper, and then all the heavenly beings stepped back. The heavenly beings arrived quickly and dispersed just as quickly. As for those emperors, knowing that Mr. Su did not like the commotion, they also bid farewell. Only the Blackwater Zhuangming Grand Emperor winked and quickly ran up to Su Yi. He put away the 7 treasures mystical tree, looked at Yi Xiaowan, and greeted with a smile. "Master, is this Master's wife?" Su Yi glanced at the Blackwater Zhuangming Grand Emperor and said, "You seem quite free these days, aren't you?" "No. It's just that their actions were too grand." The Blackwater Zhuangming Grand Emperor whispered, "Master, do you plan to do something?" Su Yi said, "I haven't done anything. You go play on your own." The Blackwater Zhuangming Grand Emperor chuckled, "If you plan to do something like unifying the immortal realm or the like, let Blackwater assist you in front and behind." After saying that, he sneakily glanced at Gong Yan and asked, "Master, is this little Kun your new disciple?" Su Yi said, "He is the son of Kun Peng." To Demon Master Kun Peng, Blackwater Zhuangming Grand Emperor nodded towards Gong Yan as a greeting. "Hello, Master Uncle." Gong Yan quickly nodded to the Blackwater Zhuangming Grand Emperor as a sign of goodwill. "Master Uncle?" The Blackwater Zhuangming Grand Emperor's eyes almost popped out, looking at Su Yi. "Master, is the Demon Master Kun Peng also your disciple?" Su Yi thought for a moment. Since he didn't have many disciples, since things had already turned out this way, he said, "Kun Peng and the J Emperor are my disciples, and also consider you as their senior brother. Sanking can also be considered half my disciple, right?" There was no need to hide it anymore. He had already made his decision. After accompanying Yi Xiaowan on a journey to the west, he would go and explore other universes or maybe retreat to Earth. The immortal realm was truly boring, and he didn't want to end up needing to hide his identity, which would be troublesome. The Blackwater Zhuangming Grand Emperor and Gong Yan were both dumbfounded. Gong Yan did hear Su Yi say that the Jade Emperor was his disciple, but he didn't expect the 3 Taoist ancestors to also be his disciples. With such connections, he could walk proudly in the immortal realm, and even the Demon Emperor would not dare to touch him. Now he probably understood why the Taoist ancestors had such an attitude in front of Suyi, and also why the moral lore had always asked Emperor Taiyi to change his title. Yi Shouwan, who was beside them, was completely stunned. She finally understood why Suyi had said that invincible was the literal meaning. Wasn't this invincible? In her opinion, the Jade Emperor and the Taoist ancestors should be considered the most powerful figures in the immortal realm, and they were all disciples of Suyi. She was Suyi's wife, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say she reached the sky in one step. Did the Taoist ancestors and the Jade Emperor have to call her master's wife too? Just knowing these matters is enough. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I have a few things to attend to. Suyi was in no hurry, but he didn't want to keep reminiscing with people forever. He had so many old acquaintances. Reminiscing could go on for tens of thousands of years. Upon hearing Suyi's words, the Blackwater Zhuangming Grand Emperor took 2 steps back, bowed respectfully, and said, Master's wife. Blackwater takes his leave. With that, he took a few steps back and then disappeared, showing extreme respect. Yi Shouwan was finding it hard to adjust. Suyi in the immortal realm felt like an emperor. Let's go to the 28th heavenly realm. Suyi felt that it was not very meaningful for Yi Shouwan to continue working in the 13th heavenly realm after what happened today. The whole immortal realm now knew that Yi Shouwan was the wife of his, Su Duanhan. Who would dare to stop her from going to the 28th heavenly realm? Gongyan followed closely behind Suyi. Suyi waved his hand, and the 3 of them appeared in front of the 10,000 Calamities prison in the 33rd heavenly realm. In front of them was a massive array. Gongyan stood in front of the 10,000 Calamities prison, swallowed hard, and said, Master, is this the 10,000 Calamities prison of the heavenly court? Suyi nodded, and Yi Shouwan, looking ahead, felt a strong sense of crisis. It is said that inside are some big demons of the immortal realm, who can only enter and cannot leave. Even if they are near saints, when they are locked inside, it's difficult to get out. Gongyan, since your father entrusted you to me, it's time for you to undergo some training as well. Gongyan's eyelids twitched, realizing Suyi's gaze on him was somewhat strange. Gongyan seemed to understand Suyi's meaning, but he didn't really want to understand. He hoped he was wrong. Suyi smiled. This is a good place. Your cultivation is not considered low. We will go in to save a monkey, and then take the monkey on a trip for some time. As for you, Master, you don't mean. Gongyan suddenly felt chills running down his back and forced a smile. Suyi nodded. You are not mistaken. You are quite a clever child. Master, are you sure you're not joking with me? Gongyan feels that this kind of joke is really not funny at all. The Eternal Prison is a prison set out by the 12 Palace Immortal Emperors together, and it is said that there are even inscriptions from saints inside. What does eternal mean? It means never to return. Master actually intends to let him go in to sharpen himself. Suyi smiled and said, Do I look like I'm joking with you? Quite like you. Ha ha ha. Gongyan said, What can be sharpened in a place like this? Suyi's smile gradually froze, then asked again, What about now? Gongyan suddenly felt that if he kept mumbling, Master would likely stoop in directly. Can't I go in? Gongyan, who had lived for so many years, almost cried. Ahead was the eternal prison, and behind him was his respected master. But to him, his master at this moment was even more dangerous than the eternal prison ahead. Suyi nodded slightly and led Yexiaxuan into the eternal prison. As for Gongyan, he was dragged in by Suyi. Upon entering the eternal prison, thousands of laws directly struck Gongyan. Gongyan was at least close to the level of a quasi-saint, but these nearby formations directly overwhelmed him. Where is he? Yexiaxuan, led by Suyi, only saw all sorts of colorful formations around, such as electric light, flames, and frost, looking dangerous yet beautiful. However, Gongyan disappeared in front of Yexiaxuan. Suyi said, He's trapped inside a spatial barrier. Will he be okay? Yexiaxuan didn't feel the horror of these formations firsthand. Being led by Suyi, the formations around seemed like beautiful scrolls. He won't die. Don't worry about him. I will take you to meet Sun Wukong. Suyi knew very well that Gongyan wasn't weak. This place was a prison set up by saints and immortal emperors, where the prisoners imprisoned inside were meant to endure more torture and suffering, rather than being killed. Compared to death, endless imprisonment and torment were the purpose of the eternal prison. Speaking of strength, before being imprisoned, Sun Wukong was even weaker than Gongyan. If Sun Wukong didn't die, how could Gongyan? Is Sun Wukong powerful? Xiaoxuan saw all sorts of strange techniques around, but they didn't harm her. Little did she know, if not for Suyi guiding her, these formations alone would have made her truly doomed. Not very powerful. Suyi stepped forward, and Xiaoxuan followed him to where the divine dragon Nan Phoenix resided in the eternal prison. At this moment, Sun Wukong, the divine dragon, and the phoenix were sitting together discussing things. The scene was so harmonious that it was hard to imagine this place was the dreaded eternal prison that even the heavenly gods feared. What are you talking about? Suyan Xiaoxuan appeared in front of Sun Wukong and scared the divine dragon and the phoenix. Lord Su, you're back. The divine dragon and the phoenix were now only about 1.5 meters tall, almost the same height as monkeys. They had been waiting for Lord Su to return, fearing that when he did, they would be towering over him, needing Lord Su to look up to them. Monkey, you've improved quite quickly. Suyi could tell at a glance that Monkey's cultivation had reached the level of a 9th grade golden immortal. Before he was caught, Monkey was only at the 8th grade golden immortal level. Now, after so long and with severe cultivation decline due to imprisonment, he had already broken through to the 9th grade. Monkey had learned some etiquette in the 3-star Crescent Moon Cave, and he bowed to Suyi somewhat obsequiously. Thank you, Lord Su. Suyi nodded and asked, Monkey, do you want to leave? Monkey blinked his eyes, nodding vigorously. Wukong wants to leave. Suyi looked at Xiaoxuan and said, if you accept her as your master, you can leave. Sun Wukong gazed at Xiaoxuan, puzzled. Accept her as my master. Obviously, he noticed that Xiaoxuan's cultivation level was a bit low. Suyi deliberately let Sun Wukong see Xiaoxuan's level of cultivation. You don't want to? Suyi was also giving Sun Wukong a chance. If he refused to accept Xiaoxuan as his master due to her cultivation level, or for any other reason, he might find it difficult to leave. In the past, with the planning of the Taoist and Buddhist schools, Sun Wukong was also considered a pawn for the journey to the West. Now, with the entire fairy realm in chaos by Suyi, even the Buddha has passed away. What journey to the West is left? The whole game was ruined, and Sun Wukong, as a pawn, was destined to be forgotten by those big shots. If Suyi didn't rescue him, Sun Wukong would either achieve sainthood in the eternal prison or be perpetually imprisoned without hope of release. I do. Sun Wukong wasn't foolish. During this time, he heard the divine dragon Nan Phoenix praise Su Duanyan wildly. In their words, even a single finger of Su Duanyan surpassed the saints and immortal emperors. When such a big shot asks if he wants to accept the woman next to him as his master, would he refuse? How stupid would that be? Although Sun Wukong had previously accepted Patriarch Subhuti as his master, the Patriarch hadn't said he couldn't accept another teacher, right? Accept the master. Suyi was also quite satisfying. This monkey was not bad. Sun Wukong stood in front of Xiaoxuan and directly kowtowed 3 times and 9 times, saying, Master, please accept the bowing of Wukong. Her name is Xiaoxuan, and you can call her Master Yi. Suyi raised an eyebrow. Monkey was clueless, not even knowing what surname his master had, and started bowing. Master Yi. Xiaoxuan's mouth twitched slightly. Why was this title so strange? Xiaoxuan had grown up watching Journey to the West, so she naturally had a fondness for Monkey. But now, having suddenly become Sun Wukong's master was a bit strange. Sun Wukong, right? Xiaoxuan asked. Do you have a weapon? Sun Wukong shook his head, saying, Disciple has not found a suitable weapon. Xiaoxuan casually took out the ancient magical weapon she had caught from Or. Since you've already accepted me as your master, this is a welcome gift. Take a look and see if you like it. Sun Wukong was accustomed to the golden cudgel, so he felt uncomfortable without it. Xiaoxuan probably also realized this. Although Suyi said he arranged a journey to the West for her, this situation was completely different from Journey to the West. Normally, Sun Wukong would have caused chaos in heaven after obtaining the golden cudgel and been suppressed under the 5 Fingers Mountain for Tang Sanzan to save. But at this moment, being confined in such a place, chatting with a small black dragon and a little fire phoenix, lacking the golden cudgel, and then being arranged by Suyi to become Xiaoxuan's master, it was all quite different, right? Sun Wukong accepted the ancient artifact and played with it in his hand, asking, Master Yi, does this staff have a name? Small broken staff. Xiaoxuan felt somewhat embarrassed, saying, It's a gift for you. Call it whatever you like. Also, I'm fine with you calling me master, but could you please not call me Yi Master? It sounds odd. Sun Wukong naturally didn't understand Master Yi's humor, but whatever Master said was the truth. Besides, Yi Xiaoxuan's gift was generous, and the ancient demonic weapon he presented was handy. Sun Wukong played with it for a while and liked it very much. So Yi glanced at Shenlong and Shenfeng, asking, "Do you want to leave?" Shenlong and Shenfeng were both descendants who survived the Dragon and Han tribulation, possessing strong abilities. However, to the immortal realm, they were more like strange creatures locked away, waiting to be researched once the power was sufficient. Or they were treated as precious animals, like pandas, but not receiving the same treatment as pandas. Shenlong excitedly said, "Of course, I want to." Shenfeng, on the other hand, shook her head and said, "I don't want to leave." After saying this, Shenlong looked at Shenfeng incredulously. Was she being silly? How could she not seize this opportunity? And Sirsu asked such a question. Didn't she want to leave? Did she want to stay in this ghostly place forever? Shenfeng said, "Even if we were to leave, what difference would it make? The situation is already gone. It's not our era anymore. Would the sage spare us and let us out to serve as mounts or slaves?" Upon hearing Shenfeng's words, Shenlong was at a loss for words. In the ancient primordial times, during the Dragon and Han tribulation, the grand battle between dragons, phoenixes, and Kirins took place. Due to various reasons, the dragon ancestors ended up sealed by primordial heavenly Tao, while the phoenix ancestors suffered heavy injuries. In the end, the dragon and phoenix clans declined and withdrew from the stage of history, with their descendants needing to attach themselves to major powers. The descendant of the phoenix, Kun Peng, eventually became a demonic master, commanding many demons. Kong Zhuan was converted by the Enlightened One and became the Buddhist Mother Peacock. As for the dragons, they faced hardships due to their unique reproductive abilities. Many dragon females were taken away by powerful beings and forced to reproduce, even with other races for consumption. Strong individuals within the dragon clan were often suppressed. Despite living for a long time and possessing significant strength, Shenlong and Shenfeng ended up being oppressed by the sages and immortals, confined in the prison of eternal calamities. Even if they were to leave now, what awaited them? "If you want to leave, you don't need to worry about this," Suyi said. "I have quite a few friends in the immortal realm. I will inform them, ensuring your safety." Upon hearing Suyi's words, Shenfeng and Shenlong brightened up and nodded in gratitude. They were well aware of Su Duanhen's power. Even the ancestors, the dragon and phoenix, advised their descendants to treat Su Duanhen with respect and not offend him. This meant that Su Duanhen was feared even by the dragon and phoenix ancestors. With Su Duanhen protecting them, they would be safe once they left. "Thank you, Sir Su." Shenlong and Shenfeng expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Who would want to stay in such a ghostly place if they could live freely outside? However, before you leave, could you help me with a small favor? Suyi's face softened into a friendly smile as he said, "I brought one of your descendants here. He has some connection with both of you. His father is Kun Peng, the son of the phoenix, while his mother is from the dragon clan. Since I brought him here, I would appreciate it if you could educate him a bit. The child hasn't had much exposure to the outside world and needs some toughening up. Understood what I mean?" Suyi felt that Guyan was actually quite good, with decent character and a sweet tongue, a talent worth nurturing. He was about to go on a honeymoon with Yi Xiaoxuan, so he didn't have much time to take care of the child. Leaving him with his relatives here seemed like a good option. "Kun Peng's son," Shenfeng said excitedly. "That's quite prestigious. Educating the younger generation is a duty we cannot shirk. Even if Sir Su hadn't asked, we would have done it willingly." Shenlong pondered for a moment. "I never expected that one day the dragon and phoenix clans would have common blood relations. This needs careful nurturing." Just as Sir Su said, the child certainly needs toughening up. Shenlong didn't see any problem with Su Yi's request. How could Sir Su be wrong? Working diligently to benefit their descendant, the child would have grown up in comfort and luxury. He is currently in the Zhou butterfly realm and won't be able to come out anytime soon. Su Yi said, "Next time I come, I will take you out together." Guyan was currently dreaming of becoming the demon emperor in the Zhou butterfly realm, unaware of the impending danger within the formation. He had no idea that his beloved teacher was planning with his two wild relatives to give him a beating once he emerged from the realm. Yi Xiaoxuan led Sun Wukong out and couldn't help but ask, "Are you deliberately plotting against Guyan?" Suyi raised an eyebrow. "Why would I plot against him?" Yi Xiaoxuan chuckled. Having escaped persecution from Suyi, she understood his motives very well. She even suspected that Suyi was simply bored and engaged in these actions for entertainment. As for educating the younger generation, it was probably just a fabrication. Let's go. I'll take you to meet your eldest disciple, Tang Seng. Suyi winked at Yishiak-suan. Based on Yishiak-suan's experience with Suyi, she knew that whenever he said he was taking her somewhere, it likely meant trouble. The Great Tang Immortal Country was situated in the far east of the Immortal Realm. Beyond that lay the evil butchering region, where the spirits of fallen soldiers resided. This was a place even the Immortal Emperors hesitated to approach, known as one of the two forbidden places in the Immortal Realm alongside the Primordial Abyss. When Suyi and the others arrived, the subordinates of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi were attacking the capital of the Great Tang Fairyland. Not for anything else, but because in the last meeting called by the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, the demon clan befriended Jin Chanzi and occupied the territory where he was located. The demon god Jimeng under the Eastern Emperor was leading 500 demon soldiers to challenge at the city gate, but they were not really engaging in battle. Not for anything else, this Great Tang Fairyland was originally the territory of the Evil Slaughter Ground. The Evil Slaughter Ground was feared because of the demon ancestor Luo Huo and his 3,000 demon generals. Luo Huo, the demon ancestor, was in existence who achieved saintliness through the path of killing at the beginning of the Dragon Han era. The Jushuan sword formation of the Primordial Heaven Master was still owned by Luo Huo, who once battled the Chaos Creator, slaughtered the Dragon, Phoenix, and Kilin clans. Such a formidable and monstrous being, even the Demon Emperor dared not provoke him. Jin Chanzi had a deep background. He kidnapped the Ghost King and forcibly changed the name of the capital, which Luo Huo came to know about. Luo Huo only sent a demon general to persuade and recruit him. Of course, the main goal was to recruit Jin Chanzi. Otherwise, if Jin Chanzi or the Ghost King were killed, what was the point of being so cautious? Jinmeng, the demon god, felt a headache when he received the Eastern Emperor Taiyi's orders to befriend Jin Chanzi and occupy the Great Tang Fairyland. The demon general didn't matter much, but the key was, if he really attacked the city, if he angered Luo Huo, he would be directly obliterated. Even if the demon emperor came, what use would it be? Damn, that's the demon ancestor who attained saintliness through killing. Jimeng didn't dare to disobey the demon emperor's orders, so each day he could only have his demon soldiers challenge and spit, that's all. Jimeng sat boredly outside the city gate soaking up the sun, muttering complaints about the other demon gods being lucky and lamenting the fact that he was given such a thankless task. As the sun set, three figures appeared in the distance. Lord Jiman, a monkey demon and two strange fellows are coming from the west, a rhinoceros spirit standing next to Jimeng reported. Jimeng lounged lazily on his huge chair and asked, "Strange fellows? How strange?" The rhinoceros spirit said, "They look like celestial beings or immortals." Demons were now accustomed to taking on human forms, but they usually retained some racial features. For example, the rhinoceros spirit had a human face and body, but had a huge rhinoceros horn on its nose, a symbol of its prestigious status. In the demon country, if one looked exactly like a human, they were either exceptionally powerful, low-key, like the demon emperor, or they were afraid of losing face and didn't dare reveal their distinctive features. Jimeng casually said, "Go ask about that monkey demon's background. If they are accompanied by celestial beings or immortals, kill them and make soup." In the story, the journey to the west should be about a master taming disciples and eradicating demons along the way. According to the script, Suyi gave her a monkey as a disciple at the beginning. The rest, she didn't expect to sweep away, but she had to put in some effort. Yishiak-suan was also helpless and saw the sturdy rhinoceros spirit leading 10 peculiar monsters coming towards them. Yishiak-suan asked, "Why don't we just go straight into the city?" Suyi laughed, "Do you think we're here for a honeymoon?" Yishiak-suan wanted to ask him, "Isn't that the case?" But hesitating for a moment, she decided not to spoil the fun, realizing how foolish she would appear if she asked such a question. Just as stupid as Miss Groundhog drilling a hole. "Your disciple, you have to subdue him yourself. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't take action," Suyi said, already holding a bronze mask in his hand, slowly putting it on his face. The journey to the west should tell a story about a master taming disciples and battling demons. Suyi had given her a monkey at the beginning according to the script, and she didn't expect her to sweep through, but she had to make some effort. Yixiaxuan was also helpless and saw the sturdy rhinoceros spirit leading 10 oddly shaped monsters coming their way. Monkey, are those two next to you celestial beings? Why are you coming this way? The rhinoceros spirit stopped about 10 meters away and gazed at Yixiaxuan and Suyi. Sun Wukong was also domineering. He slammed the stick on the ground and loudly said, "Since you also belong to the demon race, I won't kill you. Make way. We want to enter the city." The rhinoceros spirit was only a mystic immortal. Above the mystic immortal was the grand clear mystic immortal, followed by the great Luo golden immortal. Sun Wukong was a great Luo golden immortal of the 9th rank, plus the extraordinary origin of the small stick in his hand. Just by standing there, the fierce aura scared the rhinoceros spirit into shaking involuntarily. "Monkey, I'm asking you, are they celestial beings?" The rhinoceros spirit brought those monsters with him, whose cultivation levels were not high, so he couldn't directly act. If he did now, what was the difference from sending them away? It was like asking if the melon was ripe. The rhinoceros spirit still had Jimeng backing him up. The monkey was strong, but could he overpower Jimeng? Even if he was stronger than Jimeng, could he surpass the demon emperor? They are not celestial beings. Let us pass. The monkey provocatively glanced at the rhinoceros spirit. He was inherently aggressive, and all the nonsense from the demon annoyed him. If they were to fight, why ask so many questions? The rhinoceros spirit was slightly stunned. Not celestial beings. This left him somewhat confused. Then are they immortals? The rhinoceros spirit wasn't strong and didn't want a direct conflict with Sun Wukong, so he asked again. Sun Wukong glared, shouting, "No, do you let us through or not? If not, I'll come over and fight." The monkey had been arrogant and domineering in the heavenly court. Locked in the immortal imprisonment cell, he had been simmering with anger. Now that he was out with Suyi, he naturally wanted to show off. "Wait!" The rhinoceros spirit shouted, running to Jimeng's side and shouting, "Lord Jimeng, the monkey wants to break in." Both the rhinoceros spirit and Sun Wukong's voices were particularly loud, and Jimeng, sitting there, was already impatient. He slowly rose and walked towards Suyi and the others. Jimeng stood to Zhang tall with a dragon's head, human body, bird claws, feathered arms, and was clad in black battle armor, truly imposing and ferocious. Looking down at Suyi and the others, Jimeng sneered, "Great Luo golden immortal? Monkey. Very impressive." Saying that, the terrifying aura emanating from him pressed down on the monkey. The ground cracked beneath the monkey's feet, and his face became even more hideous. Suyi saw this and slipped away thousands of meters away, leaving Yixiaxuan standing there bewildered. Yixiaxuan wanted to run, but she found herself locked in by Jimeng's aura, rooted to the spot and unable to escape. 10. Suyi ran away without bringing her. Suyi ran away in an instant before Jimeng could make a move, leaving Jimeng somewhat bewildered. As one of the 10 great demon gods under the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, Jimeng's cultivation had already reached the 8th heavenly layer of the quasi-saint realm. He had just scanned over and felt that Sun Wukong was the strongest among the 3 of them, while Suyi, wearing a mask, appeared to have only reached the level of a golden immortal in cultivation. Jimeng wanted a fresh meal, so he didn't immediately kill Suyi and Yixiaxuan on the spot. But this little golden immortal actually ran away under his suppression. That was somewhat unexpected. Sun Wukong excelled in combat, and in the moment when Jimeng was distracted, he made a sudden move, sweeping his small staff towards Jimeng. The small staff was an ancient magic weapon, extraordinary in itself, and as it swept out, a fierce aura rose to the sky. Jimeng had been idle these days and rarely had any excitement, so he naturally didn't want to kill the monkey so quickly. That would be boring, wouldn't it? Then, what would he do to pass the time? A golden immortal dared to make a move against a quasi-saint, which was already quite interesting. And with the masked little guy who had just run off, things were getting even more interesting. He planned to catch the masked one back later for some fun. Sun Wukong took the first move, and as Jimeng had his mind elsewhere, a water barrier appeared in front of him. The small staff struck the water barrier, splashing a few water flowers, and then sent Sun Wukong flying back harshly. In that instant, Sun Wukong was surrounded by 4 water barriers. No matter how he swung his small staff, he couldn't break through these water barriers. "Little monkey, have fun." Jimeng looked at Sun Wukong triumphantly, not really considering him a threat. "The weapon in your hand is not bad. I'll have it as a gift later, haha." Saying so, he walked towards Yixiaxuan, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Yi Xiaoxuan was scared pale. Wasn't this guy a little too terrifying? Sun Wukong was trapped like this. Thinking of being Sun Wukong's master, Yi Xiaoxuan felt something was off. That title was like a curse, as if she could be captured by demons at any moment. A 9th-rank celestial immortal? Ji Meng glanced at Yi Xiaoxuan, and with a smirk, he joked, "You look quite tasty. Little girl, do you prefer steamed or fry?" Facing such a monstrous being, Yi Xiaoxuan was trembling uncontrollably. "I don't like either." Yi Xiaoxuan nervously released the alchemy furnace and hid inside. Although her cultivation was not high, she carried the strongest defense alchemy furnace and the strongest attack weapon, the soul-breaking sword, so keeping herself alive should not be difficult. Ji Meng didn't even pay attention to Sun Wukong, so it was even less likely that he would regard Yi Xiaoxuan, a 9th-rank celestial immortal, as a threat. At his level, there were very few enemies that could make him take action seriously, and if those enemies truly wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as turning over their hands. Clearly, dealing with a little figure like a celestial immortal did not require his serious attention. Heh. Hiding inside a turtle shell, Ji Meng laughed heartily when he saw Yi Xiaoxuan hiding in the alchemy furnace. But soon, his laughter stopped as he stared at the alchemy furnace, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. Jinling sand? Jinling sand was a rare material for refining in ancient times. It was perfect for making weapons and alchemy furnaces. Even if the Demon Emperor crafted weapons, they would only have a pinch of Jinling sand. What did he see? An alchemy furnace made entirely of Jinling sand? I didn't expect this. What a surprise. It seems the little guy with the mask earlier must have some good stuff too. Ji Meng slightly raised his head, locking his gaze on Suyi and, with a thought, tried to directly bring Suyi over using a rudimentary spatial technique. He could have just gone over and grabbed Suyi, but he thought this method of taking action was more befitting of his status. Suyi could clearly feel the spatial changes around him caused by this rudimentary spatial technique, which was far inferior to Emperor John's. Following the principle of avoiding conflict as much as possible and considering Ji Meng's emotional state, Suyi appeared directly in front of Ji Meng, according to his wishes. Little guy, don't run. Once I mark you, your escape to the ends of the earth will be useless. Ji Meng thought his spatial technique had worked. Well, theoretically, a quasi-saint using spatial techniques on a golden immortal should be able to directly teleport them over. Suyi was also a kind and understanding person, so he cooperated with Ji Meng. Even standing in front of Ji Meng, he nodded and said, "All right, I understand. I won't run next time." Observing Suyi, Ji Meng felt that this little golden immortal in front of him seemed a bit unusual at this moment. From him, Ji Meng sensed the power of the great Tao, different from the heavenly Tao of this universe. That strange force seemed to merge with this golden immortal. Regarding the mask on Suyi, Ji Meng wanted to see Suyi's face, but found that the mask seemed to have a mysterious power that hindered his exploration. Take off the mask. Ji Meng arrogantly reached out towards Suyi. Suyi vaguely remembered a brief encounter with Ji Meng, but this guy looked so chilling that Suyi had an intuition that he probably didn't have tasty flesh, perhaps even smelly like a Cheon-Chi demon. So Suyi simply took off the mask and said, "I'll give you the mask. As long as you don't harm me, I'm not very delicious. You can go eat the monkey and that woman." Ji Meng took the mask, examined it back and forth with shining eyes, and asked, "Where did you get this mask?" Suyi's mask was naturally extraordinary, and since Ji Meng was no fool, he could see that the mask was a godly object almost on par with a primordial spiritual treasure. Suyi replied without flinching, "I found it in a tomb. I can take you there later. There should still be some treasures inside, but my strength is insufficient to retrieve them." "Okay. Very well." Ji Meng hadn't made a breakthrough in many years, so thinking that there was a chance to get a godly item like the mask, he excitedly said, "As long as you take me, I promise not to kill you." "Thank you." Suyi was not very concerned about the mask being taken away. In fact, he politely thanked Ji Meng for not killing him. Gratitude should be shown for not taking a life. "Are you not afraid of me?" Ji Meng always felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint it. The little golden immortal in front of him made him feel strange. Now suddenly coming to his senses, he realized this little golden immortal wasn't afraid of him. The indifferent tone and calm demeanor made Ji Meng uncomfortable. Relying on his own strength and status to instill fear and terror in others was Ji Meng's source of joy, but he couldn't sense any fear from Suyi. Didn't he see how scared that little celestial fairy was just now? In any case, Suyi's attitude made him very uncomfortable. Suyi knew that if he showed fear now, it would be a bit exaggerated. So he said expressionlessly, "I have a poker face by nature. Actually, I am so scared right now that I want to pee. Do you believe me?" "Oh, is that so?" Jimen burst into laughter. "Interesting. Interesting. Just pee. I'll go deal with that little celestial fairy first. You're busy. Don't mind me." Suyi said and went to pee on his own. The whole process surprisingly proceeded in a friendly and amicable manner without any conflict arising. Yi Xiaoxuan hid in the alchemy furnace, secretly observing the situation outside. She noticed that Suyi was chatting happily with that monster, who seemed very joyful. Suyi actually went to pee on the sign. Ah, how can someone behave like this? Yi Xiaoxuan was going crazy inside the alchemy furnace, while Jimeng just ignored Suyi and slowly approached the alchemy furnace. Jimeng originally thought this was a tough task, but he didn't expect to stumble upon a treasure. The stick in the monkey's hand, the bronze mask obtained earlier, and the alchemy furnace in front of him were treasures that would be fought over wherever they appeared, and he encountered them all at once. Could it be that fate was favoring him, wanting him to break through to a higher level through this? "Little celestial fairy, do you really think you'll be safe hiding in there?" Jimeng said, revealing his extraordinary Dharma realm, greatly increasing his size by 3 times, and tried to forcefully open the lid of the alchemy furnace. Yi Xiaoxuan hurriedly controlled the Samadhi True Fire to cover the entire alchemy furnace. Didn't she deal with a group of golden immortal experts using the same method before? Hiss. Jimeng was scorched, like an ordinary person touching a hot iron pot without insulation. Samadhi True Fire. And the force of the grand beginning. Jimeng's eyes widened, but he did not let go. Holding the alchemy furnace in his palm, wholly enveloped by a mass of water, he once again inspected the alchemy furnace in his hand, his pupils shrinking. What kind of law power is this? Yi Xiaoxuan refined Suyi's essence, and the Samadhi True Fire contained a hint of Suyi's power, making it different. But Yi Xiaoxuan was genuinely scared now, as this monster didn't fear her Samadhi True Fire at all. The difference in their realms was just too substantial, and no matter how many treasures Yi Xiaoxuan had, she was inevitably suppressed. Primordial Grand Beginning Purple Aura? This little celestial fairy actually possessed the Primordial Grand Beginning Purple Aura? Jimeng suddenly recalled what the Demon Emperor had mentioned about the Primordial Grand Beginning Purple Aura. He couldn't help but laugh a few times, but then stopped abruptly. He loudly declared, "Since you won't come out, this demon lord will swallow you alive." With that, he swallowed the alchemy furnace in one gulp. As for the Primordial Grand Beginning Purple Aura, one must not reveal its existence lightly. The Demon Emperor promised that the first strand discovered would go to the Lost City. Now that he found it, if he let Yi Xiaoxuan out and the Demon Emperor found out, it wouldn't end well. Possession is 9/10 of the law. This alchemy furnace crafted from gold spirit sand was certainly not something he could hand over. He had already felt Yi Xiaoxuan's Samadhi True Fire, realizing that it couldn't cause any substantial harm to him. By swallowing it, along with the Primordial Grand Beginning Purple Aura, then refining and expelling the alchemy furnace, it wouldn't be a big deal. What he needed to do now was to ensure that no other mighty beings discovered the existence of the Primordial Grand Beginning Purple Aura. Yi Xiaoxuan was swallowed by Jimeng, so Yi shook off the urine, pulled up his pants, and looked back at Jimeng. This guy, not only eating people, but also swallowing furnaces, showed a complete lack of respect toward food. And he was so uncouth. "Little guy, tell this demon lord now, where did you find this mask?" Jimeng hadn't shrunken back to his original size and looked down at Suyi with a slight tilt of his head. Suyi raised an eyebrow and said, "Tell you, and then you'll eat me too. Am I stupid? Ha ha ha. You are indeed clever." Jimeng laughed heartily. "But do you think not speaking will be enough? This demon lord wants to explore your memories effortlessly." With that, he actually started to use a soul-searching technique on Suyi. "Don't!" Suyi shouted, but it was too late. Jimeng had already unleashed his demon arts, attempting to forcibly search Suyi's memories. At the moment when Jimeng cast his demonic technique on Suyi, he felt a previously unprecedented heavy blow to his consciousness, so much so that he couldn't even maintain the water curtains that suppressed Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong broke free, wielding his stick and striking at Jimeng's head. At this moment, Jimeng was dizzy and disoriented, incapable of moving a muscle, let alone defending against Sun Wukong's attack. He was instantly knocked to the ground. Jimeng's underlings were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't that monkey completely powerless just now? Why was he suddenly knocked down by the monkey? No. It must be a trick. It must be that Demon Lord Jimeng was just bored and wanted to play with the monkey again. The rhino spirit standing not far away clicking its tongue and said to the crocodile spirit next to it, "The Demon Lord sure knows how to play." The crocodile spirit nodded in agreement. The Demon Lord probably wants the monkey to scratch his itch for him. Ha ha ha. Does that monkey think he really defeated the Demon Lord? Look at the Demon Lord's acting skills. They're truly amazing. Yes. Yes. I almost believed it. A group of demons laughed and huddled together, watching Jimeng being beaten by Sun Wukong. The monkey is really strong, actually breaking the Demon Lord's head. The Demon Lord probably hasn't been hurt in many years and wants to experience that feeling. Hey, this must be what it means to be lonely at the top, a feeling we may never experience in our lifetimes. The demons at the city gate had been spitting for days, extremely bored. It was rare to see such an exciting performance, so they began to cheer. On top of the city gate, a group of demon cultivators were also watching the show. Am I seeing things right? Did I see Jimeng get beaten by a monkey? Why are Jimeng's followers laughing? Is there something seriously wrong with him? They're probably just messing around for fun. It's really sickening. They've been blocking the city gate for so many days, not attacking. What exactly do they want to do? Suyi looked at Jimeng, who was beaten by Sun Wukong and unable to move, and sighed secretly. This guy definitely had a serious problem. He was warned not to do it, but insisted on probing his memories. Was Su really that easy to extract? Now, he had driven himself to a mental breakdown. Sun Wukong's realm was indeed far below Jimo's. If Jimo had not forcefully probed Suyi's memories using the soul search technique, Sun Wukong wouldn't have been able to escape from that water prison. But Jimo had to go and do it regardless. What a way to go. Instead of using his spiritual power carefully to explore Suyi's memories, this was a very brave fact indeed. Not to mention, even the heavenly doubt dared not explore Suyi. Just surviving without immediately dying on the spot was already a stroke of good luck for him. Suyi instinctively resisted others' exploration just now. Nonetheless, Jimo was already a haze, allowing Sun Wukong to run amok freely on his body. The little broken stick being referred to as an ancient demonic tool was not simple to begin with, and the demonic energy crazily eroded Jimo's physical body. Jimo did not resist. His eyelids drooped, finding it difficult to keep his eyes open. Sun Wukong, being a monkey, didn't show mercy. He thought, take advantage of your illness to end your life. A direct blow struck Jimo's nose bridge. Blood spurted out wildly, but the bone was not yet broken, showing how strong the physical body of a quasi-saint is. The little broken stick greedily swallowed Jimo's blood, emitting a thick black gas from its body, eerie and frightening. Despite Sun Wukong exerting all his strength in a strike, the stick did not manage to shatter Jimo's nose bridge, which annoyed him. If one strike didn't work, then come with several more. Puff, puff, puff. The little broken stick hit down relentlessly, shadows of the stick filling the sky. Finally, on the 53rd strike, Jimo's nose bridge was smashed to pieces. Suyi stood by quietly counting. The stick in Sun Wukong's hand not only consumed Jimo's blood but also attempted to devour Jimo's demonic soul. The demonic soul was Jimo's core power. If not for the backlash from exploring Suyi's memories, how could Sun Wukong dare to be so ruthless now? But currently, Jimo was having difficulty even consolidating his demonic soul. His body was paralyzed, perceiving what Sun Wukong was doing. Jimo was already close to being driven mad by anger. Who exactly was that little golden immortal? And what about those lackeys outside? Are they all fools? Does the goddamn deity want to experience the feeling of getting hurt? Does he genuinely have a masochistic tendency? Sun Wukong's attacks were increasingly influenced by the little broken stick. Bloodlust in his eyes, his assaults became more savage and cruel. Jimo's face was unrecognizable, the stick pierced his eye, and black-red blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering Sun Wukong in blood. Something doesn't feel right. Jimo's subordinates finally realized something was amiss. Even if Jimo was perverse, he wouldn't enjoy having his eyes gouged by a monkey. Why are you standing there stupidly? Attack! The rhino demon roared, and the 500 demon soldiers Jimo brought with him rushed towards Sun Wukong. However, these demon soldiers were not powerful. Not even one was a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. As soon as they charged, they were mowed down by the bloodthirsty Sun Wukong in a single strike, leaving many dead and wounded. Incited by the demonic energy emitted by the little broken stick, Sun Wukong's killing intent surged, attacking the helpless Jimo, lying on the ground once again. Suyi stood by, calmly observing, like a cold and indifferent onlooker witnessing an elderly woman fall without intervening. Monkey demon. Stop. If you dare to make another move, I will kill him. The rhino demon brandished his large knife against Suyi's neck, threatening Sun Wukong, hoping the monkey would cease his rampage. The other demons also realized they couldn't deal with the monkey demon. Jimo, for some reason, didn't resist. They needed time, waiting for Jimo to regain his senses to overturn the situation, lifting their weapons and pointing at Suyi. Not paying any heed, Sun Wukong glared fiercely at the rhino demon and continued assaulting Jimo with the little broken stick, covered in black-red bloodstains, exuding a menacing air, resembling a demonic deity. Stop it! The rhino demon shouted, then hacked at Suyi's arm with his knife, not aiming to kill, but hoping to make Sun Wukong understand that if he didn't cease his actions, his companion would be tormented to death. Clang! The rhino demon's large knife hit Suyi's arm, making a crisp sound before breaking into two pieces. All the demons were stunned. This outcome seems a bit different from what they expected. Holding half a blade, the rhino demon stared at Suyi, realizing that the golden immortal's clothes were intact. Despite his strike, it felt like he had hit an indestructible object. The atmosphere seemed somewhat awkward. Suyi raised an eyebrow, saying, "Everyone, I'm not really familiar with that monkey. If you want to use me to threaten him, it may not work out too well. Why don't you deal with him directly and pretend I don't exist?" As he spoke, the demons appeared confused. Why were they threatening him with all those weapons pointed at him? "Kill him!" Some demon shouted, and a pile of strange weapons flew towards Suyi. In the next moment, Suyi appeared at the other end, his face slightly cold, warning, "If you insist on making a move, don't blame me for being unkind." Suyi seemed to have used genuine spatial laws. His words triggered a deep sense of fear in the demons' hearts. It was as if any more action on their part would lead to total annihilation. Suyi had done all he could to be kind. These demons seemed to be facing undeserved calamity. If those weapons had hit him earlier, some treasured artifacts would have likely been damaged. Although these artifacts weren't of high quality, they still represented the demons' efforts. Being in a foreign land isn't easy. Roar! Jimo suddenly roared. His demonic soul was heavily damaged, unable to control his body. He was battered by Sun Wukong and felt death approaching. In a last-ditch effort, Jimo finally couldn't hold back, igniting his godly soul, momentarily restoring himself to his peak state. Roaring in anger, the surrounding demons covered their ears, writhing on the ground in pain, while the magic cultivators on the faraway city walls were also heavily injured. Sun Wukong was smacked away by Jimo's sudden strike, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, his life hanging by a thread. Jimo was now completely blind, his demonic sense covering thousands of miles, yet he couldn't detect Suyi's presence. This time, Suyi had successfully evaded this guy's demonic sense. Since he had already consumed his demonic soul, another collision might save them from a fight. Yixiaxuan was still inside Jimo's belly. She must make a move now. Suyi was well aware that when Jimo chose to swallow Yixiaxuan, the outcome was sealed. Even if he hadn't used the soul search technique on Suyi, Yixiaxuan, wielding the soul-shattering sword, hiding inside the alchemy furnace, could easily cause fatal damage to Jimo. Ever heard of how the Monkey King from Journey to the West loved to jump into others' bellies? From the inside out, breaking through wasn't that difficult, particularly with Yixiaxuan accompanied by 2 sword spirits of the soul-shattering sword. After Yixiaxuan and the alchemy furnace were swallowed by Jimeng, she felt a bit panicked. She used her divine sense to investigate the situation outside, and found that the alchemy furnace was wrapped in a green liquid. Her samadhi true fire was still burning, but it had no effect. "Sword spirit, I've been swallowed by a monster. What should I do?" Yixiaxuan quickly remembered the sword spirit. She dared not go out, but she could control the flying sword. "Can I control you to attack the monster's stomach?" Yixiaxuan wasn't a fool. After being swallowed, the green liquid did not seep into the alchemy furnace, so she was temporarily safe. The sword spirit smirked. "What? A monster dares to swallow the sword master?" Even the soul-breaking sword never thought that one day a monster would dare to swallow it. "How reckless!" The scabbard sword spirit muttered. "That monster is dead." The 2 sword spirits shared the same understanding, Even a saint would surely die if they swallowed the soul-breaking sword. Yi Xiaoxuan asked, "Are you sure you won't be corroded by the external liquid? That monster seems powerful. If I guess correctly, the green liquid outside should be its stomach acid." Yi Xiaoxuan was unsure of Ji-Meng's strength, wondering if it was powerful enough to corrode the soul-breaking sword with stomach acid. "Sword Master, you must be joking. What monster's stomach can corrode us?" The sword-body sword spirit laughed. "Just let me out. I guarantee to make it spit us out from inside." "Scabbard, watch out. Let it spit us out. You're in charge of protecting the sword master and preventing the green liquid from flowing into the furnace." The sword-body sword spirit instantly devised a strategic plan. It's easy to invite a god, but difficult to send one away. What a bold monster to swallow the soul-breaking sword. Isn't this just seeking death? If outside, Yi Xiaoxuan, the sword master, is too weak, even relying on the soul-breaking sword, she may not be able to harm Ji-Meng. But once inside, even if Yi Xiaoxuan were as weak as Cao Pi's wife entering the vegetable garden or Zhenji picking vegetables, she could cause significant harm to Ji-Meng from within. With the affirmative answer from the sword spirit of the soul-breaking sword, Yi Xiaoxuan released her control and let the soul-breaking sword fly out of the alchemy furnace. The scabbard sword spirit emitted a black light, enveloping the entire alchemy furnace. The sword spirit gleamed, and the soul-breaking sword madly spun inside Ji-Meng's body, strike after strike, blossoming in various ways, making it seem effortless. Ji-Meng had just forcibly regained consciousness to dismember Sun Wukong when he felt intense pain in his belly. The little fairy is still alive. Ji-Meng was shocked. Upon internal inspection, he discovered a divine sword rampaging inside him, making his proud powerful flesh seem as weak as paper in front of the divine sword. Within moments, Ji-Meng's body was riddled with injuries. Ji-Meng tried to spit out the soul-breaking sword but found it was beyond his control. The scabbard sword spirit protected the alchemy furnace, impervious to intrusion by even quasi-saintly monsters. This sword. Ji-Meng finally felt the real danger. The soul-breaking sword was indeed the world's top weapon. Swallowing it was akin to seeking death. The quasi-saintly's flesh appeared too fragile in the face of the soul-breaking sword. In a flash, Ji-Meng, who had just risen again, collapsed, blood spewing from his mouth and nose, clearly injured. Such a sudden turn had Ji-Meng's subordinates shocked. Just as they thought Ji-Meng had returned to normal, he fell, gasping for air, with wounds all over his body. Sun Wukong was hit by Ji-Meng, his head buzzing. When he got up, all he saw was Sui standing there as if nothing had happened. In his irrational state, Sun Wukong raised his stick to strike at Suyi's head. The stick's soul had fled. In its eyes, Yi Xiaoxuan was the true master. The terrifying sword was swallowed by Ji-Meng, and now, killing this man and controlling the monkey to leave would grant it complete freedom. An ancient demonic weapon could not be intimidated by a sword. Having absorbed much of Ji-Meng's blood and his demonic power, it had become stronger. Suyi stood there and saw Sun Wukong's stick strike at him. Suyi caught the end of the stick, and moving, the demonic aura dispersing from Sun Wukong, his eyes regaining clarity. "Mr. Su, Sun Wukong shivered, looking at Suyi in fear. What had he done? He had actually tried to beat Suyi with a stick. Did he want to die? "It's okay, just watch from the side." Suyi glanced at the monkey, slowly holding the stick. The stick's soul was shocked. Who was this person? Unbelievably, this man had directly grabbed it, and the soul wanted to devour Suyi's soul. The black aura spread as Suyi's finger lightly tapped the stick, dispelling the black aura and sealing the soul completely. "It's over. Who is this guy?" The soul of the stick was truly afraid. It had thought this man was a pushover, but obviously, he wasn't. Suyi didn't pay attention to the situation. Like a magician, he had a small carving knife in his hand. What was he going to do? The soul was puzzled. Was this man going to do something strange with a small knife on the ancient demonic weapon? It was an ancient demonic tool. What could a small carving knife do to it? "Let's write this script," Suyi said to Sun Wukong. "This stick will be called the Rui Jingu Bang from now on." After speaking, the knife came down on the stick. What seemed like an ordinary carving knife wrote on the ancient demonic weapon, Rui Jingu Bang. The 5 characters took shape with each stroke, and the ancient demonic weapon, originally black, now emitted a faint golden light. While he finished carving, the soul-breaking sword burst Ji-Meng's belly, and Yi Xiaoxuan, who had been hiding in the alchemy furnace, flew out directly. Ji-Meng lay on the ground, his massive body convulsing, barely clinging to life. Yi Xiaoxuan had a narrow escape from Ji-Meng's mouth. His subordinates looked on in terror. Der Jimeng, the demon emperor, had truly fallen, and the monkey group was unharmed. Let's go into the city. Suyi didn't pause when Yi Shaxuan came out. He just glanced at her, smiled, and said, "You lead the way." Yi Shaxuan breathed heavily, looking at the city ahead. She had just narrowly escaped danger, but before she could catch her breath, they were heading into the city. Who knew what formidable monsters awaited in the city? From the recent battle, she had probably realized that even if they encountered a powerful enemy, Suyi wouldn't intervene. Jimeng lay there half dead, and the demons under his command dared not approach. Sun Wukong's strength made them terrified, and the fact that Yi Shaxuan was able to safely escape from Jimeng's belly after being swallowed indicated that she was not ordinary. As for Suyi, they had probably already seen his power. Just a few words from him could strike fear into their souls, and the fact that he could easily block monkeys' attacks spoke volumes about his prowess. Yi Shaxuan, Sun Wukong, and Suyi continued towards the city, with no demons hindering their path. "Are you all working with the demon tribe?" a sorcerer at the city gate shouted. Of course, facing Sun Wukong, the sorcerer on the gate was still somewhat afraid. Sun Wukong's brutal defeat of Jimeng was too bloody and violent, even more ruthless than the sorcerers themselves. "We are not with them. We are just looking for someone to come in," Yi Shaxuan shouted, holding the broken soul sword in her hand. She was becoming more attuned to the sword's power and understood its extraordinary nature. According to the broken soul, they had only unlocked the second seal out of 9. Once all were unlocked, apart from Suyi, no one in the world could stand against her. As they entered the city unimpeded, Yi Shaxuan and Sun Wukong led the way, with Suyi casually following behind. The sorcerer on the gate questioned them further, but they pressed on, undeterred. Yi Shaxuan's prowess with the sword had grown exponentially, and even with the city's defense spell intact, she could easily overcome it with just 10 strikes. After entering the city, the demons finally mustered the courage to tend to the severely injured Jimeng. Despite his wounds, Jimeng slowly recovered, his injuries healing as he consumed his subordinates. Eventually, he transformed back into human form, wearing a bronze mask bestowed upon him by Suyi. Though weakened, Jimeng could tell that the person behind the mask was the most formidable among the 3 intruders. Realizing his diminished strength, Jimeng decided it was best to retreat and disappeared into the shadows. He knew that reporting this matter to the demon emperor would not bring him any benefits, but would likely lead to further trouble. He recalled the mysterious agreement he had made with a powerful entity promising him the power of a saint. Reflecting on the recent events, he pondered the potential his new bronze mask held, considering a future where he could ascend with the might of a saint. Suyi, aware of Jimeng's fate, could only hope for the best for the unfortunate demon. While Jimeng had faced unwarranted misfortune, perhaps the bronze mask was a small comfort in the face of his hardships. This act of kindness might be the last good deed Suyi could offer to the ill-fated Jimeng. The ghost city of the Yin Cao realm is a gathering place for demon cultivators. As Suyi and his group entered the city, they could see solidified black demon energy and faint lingering remnants everywhere. The residents in the city all exuded a menacing aura, and when they entered, these people looked at them with resentment in their eyes. If it weren't for the powerful presence emanating from Suyi and the others, these residents would probably have already attacked them. "Wukong, you go ahead." Yi Shaxuan held the soul-severing sword but stood behind. As someone who now acted as a master, she found it normal to let the monkey lead the way. The soul-severing sword underwent a transformation due to the 5 words Suyi inscribed on it, dispelling the demonic energy and emitting a faint golden light. Sun Wukong took the lead, exuding the aura of a great heavenly immortal, and no demon dared to approach. The king's palace in the Yin Cao realm was enveloped in a dark blue light, with the steps of the palace built entirely from stacked skulls, giving off a desolate and eerie vibe. Seeing the stairs in front of him, Sun Wukong frowned, shouted in a low voice, and swept his staff, causing the stairs to collapse into bone fragments. "Who goes there?" a stern voice came from inside the palace. A demon general clad in black armor appeared at the palace gate, with 2 flickering green flames in his helmet. "What kind of ghost are you?" Sun Wukong pointed his staff, asserting his dominance. The demon general chuckled and said, "You're just a monkey demon. I am a bloodthirsty disciple under the demon ancestor. You still have some cultivation. Why not submit to the demon ancestor? I might spare your disrespect. What nonsense are you spouting?" Sun Wukong retorted, ready to fight. Yi Shaxuan hurriedly shouted, "Hold on." Sun Wukong glanced back at Yi Shaxuan and slowly retreated to her side. He still knew his place. Yi Shaxuan was now his master, so when she told him to hold off, he refrained from attacking. Finally, the demon general shifted his attention from Sun Wukong to Yi Shaxuan, and his gaze ultimately landed on the soul-severing sword in her hand. Then, he froze. Even just looking at the sword, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Moreover, the sword seemed familiar. Where had he seen it before? The demon general, with his head tilted, looked at the soul-severing sword, trying to recall something. What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll slice you to pieces. The sword spirit perceived the demon general's gaze and released a strand of sword intent in a domineering manner. These demon generals were all-powerful figures from ancient times who had died, and they mostly couldn't remember much about their past lives, but some things were etched deeply in their bones. Within the demon general's helmet, the two flickering flames showed signs of fear and anxiety. The next moment, he turned into a black smoke and disappeared without a trace. Yi Shaxuan was dumbfounded. Wasn't this guy just acting tough and powerful a moment ago? Why did he suddenly run away? She stopped Sun Wukong mainly because she didn't know if the Jinchonzi was inside. What was the point of fighting? But before she could ask, this strange guy fled, as if he had seen a ghost. Was she really that scary? Su Yi cleared his throat and said, "They're gone. Let's go in." Initially, he thought there would be a battle, but the demon general, upon seeing the soul-severing sword, was scared off, indicating that he likely met his demise at the hands of the sword. In the past, Su Yi had committed many sins. Countless lost souls perished under the soul-severing sword, and Su Yi had no idea who this demon general was in his past life. Yi Shaxuan held the soul-severing sword, and it seemed that no demon from the immortal realm was not afraid of it, allowing her to pass effortlessly. Sun Wukong was also somewhat puzzled as he followed Yi Shaxuan into the main hall. Inside the hall, ghostly flames flickered. On the bronze throne, a bald man in a white robe was gripping the neck of a creature dressed in black robes, both as motionless as statues. "Don't bother trying to persuade me. Today, I cannot let go." The bald man didn't even spare a glance at Yi Shaxuan and the others, as he held the creature's neck firmly, ready to perform a physical deliverance. Yi Shaxuan found the scene quite perplexing, thinking that the creature should be the one strangling the monk on the throne. "Esteemed master, are you the Jinchonzi?" Yi Shaxuan had witnessed so many strange things recently that she could barely accept the current scene. Jinchonzi turned his head to look at Yi Shaxuan, his gaze far from friendly initially, but eventually settling on the soul-severing sword. "Master, you finally arrived." Jinchonzi tearfully gazed at Yi Shaxuan, then swiftly twisted the Ghost King's neck, causing the head to spin around. He awkwardly looked at the Ghost King, saying, "Sorry, my hand slipped. I lost control of my strength." Having accompanied Su Yi to feast on many fierce beasts in the past, once the soul-severing sword was drawn, there would always be meat to eat. How could Jinchonzi not recognize it? Clearly, his master was the one holding the soul-severing sword. Yi Shaxuan breathed a sigh of relief as Jinchonzi seemed amiable and normal. Roaring, the Ghost King, despite having his neck twisted, suddenly erupted with a blood-red light, seized Jinchonzi, bit into his neck, and emitted a terrifying scream. Yi Shaxuan was startled by this sudden turn of events. The place was already eerie, resembling a horror movie setting. Could it be that Tang Sanzan would be killed like this? Just as Yi Shaxuan was about to act, Jinchonzi grabbed the Ghost King's head, forcibly pried his mouth open, and with a fist, crushed his head to pieces. "I'm really sorry, I can't be a monk anymore. Killing doesn't violate precepts." Jinchonzi tossed the broken body of the Ghost King aside, reverting to his usual gentle demeanor and said cheerfully to Yi Shaxuan, "Master, let's go." Yi Shaxuan awkwardly swallowed a gulp of saliva. Was this Tang Sanzan? Why did he also not seem like a good person? Shouldn't Tang Sanzan be the kind who cries when encountering monsters, shouts for his disciples to rescue him, and then procrastinates like a mosquito? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Shaxuan said, "My name is Yi Shaxuan. From now on, you are my second junior brother." Jinchonzi paused for a moment, glanced at Sun Wukong, and said, "Then this is the fourth junior brother, right? Baldy, I should be the eldest junior brother." In Yi Shaxuan's eyes, Sun Wukong was the first to join, so naturally, he was the eldest junior brother. A bloodshot flashed in Jinchonzi's eyes as he coldly stared at Sun Wukong, asking, Monkey, who are you calling Baldy? Sun Wukong had confidence in his abilities. Seeing this supposed second junior brother trying to make him the fourth junior brother, would he still have a position in the future? Could he tolerate this? Baldy, I'm talking about you. How do you want to deal with it? The golden cicada has quite a background. In ancient times, it was a famous heatman. And now, a monkey is being so arrogant in front of him. He has already left the Buddhist door, and this monkey still calls him a Baldy, which is truly insulting. Remembering the hierarchy established today, with Little Gold Dragon as the eldest martial brother, as Mr. Su said, what exactly is this monkey? Master, although Mr. Su previously said, I am the second martial brother, this monkey is too arrogant. Today, I want to teach him a lesson. Can I? Yi Xiaoxuan was at a loss. She had thought that finding the golden cicada would lead to the next stop. She glanced at Su Yi, wanting to ask how to proceed. Su Yi just smiled and said, it's up to you, disciple, completely acting as if it's none of his business. You guys fight slowly. I will wait for you outside the city. Yi Xiaoxuan said, turning away. She did not want to force the golden cicada and Sun Wukong to get along peacefully. Who knows how long these two will take? Will she have to play mediator every time? Tang Monk doesn't seem as benevolent as on TV. It's best to fight and let the winner be the senior brother. She can accept it. If she accidentally kills someone, it would save her some trouble. Su Yi stood quietly behind, and as Yi Xiaoxuan had just walked a few steps out of the hall, the entire hall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Although the golden cicada had dispersed his cultivation, his original form was an ancient blood-winged black mosquito. Even if Sun Wukong is powerful, in terms of physical strength, he is still completely overwhelmed. Sun Wukong madly attacked with his Ruyi Jingyu Bang, and the golden cicada simply knocked back with his fists. Incredibly arrogant. Wait outside the city. Su Yi knew that if these two were to fight, they might just demolish the entire city. Even fighting for days and nights was not impossible. He had many delicacies awaiting to share with Yi Xiaoxuan. So, why not set up a stove outside the city and eat while waiting? Yi Xiaoxuan walked out of the city and saw Su Yi wave his hand, and the divine farmer's cauldron appear in the empty space in front. There were tables, chairs, and many unfamiliar fruits. Have something to eat. I guarantee you haven't tasted them before. Su Yi reached out his hand and said, give me the sword. I'll kill a little guy. Yi Xiaoxuan raised an eyebrow, looking at the fruits on the table and handed the broken soul sword to Su Yi. Why do you have to use the broken soul to kill it? Su Yi took the broken soul, smiling. It's not necessary. Just handy. And I'll teach you a few more moves later. Su Yi felt that Yi Xiaoxuan's comprehension of swordsmanship had deepened, so when more guests arrived, he decided to teach her a few more moves. Okay. A hint of excitement flashed in Yi Xiaoxuan's beautiful eyes. It had been a while since Su Yi last taught her. She had been learning swordsmanship from the sword spirit recently, and also learned the move during the battle against the avatar of Tanshan. If Su Yi could personally teach her, it would be the best. In the past, Yi Xiaoxuan would have looked forward to the delicacies more, but now she clearly understood how powerful Su Yi was. With his guidance, nothing could be better. Food didn't seem as important anymore. Su Yi didn't say much, and the ghost car and 9 infants appeared in the distance. Upon seeing Su Yi, 9 infants hurriedly ran to his feet, nuzzling and softly calling, looking like a spoiled child. The ghost car stood there dumbfounded, completely at a loss, looking at Su Yi with fear in its eyes. Yi Xiaoxuan was slightly surprised, looking at these two strange creatures in front of her. The ghost car now stood over 2 meters tall, with 9 heads, curled up like a strange ostrich. As for the little fox with 9 tails, Su Yi, you're not thinking of eating this little fox, are you? Yi Xiaoxuan saw 9 infants and suddenly felt the urge to hold and pet it. How could you eat such a cute little creature? Upon hearing Yi Xiaoxuan's words, 9 infants first stood on end. Wait, is Su Master going to eat it? Su Yi glanced at Yi Xiaoxuan, pointed the sword at the ghost car, and said, no, we'll eat this big bird. How about that? Yi Xiaoxuan glanced at the ghost car and nodded. Sure, that works. In the normal human understanding, birds are generally edible, while animals, like foxes, are not. Just as silly Su Diandian would think, pigs can be eaten, but not little rabbits. In the normal cognition of human females, cute animals should not be eaten. If one had to choose something to eat, it would definitely be the bird. Su Yi's sword pointed towards the ghost car, which made the bird curl up in fear, its 9 heads weeping. Lord Su, could you spare me? I'll spare you, of course. Suyi slowly approached the ghost car. I just wanted to eat. Which part of your body are you willing to contribute? I'm quick with the sword. It won't be very painful. The ghost car hesitated. How about I contribute both wings? Wings are easy to regenerate as long as one has cultivation. If a head is not chopped off, Suyi slowly extended two fingers, saying, to heads, to wings, your head tastes quite good. And I like grilled wings. The heads and wings of the ghost car represented its cultivation. If two heads were cut off, its cultivation would drop from the quasi-saint 9 heavens directly to the quasi-saint 7 heavens. Otherwise, it would be over immediately. Please enjoy, Lord Su. The ghost car extended its two necks, resigning itself. From Suyi's actions and his conversation with 9 infants in Suyi's world, this person's strength was beyond his imagination. Even Don Huang Tai and Di Jun were just insignificant in front of Suyi. Suyi, seeing the ghost car so obedient, didn't say more. He raised his sword, and the two wings and two heads were cut off the ghost car. The wounds on the ghost car's body almost instantly healed, and Suyi had already cleansed the fur off the head and wings. Yi Xiaoxuan stood by, somewhat dumbfounded. In that moment, Suyi displayed 1,800 sword strikes, each one exquisite. Suyi sheathed his sword, while Yi Xiaoxuan was still staring at where Suyi swung his sword. Wouldn't this memory of watching Suyi wield the sword be lasting? This is Suyi's swordsmanship. Yi Xiaoxuan stood motionless. Her understanding of swordsmanship had almost skyrocketed. Suyi turned to look deeply at Yi Xiaoxuan, then tossed the broken soul sword, landing it at Yi Xiaoxuan's feet. At that moment, dark clouds loomed over the evil slaughtering ground to the east, emitting terrifying murderous aura. Guests are here. Would you please receive them? I'll cook. Suyi looked toward the eastern sky and said, remember, when friends come from afar, if they are hostile, they must be eliminated. Yi Xiaoxuan turned her head to glance at Suyi, then follow his gaze to the eastern sky. Is it going to rain? The dark, oppressive clouds made Yi Xiaoxuan feel stifled, much like the feeling of an impending rain on earth. Suyi said lightly, the demon ancestor has brought all his followers with him. Ah, the demon ancestor. Yi Xiaoxuan grabbed a soul-cutting sword in fear and exclaimed, the one who can slap 10 Sun Wukongs with a single blow. Suyi prepared the barbecue rack and said, 10 or 20. It's all the same, no difference. Yi Xiaoxuan had, indeed, improved in her swordsmanship, but she was still only a 9th grade heavenly immortal. As far as she knew, Sun Wukong was a 9th grade golden immortal. The disparity in cultivation level between her and Sun Wukong was immense. If the demon ancestor could slap 10 Sun Wukongs, then slapping 100 Yi Xiaoxuans would definitely not be a problem. When you said friends coming from afar, you weren't talking about him, were you? Yi Xiaoxuan felt breathless. You said you wanted me to eliminate him. Suyi laughed. You're quite humorous. Do you think you can defeat him? Of course I can't. Yi Xiaoxuan was almost driven mad. Suyi was always finding enemies for her, disregarding the boundaries of strength. This was more than just exceeding levels, it was practically handing her head over. I know you can't beat him, but those 3,000 demon generals behind him, you probably can't handle them either. After a moment of meditation, Suyi continued, with the soul-cutting sword in hand, they won't dare to touch you. I'll give you another sword. Before he finished speaking, the soul-cutting sword was on Yi Xiaoxuan's wrist, and she now held a wooden sword in her other hand. Yi Xiaoxuan held the wooden sword and felt uneasy. She knew she couldn't defeat him, so why seal her soul and give her a wooden sword as well? Realm isn't everything. Just like me, I have no realm. Suyi lit the fire and said, the strongest sword is always in your heart. As long as your sword heart is strong enough, even with a wooden sword, you can slay demons. Yi Xiaoxuan was at a loss for words. It sounded so simple. Yes, Suyi had no realm. He was simply invincible. Was a strong sword heart enough? How strong did it need to be? Yi Xiaoxuan took a deep breath and asked, how many of those 3,000 demon generals do you think I can defeat? Suyi skewered the wings with an iron skewer, saying, in theory, each of those demon generals is at least a 9th grade golden immortal, and many are ancient lost souls. Even though they've lost their memories, they possess instinctive combat experience. If your sword heart isn't strong enough, you won't defeat a single one. I can't defeat a single one. Yi Xiaoxuan's confidence shattered. Indeed, wherever Suyi called her, trouble followed. It depends on how strong your sword heart is. Suyi's gaze turned serious. fixed on Yishiaxuan as he said, I taught you swordsmanship. Su Yi's swordsmanship. If one could comprehend the true sword intent, even with a wooden sword, they could slay gods and demons. In Su Yi's eyes, realms were truly insignificant. Even an ordinary person, as long as they grasped his sword intent, could slay gods. Just as they were conversing, a giant figure over 20 feet tall, wielding a huge divine killing spear, appeared in front of Su Yi. There were also the 3,000 demon generals flying in the sky. Su, is that you? Ruhu, draped in a black robe with only a skeleton visible, his skull gleaming, glared at Su Yi. It's me. Su Yi turned to look at Ruhu, squinting and smiling. You've given up your physical form. Physical form? Ruhu burst into laughter. You severed my life force with a single sword back then, and now you're asking if I've given up my physical form. Ridiculous. Su Yi sighed, saying, sorry about that. I was young and hot-blooded at the time, not fully understanding my own power, leading to accidental killings. In Su Yi's view, he didn't have deep-seated enmity with Ruhu. Back then, Su Yi was unfamiliar with his strength, causing unintended consequences. And now, Ruhu's eyes glowed with red light, whirring. What do you say? Isn't it better this way? Su Yi said. Let's not dwell on the past. Sit down and have something to eat. Eat. Ruhu had come from miles away after hearing reports from his subordinates about the soul-cutting store, seeking revenge. Know what revenge is? For these years, Ruhu had secluded himself in this realm of evil slaughter, cultivating for thousands of years, all to dismember the one who cut off his life force, permanently confine his soul, and perpetually torment him. Yet now, upon meeting Su Yi, he was told to sit down and have something to eat. Su Yi arranged the grilled chicken wings and said, what else did you want? Another death. Ha ha ha. Su, do you think you're invincible now? Do you know how I've lived these years? The demon ancestor Ruhu was close to madness, laughing. These years Plain blue moon. Su Yi interrupted directly. Ha. Ruhu felt as if his skill had been interrupted, a frustrating sensation. It's a game, covered in advertisements everywhere. Su Yi continued nonchalantly. Who asked you about that? Ruhu was furious. Su was as arrogant as ever. No. Even more so now. His current attitude clearly showed that he didn't take him seriously. Draw your sword. Ruhu pointed the divine killing spear at Su Yi's nose and yelled. Today, you will die without any doubt. The ghost Kara and Jing beside them were petrified. Ruhu had come out of hiding. His first battle outside the realm of evil slaughter was to seek revenge on Su. Moreover, could it be that years ago, the demon ancestor Ruhu was actually beheaded by Su Yi? Jing hid behind Su Yi, stealthily watching Ruhu. The ghost car had slunk even further away, not daring to run, fearing that Su Yi might just cut him down if he got displeased. This scene of the demon ancestor Ruhu facing off against Su Yi was more terrifying than a battle between saints. Any slight misstep would lead to their deaths. Su Yi looked at Ruhu, silent for a moment, then said, my sword is given away. And now, I am Su Yi. Whatever happened between you and Su Duanhen is none of my concern. Luo Hudu was obviously not the kind of demon lord who was good with words. Even in ancient times, he relied on killing to make his point. If he didn't like something, he would just kill it without wasting any words. Especially in recent years, he had been tirelessly cultivating day and night, never daring to stop for a moment. Now, Su Yi was actually saying these things to him. Su Duanhen, are you mocking me? Luo Hudu might not be good at speaking, but he realized that Su Duanhen was playing a game with him. With a roar, Luo Hudu fiercely swung the shigode spear in his hand towards Su Yi's head. The demon ancestor Luo Hudu's angry strike with the shigode spear was not to be underestimated by even a saint. Su Yi raised his eyelid, reached out his hand, and directly grabbed the shigode spear. The space around Su Yi and Luo Hudu changed drastically, becoming a void with only the two of them. Deal with those demon generals yourself. Yi Xiaxuan watched helplessly as Su Yi and Luo Hudu disappeared before her eyes, hearing Su Yi's voice in her ears. Deal with it yourself. Yi Xiaxuan raised her head, looking at the sky where the demonic aura was surging like ocean tides, and shouted, Wukong, Jin Chanji, help me. In the voice space, Luo Hudu stared in horror at Su Yi. Su Duanhen didn't draw his sword. With just a palm, he had grabbed his shigode spear. His full-force attack seemed like a stone sinking in the ocean, but Su Duanhen stood there calmly as if nothing had happened. Luo Hudu retracted the shigode spear with a somewhat dejected tone, saying, I never thought that after cultivating for another 80,000 years, I would still not be your match. Suyi didn't resist as he allowed Luo Hudu to take back the Shigode spear, then said, "Let's just say you've won, shall we?" "What do you mean? Let's say I've won." Luo Hudu looked to the sky and shouted, "Winning is winning, and losing is losing." "Then you win." Suyi felt that Luo Hudu was acting like a child, making a big deal out of everything. Luo Hudu was going mad. What was all this about? He had cultivated for thousands of years just for revenge, and now when he met Su Duanhen again, it was like he was being appeased like a child. What kind of win is this? I exerted all my strength, and I couldn't even touch a hair on you. Su Duanhen, you are insulting me. Luo Hudu had imagined countless times what it would be like to meet Su Duanhen again, breaking the entire immortal realm, shattering mountains and rivers, leaving bodies floating for miles, even annihilating the entire universe. Even if he died again under Su Duanhen's sword, his demon soul would be destroyed, never to be reincarnated. At least the thought was exhilarating, making him feel incredibly excited. But now, Su Duanhen had given away his sword, effortlessly intercepted his attacks, and then instead acknowledged his defeat. Was this how it all ended? What had he been cultivating for all these thousands of years? All his years of anticipation were now in vain. It felt like thousands of ants crawling on his body, more unbearable than death. Suyi and Luo Hudu gazed at each other from a distance. After a while, Suyi pulled off half of his hair and handed it to Luo Hudu. "Here, take this." Luo Hudu stared at the half of Suyi's hair in his hand, feeling as if the surrounding space had frozen. "I didn't mean it that way." Luo Hudu was completely confused. After so many years of hard cultivation, was it all for Su Duanhen's half a strand of hair? No. Suyi raised an eyebrow, the strand of hair in his hand seeming like a lollipop tempting a little girl. Luo Hudu slowly extended his claw-like bone hand, cautiously gripping the half of hair that Suyi had given him, feeling a multitude of emotions inside. The great demon ancestor Luo Hudu, after cultivating for countless years, ended up with just this half a strand of hair. Holding onto this half strand of hair made Luo Hudu more and more furious. He glared at Suyi angrily. "We can't just leave it at this." Suyi squinted his eyes, with a calm expression, and said, "Then you decide how to settle it." Luo Hudu's aura became even more terrifying, the Shigode spear in his hand radiating a strange light. He took 2 steps back, withdrew the half strand of hair from Suyi, and said, in a deep voice, "Just now, this demon lord didn't go all out." Suyi could tell that this was probably Luo Hudu's way of stepping back to get angrier. Die. Luo Hudu swung the Shigode spear again. The spear's light shattered the void as the power contained in this strike could pierce through the entire immortal realm. Suyi stood in place, reminiscent of a previous situation. He grabbed the Shigode spear with one hand, yanked it from Luo Hudu's bone claws, then grabbed it with both hands and pushed up with his knee. Clang! Luo Hudu's demonic weapon Shigode spear broke as easily as sugarcane. Suyi broke the Shigode spear, casually tossed it aside, and without any expression, said, "Continue." Luo Hudu's jaw moved up and down, but unfortunately, without curse words in ancient times, he couldn't express his current feelings in words. Here, Luo Hudu couldn't admit defeat. Just because he couldn't win, should he stop fighting? He also didn't believe that Su Duanhen was invincible. A 12th grade Apocalypse Black Lotus suddenly appeared in his bone claw. This is a 12th grade Apocalypse Black Lotus reshaped from the demonic aura of the world of slaughter over 80,000 years. Each leaf can annihilate a small world. Suyi asked, "Do you have lotus seeds?" "Am I talking to you about lotus seeds?" Luo Hudu was really losing it. In ancient times, when they fought, it was customary to talk about their magic weapons and cultivation techniques before starting the fight. There was a certain element of showing off. Just like how Gulong wrote about Jiga Cheng and Ximon Chuixu on the summit of the Purple Forbidden City, they would always talk about how great their swords were before fighting. Once again, Suyi, the scoundrel, interrupted him. With few words to begin with, having Suyi interrupt him felt like a complete breakdown for Luo Hudu. Luo Hudu was talking about his magic artifacts here, but in Suyi's ears, it sounded more like a menu. Yes, the head of the ghost chariot needs to be marinated to taste good. If you add a few lotus seeds, it might have a different flavor. Angered by Suyi's interruption, Luo Hudu smashed the 12th grade Apocalypse Black Lotus towards Suyi. He hoped that at least this time, Suyi would dodge it. Could he really withstand the attack of a 12th grade Apocalypse Black Lotus? As the Black Lotus pressed towards him, Suyi slowly reached out his hand and grabbed it in his palm. Luo Hudu stood there, completely shattered mentally, as Su Duanhen had just casually seized his 12th grade Apocalypse Black Lotus. What are you doing? Luo Hudu saw an even more shocking scene. This guy, Su Duanhen, was actually peeling the lotus seeds inside the 12th grade Apocalypse Black Lotus. He was peeling lotus seeds. Taste it. Su Yi finished speaking and then tossed a lotus seed into his mouth. It's worth mentioning that a lotus seed from a 12th grade Apocalypse Black Lotus could crush a small world in one. Yet, in Su Duanhen's hands, how did it become food? And he wanted to taste it. Luo Hudu's bones rattled with the anger building up inside him. Su Yisheng chewed on a lotus seed, feeling that the taste was quite good. He directly stored it in his sleeve space. Luo Ho had completely lost his ability to speak. After so many years, he had diligently cultivated, thinking he could avenge his past shame. Now, it seemed like he was simply humiliating himself further. Luo Ho possessed 3 major demonic weapons: the 12th ranked Apocalypse Black Lotus, the God-slaying Spear, and the 9 Mnemonic Tower. Now that the God-slaying Spear was broken and the 12th ranked Apocalypse Black Lotus was confiscated, did he really have to bring out the 9 Mnemonic Tower? But in the current situation, wouldn't surrendering now be more embarrassing than before? To use killing as proof to achieve the Dian kill Su Duanhen, wouldn't that be like dreaming? Is there anything else? Take it out if you have it. Su Yisheng also noticed that Luo Ho, this guy, wouldn't yield unless he was defeated. Nothing left. Luo Ho had lost his temper because of Su Yisheng earlier, but now, as he calmed down slightly, he understood that he must not act rashly anymore. The grade of the 9 Demonic Tower was not low, but in front of the abnormal Su Duanhen, it might just be a toy. If the enemy was only a little stronger, revenge could still be achieved through effort. In that case, Luo Ho would definitely go all out to fight, but if giving his all meant deepening the humiliation by 10,000 points, it would be better to surrender early. It was like an ant always wanting to defeat Ultraman. Was that realistic? It wasn't realistic. If there's nothing left, shall we go out and eat something? Su Yisheng said. My wife is dealing with your men. You just watch on the side without saying a word. Luo Ho now nodded, not knowing what else to say. Su Yisheng's wife. What was a wife? Was it a pet? Whatever. Just don't speak. Seeing Luo Ho nod, Su Yisheng reluctantly considered it an agreement and tore open the voice space. They returned to the gate of Yinkaojadu City again. Although they had done some things in the voice space they just left, in reality, less than 10 seconds had passed outside. Jin Changyi and Sun Wukong were originally fighting fiercely, but with the commotion caused by the demon ancestor Luo Ho and the demon general, they naturally stopped as well. Originally thinking that Su Yisheng was by Yishiak Suansai, and she wouldn't be in any trouble, they heard Yishiak Suan call to them. Monkey, I'll teach you a lesson next time. Jin Changyi threw a punch. Sun Wukong also swung his staff, separated from Jin Changyi, and then appeared beside Yishiak Suan together. Yishiak Suan held a wooden sword, pointing at the demonic soldiers in the sky. Gritting her teeth, charge with me. Jin Changyi and Sun Wukong stood by Yishiak Suan's side. They had seen big scenes before, but the densely packed demonic soldiers in the sky were truly hair-raising. Master, it seems like they have no intention of fighting. Jin Changyi looked at the demonic soldiers in the sky. Those guys were just standing there, albeit with a somewhat intimidating aura, but they seemed to be just standing in line, showing no sign of taking action. Yishiak Suan fell silent for a moment. She knew what Su Yisheng meant. Wasn't it to let her practice swordsmanship during this opportunity? The sword heart, advancing without retreat, only victory, no defeat. Strike first. Master, you are really humorous. Jin Changyi couldn't help but laugh. He certainly knew about the demon ancestor Luo Ho and his 3,000 demon generals in the forbidden land of evil slaughter. Luo Ho didn't need to be mentioned. Jin Changyi considered himself a formidable warrior even if he exhausted all his skills, but compared to Luo Ho, he was merely a younger brother. Earlier, when he fought the 9th rank great sage Sun Wukong, it was a draw. If he were to face Luo Ho, he would definitely be defeated in one move. As for those 3,000 demon generals, each one was said to have the strength of a 9th rank great sage. How many 9th rank great sages were there in the entire celestial court, including the Buddhist and demon clans? If one could name over 500, Jin Changyi would cut off his own hand and feed it to the dogs. That was why the forbidden land of evil slaughter was called the forbidden place in the immortal realm. Had they seen anyone who could frighten a clever fellow like Jimo from taking action? Now, Facing 3,000 demon generals, Yi Xiaoxuan unexpectedly said to strike first. How humorous she was! Had she learned this from Mr. Su, Yi Xiaoxuan had been brainwashed by Su Yisheng. Her expression darkened. She gathered her che, unsheathed her sword, and charged toward the demonic army in the sky. Monkey, follow me. Jin Changyi didn't think much and, given his robust body, self-preservation wasn't an issue. Although Yi Xiaoxuan's behavior seemed reckless, since she had accepted him as a master, Jin Changyi had to ensure her safety. Sun Wukong was naturally rebellious and fierce. Faced with so many demonic generals in the sky, he was eager to fight. 3 people against 3,000. Just the thought of it was thrilling. Fearless of death. It was said to be someone like Sun Wukong, a fierce and fearless beast. Although Yi Xiaoxuan made the first move, Jin Changyi and Sun Wukong were a step faster than her. Before she could reach them, Jin Changyi had already joined the battle with the demonic generals in the sky. Watching their actions, Su Yisheng couldn't help but exclaim, "They're fearless." Luo Ho looked up, his eyes showing flickering ghostly flames, but he didn't say a word. Su Yisheng had told him not to speak. In his eyes, these 3 charging his demonic generals was akin to hitting a stone with an egg. Sun Wukong and Jin Changyi might be okay. They were considered strong, and they would still have a chance to survive after the charge. But a 9th-rank celestial directly rushing into the formation of 3,000 demon generals was simply giving them a gift. The nearby Gisha and Juying were all shocked by Yi Xiaoxuan and their actions. Were these 3 guys out of their minds? Yi Xiaoxuan should have been fearful, but her continuous thoughts of Su Yisheng's sword and his words led to self-brainwashing. Holding a wooden sword, she transformed into a brilliant swordlight and rushed into the formation of demonic generals. Luo Hu's 3,000 demon generals were no small fries. Among them, many had been ancient powerhouses who, in their mortal lives, handed over their souls to Luo Ho in exchange for a different way to exist in this world. Slaughter. Well-trained. Jin Changyi and Sun Wukong charged into the formation, but were immediately stopped. They appeared fierce, but not a single demonic general was injured. Yi Xiaoxuan followed with a slash in the middle of the demonic general formation. Squeak. Su Yisheng watched and couldn't help but exclaim. Impressive swordsmanship. Yi Xiaoxuan's wooden sword, infused with her blood, intertwined with golden and purple lights, appeared dazzling among the dense demonic generals. However, that moment of dazzle was instantly drowned out. The wooden sword turned into ashes. A massive demonic figure in the sky opened its mouth wide, seemingly wanting to devour Yi Xiaoxuan. If it weren't for Jin Changyi transforming into blood-winged black lines at a crucial moment to carry Yi Xiaoxuan away, she might have dropped dead on the spot. Fraud. Yi Xiaoxuan finally understood at that moment that Su Yisheng's words were too abstract. How could one be invincible as long as the sword heart was powerful enough? No, Su Yisheng never said anything like that. He had only said that if the sword heart wasn't strong enough, one wouldn't be able to win a single fight. But he also didn't say that if the sword heart was strong enough, she could win. It was just her misinterpretation of Su Yisheng's words. Watching the sky, Su Yisheng clicked his tongue, a 9th-rank celestial charging into 3,000 demon soldiers head-on. The momentum is indeed impressive. Yi Xiaoxuan's sword just now was definitely the strongest sword she had ever used so far, capable of killing a golden immortal without any issue. But the crucial point is, she used the power of a 9th-rank celestial immortal to charge through 3,000 demon generals, which was a bit reckless. Yi. Watching Yi Xiaoxuan scared into hiding with Jin Changyi in the alchemy furnace, burst into laughter, as it seemed he had only mentioned the power of the sword to Yi Xiaoxuan, not intending for her to charge in directly. Of course, he knew that this goofball Yi Xiaoxuan would definitely charge in anyway. Training in swordsmanship sometimes requires being bold. If one is always cautious and fearful, how can they become stronger? Su Yi is definitely not the kind of strange grandfather who likes to play pranks. After all, Yi Xiaoxuan is currently the owner of the soul-cutting sword, and Su Yi had only helped her put away the sword, not sealing it. At most, Yi Xiaoxuan only thought that the soul-cutting sword had been sealed. As long as she unsheathes the sword, no matter how powerful the demon generals may be, they would be intimidated by the soul-cutting sword. Yi Xiaoxuan and Sun Wukong felt immediately how terrifying the formation of 3,000 demon generals was. Yi Xiaoxuan instructed them to hide in the alchemy furnace, and they quickly shrank and entered. Master, what were you just thinking? Jin Changyi really admired Yi Xiaoxuan's daredevil spirit. In just a short while, he had already sustained numerous injuries, and Sun Wukong wasn't faring much better. Did they really think that a great Luo Golden Immortal couldn't die? Once swallowed by the 3,000 demon generals, they were likely to become mindless puppets, enslaved by Lord Haodu, which would be even more miserable than death. Yi Xiaoxuan was at a loss. She tried hard to envelop the alchemy furnace with the Samadhi true fire, but the flame was quickly extinguished by the overwhelming demonic aura. Sword Master, unsheathe your sword. The spirit of the soul-cutting sword spoke up. Yi Xiaoxuan couldn't help but be taken aback. Can I use it? Why wouldn't you be able to? The spirit of the sword retorted. Are you saying that the sword master actually prefers that wooden sword? That would break the sword's heart. Yi Xiaoxuan's heart was in turmoil. She had really been played by Suyi. What's the use of unsheathing the sword? Yi Xiaoxuan took a deep breath and asked, you know how strong those monsters outside are. Even if I unsheathe the sword, can I win? The spirit of the sword chuckled. Does the sword master forget that the demon generals were scared off by the sword before? What 3,000 demon generals? Compared to the killing intent of this soul-cutting sword is thousands of times stronger than them. The spirit of the sword boasted proudly. Just now, the sword master made progress with that strike. If you unsheathe the sword again, you might be able to break the third seal that Lord Su placed. Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes lit up. Are you saying that if I break the third seal, I can defeat those monsters outside? The soul-cutting spirit fell silent for a moment, then said, with the sword master's current strength, if you want to beat those guys outside, you probably need to break the seventh seal. I mean, breaking the seventh seal would allow you to kill them all. As for the third seal, if you break the third seal and unsheath the sword again, you might be able to intimidate them. The soul-cutting spirit was now a bit uncertain, as Yi Xiaoxuan's strength was indeed a bit weak. It basically disregarded Yi Xiaoxuan's strength when discussing breaking the seal. When following Suyi before, who needed to calculate these things, even thinking about it made the sword hilt ache. Intimidate them? Yi Xiaoxuan asked. What if they are not afraid? Then what? If they are not afraid, wouldn't Lord Su be there to protect you, so you wouldn't die at all? Yi Xiaoxuan frowned upon hearing this. Did she not believe in herself or in Suyi? Did she really think that Suyi would sacrifice her to achieve his own goals? No. 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 Would she really want to rely on Suyi for the rest of her life? Suyi is so powerful. If she persisted in getting into trouble, Suyi would always help her, and she would never be able to grow. Soul-cutting sword master. Was she worthy? After practicing for so long, experiencing so much, was she still the timid Yi Xiaoxuan? Stay inside. I'll go out. Yi Xiaoxuan's eyes flashed with determination as she spoke, ready to go outside. Master, don't go. Jin Chanzi couldn't bear to see it. Although the soul-cutting spirit had just said those things, it was implied that she had to break the third seal to intimidate the demon generals outside. In other words, Yi Xiaoxuan hadn't broken the third seal yet, and she was still daring to go out and take risks. Don't mind me. This is my command. If charging into the demon formation with a wooden sword earlier was reckless and ignorant, now she knew that going outside might mean her death. She didn't even hope that Suyi would save her. This sword strike is either a success or her demise. Yi Xiaoxuan suddenly appeared outside the alchemy furnace, then grabbed the furnace and threw it to the ground. Almost instantly, she was engulfed by the overwhelming demonic aura. Doom. While the alchemy furnace was still in midair, amidst the vast demonic aura in the sky, a faint purple gold light appeared. This strand of light was like a spark in the terrifying demonic aura, yet it had the power to ignite a prairie fire. Suyi looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes, asking how to. Do you think a celestial immortal could survive among your 3,000 demon generals? How to pointed to his mouth. Suyi frowned. I allow you to speak. How to spewed out a black hair from his mouth and said, are you kidding me? He knew he couldn't beat Suyi, but as a demon lord, he wasn't used to showing respect to Suyi. If worst comes to worst, he could always kill him. Is it funny? Suyi looked up at the sky, and a faint purple gold light slowly spread out. Yi Xiaoxuan's figure gradually appeared in everyone's sight. The woman's face was somewhat pale, her robes fluttered, and the previously dense demonic aura around her dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky around her. The 3,000 demon generals collectively moved away from Yi Xiaoxuan. They, existing in the form of spirits, possessed a more primal instinct than normal gods and demons. They felt the sword of the soul-cutting was too dangerous. Many demon generals had died at the hands of this sword. Just as the soul-cutting sword had said, compared to killing intent, it didn't fear anyone. Even though these demon generals knew that Yi Xiaoxuan wasn't strong, and that her previous strike had not caused them any significant harm, they couldn't control the fear that arose instinctively. Unable to resist the urge to move away from the blade. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Xiaoxuan descended. She was fully aware that she couldn't defeat these monsters. If Su Yi insisted on her rejoining the battle after going down, then so be it. Is this translation accurate? The heavenly immortal successfully broke through the 3,000 demon generals' formation, then retreated unscathed. Luo Hua was in awe. You gave her the sword? Luo Hua couldn't believe it. To be so generous as to give away a divine weapon like the broken soul sword. It was rather too generous. She's my wife, Su Yi smiled, with a hint of teasing. Unfortunately, Luo Hua had no idea what a wife meant and asked, "What's a wife? A pet?" Just as Yi Xiaoxuan came down, her face already pale. Upon hearing Luo Hui's words, it worsened even more. Seeing Yi Xiaoxuan coming down, Su Yi nodded at her first, then explained to Luo Hui, "Wife means former Dao companion. Understand?" Luo Hui suddenly realized. Yi Xiaoxuan's cold face finally melted a bit, revealing a smile. When she heard Luo Hui's words just now, she truly misunderstood. In that moment, she even wondered if Su Yi really treated her like a pet, as a plaything. Based on the time she spent with Su Yi, it seemed like he never really cared about anything. He was often indifferent. Just like earlier, she thought Su Yi wouldn't bother to explain. "Are you okay?" After explaining to Luo Hui, Su Yi finally asked Yi Xiaoxuan. The reason he mostly acted straight was that before Yi Xiaoxuan, there was barely any free love, and women were more like men's accessories. At that time, Su Yi rarely cared about women's feelings. In the 21st century, a lot of reform actually happened. Women nowadays might not be as knowledgeable and understanding as women in the past, who knew how to tolerate their husbands and even find other women for them, but their thoughts were more independent. Su Yi was also someone who kept up with the times and occasionally considered Yi Xiaoxuan's feelings. "I'm fine." Yi Xiaoxuan finally noticed Luo Hui's presence at this moment. This odd creature wrapped in a black robe made her instinctively take half a step back. Su Yi said, "Don't be afraid, he's Luo Hui." Yi Xiaoxuan gripped the sword tighter in her hand. Demon ancestor Luo Hui, she already knew. The big boss of those monsters in the sky. How could she not be afraid? Su Yi pulled out a stool, held Yi Xiaoxuan's hand, and said, "Sit down. Dinner will be ready soon." He has a good temper. Is that so? Yi Xiaoxuan raised an eyebrow and sat down on the chair. Nearby, Jiang couldn't help shivering. Luo Hui has a good temper. Sun Wukong and Golden Cicada had just come out of the alchemy furnace, and they heard Su Yi's words. They couldn't help but gulp down their saliva and act quickly, in sync. Luo Hui was the killing god who reached enlightenment through killing. If even he was described to have a good temper, then there might be no one with a bad temper in the world. Luo Hui, who was already just a skeleton, with the eerie ghostly flames in his eye sockets looking intimidating, couldn't even show a smile or anything. That sword you just used was not bad. Luo Hui was objective. In terms of sword intent alone, it was excellent. To think that one of his demon generals was scared off by a heavenly immortal sword made him feel humiliated. But considering the sword in Yi Xiaoxuan's hand was extraordinary, having sent many strong individuals to their demise in the past, Yi Xiaoxuan replied with a forced smile, feeling awkward and strange to receive compliments on her sword technique from this strange skeleton monster, especially considering she had almost died at the hands of those demon generals just now. "Let's not chat awkwardly. Are you hungry?" Su Yi glanced at Luo Hui. Luo Hui had nothing good to say about this guy. What could he eat? He didn't even have a physical body, and even when he did, he hardly ate. Su Yi and Luo Hui locked eyes, and he understood Su Yi's meaning. He said, "If you're not eating, you can take your subordinates and leave now. We've caught up on old times." Luo Hui raised a leg, took a step back, then hesitated, turned around, and extended a claw, saying, "You took the lotus seeds. Return the tier 12 black lotus to me." Stingy. Su Yi muttered. He took out the tier 12 black lotus and plucked out the middle for lotus seeds. Then, after some thought, he picked a petal and put it in his mouth, disdainfully tossing the tier 11 black lotus to Luo Hui. It was just a tier 12 black lotus, not a precious item. The petals were not tasty, and the lotus seeds were barely edible. Luo Hu received the black lotus and froze in place. If he had blood pressure, it would have risen drastically by now, possibly causing a brain infarction. Damn it, this is a demonic weapon. Do you know what a demonic weapon is? After deducting the lotus seeds, she even plucked a petal of the source flower at the end. The tier 12 black lotus directly degraded to tier 11, with no lotus seeds, and Luo Hu felt like stuffing the remaining black lotus into Su Yi's mouth. Unfortunately, he no longer had the courage for that. Endure. Luo Hu was ready to take his subordinates and head back to the evil slaughter grounds, then isolate himself. That kid just now, your grandmother has returned, coming to meet his doom. Just then, the space distorted, and Ji Meng, wearing a bronze mask, appeared in front of Su Yi and the others. Luo Hu couldn't help but pause and look back at Ji Meng. What kind of thing was being so arrogant? Ji Meng had just signed a contract to offer his demon soul and gain the power of the 3-day demon emperor. He felt his power surge by tens of millions of times, this unprecedented strength making him swell with pride. As long as he killed those 3 just now, seized Yi Shaxuan's alchemy furnace and the ancient demon weapons of the monkey, devoured Yi Shaxuan spewing out the prenatal purple chat of the primordial chaos, he would then have a real chance to reach enlightenment. Sacrificing a demon soul was nothing. If he became a new demon emperor, what would a contract mean to him then? Take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Ji Meng's sudden appearance drew the attention of several pairs of eyes. Is this guy out of his mind? Especially Jing, who gazed at Ji Meng. When did Ji Meng become so arrogant? A nearly saintly figure dared to speak so boldly in this current situation. Ji Meng also hesitated for a moment, looked at the dark mass of demon generals, then gazed at Su Yi, and coldly said, "You are the kid with the mask from earlier." Su Yi nodded. "That's me." Ji Meng felt Su Yi looked familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen him before. However, now that he possessed the power of the demon emperor, he didn't care who he was. Ji Meng looked around at the people, and when he spotted Jing and the ghost car missing to heads, he laughed. "Ghost car, how did you end up like this? Follow this new demon emperor in the future." The remaining 7th head of the ghost car stared blankly at Ji Meng. Had this guy lost his mind? Since when did Ji Meng become a demon emperor? Previously, Ji Meng had been quite obedient in front of him. Maybe he fell ill. Ji Meng, as one of the 10 great evil gods under the Eastern Emperor Tai, has always been ranked below Jing and Gish. Initially, Jing was the first battle force under the Eastern Emperor Tai. After Jing was suppressed, Gish became the leader of the other 9 evil gods. Ji Meng used to address Jing and Gish as Lord. But now, Lord, you eat feces. Ji Meng suddenly gained powerful strength and naturally no longer intended to follow the Eastern Emperor Tai. Today is truly a day of various happy events. Jing, how did you end up like this? Are you trying to be funny? Where is the majesty of the evil god? Ji Meng didn't even rush to take action, mocking Gish and Jing with words, which made him feel extremely relieved. After being suppressed for thousands of years, he now felt exhilarated to say such things to them, as if releasing the pent-up excrement of a whole day. Jing curled up at the feet of Su Yi, looking cute and unaffected by Ji Meng's mocking. Just now she wanted to remind Ji Meng not to be too arrogant, but now, some monsters have poor brains and don't see that Mr. Su is about to start eating, but he dares to come over to deliver ingredients. Very brave. Ji Meng looked around, finally resting his gaze on the Shen-Nong cauldron boiling with water, his eyes widening. This, obviously, the grade of the Shen-Nong cauldron is much higher than Yi Shaxuan's alchemy furnace. This thing has already returned to its original state, but Su Yi only uses it for cooking, and Ji Meng didn't even notice it at first glance. Alright, what do you want to do? Don't delay my meal. Since Su Yi had spared Ji Meng's life before and hadn't even taken back the bronze mask, he had already shown his mercy. If Ji Meng were to leave now, Su Yi wasn't planning to hold him accountable for his rude behavior. Still eating? Ji Meng laughed aloud. Today, those present will either submit to me or die. As he spoke, Luo Hu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Having endured so much humiliation from Sudu and Hun, there are still some reckless ones speaking wildly before him. After Ji Meng finished speaking, he emitted the aura of the evil emperor. He felt as if he could see all these guys kneeling before him, bowing down in submission. After his aura was released, Gish directly shrunk into a ball. Murmuring to himself, he really became the evil emperor. How is that possible? Ji Meng was very satisfied with Gish's actions and astonished words. He laughed heartily again. his gaze sweeping over Suyi and the others. However, Suyi and the others showed no signs of disturbance, completely unaffected by his aura. Luo Ho naturally didn't need to say anything. The power of the evil emperor, even if it is only the power of the evil emperor, without even a congenital spiritual treasure, trying to crush him with aura. What a joke. As for Yi Xiaxuan and the others, with Suyi present, Ji Meng's aura was really insignificant. Suyi glanced at the fragrant roasted wings, and said calmly, I am Su Duanhan, leave now, and you can still make it in time. Su Duanhan. Ji Meng heard these words and roared, you stinky brat, trying to intimidate me with Su Duanhan? Even if you really are Su Duanhan, so what? Do you think I would be afraid of him? Even if the real Su Duanhan were in front of me, this emperor would crush him to pieces. Tis. Jing took a deep breath. Wow. Ji Meng was indeed too young. He simply did not know what the three words Su Duanhan meant. The strength of the evil emperor. Even the Eastern Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun dare not pretend to be so arrogant. Well, this guy is dead now. Jing, as the former leader of the top 10 evil gods, was already mourning for Ji Meng in her heart. Suyi, upon hearing Ji Meng's words, did not immediately take action because he had already sensed the killing intent from Luo Ho. Suyi and Luo Ho exchanged a glance. Suyi raised an eyebrow. Luo Ho's killing intent dissipated. Looking up at the sky. Suyi said again, the food was almost ready, so he should have a good mood to enjoy the meal. HMPH. Luo Ho turned directly away. What are you two murmuring about? Ji Meng got angry. He sneered and pointed at Luo Ho, saying, you are the henchman of the demon clan Luo Ho. Scram. For Luo Ho's sake, I won't kill you. Now he dared to call Luo Ho's name directly. Luo Ho was originally bloodthirsty, and just now, he only did not take action because he did not want Su Duanhan to take advantage. Especially after hearing Ji Meng say he would crush Su Duanhan to pieces, he felt particularly happy, even finding this monster quite interesting. But now boom. Luo Ho suddenly appeared in front of Ji Meng, the huge bone claw ripping through Ji Meng's chest, blood instantly staining the ground red. Before Ji Meng could react, Luo Ho had already grabbed his neck, the eerie ghost fire flickering in his eye sockets. Another bone claw removed Ji Meng's bronze mask, and with a chilling tone, said, Evil Emperor, you? What are you? Ji Meng frantically drove his evil power, but Luo Ho's demonic aura directly enveloped and suppressed him tightly. You are you Luo Ho? Fear filled Ji Meng's eyes. Besides Luo Ho, he couldn't think of anyone else. Do you even deserve to address this devil ancestor directly? Luo Ho roared angrily, throwing Ji Meng to the ground. Is demonic or overwhelming? Devil ancestor, spare me. Ji Meng finally recognized the situation and begged for mercy. He hadn't even started to show off yet, and it was already over. It was really pitiful. Devil ancestor, those kids still have treasures on them. Ji Meng said, I am Ji Meng, in the future willing to be at the devil ancestor's service. Luo Ho's strength had long surpassed that of a sage, and with just Ji Meng's power obtained through a contract, he was truly defenseless. Is that so? Luo Ho turned his head to look at Suyi. Yes, it's the kid who calls himself Su Duanhan. Ji Meng was completely flustered. He should have realized earlier that with so many demons in the sky, Luo Ho should have arrived. What was he pretending to be just now? No wonder Gish was injured like that. Even Jing was obedient. It turns out the demon ancestor Luo Ho personally arrived. Lord Devil Ancestor, are you planning to reclaim the immortal realm? I am willing to risk my life for the lore, only asking for the Lord's mercy. Under Ji Meng's frightened words, his tone changed, and he made a rather decent plea. Luo Ho chuckled twice and whispered, that person is really Su Duanhan. Gish, upon hearing this, was somewhat apprehensive. Really Su Duanhan? No wonder he wanted to perform a soul search on him before and got gravely wounded. Now, everything made sense. Luo Ho then asked, afraid? Not afraid. Besides the devil ancestor, I fear no one. Ji Meng's gaze was firm, showing loyalty and declaring, whatever the devil ancestor commands, I will do. Whatever you want to do, just do it. Luo Ho is becoming less interested in killing Ji Meng. Ji Meng nodded and quickly said, whatever the Lord Demon Ancestor lets me do, I will do. Luo Ho slowly released his claws, stepped aside, and said, it has nothing to do with Lord Demon Ancestor what you want to do, so just do whatever you want. After that, he disappeared directly, and the demon generals in the sky also retreated. This little guy Ji-meng, Luo who couldn't be bothered to kill him. Just now, Sumo really irritated him, so he had to counterattack. Of course, the most crucial point is that he had casually taken Ji-meng's bronze mask. Judging from the aura, there was Su Duanhen's aura on the mask, and its rank might even be higher than his Divine Slayer spear. Black this treasure and still not run away. By the time Su Duanhen reacts, he may have to give it back. Gotta run. Ji-meng stood stupefied, on the spot, blood still flowing from his body. It wasn't easy to heal after being scratched by Luohu's claw, but he didn't understand what Luohu meant at the moment. Does Luohu want him or not? Is Luohu not interested in the treasure he mentioned? Not interested in the primal chaos purple energy and golden spirit sand? Truly worthy of Luohu, the demon ancestor who wreaked havoc in ancient times. The situation was changing. With his power still intact, he decided to first deal with Su Duanhen. The other people and monsters present were not even worth his attention. Su Duanhen, you are so arrogant. Ji-meng's eyes burst with killing intent, and almost instantly, he appeared in front of Su Yi. His claws were covered in mist, and his demonic power was terrifying. Even if it was a quasi-saint ninth heaven, under his claw, there was no doubt it would be a certain death. He finally felt the benefits of strong power. This kind of feeling of dominating over living beings, the joy of life and death decisions. What do you want? Su Yi raised his hand and caught Ji-meng's claw, and the terrifying demonic power dissipated instantly. Ji-meng stood there in a daze, panic-stricken. Where was his powerful demonic power? Why couldn't he muster any strength? Your claw is quite good. Su Yi looked at Ji-meng's claw, which appeared to have a lot of flesh. Ji-meng had the head of a dragon, the body of a human, and bird claws. Just now, Su Yi had cut off 2 pairs of wings from him at the ghost cart, and claws, in fact, could be turned into boneless meat claws. Covered in fat, roasted to a golden brown. The taste was no worse than wings. What do you want to do? Ji-meng was panicking again. Su Duanhen's reputation was indeed too much. Especially in the land of 10,000 monsters, Su Duanhen's name was terrifying to the monster race, like a butcher to a piglet. It was a lingering haze overhead that wouldn't dissipate. What do you think? Su Yi showed a friendly smile. This smile almost made Ji-meng cry. He didn't seem to feel this way when facing the demon ancestor, Luohu, just now. Wasn't Su Duanhen known for his sword skills? Ji-meng didn't boast but took advantage of the fact that he hadn't drawn his sword yet to make a move, almost an ambush. Unfortunately, his full-force attack seemed more like delivering his own claw to Su Duanhen. Did you sign a contract? Su Yi had seen the strand of aura above Ji-meng's head. How did you know? Ji-meng exclaimed. Do you also? No, Su Yi said. Since you signed the contract, I'll help a bit and let him become a bit stronger, otherwise, it would be too boring. Do you know his existence? Ji-meng was even more horrifying. That mysterious existence was like the heavenly Tao, able to bestow power akin to that of a monster emperor, with the existence supposedly surpassing even saints. Yes. Su Yi nodded. How do you want to die? Ji-meng's face became mournful, saying, Lord Su, I was reckless. Can I not die? I am willing to give up my physical body, but only ask to keep my demonic soul. Su Yi said, your demonic soul has already signed a contract with him. If your body dies, your demonic soul will naturally be gone too. Then, can you just cut off my claw? Ji-meng finally remembered his body couldn't die. Once dead, his demonic soul will also no longer belong to him, with no possibility of reincarnation. Your claw will definitely be cut off, Su Yi said. You will die, but since you didn't choose, I'll help you out. With that, a sword chest sliced off Ji-meng's claw out of thin air. Su Yi grabbed the freshly cut claw with his right hand and casually patted Ji-meng's chest with his left hand. Ji-meng's physical body slowly turned into ashes and dissipated, leaving only that one claw behind. Yi Xiaxuan was somewhat dumbfounded. Was this Su Yi's true strength? That sword shed just now ... and that seemingly ordinary palm strike. Ji-meng was by no means weak, yet he was powerless against Su Yi. Even if slaughterers slaughter pigs, it still takes some effort. But Su Yi seemed at ease. Darling, would you like to eat the claw? Su Yi asked. Yi Xiaxuan shuddered and shook her head vigorously. If she hadn't seen the scene just now, she might have eaten it. After all, Su Yi's cooking was always good. But with such a huge monster dying in front of her, in her eyes, this kind of evolved monster was no different from humans. She couldn't accept eating that stuff for now. She even felt it was somewhat cruel. She could understand it, but she couldn't accept it. That's just the way it is. Sui had no such psychological burden. Survival of the fittest. Never specified what kind of meat it had to be. Sun Wukong and Golden Cicada almost simultaneously looked at the claw in Suyi's hand, their eyes full of desire. Sui licked his lips and said, "I should have cut down to just now." With that, his gaze fell on the ghost cart, scaring the ghost cart, which immediately prostrated on the ground, then crawled humbly to Sui and extended a claw, saying meekly, "Lord Su, please enjoy." Sui cleared his throat, waved his hand, and said, "Forget it, you may go. Be honest in the future and don't imitate that guy just now." "Yes, yes, yes." The remaining 7 heads of the ghost cart nodded incessantly, while stepping back, saying, "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, enjoy your meal." Eventually, the ghost cart slowly disappeared into the distance. Sui felt that he was kind enough. When fleecing, you shouldn't fleece it too tightly. Ji Meng could have survived completely. If after taking Suyi's bronze mask back, he immersed himself in cultivation, he might truly become a monster emperor someday. But he had to seek death, and committed such an annoying act. In this situation, Sui found it inappropriate not to kill him. Sui initially thought about opening up a space for him and Yishiaxuan to enjoy a private dining world. But Yishiaxuan knew that the food in the pot was all cut from the ghost cart's body. She refused to eat no matter what. So in the end, Sun Wukong, Golden Cicada, and Jing benefited from it. The script for Journey to the Fairyland is just a product of Suyi's boredom, with the sole purpose of letting Yishiaxuan see more. As the saying goes, it is better to travel thousands of miles and to read 10,000 books. From east to west in the fairyland, the land is vast, and the people and events encountered there are impossible to come across on Earth. Sui hopes to see Yishiaxuan grow, not just in terms of strength, swordsmanship, cultivation level. These things are not so important in Suyi's eyes. The true path of cultivation lies in a person's heart. Sui remembers that when he first met Yishiaxuan, she was a relatively sensible young lady. Among the women Sui had encountered, Yishiaxuan was definitely not outstanding. One could even say that she was quite ordinary before. With wealth like floating clouds, no cultivation to speak of, an average figure, good looks compared to average, but still not as good as the former young Xiao. And among the women Sui encountered later on, many were talented in various ways. Taking her as a disciple was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, out of boredom, feeling like having a disciple around to serve tea and water. Sometimes, Sui found it hard to pinpoint what made Yishiaxuan stand out. Perhaps love starts without reason. Watching Yishiaxuan constantly plucking monkey hair and staring blankly at the golden cicada, a slight smile curved Suyi's lips. Previously on Earth, Sui had come across a saying, "No one can live up to all your expectations of them. If you love someone only when they are adorable, but also when they are no longer so adorable, and you are willing to discover their lovable traits, that might be true love." As they journeyed west, they encountered few fools. After all, with Sun Wukong's fierce appearance, ordinary immortals and demons wouldn't dare to mess with them. They finally arrived at a place called the Pan Snake Mountain Eagle Worries Gully. "I know this place. The little white dragon is here, right?" Yishiaxuan saw a new stone tablet by the road with the words Eagle Worries Gully engraved on it, her face lighting up with joy. Along the way, she witnessed many sights in the fairyland, tasted many delicacies, and felt content. Having read Journey to the West, she had some understanding of Suyi's script from a certain perspective. In reality, there were not as many monsters and demons preying on Tang Sanzan along the journey as one might imagine. Sui thought for a moment before saying, "Strictly speaking, he is golden." Yishiaxuan knew Sui was tampering with the script of Journey to the West, but truly, in a place like the fairyland, she didn't feel a strong sense of belonging. Playing this role-playing game made her feel somewhat connected. Sun Wukong's hair was a bit prickly. The bald golden cicada was smooth and appealing, all of which intrigued her. As for the little white dragon, was it the mount Sui prepared for her? No matter how she thought about it, she felt Sui put thought into it. "Tame your own mount," Sui said. "Go with Sun Wukong, and we'll wander around with the golden cicada. Off you go." Yishiaxuan waved excitedly. A golden dragon? If she could tame it, would she not become a dragon knight? Moreover, the little white dragon in Journey to the West was not particularly powerful. Going with Sun Wukong, she had nothing to fear. Easy. Sui smiled and headed towards a nearby village with the golden cicada. If he and the golden cicada went with Yi Shaxuan, wouldn't it be just like a taxi service? Sun Wukong and the golden cicada had also gotten along much better recently. This kind of opportunity should naturally be given to Yi Shaxuan and the little golden dragon. Do you think those two can handle it? Sui asked quietly as he walked with the golden cicada. The golden cicada chuckled. Mr. Su probably had it all planned out. Sui said, I didn't plan anything, but East Emperor Taiyi sent over so many monsters, quite cooperative, right? Initially, Sui didn't intend to harm the demon race, but with East Emperor Taiyi convening the alliance of 10,000 monsters, it seemed like they intended to expand their territory by following Sui's lead. It made Sui a little embarrassed with all the powerful monsters being sent his way. Wasn't this negotiated with Mr. Su and East Emperor Taiyi? The golden cicada was puzzled to hear Sui's words. In his view, all of this should have been part of Sui's plan. Negotiating with East Emperor Taiyi to have strong demons come and challenge Yi Shaxuan as part of her training. Sui smiled without elaborating. They arrived at a small village below Eagle Worry's gully, where no one could be seen. Let's see what they have to say, Sui said as he entered the village, and East Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun walked out, followed by many demon gods, all powerful beings. Mr. Su, we have been waiting for you, East Emperor Taiyi greeted Sui. Sui asked, what's the matter? Since they couldn't predict Sui's movements, East Emperor Taiyi and Emperor Jun chose to wait at Eagle Worry's gully. They knew Sui should pass through there. East Emperor Taiyi waved his hand, and a headless ghost cart appeared before Sui. Mr. Su, Komen previously offended you. Now, I bring him here to beg for forgiveness. You may do as you wish with him. Sui looked at the ghost cart, whose cultivation had been mostly abolished, and said, well, let bygones be bygones. I'm not that petty. East Emperor Taiyi nodded, then waved his hand, and the ghost cart vanished without a trace, ending its existence. Take a good look and recognize Mr. Su. East Emperor Taiyi said coldly. Any further offense against Mr. Su, the same fate awaits. With so many demon gods not recognizing Mr. Su and some not taking him seriously, were they trying to bury the entire demon race with him? Taking advantage of this opportunity, East Emperor Taiyi called all his trusted subordinates to clarify who was in charge. Understood. The demon gods responded in unison, their voices thunderous. Lower your voices, Sui said. Were you waiting here just to meet me? Emperor Jun stepped forward and said, of course not. Mr. Su, do you happen to have a plan you can share with us? Emperor Jun asked with a wry smile. If you don't tell us, we can't just guess blindly. If another misunderstanding like the one in Diu's planning department happens, it wouldn't be good. A plan? Sui said. I don't really have a plan. Sui pondered for a moment before adding, if I had to say I had a plan, it would be to wander around the fairyland with my wife. Nothing more. No plan? How is it possible to have no plan? Huang Taiyi stood by and became a little anxious. He saw that Sui had taken action against the Buddhist sect, so he convened the 10,000 demons assembly. Then, because of certain actions by Sui, he dispatched his subordinates to attack the Yin Kyoji and other places. No plan is not normal. Do you need a plan? Sui retorted. Huang Taiyi was stunned and said, then, didn't I kill Ghost Car to vent your anger? Sui chuckled. You killed Ghost Car. What does it have to do with me? I remember the first time I saw Ghost Car with you. You wanted to kill him. And some time ago, Jimo offended you. Huang Taiyi continued. Sui laughed even more. You said Jimo offended me. Then why did you kill Ghost Car? Huang Taiyi was frustrated. This guy really doesn't take hints, does he? He kept thinking about eating Ghost Car. Even though Ghost Car had his head chopped off twice, Sui didn't make him disappear immediately. Isn't his consciousness still intact? The generals under his command were directly given to Sui as ingredients. What more does he want? Their face and inner feelings have been fully satisfied. It was also something he had discussed with Emperor Jun. So Duanhan, this guy, really had a taste for this. You guys can leave first. Huang Taiyi waved his hand to let his demons step back. Naturally, it wasn't good to discuss such matters in front of subordinates. Yes, Your Highness. All the demons stepped back. Only then did Huang Taiyi look at Ghost Car's body and said, Su, you're not right. I know you've wanted to eat Ghost Car for a long time. I even killed it for you to appease you. But why are you still hiding it from me? Is that appropriate? Emperor Jun remained silent on the side. This felt like giving gifts but not doing it right. According to Ghost Car, he had already chopped off the heads and wings for Su Duanhan. Maybe Su Duanhan was already tired of feeding them, or maybe they didn't taste good. Well, just now those demons of ours, you saw them. Take the one you like and take them directly, Emperor Jun added more fiercely, going straight to the point. Under the eyes of a saint, the demons under the rule of the demon emperor were no different from objects. They could be given or taken away at will, and when it comes to pleasing others with gifts, there was no sense of guilt among them. So he glanced at Ghost Car's body and roughly understood the intentions of Dong Huang Taiyi and Emperor Jun. Bribery. To build a good relationship with him by using the lives of his subordinates. So he didn't like the immortal realm in this place. There was no humanity. Only interests driven by conspiracy and calculation. Emperor Jun, you've spent some time on Earth. What do you think of those mortals? So he found it hard to imagine how Emperor Jun treated his subordinates in this way. Could he treat mortals well? Emperor Jun pondered for a moment. He seemed to have realized something and said, "The impression of my demon race on humans has never been good. It's not realistic to obtain their power of faith. We should start from the immortal realm. As for those mortals, they are ignorant. There's actually no need to care about them. As long as we can dominate the immortal realm and recreate the glory of the ancient demon court, do we need to care about the thoughts of those mortals?" Dong Huang Taiyi nodded in agreement and said to Su Yi, "Mr. Su, I know you don't like those bald donkeys from the Buddhist sect, but with your status, you shouldn't bother dealing with them. We are willing to handle such trivial matters on your behalf." After a long discussion between the two demon emperors, Su Yi said, "All your demons under your command, give them to me." This. Dong Huang Taiyi frowned. "If you do this, won't we be left with no available generals under our command?" Su Yi confidently replied, "Didn't you say I could take whichever one I liked? I like all of them." Emperor Jun cleared his throat and said, "Su, you're putting us in a difficult position. You know that there are many things we can't handle directly. If you take all our demon generals, it will be difficult for us to manage. That's your problem. You just agreed to it earlier." So he had no fear of the demon emperors causing chaos in the demon kingdom after losing their demon generals. In a place like the immortal realm, if one's strength is not strong enough, they cannot be arrogant. Without the leadership of the demon generals, the little demons under them can only stay obediently in the demon kingdom. Seeing Su Yi's resolute attitude, Dong Huang Taiyi and Emperor Jun glanced at each other and started to discuss through a mental connection. Dong Huang Taiyi, give them to him. They're just quasi-saints. We can cultivate more. Emperor Jun, indeed. And once we form an alliance with Mr. Su, why worrying about these quasi-saints? Dong Huang Taiyi, one day, the ancient glory of the demon court will be restored. With various innate treasures in hand, can't we cultivate quasi-saints? Makes sense. It seems Mr. Su is testing our sincerity. After a round of discussion, Emperor Jun laughed and said, "Since you say so, all those demon generals just now belong to you. How you deal with them is up to you." "Very well. Have them come in and give them instructions." Su Yi squinted his eyes slightly. They had discussed these matters through a mental connection, practically as if they were not avoiding him, and he heard all their thoughts. Dong Huang Taiyi and Emperor Jun nodded, conveying orders to the demons who came with them earlier to return. The group of demons returned to the village and stood in rows, like employees waiting for their leader to give them instructions. Dong Huang Taiyi's gaze swept over the demons and said, "From this day on, you will follow Mr. Su. Don't blame me and Emperor Jun for not caring about the old friendship. Your demon souls can return to the demon kingdom and receive offerings from the 10,000 demons." After hearing this, all the demons stood still in place. What's going on? They were just talking nicely. How come it suddenly ended with their demon souls enjoying offerings from the 10,000 demons? They're still alive. But thinking about what Dong Huang Taiyi said, from now on they would follow Su Duanhan. Who is Su Duanhan? Does the entire demon clan not know? In front of him, the demon generals were simply ingredients. A female demon in a light blue silk robe furiously exclaimed, "Your Majesty, what does this mean? We have served faithfully in battles for tens of thousands of years, and now you and Emperor Jun succumb to the authority of Su Duanhan and hand us over willingly." Dong Huang Taiyi raised an eyebrow and calmly said, "You just need to offer your physical body to Mr. Su. This will ensure the unity of the demon realm and the immortal realm and the restoration of the ancient demon court's glory. Is there anything you are unwilling to do?" The woman in the blue row was a follower under Don Huang Tai. Upon hearing his words, she smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, forgive me for addressing you for the last time as Your Majesty. If you had consulted us before, maybe some of us would have willingly offered our bodies, but you didn't inform us beforehand and simply let us go. I, as a follower, would rather die than submit." Don Huang Tai snorted. "Rather die than submit? You were going to die anyway." Having said that, Don Huang Tai waved his robe and was about to kill her. Don Huang Tai is considered a demon emperor, and it should be as easy as turning your hand to kill a lamb like Shan Yang with just a flick, like he did just now. In theory, when he waved his robe, Shan Yang should have dropped dead on the spot. Shan Yang instinctively closed her eyes. Die. In front of the demon emperor, she was nothing more than an ant. Just a wave of his robe should have been enough to crush her. However, all that happened to Shan Yang when he blew a gust of wind towards her was that her dress fluttered and she remained unscathed. Shan Yang slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was still alive. She stared at Don Huang Tai and said, "Does the demon emperor also have times when he can't make a move?" Don Huang Tai was even more puzzled, his gaze eventually landing on Su Yi. Except for Su Yi, no one should have been able to intercept his attack without anyone noticing. Su Yi patted Don Huang Tai on the shoulder and said, "Now they all belong to me." He didn't explicitly say that he had deflected Don Huang Tai's attack, and the other demons on Don Huang's side didn't even know that Don Huang had targeted Shan Yang for death. They couldn't possibly know that it was Su Yi who had actually saved Shan Yang. In their eyes, Don Huang Tai had simply waved his sleeve in anger, still somewhat nostalgic. How could he have killed Shan Yang? Only Don Huang Tai understood what Su Yi meant. From that moment on, those demons belonged to him, whether they live or die, no longer solely within Don Huang Tai's control. At the same time, Don Huang Tai deeply felt the power of Su Yi. To be able to effortlessly deflect his attack without a hint of detection was astonishing. Su Yi could understand the actions of Don Huang Tai and Emperor Jun, but he felt it was better to part on good terms. "Demon Emperor, since you to have made up your minds, we can't just sit idle by and wait to be killed and butchered." Emperor Chun's subordinate demon, Lu Wu, said with a cold look, staring at Su Yi. "You all should know who Su Duanhen is. If we fall into his hands, it's no different from being raised for slaughter. He might not kill us directly, but he'll butcher our flesh time and time again, endlessly." Lu Wu said, teeth clenched, focusing on Su Yi. "Are we, so many demons, still afraid of him? Even if we die, it's better than enduring endless torment without the ability to seek death." The demons were fervent and indignant, each one staring at Su Yi, their resolve to die firm. Su Yi smiled, finding these little ones quite amusing. Interesting. Don Huang Tai simply stood aside, indifferent. Su Duanhen had claimed these demons as his own, so he could handle them as he pleased. Killing one lamb like Shan Yang would have been a warning sign, but he deliberately blocked it. Should he act now? Don Huang Tai couldn't be bothered with being the villain any longer. Emperor Jun messaged, "Don Huang, aren't we going to intervene?" Don Huang Tai replied, "Do you think Su Duanhen can't handle them?" Emperor Jun chose silence. They had brought their strongest demons with them, and since they had decided to offer them to Su Duanhen, there was no need to intervene further. Shan Yan's true form was that of a divine mer, with a distant bloodline connection to the phoenix. She first displayed her image of the world, transforming into a giant bird and flying into the sky. The other demons also summoned their own images of the world, and in an instant, the town and its surroundings were shrouded in a dark red demonic energy. 13 quasi-saint-level demons manifested their images of the world, a terrifying display of power. With unrest in the immortal realm, all forces were eyeing Eagle Warring Gorge in that direction. Even the heavenly core was gathering all immortals to discuss how to deal with the demon race. So he looked at the demons in the sky, finding Shan Yan and Qing Yuan from the two feather tribes attractive, but most others were fierce-looking or peculiar. As long as the demon emperor doesn't make a move, if we join forces, we might be able to defeat Su Duanhen, to avenge the demons who died at his hands in the past. Avenge the fallen demons. The demons knew that if, collectively, they faced Su Duanhen, whom even the demon emperor feared, it would only end in disaster. Their plan was to gather all their forces for a decisive strike. The three pure ones, the Jade Emperor, and other immortal emperors, upon sensing the demonic energy at Eagle Warring Gorge, used their divine senses to investigate the situation there. When they heard the name Su Duanhen, They chuckled. 13 demons. They represented the pinnacle of demonic power, standing on par with the 12 palace immortal emperors. While the sage wouldn't usually make a move easily, they were practically invincible. But now, it seemed that was not the case. The grandmother of Tanshan and the primordial heavenly ancestor sat together, and the primordial heavenly ancestor asked, "Brother, what do you think?" The grandmother of Tanshan laughed and said, "It seems the master is about to take action against the demon race." It should be so. The primordial heavenly ancestor nodded. "It seems the master feels that our previous plan to have the Monkey King cause chaos in the demon realm was not enough to defeat them, so now he's taking action himself. The human race is on the rise." The Jade Emperor, upon hearing the name Suduanhen, withdrew his divine sense and sat in the Lingsha Hall, waving his hand to the immortals, saying, "If you have nothing to do, you may all disperse." The heavenly emperor at this point spoke up, saying, "Report to the Jade Emperor. The eastern demonic energy is surging. The demonic forces approaching are hostile. I am willing to lead the troops to fight." The Jade Emperor took a deep breath. The heavenly emperor again. Why couldn't they understand? "Heavenly Emperor, I command you to go to the ancient abyss to explore for 100 years. Set off immediately. Do not make mistakes. ... The heavenly emperor was bewildered. Wasn't the eastern front where the demons were gathering? Wasn't it time to lead the army to attack the demon race? Why explore the ancient abyss now? And what was there to explore in the ancient abyss? Jade Emperor. The heavenly emperor truly didn't want to go to the ancient abyss. The place was too terrifying. Set off immediately. The Jade Emperor rose, waved his robe, and said, "You can all disperse. No need to worrying about the east." Understood. The heavenly emperor nodded and smiled wryly, puzzled as to how he had angered the Jade Emperor to be exiled to the ancient abyss. Many immortals had doubts, but seeing the heavenly emperor, who had announced plans to fight, being sent to explore the ancient abyss, they didn't dare to ask anything more. So he watched as the demonic energy in the sky became denser. Slowly, he placed his hands behind his back. Seeing their earlier fervor, it was only fitting, both emotionally and logically, to let them make a move. What does Suduanhen mean by this? Is he completely defenseless? Beware of his sword. Got it. The 13 demons cooperated with one another. All of their powers were converging, and with Suduanhen being so arrogant, they saw an opportunity. Doom. A blood-red pillar of light descended from the sky. The pillar intertwined with various law forces, as well as the demonic powers of the 13 demons, all pooling their strength, hoping for a single strike to kill the demon Suduanhen. Zhang Huang, Taiyi and Dijin left the small village directly. Only the demon gods could be heard excitedly shouting, "Yes, that's it. Seal the aura of Suduanhen. Shang Yang, use the law of space to disrupt the space nearby. Prevent him from escaping with teleportation. Once the aura is locked in, this attack will not fail. Theoretically, Suduanhen cannot escape." So he looked up at the demon gods in the sky. He also felt that these demon gods wanted to lock onto his aura. So he did not resist at all. In order to make people despair, they must first see hope, then gradually collapse, so that the despair can be profound and real. At that time, they will know that all resistance and struggle are futile. Manipulating people's hearts has always been his specialty. The little space rules controlled by Shang Yang and the other demon gods were insignificant in front of Suyi, but Suyi didn't mind giving them a little more hope. Jin Chanchi also wanted to escape, but he had already been seen as Suduanhen's lackey by the demon gods. How could the demon gods let him escape? Jin Chanchi did not have the same strength as Donghuang, Taiyi and Dijin. His cultivation had been dispersed, leaving only a powerful physical body. Trying to escape was futile. A full-force attack from 13 quasi-saints. Jin Chanchi also looked up at the demon gods. In his opinion, simply trying to kill Suduanhen with this attack was obviously not enough. His life and death were entirely in Suduanhen's hands. Doom. A huge force condensed into a mass, and the blood-red light pillar interwoven with various forces precisely engulfed Suyi and Jin Chanchi. The entire small village was flattened, and rocks and dust were raised thousands of feet into the air. Direct hit. The demon gods shouted with excitement. Dijin and Donghuang Taiyi stood far away, watching from a distance. By now, they could no longer sense the aura of Suyi and Jin Chanchi. Donghuang, do you think something happened to Suduanhen? Dijin raised his eyebrows lightly. Shang Yang and the others have used up all their demon power. After this attack, they have lost at least 50,000 years of cultivation. It can be considered as giving their all, Dong Huang Taiyi said. With a glint in his eyes, this kind of attack, even if it landed on us, would inevitably cause injuries. But that's Suduan Han. Dijin sighed. Dong Huang Taiyi also shook his head. In front of Suduan Han, even a sage would be easily wiped out. The power of that attack just now could, at most, harm a sage. Honestly, they could have evaded such an attack. What about Suduan Han, this monstrous demon king? The demon gods were still hovering in midair, unable to sense Su Yi's aura. As the joy of hitting their target dissipated, they gradually calmed down and began to think more. Did Suduan Han die just like that? It doesn't seem that impressive. Is he really dead? We don't know, but there's a bad feeling. He didn't draw his sword. Maybe because he was too arrogant and didn't get a chance to draw his sword in the end. I heard that sword cultivators' physical bodies are generally not very strong. Under such an attack, he should have died. The demon god stared down below, and as the dust settled, they only saw Su Yi, dressed in white robes, standing in the same spot where he had been before, not even moving a step, without a trace of dust on his body. Next to him, Jin Chanchi was also unscathed. Haven't you heard of the law of having smoke without fire? Su Yi looked at the demon gods in the sky, smiling calmly. Next time, remember not to make such a commotion. The demon gods in the sky collectively collapsed. Being fools, they deliberately concealed their auras, making them believe that Suduan Han had really died. This time, the demon gods no longer had any coordination, and various spells and treasures were frantically thrown towards Su Yi and others. Su Yi still stood in place, letting those spells and treasures hit him. These sporadic attacks were nothing compared to the united attack just now. After 10 minutes of attacks, the demon gods were almost exhausted of their demon power, but looking at Su Yi, he was still standing there unscathed. It was like kindergarten kids using their bubble blower guns to shoot at their principal pretending to be dead. Had enough fun? Su Yi's voice floated lightly into the ears of the demon gods, leaving them all dumbfounded. Had enough fun? Now it's my turn. Su Yi raised his eyebrows and said, you have 10 breaths to run away. If I catch you again in the future, a pervert, truly a pervert, playing a game like this. The 13 demon gods initially joined forces in an attack, each sacrificing part of their demon soul. Now, each of them had plummeted in cultivation, and their demon power was depleted. Yet, Su Yi, the crazy maniac, was unharmed. And he wanted to play this game with them, which was too much. The demon gods fled in all directions, some directly headed to the evil slaughter ground and the ancient abyss, while others chose to seek shelter under other saints. The demon emperor no longer cared about them. They only had these options if they wanted to survive. The evil slaughter ground and the ancient abyss have mysterious and powerful existences, places that even Suduan Han might be afraid to venture into. By seeking refuge with other saints, perhaps they could secure their own safety. The demon gods hastily fled, and after 10 breaths, Jin Chanchi said softly, Mr. Su, time is up. Oh. Su Yi nodded, saying, then let's go. Okay. Jin Chanchi was also curious about how Su Yi was going to deal with those demon gods. Originally, he thought Su Yi would instantly appear in different places and capture those demon gods, but unexpectedly, Su Yi leisurely walked towards Eagle Sorrow Gorge. Mr. Su, do those demon gods want to use the master as a hostage? Jin Chanchi asked again. Den said, shouldn't we hurry over? Don't rush. Let's walk slowly. What's the hurry if they haven't finished fighting over there? Su Yi appeared as if he was just strolling around, leaving Jin Chanchi puzzled. Similarly, Dong Huang Taiyi and Dijin were also puzzled. What was Suduan Han planning to do? Brother Su, what do you mean? Dong Huang Taiyi appeared beside Su Yi and asked, what are you planning to do with those little guys under my command? Su Yi stopped in his tracks, his gaze sharp. They are no longer under your command. They are under mine now. Brother Su, Su Yi really disliked this address. He really didn't like it. The reaction to that address was strong. Dong Huang Taiyi felt Su Yi's look was somewhat unusual and coughed lightly, saying, then how does Brother Su plan to deal with them? Are you trying to teach me how to do things with your tone? Su Yi's gaze became even more hostile. Dijin quickly followed up. Brother Su, can you talk about your plans now? Su Yi actually laughed. I've already said, I don't have any plans. What plan do you want to hear? Dijun and Dong Huang Taiyi were dumbfounded when they heard Su Yi say this. After all the trouble they went through, All the demon gods under their control were gone. In the end, no plan? Su, are you just playing with us? Dijun couldn't understand. No plan. Was Sui playing tricks on him? How can you say I am playing with you? I have always said from the beginning to the end that I have no plan, Sui said. You subjectively speculate that I have some plan. Insist on giving me the demon gods under your control. Do I have to accept? Dijun and Dong Huang Tai were completely at a loss. Indeed, Sui had always said that he had no plan, but they kept thinking there was a big scheme behind his actions, such as overthrowing the Buddhist sect and helping their demon race dominate the immortal realm. Why else would they directly hand over the demon gods under their control to Sui? In other words, they made such great sacrifices back and forth, and in the end, they had nothing. Dong Huang Tai and Dijun were stunned, staring at Sui, wondering how this would all end. If you have nothing else, I'll be on my way. Sui prepared to leave. Dong Huang Tai asked, Su brother, are you going to catch our old subordinates? Sui raised an eyebrow. They are my subordinates now. Why would I catch them? Dong Huang Tai and Dijun were speechless. Please don't disturb my subordinates in the future. Let them do as they wish. Su brother, by directly ruining the foundation of our demon race, are you planning to ally with Taoism to wipe out our demon race? Dijun thought of something even more terrifying. Previously they thought Sui would help them overthrow the Buddhist sect, but now it seemed that the Buddhist sect was targeted by Sui. And today their demon race also suffered heavy losses. There was a possibility that Sui was setting a trap for their demon race. Sui squinted his eyes and said lightly, Do I need to join hands with someone to overthrow the demon race? Gulp. Dijun swallowed hard. Only Sui would dare to say such words. It seemed that in Sui's eyes, overthrowing the entire demon race was as simple as lifting a hand. What was even more terrifying was that even Dijun felt the same way. Su brother, please don't misunderstand. Dijun was shocked and said, Both Dong Huang and I have had a friendship for tens of thousands of years. Why make things unpleasant over this matter? Sui nodded, then turned to leave, waving his hand. You don't need to see me off. The golden cicada followed Sui's pace. Finally, he understood that Mr. Su had directly trapped the two demon emperors, and did it quite ruthlessly. In an era where saints and demon emperors were not allowed to act freely, the core strengths of the demon race had all left and hidden, dealing a huge blow to the entire demon race. Unfortunately, the two demon emperors dared not speak up, even fearing to offend Mr. Su. Sui and the golden cicada walked slowly towards Eagle Sorrow Valley, leaving Dong Huang Tai and Dijun in the windy chaos. Dong Huang, what should we do next? Di-chun's forehead wrinkled gradually. They finally realized that Sui had no intention of forming an alliance with their demon race and might even have the intention of destroying their demon race. But Sui's strength made them fearful. Dong Huang Tai looked at Sui's back and asked softly, Dijun, how strong do you think he is beyond the realm of saints? How strong should he be? Dong Huang Tai and Dijun were both enlightened beings. If they could break away from this universe, they would not be under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao. But they did not know how to break away from this universe. Dijun shook his head and said, Dong Huang, do you think we should consider becoming guardians of the heavenly Tao? Guardians of the heavenly Tao. Refine the primordial chaos purple chant. Dong Huang Tai looked up at the sky. The demon emperor and the saint were powerful, but they were not truly invincible. As long as they were still in this universe, the heavenly Tao would always be above them. Just like how foreigners could still be sentenced by Chinese law if they committed crimes in China. They were not truly free. I can go and see, but I don't want to refine the primordial chaos purple chant. Dong Huang Tai said, indifferently. He was indeed affected by Sui just now, but in reality, they thought the demon race was not yet extinct. Will you two join the heavenly Tao battle? A voice suddenly sounded in the minds of Dong Huang Tai and Dijun. It was the heavenly Tao. Dong Huang Tai smiled. Indeed, the heavenly Tao is everywhere. The heavenly Tao did not speak further. Dong Huang Tai asked, Heavenly Tao, Dong Huang can participate in a heavenly Tao battle, but Dong Huang has a doubt. Please clarify. This heavenly Tao also does not know how strong Sui really is, so there is no need to ask. The heavenly Tao directly said. Dong Huang Tai frowned. Was the heavenly Tao also unaware of Sui's strength? Then, compared to Sui, who is stronger? Dong Huang Tai asked. After a moment of silence, the heavenly Tao said, if he uses all his strength, he can be defeated in 3 punches. You need 3 punches to defeat Sui. Dong Huang Tai asked this question, but deep down he had a different thought. The way the Heavenly Tao said it just now seemed strange, but he hoped his thoughts were wrong. It would take Suyi 3 punches to defeat this Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao added, at most 3 punches under full force. This implied that it was also possible to defeat him with just 1 punch. Don Huang, Taiyi and Di Jun were shocked. If the Heavenly Tao said so, then Suyi was truly invincible. Then may this Tao asked the Heavenly Tao, beyond the realm of saints, are there other levels of existence? Don Huang Taiyi decided to participate in the Heavenly Tao battle and naturally wanted to clarify some questions. The Heavenly Tao said coldly, our Heavenly Tao also has strong and weak points. Your saints are naturally not the end of cultivation. As for other realms, it is not something you can explore. Don Huang Taiyi was already sweating profusely. He mustered up the courage to ask, then what realm does Suyi belong to? Humph. The Heavenly Tao snorted and said, even if you find out his realm, what can you do about it? Do you think you can kill him? Is he truly invincible? Don Huang Taiyi was still not willing to give up. After all, even the Heavenly Tao said that Suyi could withstand 3 punches from the Heavenly Tao. Invincible? This Heavenly Tao can only tell you that you are in the 13th universe. Under the true governance of the Grand Tao, there are 58 universes, each with stronger existences. As long as you agree to participate in the Heavenly Tao battle, perhaps one day you will see the day when Suyi falls. Don Huang Taiyi and Di Jun looked at each other and nodded, agreeing to participate in the Heavenly Tao battle. They did not hold much hatred towards Suyi, but in this universe, they saw little hope. At their level, they only wanted to meet more strong beings to become stronger themselves. Fight, keep fighting, and then become stronger, rather than just sit back and watch. Of course, they absolutely did not want to fight with someone like Suyi, who was an abnormality in their eyes. Suyi could sense the arrival of the Heavenly Tao, but he remained indifferent and walked towards the Eagle-Whirring Valley by himself. Perhaps the Heavenly Tao also knew Suyi's thoughts, but Suyi simply didn't care whether the Heavenly Tao took any action. Jin Chanzi obediently followed behind Suyi, wondering if that little golden dragon would hurt his master. After all, the cultivation level of the little golden dragon was not much lower than that of the monkey, and Yi Xiaoxuan's cultivation level was a bit embarrassing. If the two of them were to fight, Yi Xiaoxuan might be seriously injured. Of course, Jin Chanzi had also seen the alchemy furnace made of golden spiritual sand that Yi Xiaoxuan possessed. If they hid inside, they would naturally be safe and worrying-free. When they reached the mountain, all they saw were a pile of rocks. You guys are good at this. Suyi waved his hand, sending the rocks flying away, and an alchemy furnace appeared in front of them. Then, Yi Xiaoxuan, Sun Wukong, and a cute little golden dragon appeared in front of them. What are you guys doing? Suyi couldn't help but smile. Although it was fine for Yi Xiaoxuan and the others to hide inside the alchemy furnace, covering themselves with rocks was a bit much. Yi Xiaoxuan looked around and found that the world had returned to calmness before turning to Suyi and saying, "Didn't you see those powerful monsters in the sky just now? We didn't hide just in case we were discovered, or it would be a difficult death to witness." The little golden dragon nodded repeatedly. "Sir Su, you didn't see it just now. There were at least 10 monster monarchs. Who knows what they were up to? So, my master and I had to hide first." Suyi understood that Yi Xiaoxuan had easily subdued the little golden dragon. "Tell me how you tamed it." Suyi glanced at the little golden dragon. Was this guy not following the script? He was easily subdued like this. Even the white dragon in Journey to the West had to swallow a white horse, fight a battle, and then bow to the master. With a light smile, Yi Xiaoxuan replied, "When I saw him, I asked if he was the white dragon. Then, he recognized me as his master." "Is it difficult?" The little golden dragon tried to please Suyi, saying, "Sir Su, I remember your instructions. I stayed here to wait for my master. There were some monsters in this area who disrespected my master and me, so I dealt with them." Sun Wukong muttered quietly, "I'm the big senior brother." But the little golden dragon completely ignored him and continued to gaze earnestly at Suyi, even wagging his tail. Suyi finally realized something. His script was completely different from the one in Journey to the West. In Journey to the West, the white dragon had waited for a long time at the Eagle-Whirring Valley, and the trials of Tang Sanzong were all prearranged. However, things seemed a bit different with Yi Xiaoxuan. The little golden dragon held Suyi in awe, remembering every command Suyi gave him. When Yi Xiaoxuan asked if he was the white dragon and there was a monkey accompanying her, he immediately assumed he was the master arranged by Su Yi. He also asked Yi Shaoxuan if she knew Su Duanhen. There were no intense conflicts between them. To please Yi Shaoxuan, the little golden dragon even slew several monsters. As a result, Yi Shaoxuan easily tamed the little golden dragon, just with a few words, and the disciple was readily taken in. Then, they saw the sky filled with monster gods, which frightened them into hiding in the alchemy furnace. Su Yi's expression was somewhat complicated. He could imagine the scene of these three individuals being frightened into the alchemy furnace upon seeing the monster gods. Next, you will head west on your journey. I have some business to attend to, Su Yi instructed Jin Chanzi. Can you see to things? Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Jin Chanzi, having had more experiences and followed Su Yi before, naturally understood that Su Yi had designed this so-called journey to help toughen Yi Shaoxuan. Their task was to protect Yi Shaoxuan's safety. Until it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't have to intervene. They might even stir up trouble for Yi Shaoxuan, creating some enemies for her to handle independently. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, Yi Shaoxuan stepped forward and asked, "You're not coming with me?" Su Yi pondered. "You've been in the immortal realm for some time now. On this journey westward, you should learn to lead your disciples and handle some matters on your own. If I'm by your side, you might become too reliant." In the immortal realm, with various big shots recognizing Su Yi, if he wanted to toughen Yi Shaoxuan, he couldn't stay by her side. He needed to arrange some trials for her, similar to the 81 trials in Journey to the West. Thinking of this, a glint flashed in Su Yi's eyes. He didn't like scheming, as with his strength, too much manipulation was boring. But he could scheme against Yi Shaoxuan. Even when facing saints and demon emperors, Su Yi found it uninteresting to manipulate his wife. A strange feeling suddenly arose in Yi Shaoxuan's heart. The look in Su Yi's eyes just now made her feel uneasy, very uneasy. In situations where danger truly loomed, she felt safe with Su Yi by her side. But now, in times of safety, she felt that Su Yi was the most dangerous. The more Su Yi thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. When she thought about Journey to the West, Tang Sanzan and his companions were clearly arranged by the Heavenly Core and Buddhist sect. There were various wild monsters and traps set by the authorities. With Su Yi's connections in the immortal realm, it would be a cakewalk to put Yi Shaoxuan through trials. If Su Yi wanted, the battles awaiting Yi Shaoxuan would never cease. Are you thinking of something strange? Yi Shaoxuan subconsciously took 2 steps backward. Just now, she wondered if her journey was too easy. Now, with Su Yi's words, she was startled. Su Yi had once kicked her off a cliff, plunged her into a volcano, and exhibited all sorts of erratic behavior. Now, hearing Su Yi's words, she suddenly felt that something dreadful was about to happen. Who was Su Yi? Playing tricks on his wife was like eating and drinking for him. Especially when she thought about these things, a sense of excitement rose within her calm heart. "I'll leave first. Take your time to stroll around. Good luck." Before leaving, Su Yi lightly hugged Yi Shaoxuan. After letting go, his face was all smiles. Clenching his fist, he said, "Go for it." At that moment, Yi Shaoxuan was truly flustered, particularly when Su Yi clenched his fist and encouraged her. It couldn't get any more terrifying. Indeed, the journey to the West was not a honeymoon. Yi Shaoxuan realized the truth. Jin Chanzi and the others, seeing Yi Shaoxuan's bewildered expression, still didn't quite understand the significance behind it. In their eyes, Yi Shaoxuan was someone Su Yi favored. So why did she look like this when Su Yi encouraged her to press on? Su Yi turned around and walked away, and Yi Shaoxuan's mood suddenly became complicated. When couples stick too closely for too long, they will probably get tired of each other. However, she and Su Yi have rarely been overly affectionate. When they are together, she is usually the one getting teased. But as long as Su Yi is around, she feels comfortable inside. After walking together for a while now, the two have been together for quite some time. "When will you be back?" Yi Shaoxuan shouted from behind. Su Yi replied, "I'll come back when you reach the western heaven." With that, Su Yi's figure faded away and disappeared directly before her eyes. Meanwhile, the 13 demon gods had found what they considered to be a powerful support. These supporters might not be able to defeat the crazy Su Duanhen, but perhaps Su Duanhen would give them some face. Alternatively, they might have found a more discreet place to hide, out of sheer hope that Su Duanhen wouldn't find them. Su Yi wanted to pitch Yi Shaoxuan against enemies, to find opponents for her. Naturally, he would look for some stronger foes to prevent Ixuaxuan's companions from being defeated instantly. In terms of power, the strength of those 13 demon gods was close to the level of quasi-saint cultivation. Moreover, due to their previous confrontation with Su Yi, their cultivation had suffered greatly. It was now impossible for them to crush Ixuaxuan's team, but Su Yi could make them stronger. For Su Yi, this was not a particularly difficult task. Even in the journey to the west, those monsters were not as strong as Sun Wukong. They nearly ate Tang Seng several times, relying more on their strange and unique magic treasures. Su Yi had nothing else, but he had plenty of miscellaneous magic treasures. To Blue Tur Palace, the Lord of Communication sat there, with his disciples, Jinlin Shengmu, Wudang Shengmu, Guiling Shenmu, Xiao Gongming, as well as Bixia Fairy, Chanxiao Fairy, the second-generation disciples of Ji Jiao, all gathered together. Shang Yang knelt on the main hall, bowing his head to ask the Lord of Communication to accept him. In Shang Yang's view, the Lord of Communication should be the best among the human saints for their demon race. Seeking refuge under him was undoubtedly the best choice. Just now, she explained what had happened to the Lord of Communication. The Lord of Communication, in purple clothes, listened with slightly lowered eyelids. After hearing everything Shang Yang had said, he felt that it was intentional on the part of Master Su to have these top forces of the demon race seek refuge under him. But he was still waiting, as Master Su had not explicitly stated that Shang Yang could join him. Shang Yang asks the Heavenly Venerable to shelter her. Seeing the Lord of Communication silent, Shang Yang kowtowed 3 times, with a loud sound. Earlier, it took her quite a while to get inside the Blue Tur Palace. With her strength, breaking into the Blue Tur Palace was equivalent to seeking death. Now, kneeling in front of the Lord of Communication, if he did not accept her, she would undoubtedly have only one path if she left the Blue Tur Palace and encountered Su Duanhen. The Lord of Communication raised his eyelids and said lightly, "Do you think, if Mr. Su wants to kill you, will this deity be able to protect you?" Mr. Su, with a deep breath, Shang Yang heard the respect for Su Duanhen in the words of the Lord of Communication. Moreover, from those words, it seemed that if Su Duanhen came to the Blue Tur Palace, the Lord of Communication might directly hand her over. The Lord of Communication's words did not seem strange to his disciples. The second-generation disciples of Ji Jiao all knew that Su Duanhen was inscrutable. In that case, Shang Yang bids farewell. With a bitter smile, she suddenly felt that if Su Duanhen wanted to kill her, it didn't matter where she ran. With the Lord of Communication saying so, there was no place for her in the celestial realm. "Hold on," the Lord of Communication said calmly, "you can stay for now. If Mr. Su really wants to kill you, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, it will be meaningless. Wait here with this deity." Just as Shang Yang was about to get up, Wu Yun Fairy outside the hall shouted, "Heavenly Venerable, Su Duanhen is seeking an audience outside." Su Duanhen seeking an audience outside. Seeking an audience? The Lord of Communication was somewhat unsettled. Su Duanhen gave him a lot of face. Su Duanhen wanted to enter his Blue Tur Palace and still needed to seek an audience. With his little formation, he wouldn't be able to step a foot inside. Want to come in? He could just teleport directly in. Why report in? Everyone, go out with this deity. The Lord of Communication stood up and glanced at Shang Yang, saying, "You too." Shang Yang was clear about the current situation, trying to run away. Running was not an option. Su Duanhen was blocking the doorway, and with the Lord of Communication's current attitude, if she tried to run, the Lord of Communication would probably be the first to object. Shang Yang could only follow the Lord of Communication and the others as they walked out of the hall. Su Yi stood outside the Blue Tur Palace, with his hands behind his back, watching as the Lord of Communication and the others walked out from the Blue Tur Palace. "Mr. Su, hello." The Lord of Communication didn't dare to address himself as an elder again. Instead, he saluted Su Yi respectfully, even bowing slightly. Clear distinction between ranks. The disciples under the Lord of Communication knew that Su Duanhen's cultivation was unfathomable, but in their eyes, Su Duanhen had once been their brother-in-law or sister-in-law. Even if Yangsha had left and broken that relationship, Su Duanhen was probably just of the same generation as their master. This attitude from the master surprised them, that they all saluted Su Yi, saying in unison, "Hello, Mr. Su." Su Yi didn't quite like this, as it made him seem very old-fashioned. Zhao Gongming, who used to be close with him, and Bixia and Chanxiao, who used to always call him brother-in-law, now seemed distant. This time, I have something to discuss with you. Just help me with a small favor, and there will be a reward." Suyi said. "Don't be so formal, Mr. Su. Please enter the hall for discussion." In front of his disciples, the Lord of Communication was also extremely respectful towards Suyi. He also wanted his disciples to understand that the person before them was not someone they could offend. If one accidentally offended the ancestor, what would happen next? After Suyi entered the hall, he sat cross-legged on a mat below, and the Lord of Communication didn't dare to sit on the higher seat. He stood facing Suyi. The master sat, the disciples stood. It was all very normal. Since the Lord of Communication didn't sit down, the other disciples of Ji Jiao naturally dared not sit either. So, in the entire Blue Tour Palace, Suyi sat there, and everyone else stood straight. Shang Yang, who had come seeking refuge, felt even more anxious. This scene was terrifying on closer inspection. Obviously, the Lord of Communication could no longer protect her. Su Duanhan, don't think that just because your cultivation is profound, I'm afraid of you. Even if it means death, I won't let you keep me like a pig or dog. Shang Yang glared at Su Yan was about to self-detonate her demon soul, but soon, she realized she couldn't even self-detonate. A mysterious force had sealed her demon power. Don't worry, I didn't plan to keep you like a pig or dog. Su Yi looked at Shang Yang, waved his hand, and a jade bottle appeared at her feet. Tong Huang Tai handed you over to me, and now I grant you your freedom. You can leave any time you wish, but I want you to do something for me. If you agree, this pill will be yours. Suyi is definitely the top existence in a world of alchemy. Some of the pills he refines are so precious that even saints would fight for them. Shan Yang furrowed his brows and glanced at the small jade bottle by his feet. The pills were not the main issue. It was what Su Duanhan said, giving her freedom, allowing her to leave any time she wished. Is that true? Shan Yang found it hard to believe Su Yi's words. In the eyes of their demon clan, the name Su Duanhan was equivalent to a despicable outsider. Could his words be trusted? Su Yi calmly said, "If I want to kill you or keep you captive, can you resist?" In the immortal realm, the strong are respected, and sometimes, when you talk nicely to a strong person, they might think you are mentally twisted or strange. Perhaps this difference in world background results in the immortal realm, where the strong seldom show mercy to the weak, and the lives of the weak are never adequately protected. "Can I leave?" Shan Yan inquired cautiously. Su Yi nodded. "Feel free." Shan Yan raised her foot to leave but noticed that the disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect were all excitedly staring at the small jade bottle by her feet. When they noticed Shan Yan's gaze, they quickly averted their eyes, pretending not to care. Shan Yan stopped in her tracks. She suddenly realized whether she was biased against Su Duanhan as a person. If even the Heavenly Tao sect master was so respectful to him, was it not easy for him to kill her? Did she need to be cautious? In this place, where strength was paramount, could it be considered that Su Duanhan was stronger than the Heavenly Tao sect master and the two demon kings? Could it be that realm of experts displayed a disdain for the weak, and the weak slaves were never adequately secure? What does Mr. Su want me to do? Shan Yan thought it through. She had greatly declined in power due to offending Su Duanhan, to the point that even the Heavenly Tao sect master dared not accept her. Now, Su Duanhan was giving her a task, and the pills he bestowed upon her seemed extraordinary. Why should she refuse? Su Yi smiled. Not leaving? The disciples of the sect once again stared at Shan Yan, their eyes clearly conveying a message of "Why aren't you leaving?" Shan Yan, as a demon god with countless subordinates, was no fool. She immediately raised her hands, bowed to Su Yi, and said, "I'm not leaving. Since the demon emperor has given Shan Yan to Mr. Su, Shan Yan's life belongs to Mr. Su. If Mr. Su has any orders, Shan Yan dare not refuse." After she said that, she faintly heard some sighs from the side. Indeed, these disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect were all hoping for her departure. "Very good," Su Yi said. "Accept this pill. It should help restore some of your cultivation." Shan Yan didn't doubt his words, picked up the jade bottle, and removed the stopper. Instantly, the hall was filled with the fragrance of the pill, astonishing Zhao Gongming and others. What tier of pill was this? In the immortal realm, pills are divided into 9 tiers and 9 grades. Human tier immortal pill, void tier immortal pill, yellow tier immortal pill, earth tier immortal pill, heaven tier immortal pill, mysterious tier immortal pill, sacred tier immortal pill, Holy Spirit tier immortal pill, and Primordial Spirit Pill. The Sect Master had previously refined 3 grades of Sacred Tier Immortal Pills and was already proudly showing off. As for the Primordial Spirit Pill, it was merely a legendary pill. The Che above the Blue Tour Palace surged madly, even affecting the protection formation of the Sacred Mountain. Mr. Su, if there is anything our junior disciples can handle. The Heavenly Tao Sect Master finally couldn't help but speak out. Just opening the bottle cap had caused such a stir. This pill was at least of the Holy Spirit tier, and such a supreme pill being given to Shan Yang made the Heavenly Tao Sect Master feel a tinge of pain. Shan Yang was also shocked by the commotion caused by the pill. She felt woozy for a moment but then heard the Heavenly Tao Sect Master's words and promptly threw the pill along with the bottle into her mouth. Gulp! Everyone saw the entire pill bottle slide down Shan Yang's throat. As a demon god, it wasn't strange for her to consume strange items, right? The main point was that Shan Yang had realized the value of this pill, and even the Heavenly Tao Sect Master was envious. If she hesitated further, what if Su Duanhen changed his mind and didn't let her do the task? The teachings of the sect are numerous, and what she could do, others could naturally do too. Wow! The Heavenly Tao Sect Master couldn't help but exclaim. Even the bottle had been swallowed. She really wasn't leaving any chances. Shan Yang could feel the terrifying medicinal effects of the pill sweeping through her body after it entered her stomach, strengthening her flesh once more. Her depleted demonic power from the previous battle was instantly restored, and even her injured demonic soul was nourished. A faint glow emanated from her body, a blend of reddish-black demonic ore and a subtle golden hue. Her pupils even shimmered with a faint golden light, and her muscles and bones crackled audibly. 9th level perfection of the Quasi-Saint realm. Consuming just one pill had restored Shan Yang's strength to its peak. However, she could clearly sense that this transformation was not merely a return to her peak state. Before this, she had just entered the Quasi-Saint 9th level. Whether in terms of flesh or demonic power, she was only considered average among the subordinates of the Eastern Emperor. Yet, after taking this pill, not only did her cultivation soar, her flesh became extraordinarily robust to an unprecedented level. She perceived a previously unknown harmony of the Tao. This kind of Tao seemed to not require the approval of the Heavenly Tao. Achieving the primordial unity, Shan Yang's pupils contracted. Could one pill touch upon the realm of holiness? Su Yi looked at Shan Yang and nodded in satisfaction. This pill was refined after seizing the Heavenly Tao. He was not very clear on its specific effects, but he believed it should be remarkable. Previously, he hadn't quite understood what the Heavenly Tao was, and due to the death of Yang Xiao, he was hesitant to give things away carelessly. However, now he fully understood. The Heavenly Tao was powerful, but if this universe were compared to a dormitory, the Heavenly Tao was more like the dorm administrator. There should be higher beings above the Heavenly Tao, and after the Heavenly Tao set some rules, it couldn't arbitrarily decide on the life or death of the creatures in this universe unless they violated the rules. The primordial and great Tao Saints seemed more like outsiders entering the dormitory. As long as they didn't seriously violate the rules, this administrator should have no right to punish them. As for Su Yi, he was like an outlaw. His strength had become too fearsome, to the point that even this dorm administrator dared not provoke him. Once provoked, this outlaw could likely bring down the whole building with a bulldozer. Those under Su Yi's care were akin to his underlings, and this dorm administrator had fully recognized the ferocity of this outlaw, thus naturally refraining from doing anything to his underlings. This kind of behavior of acting as one pleases is what makes Su Yi a true outlaw. Shan Yang also benefited practically from Su Yi's hands. At this moment, she suddenly understood why the Demon Emperor was so keen on pleasing Su Duanhen. A casually gifted elixir could help her break through, making even the chief of the Endless Sky sect envious. How powerful was this? What orders do you have, Mr. Su? Shan Yang's address to Su Yi had already changed, and this despicable outsider Su Yi had also become a thigh that must be hugged tightly. Following the Demon Emperor before, she hadn't seen many rewards, not even the first strand of the primordial purple che, which the Demon Emperor had promised to the City of Lost Flames. How generous could Mr. Su be? I won't make things difficult for you. I want you to choose a place between Eagle Grief Gorge and Spirit Mountain to rule as queen. After Su Yi finished speaking, images of Yishiak Suong and Golden Cicada appeared in Shan Yang's mind, and she understood the main purpose of Su Yi letting her rule as queen. Intercept these people and cause trouble for Yishiak Suong. Just causing trouble, but not really being able to kill her. Yes, I will do as instructed. Shan Yang knelt on one knee before Su Yi, bowing her head with an attitude of respect that was much more respectful than before. Su Yi nodded. Go ahead. As Shan Yang stood up again, the gazes of the disciples of the sect who intercepted her had already changed. If before Shan Yang could only be described as a desolate dog, now she had seemingly ascended to the heavens, climbing onto an influential figure like Mr. Su. It was truly a stroke of luck to become Mr. Su's subordinate, like a stroke of luck that comes out of the blue. The disciples of the sect were well informed, and they also knew that the great emperor of the Black Water Xuanming had bowed down under Su Duanhen because he was Su Duanhen's disciple. He forcefully took to primordial spiritual treasures from Master Zheng Ti and flaunted them everywhere, being extremely arrogant. That posture was even more arrogant than that of a sage. In a short period, countless disciples who joined his sect had become the most powerful among the 11 palace emperors excluding the Jade Emperor. Shan Yang was now considered to have joined Su Duanhen's sect, and though she was not a disciple, her status and position had already changed significantly from the past. After Shan Yang left, the chief of the Endless Sky sect smiled and said, Mr. Su, if you have anything to do, just instruct our sect disciples directly. Why bother finding others? The chief of the Endless Sky sect was always protective, and Su Yi was still considered a senior member of the family after all, so if there were things to be done, it was sufficient to let the disciples handle them. After all, the rewards could not fall into outsiders' hands, right? Thinking about the elixir Shan Yang had taken, the chief of the Endless Sky sect felt a bit regretful. Naturally, Su Yi understood the meaning behind the chief's words. Why had he come to the Bu Palace? Shan Yang might cause some trouble for Yixiaxuan at most, but if the entire sect were to mobilize, the 81 challenges could directly take care of her. Moreover, the second-generation disciples of the sect were all-powerful, with unique treasures in their hands, making them excellent sharpening stones. If you don't mind trouble, you can join us as well. There will be rewards. Su Yi blinked. The elixir he had given Shan Yang was also a display for them. Generous rewards will surely attract courageous individuals. What do we need to do? Zhao Gongming's eyes flickered with enthusiasm. Su Yi smiled at the chief of the Endless Sky sect. You mentioned planning on challenging the Western journey, right? Keep playing. Just, if there are casualties, I won't be responsible. Yixiaxuan's growth rate was somewhat terrifying, and those disciples who followed her were also exceptional. With this level of combat, it was easy to result in fatalities. Of course. The chief of the Endless Sky sect nodded. He was always a calculating saint, so when Su Yi said that, he probably knew what Su Yi wanted to do, to hone Yixiaxuan. In the past, while on Earth, Su Yi was already doing this, and now he continued the same. With a sweep of his hand, a pile of odds and ends appeared in the Bu Palace. Whoosh! Terrifying immortal energy surge, directly shattering the mountain protection formation of the Bu Palace. A mere immortal energy. Is this a primordial divine artifact? Mr. Su, is this cleaver a primordial spirit treasure? So many elixirs? Are they at the level of sacred spirits? The sect disciples were shocked by the numerous strange treasures before them. They all knew Su Duanhen had many treasures, but they never expected there to be so many. In total, over 100 items of primordial spirit treasure level, and over 50 bottles of elixirs. Even if the treasure vault of Sanking were emptied, it would be impossible to produce so many treasures. You should know what to do. Distribute these small items among your disciples. The chief of the Endless Sky sect was the youngest among the Sanking, and also the one whose character Su Yi liked the most, so the good items were given to him first. Favoring the youngest, such was a normal phenomenon. Mr. Su, please rest assured that my disciples will handle everything properly. The chief of the Endless Sky sect collected all the treasures and elixirs and smiled with narrowed eyes. This could be considered the destiny of their sect. Originally, during the conferment of the gods, their sect was supposed to decline, but with the destruction of the origin world, the conferment of the gods had already ended before it began. Now, their sect remained strong, and this time, the conferment of the gods was calculated against the demon clan, with the immortal and Taoist factions dividing the immortal realm. The result was that the Buddha sect suffered heavy losses, not to mention the demon clan. From the moment the demon gods reasonably attacked the great Lord Su, the demon clan was as good as burying itself. With Su Duanhen bestowing these treasures and elixirs to the sect, the Taoist faction was sure to prosper. No. 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 The sect would prosper. Tell your disciples to withdraw. I have something to discuss with you. Suyi came to the Bu Palace for other matters. The chief of the Endless Sky sect blinked, and the disciples of the sect saluted and withdrew. Do you know about the War of the Heavens? Of course, the chief of the Endless Sky sect said. We, the saints, are also guardians of the heavens. In the War of the Heavens, if we lose, all beings in this world will be affected. So we must fight. Oh. Suyi smiled. Has the time been set? The chief of the Endless Sky sect shook his head. It is said that 10 guardians of the heavens need to be chosen. Currently, even with the 2 demon emperors and the Suai Ren clan at it, we only have 8 saints. I don't know what the heavens intend. Moreover, Dong Huang Tai and Emperor Jun are both supreme beings, so they may not be willing to contribute. The chief of the Endless Sky sect said. Master Jun Ti is half-wasted without his primordial spiritual treasures, so his participation may not be useful. He said these things, evidently ignoring Suyi, as he did not believe that Su Juanhen would participate. Suyi didn't say much either. He was a person who was always bored and longed to see what the other end of the universe was like. With this opportunity, he naturally wanted to participate, and he would bring Ishiaxuan along. The only uncertainty now was how long it would be before the War of the Heavens. Heaven, come out and talk. Suyi spoke lightly. In just a moment, a petite figure appeared in the void. When Suyi saw the petite figure in front of him, he was not just surprised. The leader of the Tanshan sect felt a bit familiar with the appearance in front of him, but he still calmly bowed to the heavens and said, Greetings to the heavens. The heavens had actually taken on human form, and the leader of the Tanshan sect was seeing the heavens' appearance for the first time. Brother Suyi. Hello. The heavens stood at just over 1 meter tall, looking exactly like Su Dian in her 5-year-old days, even wearing a thick light yellow down jacket, resembling a clumsy little penguin. The soft call made Suyi squint slightly. The heavens raised her head and looked at Suyi with a silly expression. Are you deliberately changing into the appearance of Su Dian? Suyi gradually smiled, but this smile was a bit cold. Do you want to die? The heavens used Su Dian-style starry eyes and pitifully said, Brother Suyi, do you want to hit me? HMPH. Suyi couldn't be bothered to argue about these things. In his opinion, Su Dian was Su Dian. That foolish child had grown up, and one had to grow up. One couldn't expect them to be foolish forever. The heavens transformed this way to please Suyi, and she probably thought that by doing so, she wouldn't get hit. Based on the heavens' understanding of Suyi, this person, as long as not provoked, actually had a decent temper. Brother Suyi, are you planning to join the battle? The heavens seemed a bit clumsy as she climbed onto the cushion, her demeanor resembling Su Dian from when she was 5 years old. I can join, but I have to bring my wife along. Any objections? Suyi asked. Brother Suyi can do anything. The heavens lay on the cushion, looking at Suyi with a silly expression. Coming from Su Dian's mouth, these words always sound strange. Suyi was quite capricious. With the heavens turning into Su Dian's appearance, he didn't know if he should be happy or angry. All he could say was this darn heavens had somehow managed to get a hold of his temper. By appearing like this, she could at least win some favor from Suyi, even if mixed with a bit of displeasure. Not bad. Brother Suyi, shall I take you to see the battlefield of the heavens war first? They have already started fighting. The heavens giggled. It gathers the strong from 58 universes. Suyi smiled. Using me as a pawn, or trying to use others to kill me? Both. Hehe. The heavens' eyes shone even brighter than Su Dian's, not avoiding Suyi's question. Good. Let's go see. Suyi didn't mind being used as a pawn, or the heavens trying to kill him. The leader of the Tanshan sect stood by without saying a word. He now remembered that the heavens' appearance was very similar to his little disciple Su Dian. The leader of the Tanshan sect also knew that Master Su doted on Su Dian, and the heavens transformed into this appearance to please Master Su, which was quite meaningful. End their conversation just now. Are you going? Suyi glanced back at the leader of the Tanshan sect. Can I? The leader of the Tanshan sect naturally wanted to go. He was the guardian of the heavens, and he couldn't avoid the heavens battle. Going to see it in advance would be great. Suyi's gaze fell on the heavens. The heavens smiled. If Brother Suyi says we can go, then we can go. Suyi blinked. In the next moment, the three of them disappeared directly from the Bu Palace. This was not any spatial magic, it was the heavens' power of law. Almost instantly, Suyi felt the unique space as they traversed from one universe to another. So that's it. Suyi instantly understood how to move from one universe to another. Every universe was actually adjacent, like giant bubbles connected together. To move from one universe to another, one either had to comprehend the laws of both universes or be led through by the heavens, or comprehend the true great Tao. When they saw light again, Suyi and others appeared on a blue light curtain. Below them was what seemed like an independent space platform, where two saints were fighting. There were a total of 58 light curtains, each with different colors, with some saint-level strong individuals standing on them or empty. After Suyi's group appeared, on a nearby light curtain, a seemingly void monster sized up the heavens and chuckled. "Little 13, how did you end up like this? Are these to your guardians?" The heavens stuck out her tongue at the monster, rolled her eyes, and said, "None of your business." "Little 13, how long has it been for you to have just two people?" The monster next door laughed. "Come on, why don't our two families have a match? The guys behind me are already eager." The monster, seemingly void, was followed by 10 equally strange-looking fellows, who cautiously examined Suyi and the leader of the Tanshan sect. The heavens pouted. "I haven't recruited 10 yet, so no fight." Then tilted her head to look at Suyi, innocently asking, "Brother Suyi, do you want to fight?" Suyi nodded. "Let's have a play fight." "Played? Ha ha, little guy. You're really interesting." The monster next door laughed. "This isn't a play. The next step is a fight to the death." Suddenly, he paused, staring at the heavens and asked, "What did you just call him?" Naturally, the heavens said, "Brother Suyi." "Which universe is he from?" Finally taking Suyi seriously, the monster scrutinized. "Can't figure it out? A great Tao saint? Where did you bring him from?" "From my side." The heavens tilted her head and asked, "Since my brother Suyi wants to play, are you going to fight?" The monster chuckled. "What's a great Tao saint? I've seen plenty." Suyi asked the heavens, "Who is he?" The heavens said, "He's the heavens from the 12th universe next door." Suyi asked again, "Do you have a wager?" The heavens nodded and said, "We have a bet, a match for 10 strands of primordial purple cha." The primordial purple cha was the foundation of constructing a universe's strength, and a universe's power depended on the quantity of primordial purple cha. The heavens had been somewhat pitifully outwitted by Suyi before. 9-1 split. Suyi glanced at the heavens. Did the heavens not realize what she was up to? Trying to act cute and get something for nothing. Not happening. I give you 9. How about splitting 3 with you? The heavens looked at Suyi, not sure if she truly didn't understand his meaning or was feigning ignorance. She even managed to smile. 50-50 is also fine. Suyi gazed at her without speaking. "All right. You take 9. I'll take 1. The heavens shrugged, realizing that acting cute didn't work. She wasn't really Su Dian. Even the young Su Dian would sometimes end up in tears in front of Suyi, and acting cute. 13. Have you really gone this far in recruiting outside help? A 1-9 split? The heavenly Tao of the 12th universe laughed heartily. Even if it's a grand Tao saint, so what? You are 2 people now, needing to fight 10 battles. Is that really enough? The heavenly Tao then said to Suyi, "Brother Suyi, the rule here is that once a side loses, they have to fight 10 matches in a row. So generally, 10 heavenly Tao guardians are needed. Should I let you fight first, and then I bring some people to accompany you?" Suyi stared at the heavenly Tao and said with a smile, "Your intention should be to have me fight 10, right?" The heavenly Tao's eyes curved like a crescent moon, with a face full of innocence, tilting his head and asking innocently, "Can brother Suyi really fight 10? Suyi did not answer him but said, "You like to pretend to be Su Xiandian so much. How about I call you Su Sandian? It's also easier to distinguish. Brother Suyi likes to call me Su Sandian. Then I will be called Su Sandian." The heavenly Tao still had a smile on his face, and those who didn't know him might have thought he was just a harmless little girl. Suyi looked down at the arena and asked, "Sandian, how long has it been?" 2 years. Su Sandian said, "Both in the saint realm, to determine the outcome, it would take at least 10 years. Suyi laughed. "How about if I fight 10 matches? How long will it take?" Su Sandian wanted to stall Suyi, or rather, she thought Suyi couldn't possibly win 10 rounds in a row. Although Suyi was strong, unbelievably strong, but in the battle of the heavenly Tao, wouldn't it be extremely difficult to win 10 rounds in a row? If Suyi wins, she would profit, and even if Suyi wins 10 matches, it would still take at least 10 years. Remember that the heavenly Tao of the 12th universe also invited a grand Tao saint to preside. As strong as Suyi is, can he defeat the grand Tao saint in seconds? Maybe. It wouldn't take another year. Su Sandian knew how insane Suyi was. Stating a year was conservative, but in a year, she could achieve a lot. If I remember correctly, the innate primordial purple gas in a universe is not so abundant. Suyi glanced at the heavenly Tao of the 12th universe and said, if he loses 10 matches, wouldn't the whole universe collapse? Susannian said, in a sweet voice, this guy from the 12th universe has many strong individuals under his command, including 5 Grand Tao Saint Realm experts. Currently, there are hundreds of strands of innate primordial purple gas. Even if he loses 10 games, it's not a problem. What about you? How many do you have? Suyi hadn't entered the arena yet and wanted to know Susannian's background first. 120. No. 119 strands, Susannian said with a pout. It should have been 125. The initial innate primordial purple gas of a universe consists of 125 strands. However, the strand that belonged to Yishiak Suan no longer belonged to her, and the 5 strands that belonged to Master Quanti had been altered by Suyi, no longer belonging to her. The heavenly Tao of the 12th universe laughed and said, 13. It's been so long. Have you never participated in a battle of the heavenly Tao? Aren't all your points just waste? Don't cry later. Susannian glared at him fiercely. Why didn't she participate in the heavenly Tao battle? It was because Sudasha was wreaking havoc in her 12th universe. They had nurtured a few strong individuals with great difficulty, only for them to be extinguished by a single sword. Especially in ancient times, the heavenly Tao had nurtured some powerful beings, all of whom became food for someone. With such a freak causing trouble in the 13th universe, Susannian hadn't even swept the snow in front of her door clean. Why bother fighting in the battle of the heavenly Tao? The heavenly Tao of the 12th universe looked at Suyi and laughed. This must be a little guy who has just entered the Grand Tao Saint Realm, daring to win 10 rounds in a row. What are you thinking? A scumbag with a saint power value of 1. The celestial Tao of the 12th universe spoke in their own language, but at their level, no matter what they said, it could be directly understood. It's as if they have a built-in translation device. What is the saint power value? Suyi glanced at Susannian. Susannian explained seriously. Those who can participate in the battle of the heavenly Tao are at least in the saint realm, that is, the so-called saints. As for the saint power value, you can understand it as the power value after perfectly refining the innate primordial purple gas. Suyi pondered. So, my current value looks like it's only 1. Susannian nodded emphatically, saying, that's right. Just 1. She couldn't be clearer. At that time when Suyi was about to explode on her, the aura he emitted was already beyond her judgment. In other words, purely judging by the saint power value, Suyi had already surpassed 124. His overall energy had exceeded the energy of an initial universe. Let's start. Suyi didn't have the intention to become stronger. He was already so strong, almost like a cheat program. Previously, he was already somewhat bored in the immortal realm. Now that someone was here to play with him, how could he refuse? After experiencing how lonely invincibility could be, Suyi was even less willing to reveal his full strength right from the start. What if no one wanted to fight him later? Of course, Suyi also looked forward to encountering strong opponents worth fighting. Susannian and the heavenly Tao of the 12th universe exchanged glances, and 10 strands of innate purple gas emanated from them. These strands slowly gathered together and constructed an arena, a separate space. By using the powers of the laws between the Grand Tao, they built a separate space. Even if the strong individuals within the space were powerful enough to shatter the arena, the innate primordial purple gas would not be reduced at all. After the battle, in principle, the winning side would gain the loser's innate primordial purple gas. Suyi directly flew into the space arena constructed by the innate primordial purple gas. Oh, I understand. Suyi smiled. The reason why both sides contributed 10 strands of innate primordial purple gas to the arena was to ensure their heavenly Tao Saint could utilize their own heavenly Tao laws. Suyi glanced at Susannian, who blinked at him and showed a cute smile. A cute hammer. The heavenly Tao was just a black-bellied old freak. A little guy with a saint power value of 1 dares to join the battle? It seems that the heavenly Tao of your 13th universe is really useless. Facing Suyi was a green-skinned, over 8 jaw tall, translucent quadrupedal beast. It had a fierce face, with 2 rows of sharp teeth gleaming. It naturally had no clothing on, not even any gender features, just brimming with explosive power. He seemed like a pure fighting machine. Suyi noticed the strong beings on the screens of the other universes, many of which looked like creatures designed solely for battle. There were only 5 heavenly Tao guardians in human form. The rest were beings Suyi had never seen before. The green giant in front of him seemed like he wanted to chat a bit before they fought. Suyi asked, "How much saint power value do you have?" The green giant snorted coldly. "This lord has 5 saint power value." The disdain for Suyi, who at only 1 point, was evident in his words. Suyi raised an eyebrow, saying, "So you're just trash in a 5-person team, huh? Trash of war." The green monster is one of the main gods of the 12th universe, named Lu Rugugu, who has completely refined 5 strands of prehistoric great purple energy, and uses his physical body as a vessel for the righteous pathway holy realm. It can be said that every inch of his skin, every part of his body, is a deadly weapon. Similarly, an expert in the righteous pathway holy realm who has also refined 5 strands of prehistoric great purple energy, like the Chiandi Taoist, probably wouldn't last more than 3 rounds without prehistoric spirit treasures. Trash, die. Compared to Suyi, Lu Rugu is huge in stature and walks on all 4s, making Suyi appear tiny in front of him like an ant in front of a lion. Lu Rugu suddenly waved his giant claws, unleashing the 10 strands of prehistoric great purple energy that constructed the 12th universe's arena. The guardian of the heavenly Tao naturally used the power of his own heavenly Tao. This is why the heavenly Tao used the prehistoric great purple energy to build the arena. Lu Rugu is not in the realm of the Grand Tao. Once he leaves the 12th heavenly Tao universe, he cannot use the power of the Grand Tao, let alone the power of other universes. At the same time, 10 strands of prehistoric great purple energy serve as a bit of strength given by their heavenly Tao. Suyi stood there. Lu Rugu would not appear clumsy in his movements simply because of his large size. Upon seeing Lu Rugu make a move, True Heaven Master's pupils contracted. Such terrifying power. Unless he uses the 4 swords of Jushuan and an array fully open, he could very possibly be instantly killed into pieces. Above the realm of saints, there are still other sites. However, it is impossible for it to want to kill Mr. Su. Suyi was hit by his claw. No, he was not hit. Suyi was like a floating willow catkin in the wine, swiftly moving beside Lu Rugu's sharp claw. A thunderous strike failed to harm Suyi in the slightest. Trivial skills. Lu Rugu laughed, opening his huge mouth and trying to swallow Suyi. Even so, Suyi's breath remained unchanged, attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao and other powerful beings from various universes. For the first time in many years, the 13th heavenly Tao sent out a guardian to battle, and no one would overlook it. In the realm of the Grand Tao, he only has 1 point of holy power. How powerful can 1 point of holy power be? A Grand Taoist in the realm of the Grand Tao with 1 point of holy power versus a Grand Taoist in the realm of the heavenly Tao with 5 points of holy power. Who is stronger? Let's see. It's just a little trick, but I've never seen a Grand Taoist with only 1 point of holy power. Ha ha ha. Suyi moved with the wind and was naturally swallowed by Lu Rugu in 1 gulp. In the realm of the Grand Tao. Ha ha ha. It's quite ridiculous. Lu Rugu laughed. It's just 1 point of holy power after all. The 12th heavenly Tao also laughed as Susan. Little 13. Is this the Grand Taoist you invited? But it's just like this. This will probably be the fastest battle since the heavenly Tao war began. Other powerful beings from other universes also laughed. In the heavenly Tao war, all the heavenly Taoists are highly valued because losing means giving up 10 strands of prehistoric great purple energy. 10 strands of prehistoric great purple energy are not a small amount for any universe. Most of the powerful beings they send are quite formidable in their respective universes, and someone like Lu Rugu is considered weak in the 12th universe. The 12th heavenly Tao said, "I originally wanted to give you a good start, but the pawn you invited is not strong enough. Go find someone more powerful next time." In the construction of the arena, 2 strands of prehistoric great purple energy fell on Suyi, 9 on Susan, and 1 in Susan's hand. Susan smiled and said, "Earn 1 strand per match, 10 matches for 10 strands, 1,000 matches for 1,000 strands. It seems I will soon become the strongest heavenly Tao." "Do you know what you're talking about?" The 12th heavenly Tao sneered. Suyi, standing there, casually said, "Next." 20 strands of prehistoric great purple energy constructed the arena, with 9 falling on Suyi, the remaining 10 on the arena, followed by an elderly figure appearing on the arena. The 12th heavenly Tao and Susan are considered neighbors. The 12th heavenly Tao once visited the 13th universe and learned a bit from the 13th heavenly Tao. The old man, holding a sword, nodded and smiled at Suyi. Is the fellow Taoist demonstrating grand unity? Su Yi shook his head. The old man said, I am Yukun Gang. Please advise. Yukun Gang? Su Yi raised an eyebrow. Not Li Kun Gang. No. Yukun Gang said, according to the heavenly Tao, I was designed based on Li Kun Gang from a certain scripture. 30 strands of prehistoric great purple energy. An age for one Taoist to create me. Yukun Gang looked up at Su Yi. Su Yi pondered and said, in the end, it's still a knockoff. 30 against 1. Yukun Gang looked at Su Yi indifferently. The aura on Su Yi suddenly changed. Is he refining? Yukun Gang frowned. Because at this moment, Su Yi's aura had suddenly become 15 points. Yes, it's 15 points. Previously he only had 1 point. Then obtained 5 from killing Lu Rugu, plus 9 from the 12th heavenly Tao, and now suddenly 15. However, logically, he couldn't have refined it instantly. How could this happen so quickly? Everyone stared at Su Yi, puzzled. Su Yi won 14 strands of prehistoric great purple energy, but how could he have refined them directly? It was too fast, wasn't it? The battle of the heavens, the real fighters are still the guardians of the heavens. The heavens are strong, but the heavens do not fight against each other. Or rather, the heavens are not necessarily stronger than their guardians. The heavens are like wealthy patrons, while the guardians are their bodyguards. The innate purple gas in the hands of the heavens is more like money, and the guardians, holding this money, become stronger through various means to earn more innate purple gas for their heavens and thus receive rewards. In the eyes of other heavens, Su Yi is at most a great Tao sanctum or perhaps a prenatal sanctum, because in their view, Su Sen wanted Su Yi to fight. That's why they concluded that Su Yi is a great Tao sanctum. The heavens cannot create strong individuals and can only resort to seeking help everywhere, which is normal. But even for a great Tao sanctum, instantly refining 14 strands of innate purple gas is simply impossible. Yukun Gang stared at Su Yi, pondered, and said, could it be that your ability is to devour and assimilate? I don't know these things. Su Yi also looked at Yukun Gang curiously and asked, can you open the gates of the heavens with your sword? Opening the gates of the heavens? Yukun Gang sneered, that is just a move in the book. If heaven did not give birth to me, Li Kun Gang, the way of the sword would be eternal like the night. But that is only in the martial world. Even the sword god Li Kun Gang in the book, can he defeat a saint? Su Yi smiled. Then show me your sword skills. You should be good. The 12 heavens directly spent 30 strands of innate purple gas to create Yukun Feng, aiming to have a master swordsman, right? Yukun Feng's swordsmanship represents the 12 heavens' understanding of swordsmanship. The heavens cannot take direct action, but they can create a being to act on their behalf. Our battle won't last long. Yukun Feng raised his hand, and a wooden sword floated in midair, pointing at Su Yi from a distance. Su Yi nodded. Indeed, it won't be long. His life is too long to enjoy fighting until the end of time. This sword is named 12. In the name of heaven. Yukun Feng slowly closed his eyes, pointed with 2 fingers, and the wooden sword 12 instantly drained all his strength. Yukun Feng's whole person actually turned into black light and merged into the sword, while the 12 heavens surrounding the arena also merged their 30 strands of innate purple gas into the sword. 40 strands of innate purple gas power transformed into one sword, incarnated into a sword, or rather, this is a sword of the 12 heavens. Normally, the heavens cannot take action, but some heavens are so bored that they always do strange things. Yukun Feng is a sword created by the 12 heavens. Although Yukun Feng appears to be a guardian of the heavens, in reality, he is a sword, representing the 12 heavens' understanding of swordsmanship. A fine sword. The 12 heavens couldn't help but exclaim. Su Yi stood in place without moving, the wooden sword piercing his chest, golden blood flowing. Yukun Feng once again turned into an old man, holding the wooden sword with a smile on his face, shaking his head. I should have given you the chance to fight with a sword earlier. The other heavens nearby laughed one after another. 12. Little 13 is not easy. So you deceived him, and actually sent out this guy Yukun Feng. You might as well have acted directly. So shameless, pure extortion. Just a moment ago, Su Yi's aura disappeared, and the observing heavens thought that Su Yi was dead. Yukun Feng had won, and they began to jest with each other. In their view, Su San's experience was still too limited. Deceived by the 12 heavens, the creation of a powerful weapon, using 30 strands of innate purple gas was equivalent to wielding his own sword. How could an ordinary great Tao sanctum be a match? But this kind of approach is tantamount to cheating. Susen said nothing and just watched Suyi on the arena. She did not believe that Su Dabiantai had died just like that. Su Dabiantai had been in her 13 universes for so many years. She understood his dark thoughts better than anyone. And this man is incredibly bored. Bored enough to cut off his own desire to become stronger, yet he remains ridiculously strong. If this one sword really could kill Su Duanhen, doesn't that mean it could destroy her entire universe? Are you kidding me? The sword formed by the 40 strands of innate purple gas is indeed powerful, but not to such an extent, especially in front of Su Duanhen. Using a sword? Sometimes it seems that it would be a nice thing to bring Su Duanhen out to show off. Susen said nothing. Suyi slowly lowered his head, looked at the sword wound on his chest, wiped away some blood, and smacked his lips. It hurts a bit, not bad at all. Anymore. Yukun Feng turned his back to Suyi. Upon hearing this, he slowly turned his head, his mouth wide open, watching the wound on Suyi's body visibly heal at an astonishing speed. Such a sword would be enough to annihilate several billion light-years of the universe, but landing on this person's body is surprisingly the first time being injured. Quite nice. Come on. I'm looking forward to it. Suyi said to Yukun Feng. You can do it. Suyi was actually looking forward to being slain, but he found that even with such a terrifying sword piercing his chest, apart from a bit of pain, there were no further negative effects. Just messing around, huh? But at least it did hurt him, so it's worth a bit of encouragement. The watching heavens all fell silent. What kind of nonsense is this? Has a great Dao Sanctum become this strong? Can't be killed? A heaven analyzed. It seems that 12 swordsmanship is ineffective against great Dao Sanctums. It cannot hurt their fundamental power. Yeah. That's possible. Another heaven said, 12 has never used a sword. What does he know about swordsmanship? Something created out of thin air, far inferior to true self-realized swordsmanship. That's true. Great Dao Sanctums rely on their own comprehension. That kind of swordsmanship is true swordsmanship. 12 knows nothing about swords. A group of heavens began to ridicule the 12 heavens. In the long years, the heavens are such boring beings that when they see such a novel scene, they naturally become interested, especially considering that previously, relying on Yukun Feng, the 12 heavens slew many strong individuals, looting and snatching many strands of innate purple gas. Seeing the 12 heavens take a hit, many heavens were excited for once. I don't understand swordsmanship. The 12 heavens roared. What nonsense are you guys talking about? Even if they are great Dao saints, are their swordsmanship skills as good as mine? Where's this talk that my swordsmanship can't harm great Dao Sanctums? Are you all idiots? The 12 heavens were furious. Who says the heavens are emotionless? They are merely creators, but when what they create is compared to others, some heavens can react emotionally. Damn it! The 12 heavens shouted. Yukun Feng. Kill him. Yu Chang'an heard the call from the 12 heavenly paths. His gaze sharpened as he stared at Suyi. Since his birth, joining the battle of the heavenly paths, every enemy he faced was met with a single sword. No matter how many sword techniques were displayed, they were all just flashy moves. With the name of the 12 swords, his sword techniques also numbered 12. With the name of the universe, the sword encompassed the culmination of heaven and earth, and any heavenly path guardian with a power value of below 40 saint forces would not survive. As long as Yu Chang'an took the stage, the heavenly path guardians with a power value of 40 saint forces would only taste defeat, and those stronger would not dare to take the risk. Fortunately, the battle of the heavenly paths would only commence when both sides agreed and established an oath. Otherwise, Yu Chang'an's sword would be enough to sweep through a large number of saints. The master of Tanshan stood on the platform, staring down, already feeling the terror of that one sword. Even if the first swords of the Zuxian were to be unleashed, they would fall short compared to this sword by 100,000 miles. Putting himself in Suyi's position, he felt as if he would die under this sword. Yu Chang'an's eyes burst with light, surrounded by sword energy. The space they were in, the arena, was almost equivalent to a separate universe. In an instant, the sword energy spanned thousands of light years, causing the cores of tens of thousands of stars in the 12 universes to rapidly shrink while increasing in size hundreds of times. Stars that could have burned for millions, even tens of millions of years, were moving towards death in that instant. The terrifying energy transmitted from the 12 universes to the arena all converged on Yu Chang'an's sword. No words needed, only one sword. As the sword was released, Yu Changang's wooden sword first burst out with a dazzling swordlight before condensing into a single point, instantly burning tens of thousands of stars, combined with the 40 strands of prehistoric purple energy. It was a sword to reckon with. Su Yi still stood in place. This sword was undeniably strong, but in his view, he could still shatter it with a single punch. Is it very strong that if you were to shatter Yu Changang's sword with a single punch, in the future, perhaps no one would dare to face him in battle? Playing with swords was truly meaningless. Su Yi eagerly anticipated a new and fresh opponent. AI. Su Yi sighed and simply didn't resist, letting the sword pierce his chest, feeling the horrific power explode within him. Warm and cozy, it felt a bit like soaking in a hot spring. You ultimately did not draw your sword. Yu Chang'an let go of the sword handle, feeling that the person in front of him was weakening, as if life was slipping away. This sword is the culmination of my life's insights, named Heaven's Listening. You are the first to die under this sword. Speak your name. Yu Changang's expression was somewhat desolate as he spoke with a chilling tone. Actually, I really wanted to see you draw your sword, but alas, it seems there is no chance this time. You can call me Su Dunhan. Su Yi remained standing there, the wooden sword 12 piercing his chest. The terrifying power capable of destroying several galaxies was erupting within him, making him feel almost tempted to pull up a chair and take a nap. However, such a reaction would make his opponent appear weak, and that wouldn't be respectful. So, Su Yi made an effort to cough up some blood, looked at Yu Chang'an, and said, I have passed on my sword, but if you truly wish to see, I can show you. Yu Chang'an stared at the weakening Su Yi and said, You are at the end of your life. If you wish to draw another sword, I shall bear witness. With that, he stood with hands behind his back, gazing at Su Yi from a distance. The heavenly paths above only just realized a problem. They hadn't seen this great Daosane's swordsman draw his sword. Since he was a swordsman, it was expected he would want to draw a final sword before death. Wife, lend me the sword. Su Yi stood upright with the sword still embedded in his chest, golden blood dripping. He said gently, his voice reaching Yi Xiaoxuan, who was still in the immortal realm, leaving her stunned. Use it if you want. Why tell me? Swish! The blade of broken souls flew out from Yi Xiaoxuan's wrist, traversing space, passing through the edge of the 13th universe, transforming into light that impaled the arena. Oh my! Where is this? So many fresh ingredients. The spirit of the blade of broken souls had long mastered the essence of cursing. This was an unexplored space. And how could the spirit of broken souls not be excited? In the eyes of that blade spirit, everything was potential ingredients. Look at those strange figures. There were many delicious creatures. Wow. Su's eyes seemed to have found a new paradise. This blade spirit is quite arrogant. Ha ha. Such a spirited blade spirit. Truly interesting. Many beings from the little universes are truly ignorant. Normal. Little 13. Later this path of heaven will capture this blade spirit. You won't mind, right? A tall figure among the heavenly paths looked down on 13 points, disregarding the spirit of broken souls and 13 points. All the heavenly paths and the heavenly path guardians found it amusing. It was just a spirit of a blade, talking big. It probably didn't know that its owner was about to meet his end, and it would soon become unclaimed. 13 points tilted his head, smiling as he looked up, saying, How the adults handle it is up to them. You may proceed. Little 13 doesn't dare to object. The person who had just spoken was the first of the heavenly paths, possessing 18,000 strands of prehistoric purple energy, which was beyond what 13 points could compare with. When the spirit of broken souls heard those words, it immediately cursed, All of you ingredients, shut your mouths. Come one by one. Don't be in a hurry to offer yourself. When it noticed the wooden sword pierced into Su Yi's chest, it also nonchalantly said, Su, you are back. Come on. Use me. Use me quickly. Having followed Su Yi for some time, the spirit of broken souls naturally knew that Su could go head-to-head with anyone. Though being pierced through the chest with a sword was something it hadn't seen before, wouldn't such a scene be even more stimulating? You are quite shameless. Su Yi's pale face revealed a smile as his hand slowly rested on the sword's handle. Yu Chang'an felt something was slightly amiss. Judging from the man's aura, he only had a small amount of saintly power left. It seemed he was on the brink of death. But why did he feel a sense of panic when he gripped the sword? Yes, that unprecedented sense of crisis. Witness my final sword. Su Yi said to Yu Chang'an seriously, You better brace yourself. Don't go down that easily. Su Yi calculated Yu Chunggang's resilience in his heart. He believed that he must not defeat him in one strike. Yes, he absolutely must not defeat him in one strike, because once he did, the other heavenly paths might not send anyone else down, and that would be so boring. A narrow victory. He had to win narrowly. Ye Chungang wanted to retrieve the wooden sword 12 embedded in Su Yi's chest, but found that he had lost contact with the sword. This alarmed him greatly, prompting him to regard Su Yi's so-called final sword with caution. Su Yi had no idea that Ye Chungang wanted to retrieve the wooden sword, as he hadn't been injured in a long time, and actually found the sensation of being wounded somewhat pleasant. With the sword piercing his chest, waves of power erupted, creating a sensation like a comfortable heat wave. Although he wasn't a sadomasochist, to him this level of pain felt more like a massage session and hot spring dip. The idea of fighting while benefiting from a massage and hot spring effect made him hesitant to remove the sword. This sword is named Soul Breaker. I can only use this one sword to break you, Su Yi announced as he drew his sword, executing a precise and standard straight thrust as if he had practiced this move under strict supervision countless times, leaving no flaws, but also lacking any dazzling brilliance. When Ye Chungang saw Su Yi draw his sword, he couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably inside, realizing that at that moment, his body was completely immobilized, feeling like a piece of meat flattened on a cutting board. Even worse than a dead fish that could sometimes still twitch, he sensed Su Yi's figure magnifying infinitely, with only the sword slowly approaching him in the darkness. Should he dodge? How could he dodge? It seemed like dodging was no longer an option. Beneath this sword, he felt he should just stand there and await his slaughter, allowing himself to be slaughtered and carved up. At the moment the tip of the sword pierced his chest, Ye Chungang suddenly realized that the legendary sword god created by the 30 threads of primordial purple gas was nothing but a joke under the Soul Breaker sword. Can't dodge this, Su Yi's voice echoed in Ye Chunggang's ears with a tone of disappointment and disbelief, akin to a third-grade teacher finding out his student couldn't answer 1 + 1 correctly. Ye Chungang wanted to curse, but if he did, he would have a whole bag of vulgar words to give to Su Yi right now. What was there to dodge? This sword completely overwhelmed everything. The sword spirit of the Soul Breaker sword was exhilarated, never having truly enjoyed itself since being handed over to Yishiaxuan by Su Yi, feeling constrained and unable to unleash its full power. Especially for a sword spirit addicted to playing games and excitement, this situation was pure torture. Now in Su Yi's hands, fully unleashed against a fresh opponent, it felt powerful and satisfying. Next. All you little chickens line up. This sword spirit will enjoy you one by one. The sword spirit was so delighted it felt like it could fly, like a parched soul encountering sweet rain, facing a group of heavenly and holy realm powerhouses, seemingly like a long-time single man seeing a group of absolutely enticing women he could freely enjoy. As Su Yi's sword pierced Ye Chunggang's chest, the sword spirit broke free of Su Yi's seal, flooding Ye Chunggang's body with terrifying sword energy. The 12 heavenly Dao were astonished, although they were knowledgeable about swords and were even able to create sword masters like Ye Chungang. They realized the strength of Su Yi's single sword strike when Ye Chungang was pierced, feeling the same shock despite being the heavenly Dao of the 12 universes. Unbeatable. The 12 heavenly Dao stared at Su Sen with just 3 points, finally realizing that this little guy had some unknown strength. They wondered where he got such confidence. Did she bring in a freak from somewhere? Is this really the final strike at death's door? The 12 heavenly Dao had been around longer than Su San. They weren't idiots. Su Yi retracted the Soul Breaker sword and the intent of the sword, leaving Ye Chungang standing motionless, unable to move. The terrifying sword energy vibrated inside him, but he did not enjoy it like Su Yi did. With this one sword, Ye Chungang managed to say only 4 words before trailing off. This sword was enough to crush the entire world. Ye Chungang gazed deeply at Su Yi. Since his creation, he had thought of himself as the strongest swordsman in all universes, wielding his sword in the name of the universe, representing the entirety of the 12 universes with his sword. But he was defeated by the Soul Breaker sword. Soul Breaker. His single strike with that name managed to overwhelm the 12 heavenly Dao. Only he and the 12 heavenly Dao could likely perceive this difference. Su Yi slowly pulled out the wooden sword 12 from his chest, stained with his blood, then gripped a blade and offered it to Ye Chungang. You can still surrender. As the sword fell into his hands, Ye Chungang instantly felt a continuous stream of vitality flowing from the sword. His injuries almost healed instantaneously. On this stage, It's do or die. Yechen Gang's eyes burst with determination, saying no more. Although created by the 12 universes, he was an individual entity. Yechen Gang bore the title of Sword God, but he knew deep down that he was always just a sword within the hands of the 12 heavenly Tao. To die at the hands of Su, Soul Breaker, would be a perfect ending for his name as the Sword God. Could it be that I was mistaken, and that the sword just now did not really harm Yechen Gang? The 12 heavenly Tao were confused. They were indeed heavenly Tao, but remaining in their original form, as a single thread of primordial purple gas. Possessing vast amounts of such gas did not necessarily mean they were physically stronger than Yechen Gang. Consequently, they were unable to sense Yechen Gang's inner thoughts. Su Yi's methods were too mysterious and unpredictable. Even the assembled heavenly Tao couldn't see that Yechen Gang only revived after receiving the wooden sword 12. What's happening? Yechen Gang's energy is rising. One of the heavenly Tao noticed the escalating aura from Yechen Gang. Yechen Gang is the Sword God, the fellow who created that killing tool through 30 threads of primordial purple gas for the 12. Did you think he would die so easily? It looks like Yechen Gang is toying with that Su, Soul Breaker. Did Su, Soul Breaker just say surrendering is still an option? Did he not wake up? The heavenly Tao observed the changing dynamics on the stage and couldn't help but laugh. To them, this self-proclaimed Su, Soul Breaker seemed completely clueless and perhaps a bit foolish. This will probably be the quickest battle in the Heavenly Tao War. Little 13. Bring out some decent strong ones. Inviting outsiders without proper judgment won't do. Upon hearing the Heavenly Tao's sarcasm, Susan also chuckled. What were they talking about? The Heavenly Tao had indeed created many exceptional individuals, but how could they know that Su, Soul Breaker's performance in the 12 universes was extraordinary? In the next moment, Yechen Gang made another sword strike, mirroring Su Yi's previous strike. Both strikes seemed ordinary. Su Yi responded with the same strike. Soul Breaker versus 12. Soul Breaker was clearly more dominant. Under the Soul Breaker sword, the wooden sword 12 turned to dust, touching Yechen Gang once more, shattering his body as if hit by a heavy object. As Su Yi held his sword posed, Yechen Gang disintegrated like ash carried away by a hurricane, disappearing into thin air. Yu Chang'an is dead. The powerful beings from various major universes watching were left feeling a bit foolish by the unexpected turn of events. At first, they thought Su Duanhen was done for. But then Yu Chang'an countered Su Duanhen with a sword strike. Just when they thought Yu Chang'an was toying with Su Duanhen, Yu Chang'an was struck down by another sword, playing games with them. What is the background of Su Duanhen? One of the heavenly Tao beings began to inquire about Su Duanhen's origins. I have never heard of it. It should have been brought in by 13 somewhere. Looking at his appearance, he should be at the end of his strength. If he won this battle, he will definitely not end well. When he completely refines the innate primordial purple chat he just obtained, who knows how strong he will be. The heavenly Tao beings watched as Su Yi stood with his sword, his face pale, still just a bystander. They acknowledged Su Yi's strength but didn't pay much attention. In their eyes, Su Duanhen was just a drop in the ocean, no matter how strong. They had seen it all. But so what? After this battle, Su Duanhen would undoubtedly need to spend tens of thousands of years in cultivation. The guardians of the heavenly Tao were just a pile of pawns for them to manipulate. As this battle ended, Su Yi obtained 30 strands of innate primordial purple cha from Yu Chang'an, and 9 strands from the 12 heavenly Tao beings, while Su Sandian obtained 1 strand. Normally, Su Yi should retreat and properly cultivate, then refine the acquired innate primordial purple cha. However, he still showed no intention of leaving. Su Yi pursed his lips with a solemn expression, face pale, standing with his broken soul, as he said lightly, Next one. Next one? Except for Su Sandian. The other heavenly Tao beings were shocked. In the heavenly Tao battle, it was generally one-on-one, and the duration of a battle was uncertain. Yet Su Duanhen was enjoying it. He killed the guardians of the heavenly Tao in succession, including powerful beings like Yu Chang'an. And now he wanted to continue to fight a third time. Is ignorance truly fearless? Looking at Su Yi, Su Sandian smiled, then raised his eyebrows at the 12 heavenly Tao beings. Brother 12, what do you say? Are you sending someone else down? My Su brother wants to fight 10 battles. The 12 heavenly Tao remained silent for a while, staring at Su Yi below. This guy looked like he was almost done for. If they defeated him, they could reclaim the innate primordial purple cha that he had lost earlier, because the normal agreement between the heavenly Tao and the guardians was to win 9-1, with the heavenly Tao getting 90%, and the protectors only getting 10%. It was even more despicable than extortion. Su Duanhen had not yet refined the acquire innate primordial purple chat, and based on the 12 heavenly Dao's understanding of Yu Chunggang's strength, even if Su Duanhen won, it was only natural that it was a Pyrrhic victory. If they didn't seize this opportunity to kill him, the consequences, when he refined all the innate primordial purple chan came back, would be unimaginable. The sword strike just now was too terrifying. Most importantly, if they conceded now, it would be unacceptable for their reputation. If they let other strong beings from other universes take advantage, wouldn't it be even more laughable? Ellen, go kill him. 12 heavenly Dao, with a ruthless heart, sent out a monster resembling a spider with a full body armor. The next moment, the monster known as Ellen appeared on the arena, and the 12 heavenly Dao once again distributed 10 strands of innate primordial purple cha onto the arena space. Many heavenly Dao beings watching Ellen chuckled. Wow, not bad. Ellen also has 30 strands of innate primordial purple cha. If this Ellen dies too, isn't 12 finished? Probably. Yu Chunggong and Ellen are his two biggest cards. Now they have both been used. So he looked at the strange giant spider in front of him, saying expressionlessly, "You make the first move, idiot." Ellen's 8 claws, like sides of death, swiftly slashed towards Suyi. As his claws swung, numerous black mists filled the air. Poison. Suyi swung his sword, directly cleaving Ellen into 2 halves. The next moment, that fellow actually split into 2 identical entities. Not bad. The dense black mist enveloped Suyi, almost instantly, filling the entire space. The platform of the arena, like its own miniature universe, was covered with black mist. The 12 heavenly Dao beings stared at Suyi below. This Ellen was practically indestructible, with an extremely tough exoskeleton that even innate spirit treasures would find hard to breach. Although Su Duanhen had cleaved it in half, it didn't have much impact as it split into 2 identical monsters. The strength might decrease when divided, but the focus was on the poison. This poison, unsolvable. The previous heavenly Dao protectors, who possessed 30 strands of innate primordial purple cha, would practically have no way out against Ellen. Suyi stood still without moving. The endless toxic haze tried to erode his body, especially his wounds. This burning sensation, so stimulating. If Yu Chunggang's sword strike was like killing a chicken inside him, then this poison felt like taking a gulp of strong liquor in the midst of winter. For Suyi, no matter if it was cigarettes or strong liquor, they couldn't compare to the pleasure a normal person would have. Even opium wouldn't hold much interest for Suyi. But Ellen's poison was truly exhilarating. In addition to the poison, Ellen continued to attack Suyi, who also continued to wield his sword. As Ellen transformed into numerous tiny spiders, the attacks became more frequent, and the poison intensified. Sir Su, why not just slay him with one sword? The broken soul felt a bit puzzled. One sword after another, instantly millions of swords, little Ellen's crawling all over Suyi, forming a dense cover. But Suyi ignored it, continuing to wield his sword. The broken soul understood clearly that one sword from Suyi could truly kill this Ellen. So why prolong it? Watch me swallow mountains and rivers. Suyi's sword was about done. He opened his mouth, and with a sudden inhalation, the black mist and myriad little Ellens were sucked into his mouth. The heavenly Dao beings were dumbfounded. Is this guy insane? Ellen is a poisonous creation crafted by 12. He actually just swallowed it like this. Ellen is virtually invincible. If he swallows it, he will just be disemboweled. Idiot. In the eyes of many heavenly Dao, Suyi's actions were simply suicidal. Ellen had been slashed so small, and what he wanted was to burrow into Suyi's body, and all that poison being swallowed. They wouldn't call it anything but seeking death. Who Suyi exhaled, and the 10 strands of innate primordial purple chat that had fallen on the arena by 12 had already been divided between Suyi and Su Sandian. That was the mechanism of the arena. In this scenario, it could only mean that Ellen was dead. Looks quite ugly, but tastes not bad. Suyi laughed. The onlookers felt like they were almost blind, if they had eyes. What a situation is this? Did he win just like that? After a moment's thought, Suyi figured that if he kept pretending, these guys probably wouldn't believe him. So, he tilted his head back and said, "Next one. Let's continue." The Battle of the Celestial Laws has been going on for 50,000 celestial years. During these years, the Celestial Guardians have been fighting back and forth, and the Celestials have only brought out the primordial purple cha of the heavens out of interest, just to watch the show. The key is that the selected celestial guardians for battle are basically evenly matched in strength, so it takes at least half a celestial year to determine the outcome. The longest battle lasted 1,000 celestial years, like Su Duanhen, who not only fought 3 battles in a row but also won all of them without resting. This was unprecedented. This is more interesting, otherwise there would be no result even after fighting for several years. Continue. Who is going to go first? Brother, aren't you planning to take in that sword spirit? The Celestials are a group of extremely boring guys, and when they see Suyi's performance, they become even more excited. As for the 12 celestial laws that lost, although they were shocked and saddened, they were more excited. The first celestial law pondered for a moment and said faintly, "Tumo, you go see him off." The 12 celestial laws did not act impulsively, because Su Duanhen's performance was too strange, and the first celestial law had spoken, so he could choose to wait. Most importantly, even if he were to win against Su Duanhen now, it wouldn't gain him much. Wait. The sword strike from Su Duanhen made him feel like he needed to wait a little longer. 100 strands of primordial purple cha fell on the arena. Yes, it was 100 strands of primordial purple cha, enough to recreate a universe of primordial purple cha. Little 13, do you have any objections? The first celestial law sat in the upper space, looking disdainfully at Su Sandian. Su Sandian tilted his head back and said with a smile, "Brother, whatever you want to do." How could Little 13 had any objections? But Little 13 wants to make another bet with brother. What do you want to bet on? The first celestial law looked coldly at Su Sandian. He sent down 100 strands of primordial purple cha into the arena space, which meant that the celestial guardians he sent could use the power of these 100 strands of primordial purple cha in addition to their own strength. Overwhelming. The attitude of the severed soul sword spirit made the first celestial law somewhat displeased. And as for Su Duanhen pretending to be weak, although it was somewhat interesting, he preferred to see such fellows have no chance of survival. Su Sandian smiled and said, "Little 13 is willing to bet the entire universe against brother." 122 strands of primordial purple cha. The first celestial law didn't think much. He saw that this Su Duanhen was very strong. He had been pretending to be weak before. But so what? In the face of absolute strength, Su Duanhen had no chance of winning. Okay. The first celestial law didn't waste any words. He was very clear that if Su Sandian was willing to bet with all his assets against him, he had absolute confidence in this Su Duanhen. But he also had absolute confidence. No matter where Su Sandian found Su Duanhen, he couldn't possibly lose. As the voice of the first celestial law fell, a giant covered in blood-colored armor appeared in the arena space. Suyi stared at this giant, raising his eyebrows slightly. This guy seems to be quite strong. The Butcher of Demons was one of the celestial guardians among the first celestial laws. He had won 33 battles in the entire battle of the celestial laws without a single defeat. He had perfectly refined 140 strands of primordial purple cha, and his armor was also a pre-heaven treasure, even higher in grade than the Juxian for swords. It could be said that even the master of the Tanshan sect, or even the 3 pure ones working together, might not be able to break through his armor and could be collectively killed. Even in a universe like Su Sandian's, if not for certain rules, the Butcher of Demons could directly destroy it. Doom. Without any nonsense, the Butcher of Demons slammed a punch towards Suyi. The speed of this punch didn't need to be mentioned. His fist was also wrapped in the armor. Suyi drew his sword and struck back, causing the entire arena space to shake, with lightning and thunder sweeping the entire arena. Not broken. Suyi was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he couldn't cut something. The Butcher of Demons was also surprised. Blood flashed in his eyes under the armor as his fist continued to swing. Almost instantly, millions of punches were thrown out, each capable of annihilating a saint like the master of the Tanshan sect. Suyi did not attack, just blocking with his sword. The electric sparks were dazzling, but neither of them took a step back. Where did this Su Duanhen come from? He can actually fight evenly with the Butcher of Demons? The celestial laws were extremely shocked. How much confidence did Su Sandian have in this Su Duanhen? The sword light and the fists formed a continuous scene of battle. If such a battle were to occur in the 13 universes, the whole universe would collapse and all the stars would be annihilated. The first celestial law dropping 100 strands of primordial purple cha onto the arena space was not without reason. If it were just a temporary arena created with 20 strands of primordial purple cha, it would soon collapse under the Butcher of Demons' attacks, and the surrounding celestial laws might even be affected. Oh, this guy isn't bad. The severed soul sword spirit also became excited and arrogant. For thousands of celestial years, everything under his sword had been material for feasting, so this was no joking matter. Now something could confront the severed spirit head-on, almost evenly matched with Su-Dashu. How interesting. The battle between Su-Yi and the Butcher of Demons continued. If both of them were to maintain this status, they might actually fight for several thousand or even tens of thousands of celestial years until one of them ran out of power. You're not bad, the Butcher of Demons said, waving his fists. Although he was visibly swinging his fists, a blood-colored giant axe appeared in his hand, striking towards Su-Yi. Su-Yi horizontally held his sword in front of him, unexpectedly being sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. There was a white trace on the severed soul. No way. Lord Su, you can't lose to him, can you? The severed soul was somewhat dumbfounded. As far as it knew, Su-Yi's current strength was much greater than before, perhaps tens of thousands or even millions of times stronger. Yet, he was still sent flying by a single axe strike, and his sword was damaged for the first time. It's not like that. Su-Yi's aura began to rise rapidly, but the Butcher of Demons' attacks didn't stop. The blood axe cut through the air, shaking the entire space of the arena, which seemed like it could collapse at any moment. This Su Duanhen is really pretending to be weak. His current strength should at least be worth 100 Saint power marks. No, it's still rising. It's 103 now. Eventually, it's still inferior to the Butcher of Demons. It's already 100 for now. His aura hasn't changed. I was almost scared. Indeed, he was hiding too much strength. It turns out his strength is comparable to that of the Butcher of Demons. Unfortunately, he can't win against the Butcher of Demons on this arena. Currently, in the space arena where Su-Yi and the rest were, there were 100 strands of primordial purple chaff from the first celestial law. Even if Su-Yi's aura was similar to that of the Butcher of Demons, as the celestial guardian of the first celestial lot, the Butcher of Demons could use these powers. Su-Yi was not the guardian of Su Sandian, and couldn't even use the power of the 10 strands of primordial purple cha in the arena. With such a huge difference in strength, how could he win? The demon slaughter finally stopped moving, an axe struck out, and the two separated. He carefully sized up the guy named Su Duanhen once again. The demon slaughter knew very well that this person definitely had more strength than what was currently being displayed. 100 for Saint's strength value. Are you kidding me? If it's just a pure opponent, how could he not see through it? Is this your strength? Or do you want to continue hiding something? The demon slaughter felt that there was really no need to hide one's strength in this life and death arena, unless the opponent was much weaker. The wounds on Su-Yi's body had long since healed, and after swallowing those spiders and poison gas just now, he felt that he had become a bit stronger again. It's really despicable. Getting stronger again. If this continues, where's the fun? Let's just leave it at that. Almost. Su-Yi couldn't help but wonder now how powerful he really was, and why did he feel that all the strong people present were trash? This feeling was really not pleasant. Originally, he came out with the Heavenly Tao just to see some different scenery outside the universe. Just fighting. What kind of scenery is that? It's really boring. The guy in front of him was indeed the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. But, Su-Yi felt that if he used his full strength, this guy would still be crushed with one punch. So distressing. If he truly kills with one punch, he will once again face the boring and dull life he had in the immortal realm, so let's play slowly. The demon slaughter was very displeased with Su-Yi's current attitude. Did he think this was some kind of place to fool around? Die. The demon slaughter didn't bother to talk nonsense with Su-Yi anymore and slowly raised the axe. His movements were slow, but just as he raised his hand, the prehistoric purple energy in the entire arena space began to stir. Not only was it the 100 strands of prehistoric purple energy provided by the first Heavenly Tao when creating the arena, even the energy of the universe created by Su Sandian was forcibly activated by him. In addition, the power in the universe created by the first Heavenly Tao was also mobilized. It's similar to the principle of Yu Chang'an previously being able to mobilize the power of 12 universe stars with a single sword. They were Tao Saints. Bluntly put, they were the dogs of the Heavenly Tao. As long as the Heavenly Tao agreed, they could use the power of this universe. As for the 10 strands of prehistoric purple energy from Su Sandian, there was no way. The demon slaughter was stronger than her, and he had to forcibly borrow that power. Su Sandian could do nothing about it. The arena space collapsed, and the two were now in the midst of a spatial crack. Time had stopped. Why did you borrow Susan Diane's power? Suyi quickly noticed that the demon Slaughter had actually borrowed Susan Diane's power as well, and he was somewhat unhappy. Although he didn't have a good feeling towards the Heavenly Da, he had been in the 13 universes for so long. And Susan Diane was quite sensible. Now she had even returned to looking like a child. Even if he wanted to bully her, it should be him doing it. Why would it be someone else's turn to bully? Suyi waved his hand and forcefully pulled back the 10 strands of prehistoric purple energy that the demon Slaughter borrowed. The demon Slaughter was nearly caught off guard. How could Su Duanhen easily snatch back the power that he had borrowed and gathered onto his blood axe? Did this count as evenly matched strength? It was at this moment that the demon Slaughter's resolute deadly strike wavered slightly. To be able to easily achieve this, how powerful had Su Duanhen become? He knew he was hiding his strength, but it shouldn't be too off the charts, right? I don't care if you borrow someone else's power, but you can't borrow Susan Diane's. Suyi always stood up for his friends. Besides the master of Tonshin present, he was closer to Susan Diane. How could you forcibly borrow something nowadays? Isn't that like being a thief? Die. The demon Slaughter roar, and the entire arena was left with only the cosmic arena created by the 10 strands of prehistoric purple energy from Susan Diane. Suyi's 2 fingers slid across the body of the Soul Destruction Sword, and the grade of the Soul Destruction Sword was once again raised. Su Lord, how strong are you exactly? Soul Destruction almost burst out cursing, but in the end, it held it back. Just with a touch of the hand on his body, all the prehistoric purple energy one before was absorbed into the sword. The white mark on the sword disappeared, and the grade of the Soul Destruction Sword soared rapidly. Did there not need to be a couple of taps with a hammer for politeness? At this moment, Soul Destruction finally understood that its master Su Dai was truly invincible. Just one sword, without any fancy sword moves, it clashed against the demon Slaughter's blood axe. Clang! The cosmic arena created by Susan Diane didn't shake a bit, and the power erupted by the clash of the two swept outside the arena. Adjacent arena spaces collapsed, and the 2 heavenly guardians who had fought hundreds of years inside turned into ashes. Many heavenly Dao were also blown away. The heavenly Dao maintaining a certain form weren't strong, and the battle between Suyi and the demon Slaughter had already affected them. Some heavenly Dao even transformed into ashes directly. The blood axe in the demon Slaughter's hand was split in 2, and Soul Destruction pierced accurately into the demon Slaughter's chest. The so-called strongest defense, the reviving battle armor in the first universe, was blown to pieces by the sword energy. Inside the battle armor, only a nearly transparent golden giant was visible. The sword energy erupted again, and the demon Slaughter dissipated into spakes of golden light. Suyi found those fragments to be quite good, so he swept them with his sleeve and collected all the pieces of the battle armor. At the same time, the first heavenly Dao pondered for a moment, and he collected all those golden lights back. With the demon Slaughter's death, Suyi didn't manage to obtain the prehistoric purple energy on his body. Only 90 strands flew towards him. Suyi didn't obtain the demon Slaughter's 140 strands of prehistoric purple energy. Suyi looked up at the incarnation of the first heavenly Dao. Was this guy trying to cheat? Well, it didn't seem like that. It seemed like he hadn't mentioned before that killing the opponent would gain his things. Suyi was a person who focused on reason. As long as it was reasonable, he would accept it. Otherwise, he would have already slashed the incarnation of the first heavenly Dao by now. Susan Diane stood above, unaffected, thanks to Suyi's care for her. She clenched her fist and shouted loudly at Suyi, "Big brother Su, come on." Suyi gave her a disdainful look. This shameless girl, getting addicted to praising him. Is shamelessness also a fine tradition of the heavenly Dao? Suyi won this battle, and Susan Diane directly obtained 132 strands of prehistoric purple energy. Obviously, the first heavenly Dao wasn't completely shameless. Everything that should be given was given. I won't be using the sword anymore. Is there another challenger? Suyi sheathed the Soul Destruction Sword, added a seal to it, then threw it back to the 13 universes, returning it to Yishiak Suan. Suyi stood on the arena, hands folded behind his back, clad in white like snow, facing numerous incarnations of the heavenly Dao and a group of saint-level powerhouses. He remained calm as if to ask, is there anyone else who wants to have a good time, the proper kind? Su Duanhen doesn't use a sword anymore. Many heavenly Dao and strong realm experts sized up Su Duanhen. Behind the 12 heavenly Dao were 8 strong experts, and the strongest in the 12th universe, Zunshin, stepped forward, saying, 12. I want to face Su Duanhen. Zunshin wasn't a protector of the heavenly Tao. He was a mixed origin saint, essentially hired muscle for the 12 heavenly Tao. You can defeat him. The 12 heavenly Tao could already tell that Su Duanhen was absolutely abnormal. It seemed likely that he hadn't actually been injured. However, in such a short time, he had mercilessly killed Yu Chang'an and Mo Tiyu without getting hurt. It seemed impossible to think about it any other way. Zunshin was a pink ball and rolled around. He didn't have any facial features, but could speak. If he used that sword in his peak period, I would undoubtedly die. But he had used all the innate Hongmeng purple chet he had won to enhance the sword. And now he isn't using it. I can kill him. The 12 heavenly Tao fell silent for a moment, agreeing that Zunshin made sense. No matter how strong Su Duanhen was, after 3 battles in a row, there would be some depletion. Most absurd was the fact that he had used the innate Hongmeng purple chet he had just won to enhance his broken soul. Are you sure he put all of it into that sword? The 12 heavenly Tao couldn't see clearly how Su Duanhen had managed to enhance the quality of his broken soul sword, let alone whether he had used up all the innate Hongmeng purple chet. Also, are you sure he won't use a sword? Zunshin also remained silent. Beings like Su Duanhen didn't even operate under Kazan effect anymore. They were stronger than the heavenly Tao. Did they need to swear allegiance to the heavenly Tao? Yes. Giving the heavenly Tao a sword strike would be about right. I said I won't use a sword, so I won't. Su Yi's gaze fell on Zunshin, saying, hey, little meatball, you look pretty good, huh? If Broken Soul were here, he would surely be even more excited. Fresh ingredients again. Meatball, Zunshin roared. Upon seeing this, the 12 heavenly Tao quickly split 10 strands of innate chet to form a pedestal. Zunshin appeared in front of Su Yi, declaring loudly, I am Zunshin. Su Yi nodded and said, hello, Meatball. Damn it, Zunshin roared. He transformed into a figure just like Su Yi, even holding a broken soul in his hand. Without more ado, Zunshin raised his hand to deliver the same strike that Su Yi used to kill Mo Tiyu. Identical. Even the quality of the broken soul was the same. The sword technique and the aura of power from when Su Yi killed Mo Tiyu were likewise replicated. At this moment, it was as if Su Duanhen with a sword faced Su Duanhen without a sword. The sword god doesn't need a sword. Do you think you can survive? Zunshin still had Su Yi's appearance, combined with a cold and lonely expression, and a faint smile. A sword strike. Even Su Yi couldn't help squinting. This guy could completely replicate his abilities. Normally, a broken soul with improved quality shouldn't have been replicated. However, this guy, Zunshin, managed it. Su Yi's white robe was torn, with a long sword mark on his chest. Injured once again. It seems my swordsmanship is indeed powerful. Su Yi patted his chest, and his white robe was restored, and the wound healed. Zunshin's strike just now was indeed a complete replication of the sword strike Su Yi used to kill Mo Tiyu. But in reality, it had some impact on him, a state that couldn't be sustained for long. Let yourself be killed by yourself. Zunshin swiftly wielded the fake broken soul in his hand. At this moment, he completely embodied the Su Duanhen who had refined 140 strands of innate Hongmeng purple chet. After hearing Zunshin's words, Su Yi found it somewhat amusing. Would he kill himself? Did he think that the strike just now was his strongest move? No way. Su Yi also wanted to experience deeply just how strong he was. Zunshin relentlessly pressed on, replicating Su Yi's movements every step of the way. Simultaneously, he used the Great Space Technique, hoping to exert a brief influence on Su Yi, leveraging his understanding of spatial laws to affect Su Yi momentarily. He didn't have much time. Zunshin only had 50 points of sync power, and replicating Su Yi's abilities and the broken soul sword burned through his strength. The mixed origin saints' powers were completely different from heavenly Tao saints. They copied an opponent by burning their own strength. This was the power of the laws he had comprehended personally. Despite using the Great Space Technique, Su Yi remained unaffected. He simply said, how long do you think you can keep this up? At least half a year. Zunshin snorted, if you don't use a sword, I can kill you within half a year. Oh. Is that so? Su Yi's divine sense moved, making the events in the chaotic space flow invisible to even the heavenly Tao observers outside. Su Yi closed his index and middle fingers, pointing them towards Zunshin. Fingers? Zunshin almost burst out laughing. A master swordsman could, indeed, turn a finger into a sword, capable of cutting anything. But when both sides wielded divine swords with equal power, What would happen in a direct confrontation? Zunshin thrust with his sword, wanting to see how tough Su Duanhen's fingers really were. In the chaotic space stream, no sound could be heard. Su Yi and Zunshin communicated through consciousness. As Su Yi's two fingers touched the fake broken soul sword, it shattered as if a pile of chips had been concentrated by a colossal hammer. So fragile. Zunshin's pupils dilated. He could mimic his opponent's abilities, but only those within his cognitive awareness. It was clear this finger had exceeded his understanding. This won't work. He'd die. Zunshin simply let go of the sword handle and attempted to replicate Su Yi's finger in an instant. Given that the broken soul sword, which had been operated by 63 strands of innate Honmeng purple che, was crushed by a single finger, how strong would this finger be? Achoo! Just as Su Yi's finger was about to touch Zunshin, forced to replicate Su Yi's finger, Zunshin burned out all his power, reverting to his original form as a fist-sized pink meatball. Su Yi paused for a second, then grabbed the meatball in his hand, chuckling, truly a meatball. Achoo! The pitiful little meatball seemed to sprout an additional feature, a pair of eyes, as it gazed up at Su Yi. Wishing you all a Merry Christmas Eve. Su Yi and Zunqia are just in a chaotic spatial flow. Zunqia, without the support of any original power, cannot convey any consciousness at all. He can only chirp and shout, but his clear features are pleading cutely with Su Yi. At this moment, just like that time, Zunqia probably understands why the 13 Chia Da has turned into a cute little girl. He probably also understands how to survive in front of Su Duanhen. Being cute is the way. Being cute is the way to survive. Su Yi used the final winning 9 strands of primordial chaos purple Chia to create a space arena. When the Chia Da and the powerful figures of the Holy Realm saw Su Yi again, they were so shocked that they were speechless. Obviously, Zunqia lost. Su Duanhen has actually learned how to create his own space, and the space arena he created is much more stable than the ones created by the Tiadao. The 12 Tiadao had no choice but to hand over the lost primordial chaos purple Che. At this moment, he clearly realized that he couldn't compete with Su Duanhen at all. Before, he was still thinking about gathering the power of the entire universe to fight Su Duanhen, but now, it seems that if he really did that, he would probably die on the spot. He gave up. He gave up directly. Su Sandian easily obtained a strand of the primordial chaos purple Che, and Su Yi's created world also gained 9 strands of the primordial chaos purple Che. Su Yi looked at Zunqia. This guy looks sticky. If you were to eat it, it would probably taste delicious, but now it's better to put it away first. With the fist clenched, Zunqia was put away in Su Yi's spatial pocket. Continue? Su Yi's gaze swept across the various Chiadao. He knew that it was impossible for him to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger again. Let's see what the Chiadao think. Interesting. The first 10-second Tiadao almost laughed simultaneously. Does this guy really think he's invincible? Does he think he's invincible with 140 sane power points? Maybe he's hiding his strength, but how much can he hide? The first 10-second Tiadao exchanged a glance. The second Tiadao transformed into a round-bellied strange bird, laughing. Let me do it. Where does Su Duanhen come from? The second Tiadao has made up his mind to eradicate him. The next moment, the space arena created by Su Yi gained another 10 strands of primordial chaos purple Cha from Su Sandian and the second Tiadao. Since Sun Chia is not a Tiadao saint, even if Su Yi defeats him, he won't gain any additional strands of primordial chaos purple Che. A phoenix cry echoed throughout the universe, and a huge multicolored sacred phoenix appeared in the space of the arena. Finally, it's the main event. Su Yi looked at the giant multicolored sacred phoenix, his eyes sharp. This is an enhanced version of the prime phoenix. The creatures of the earth during the primordial period were all created by Su Sandian. Obviously, she has also learned some things from other Tiadao. The appearance of the prime phoenix and the multicolored sacred phoenix in front of her was almost identical. It wouldn't be any exaggeration to call it a pirated version. Su Duanhen, are you strong? The multicolored sacred phoenix stared at Su Yi with disdain in its eyes. Su Yi nodded and said, "Not bad. You also seem strong." Seems strong? The multicolored sacred phoenix laughed loudly. Our ancestor phoenix has refined 1,500 strands of primordial chaos purple Che. What are you? A conceited little guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. 1,500 strands. Impressive. Su Yi nodded. Even a strong person who refines 5 strands of primordial chaos purple Che like Zunti Dao people is enough to crush all living beings in myriad realms. Disappear. The multicolored sacred phoenix said, and then prepared to leave. With the power of the second Tiadao's laws, strong beings like it were able to overpower other beings in the universe. In principle, the first Tiadao, the second Tiadao, and the third Tiadao no longer participate in the Tiadao battles, and the other small universes will not fight against them. But Su Sandian brought Su Yi here. The first Tiada has also taken action and dispatched a demonic butcher. Unfortunately, the guy surnamed Su became more and more unbridled, even showing a hint of looking down on the Tiadao. How could they tolerate such a thing? The multicolored sacred phoenix issued a command, but found that Su Duanhen was staring at it with a strange look. Moreover, Su Duanhen did not disappear. The command failed. The Tiadao were shocked. Refined with 1,500 strands of primordial chaos purple chat, the multicolored sacred phoenix was equivalent to 10 initial universes, plus the power of the second Tiadao's loss. How could Su Duanhen be unscathed? What are you saying? Su Yi said, and a kitchen knife appeared in his hand as he spoke. Su Sandian looked on, originally thinking Su Duanhen would die, but now it seems that the power he displayed was just the tip of the iceberg, especially when he took out the kitchen knife. Su Sandian couldn't hold back anymore. How many powerful creatures had she created back then? But for some reason, Su Duanhen suddenly appeared in her universe, followed by a saga of Su Duanhen seeking food. Is this your weapon? It doesn't look as good as the sword you had earlier. Although the multicolored sacred phoenix was somewhat surprised, it still didn't put Su Yi in its eyes. The command failed, which made it more interesting. Su Yi squinted at the multicolored sacred phoenix, thinking about where to strike. This is just kitchenware. Kitchenware? The multicolored sacred phoenix didn't quite understand what Su Yi meant. Su Yi appeared somewhat small in front of the multicolored sacred phoenix, like an ant standing in front of an elephant. He stood up, picked up the kitchen knife, and slashed at the multicolored sacred phoenix's neck. The multicolored sacred phoenix engulfed in flames. The kitchen knife hadn't even fallen, and it turned directly into ashes. Ha ha ha. Little Su, what were you thinking? You weren't trying to chop me with this thing, were you? The multicolored sacred phoenix laughed heartily. Su Yi was somewhat embarrassed. This guy in front of him had refined 1,500 strands of primordial chaos purple chat. Something seemed out of place to just randomly chop it with a kitchen knife. Besides, it wasn't really that weak. But he did say not to use a sword earlier. Little Su, aren't you the sword god? Since your sword is so powerful, why not take out your sword? This ancestor phoenix is getting a bit impatient. The multicolored sacred phoenix's eyes flickered with excitement. Tis. Su Yi took a deep breath and said, you are quite flirtatious. He had just been thinking about directly enlarging himself to use sword energy to dissect it or rudely rip off its limbs. But imagining that scene was too bloody and violent. As for dismembering food, it's easier to use the kitchen knife. Darling, lend me the sword again. Su Yi shouted softly. Yi Xiaxuan was listening to the sword spirit boasting about what had just happened when she heard Su Yi's voice. You can borrow it if you want. Yi Xiaxuan pursed her lips. Could she not loan it? The next moment, the sword spirit appeared at Su Yi's feet after traversing through space. Wow, such a large bird. The sword spirit probably understood what the old master Su wanted it for. The next day, Dai sent out the five-colored divine phoenix. However, despite its formidable strength, Su Yi attempted to cut it down with an ordinary kitchen knife, which was quite audacious. The items within the 13th universe were not of high quality to begin with. The kitchen knife that Su Yi previously held was the type that cost 9 yuan and 9 jiao in the market, and he did not even exert full force. In the eyes of the five-colored divine phoenix, the slash just now was simply laughable. With the soul severing in hand, the nature of things changed. Su Yi slashed out across the space, breaking through the fire surrounding the five-colored divine phoenix with his sword energy. Is that all you've got? The divine phoenix's flames were dispersed by the sword energy, not even a single feather being damaged. These feathers are quite nice. Su Yi smiled, thinking that if he made a clothing item out of feathers of this quality and brought it to the 13th universe, it would be the epitome of defense. How could one ruin such a good thing? Little one, I hope you can hold on a bit longer. The five-colored divine phoenix chuckled, flapping its wings and engulfing the entire arena space in divine flames. Su Yi stood in midair, raising his sword spirit to prevent the clothes from being burned. With him as the center, within half a meter radius, the divine flames could no longer approach a hair's breadth. Not bad at all. Let's see how long you can hold on.